Xianwang Continent. Wangxian Sect. Chen Changsheng for framing fellow disciples and stealing pill formulas. Your cultivation is reduced by 30%, and you are demoted to the waste pill room. Under the bright moonlight before the law enforcement hall, Elder Yin Bing's emotionless voice echoed across the square, each word striking Chen Changsheng's ears like daggers to his heart. Chen Changsheng was once the most brilliant alchemy prodigy of Wangxian Sect. Within half a year of entering the pill room, he became a first-rank alchemist, a key disciple nurtured by the sect with boundless prospects. But overnight all glory was shattered. Framed by Li Huaiyan, the crime of stealing pill formulas was pinned on him. The sect elders, favoring their own, refused to hear his defense and directly pronounced him guilty. 30% of his cultivation was abolished, his dantian damaged, from a genius to a cripple. Chen Changsheng, why haven't you accepted your punishment and scurried to the waste pill room? Li Huaiyan stood at the front of the crowd, dressed in splendid robes, his handsome face filled with undisguised smugness as he looked at Chen Changsheng. He wanted to destroy Chen Changsheng to secure his position as the top genius of the pill room and monopolize its alchemy resources. The surrounding disciples murmured their gazes at Chen Changsheng, filled with pity, mockery, and mostly schadenfreude. What a pity, such a talent stooping to such filth! Pity! You never know a person's heart. The waste pill room is the right place for someone like him. His life is ruined. Without cultivation, he's a menial in the waste pill room. He'll probably be poisoned within a month. Humiliation, resentment, and fury surged wildly in Chen Changsheng's chest. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms until blood seeped out, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Excuses were useless. Strength reigned supreme. Without strength, everything was empty talk. He lowered his head, hiding the surging hatred in his eyes, and dragged his broken body step by step out of the law enforcement hall. Just as he stepped out of the hall, he saw a beautiful silhouette standing proudly under the silver moonlight, skin as white as snow, cool and aloof. Her jet-black hair cascaded like an ink waterfall, making her flawless face even more strikingly beautiful. This was his fiancée, Gu Qingying. Their eyes met. Today those cold eyes seemed devoid of their usual warmth. Qingying, you know already. Chen Changsheng stole a glance at Gu Qingying, his voice dry. Gu Qingying was highly intelligent, with a supreme water spirit root, an incredible talent, and was exceptionally accepted as a personal disciple by an elder. Originally there was a gap between them, but not insurmountable. Now an unbridgeable chasm separated them. Gu Qingying's water-like eyes merely swept briefly across Chen Changsheng's pale face, a terrifyingly foreign gaze devoid of any warmth, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. There was no concern in her eyes, only icy indifference, as though she were looking at a stranger. Chen Changsheng's heart sank completely. Chen Changsheng, from today our engagement is null and void. From now on we are strangers. I hope you won't bother me again. Gu Qingying looked at him indifferently, no trace of tenderness left in her eyes. Resolutely she took out the marriage contract. A spark of fire appeared at her fingertip, and in an instant the contract burned to ashes. At the moment Chen Changsheng needed her most, she offered no comfort, but instead stabbed a knife deep into his heart, and added salt to the wound. Junior sister, let alone that Chen Changsheng is now a waste even before he was just a toad. Why did you have to wait until today? Hao Jian, who had been standing beside Gu Qingying, curled his lips slightly, a look of delight spreading across his face. Chen Changsheng seemed not to hear Hao Jian's words. His eyes were fixed on Gu Qingying, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Gu Qingying, are you so impatient that you had to choose this moment? He had actually planned to break off the engagement in a few days, since he indeed no longer matched her. But Gu Qingying chose this moment to publicly annul the engagement, a blatant act of kicking him when he was down. Chen Changsheng let out a beast-like roar. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at Gu Qingying. The engagement was arranged by our elders. You have no right to annul it. If it is to be broken, it must be with my consent. I will personally come to your door in 3 months. Fine, I'll wait for you 3 months. So what? Gu Qingying turned around resolutely, never looking back. Chen Changsheng staggered to the waste pill room. The waste pill room was decrepit and filthy, the floor covered with discarded pill residues. A nauseating odor assaulted his senses. Within, flames erupted from the ground, and a wave of heat struck him, almost suffocating. He closed the door behind him, shutting out all the mockery and cold stares from the outside. Chen Changsheng leaned against the mottled wall, slowly closing his eyes. He felt the chaotic, dissipating spiritual energy within his body, and the stabbing pain from his dantian. His heart was icy cold. Could it be that I, Chen Changsheng, will be trapped in this waste pill room forever, dying with my grievance? No! I refuse to accept. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Chi venom attacked his heart, and he spat a mouthful of blood. A few drops landed precisely on a gray ancient cauldron hanging on his chest. The cauldron slowly absorbed the blood, then transformed into a green light that shot into Chen Changsheng's body, settling into his dantian. A stream of information flowed into Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Eternal Pill Emperor Inheritance Chaos Cauldron has found a host Chaos Pill body awakening. Detected damaged host dantian. Automatically repairing dantian, reconstructing foundation. Chaos Cauldron, turning decay into miracle waste pills, and dregs can be re-refined into divine pills. Pill Dao Insights reach the peak, can refine pills even without a cauldron. Inherited technique Chaos True Demon Art, dual cultivation of spiritual energy and martial arts, mutually convertible. Boom. Chen Changsheng's body shook violently. A tiny cauldron spun continuously in his dantian, emitting a gentle yet vast power that instantly surged through his limbs and bones. The damaged dantian repaired at a visible speed, the scattered spiritual energy all returned, and it was even several times purer than before the abolition. The stagnant cultivation directly broke through its shackles, surpassing the past, reaching the late chi refining stage. Chen Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing briefly. His whole aura was steady. Where was there any trace of the cripple? He looked down at where the cauldron had vanished from his chest. Chaos Cauldron. Chaos Pill Body. He had actually obtained the legendary Chaos Cauldron and awakened the Chaos Pill Body. Li Huilan sect elders, all who looked down on him and framed him, you just wait. I, Chen Changsheng, even if fallen into the waste pill room, am no ordinary fish. These scattered waste pills and dregs trash in others' eyes are priceless treasures in mine. One day I will make everyone kneel before me and pay for what they did today. Chen Changsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and scanned the floor full of waste pills, his heart full of joy. From today, the waste pill room is the starting point of his fate-defying rise. After a night of rest, Chen Changsheng fully digested the inheritance of the Wangu Dan Emperor. His understanding of alchemy had reached heights ordinary people could never attain. Even the alchemy elders of Wanxian sect were but children before him. He gazed at the mountain of wasted pills and medicinal residue inside the room, showing no disdain, but instead full of anticipation. Ordinary alchemists would discard failed pills, whose spiritual energy had dissipated, rendering them useless. But under the blessing of his chaotic cauldron talent, the residual spiritual energy and medicinal souls within these waste pills could be recondensed, turning waste into treasure. Chen Changsheng simply cleared a small area, found a dilapidated old furnace that was barely usable among the broken equipment, and began to work. He casually picked up a pile of discarded Kigathering pill residues, then selected a few almost rotted low-grade herbs, and began refining pills according to the formula from the inheritance. There were no elaborate rituals, no precise ratios of ingredients. Any other alchemist would think he was fooling around. But Chen Changsheng remained calm. A flick of his finger sent the waste pill residues and withered herbs into the furnace, then he ignited the earth fire beneath the discarded pill room. The earth fire, gentle yet overbearing, instantly enveloped the furnace. Inside the waste pill residues, rapidly melted impurities were refined and expelled little by little, and the remaining spiritual energy perfectly merged with the herbal essence. After just 1 hour, a rich fragrance of pills emanated from the furnace. The aroma was several times more intense than that of normally refined Kigathering pills. Bang! The lid flew off, revealing over a dozen round, glossy, spiritually shimmering Kigathering pills lying at the bottom of the furnace. Their quality had reached the upper grade. It was known that even the seasoned alchemy disciples of Wanxian sect could only produce mid-grade Kigathering pills. Upper-grade ones were extremely rare and valuable, and these were made from a pile of unwanted waste pill residues. Chen Changsheng picked up one upper-grade kigathering pill, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within, and nodded in satisfaction. With the Dan Emperor inheritance, alchemy was as easy as turning his hand for him. Advancing his cultivation would naturally follow. He immediately sat cross-legged, swallowed a kigathering pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, rapidly transforming into his own cultivation along the path of the chaotic true demon art. Peak of the late chi refining stage. In just a moment, his cultivation had surged again. Just then, the wooden door of the waste pill room was kicked open with a loud crash. Two men in Wanxian sect servant uniform swaggered in, with fierce looks on their faces, their eyes fixed on Chen Changsheng with ill intent. "Are you that genius Chen Changsheng who was demoted to the waste pill room?" One of the servants with triangular eyes looked Chen Changsheng up and down, speaking contemptuously. "From now on, all the dirty work in this waste pill room belongs to you. Every day you must clean up these waste pill residues, then chop 100 bundles of firewood in the back mountain and carry 100 buckets of water, or you won't get any food." The other pockmarked servant directly reached out to grab Chen Changsheng's chest. "I heard you were a pill room disciple before, so you must have some good stuff. Hand it over quickly, or we'll make your life miserable in this waste pill room." In Wanxian sect, waste pill room servants were the bottom of the bottom. Bullying a demoted waste was completely normal for them. Chen Changsheng's eyes turned cold, his entire demeanor instantly freezing. Before, as a pill room disciple, no one had ever dared treat him like this. Now that the tiger had fallen to the plains, even stray dogs dared to ride on his head. Watching the outstretched hand, Chen Changsheng's eyes were icy. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. The pockmarked servant was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, half his face instantly swollen and bloody, even losing 2 teeth. This slap didn't use Chen Changsheng's full power, but it contained the cultivation of the late chi refining stage, far beyond what these two ordinary servants could withstand. Moreover, what circulated within Chen Changsheng was chaotic energy far purer than ordinary 5-element spiritual energy. Thus, fighting across cultivation levels was as easy as eating and drinking for him. The triangular-eyed servant was stunned, staring at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. You dare to fight back? You're just a waste with crippled cultivation, courting death." He let out a furious roar, and threw a punch at Chen Changsheng, his movements crude and unrefined, merely at the early chi refining stage. Chen Changsheng let out a cold snort, shifted his feet easily to dodge, and then delivered a kick straight to the triangular-eyed servant's stomach. "Ah!" The triangular-eyed servant screamed, curling up like a shrimp on the ground, trembling in pain, unable to get up. Both servants were completely dumbfounded. Hadn't they been told his cultivation was crippled by 30%? Why was he so strong? Chen Changsheng stood up and walked step by step toward the two, radiating an icy pressure, his gaze as cold as ice. "Get lost. From now on, don't bother me." The two servants were scared out of their wits, scrambled to their feet, and fled the waste pill room in utter panic, not daring to leave even one harsh word behind. Chen Changsheng watched their fleeing backs, the cold light in his eyes not fading. This was only the beginning. He would not let go of anyone who provoked him. He closed the door, sat cross-legged again, and continued to refine the kigathering pill to raise his cultivation. The urgent task was to quickly improve his strength. Only with enough power could he wash away the injustice and take revenge on Li Huayan and Hao Jian. Chen Changsheng devoted himself to cultivation in the waste pill room. In just 2 days, with the support of upper-grade kigathering pills and the heaven-defying chaotic true demon art, his cultivation directly broke through to the peak of chi refining. His strength far exceeded what it was before he was framed. His dantian was stable, and his alchemy attainments were unfathomable. In these 2 days, he continuously re-refined waste pills, producing large quantities of upper-grade pills, enough for his own cultivation and plenty left over casually placed aside. Meanwhile, the 2 servants he had beaten earlier returned, growing angrier the more they thought about it. Feeling they had lost face, they immediately sought out the servant leader's cousin, the notorious tough among servants Wang Hu. Wang, who was at the late chi refining stage, a bully among the servants, used to running rampant. As soon as he heard someone had beaten his men, he flew into a rage, and immediately led 7 or 8 servants storming toward the waste pill room.
Chen Changsheng, get the hell out here!
Wang, who stood at the entrance of the waste pill room, shouting furiously, his voice shaking the wooden door with a buzzing sound. Inside the room, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes, a flicker of annoyance in his gaze. Trouble, as expected, had arrived. He stood up slowly, pushed open the door, and looked at the crowd of servants gathered at the entrance, his expression calm, without a trace of panic.
So you're the one who dared to beat my men?
Wang, who crossed his arms, looking down at Chen Changsheng with a fierce expression.
Kid, I don't care if you were a pill room disciple before. In this waste pill room, you're nothing but a maggot. Today, either you kneel and kowtow in apology and pay 10 mid-grade kigathering pills, or it'll break your limbs and make you lie here forever. Today, you either kneel and kowtow in apology and pay 10 mid-grade kigathering pills, or it'll break your limbs and make you lie in the waste pill room.
The surrounding servants echoed, sneering, as they stared at Chen Changsheng, waiting to see him beg for mercy on his knees.
Kneel and apologize. Pay pills.
Chen Changsheng seemed to have heard a joke, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Just you lot. Tell Li Huan to come here himself. Good. A sharp-tongued waste indeed.
Wang, who laughed in anger.
Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Get him. Teach him a good lesson.
As his words fell, the 2 menial laborers behind him immediately charged forward, swinging their fists at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's gaze remained indifferent, his feet unmoving, as a faint ripple of spiritual energy stirred around him. With 2 dull thuds, the 2 laborers were flung back by an invisible force before they could even touch the hem of Chen Changsheng's robe, crashing heavily to the ground and writhing in agony. Little did they know Chen Changsheng had awakened the Chaos Dan body, cultivated the Chaos True Demon art, and trained in both spiritual and martial arts, granting him a physique far superior to ordinary men. The crowd's expression shifted. Wang Hu's pupils contracted sharply as he realized something was amiss.
You? Has your cultivation recovered?
He had heard that Chen Changsheng had been crippled, his dantian damage reduced to a useless waste. Yet this display was far from ordinary. Chen Changsheng offered no reply, slowly stepping forward toward Wang Hu. With a single punch, Wang Hu was sent flying.
How? How can you be this strong?
Wang Hu's face was twisted in terror, his voice trembling. All his former arrogance had vanished, replaced by sheer fear. He could never have imagined that a man banished to the waste pill hall would not only recover his cultivation, but become even stronger. Chen Changsheng stood before him, his eyes icy.
Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here?
Wang Hu's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly.
I was wrong. Senior brother Chen, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please spare me. Get lost.
The group fled as if pardoned. Just then a low, hoarse voice came from behind Chen Changsheng.
After all these years, someone has finally come to the waste pill hall.
Chen Changsheng's heart jolted.
Who's there?
He hadn't expected anyone else to be in the waste pill hall, nor had he noticed anyone the entire night. He quickly turned to see an old man reclining amidst a pile of refuse, a yellow gourd in hand, pouring wine into his mouth. The old man was dressed in tatters, his hair a mess, like a beggar, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Aside from the wine gourd polished smooth by his hand, there was nothing remarkable about him. Chen Changsheng hurried forward.
Senior, why are you here? Have you been guarding the waste pill hall all along?
The old man studied him and sighed.
What a pity another genius struck down by fate. Young man, what's your name? Call me Dan Lao. After so many years, someone's finally here to keep me company. Tell me your story.
According to Dan Lao, he had been banished to the waste pill hall 100 years ago. Once a prodigy in alchemy, he had been framed, their fates nearly identical. Miserable company. Chen Changsheng felt an instant kinship. He clasped his fists.
So it's Senior Dan Lao. I am Chen Changsheng.
He briefly recounted his own ordeal.
This world is never short of petty scheming and infighting. Don't dwell on it. Come have a drink with me.
Dan Lao tossed the gourd over.
Don't mind my dirtiness.
Chen Changsheng caught the gourd with a chuckle and took several big gulps.
A fiery sensation seared through his organs, especially his dantian, bringing tears to his eyes. Yet he laughed heartily.
Excellent wine!
For what was the pain of his wounds compared to the ache in his heart?
This wine.
Suddenly a surge of ecstasy filled Chen Changsheng. As he looked inward, he sensed the alcohol flowing through his limbs, a mysterious force reshaping his physique. The change was slow but unmistakable. He stared at Dan Lao, astonishment on his face.
Senior, this.
Dan Lao smiled faintly.
You can feel it too. This wine is called the nectar of creation, capable of strengthening the body. I can see your physique is already formidable with both martial and spiritual cultivation, but it's not enough. This wine will fully awaken your body. Thank you, Senior.
Overjoyed, Chen Changsheng knelt and kowtowed respectfully. In that brief moment, his physical strength had more than doubled, as if some hidden code within his body had been unlocked.
Senior, your grace is like a rebirth. I am eternally grateful, and will repay you one day.
Dan Lao accepted the bows with a smile, murmuring,
When creation emerges, chaos shall appear. Fortune or calamity.
This constitution could only be awakened by the breath of creation. The wine Chen Changsheng drank contained the essence of the creation nirvana pill, thus triggering the awakening. Otherwise, he might never have awakened this constitution. Truly, it was a matter of fate and timing. Chen Changsheng's body grew even more powerful. The energy he cultivated was chaos chi, while ordinary cultivators cultivated the 5 elements chi. Chaos chi was far superior in quality to the 5 elements chi, so improving his physique was only natural. Dan Lao stroked his beard, smiling at Chen Changsheng.
The Chaos Dan body as it should be. The Chaos Dan furnace can refine everything. Now these waste pills can be turned into treasure. Senior, you.
Chen Changsheng's heart tightened. This Dan Lao seemed far from ordinary, knowing everything even about his Chaos Dan body. He had been here for over 200 years, perhaps he was a hidden master. Dan Lao stroked his beard.
Hey, I saw your alchemy earlier. It was almost divine, surpassing even my skill. And reclaiming waste pills, truly remarkable. You're going to strike it rich, kid. When you do, don't forget to buy me some wine.
Chen Changsheng chuckled.
Of course, whatever wine you desire, as long as I can manage, I'll ensure you have plenty.
Moreover, Chen Changsheng had awakened a divine ability called the Eye of True Sight, allowing him to perceive the minutest details of all things and the flow of energy. His eyesight was now immeasurably more powerful than before. If he were to return to the alchemy chamber now, the success rate of his pill refinement would undoubtedly increase significantly with these eyes. Chen Changsheng then began to reclaim waste pills. Recycling waste pills was far more efficient than refining new ones, and since he lacked the materials for alchemy, reclaiming them was the faster path. Opening his mouth, Chen Changsheng inhaled dozens of waste pills, drawing them into his stomach. They then entered the chaotic cauldron within his dantian, where they began to be reclaimed and refined. Instantly, wisps of black toxic chi were expelled from his mouth.
Chen Changsheng, do not waste this pill toxicity. I shall teach you a technique of poison refinement, allowing you to condense the toxins into poison pearls for use in battle.
As if able to perceive the workings of the chaotic cauldron within Chen Changsheng's dantian, the elder Dan nodded and transmitted a minor spell to him.
Boy, this is a minor spell I cultivated in my idle hours, capable of saving your life in critical moments. Thank you, Senior.
Overjoyed, Chen Changsheng followed the cultivation method imparted by Elder Dan, and quickly refined the toxins into a single pearl. According to Elder Dan, once this pearl was thrown, it would burst open, and any cultivator who inhaled even a trace of its poison would be afflicted. Soon Chen Changsheng had reclaimed 12 chi-gathering pills. 10 of these pills bore only 2 pill patterns, marking them as mid-grade, while 1 pill possessed 3 patterns, making it a high-grade one. It was inevitable given that they were reclaimed from waste pills, yet it was already an impressive feat. Chen Changsheng brought the chi-gathering pills before Elder Dan and said with delight,
Senior, please take a look.
He had just used over 30 discarded chi-gathering pills to reclaim 12. Chen Changsheng calculated that roughly 3 waste pills yielded 1 successful reclamation. Elder Dan took the pills, examined them, and nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad. Truly worthy of the chaotic pill body. It seems my wine expenses are secured from now on. Chen Changsheng nodded. Senior, from now on, no matter what wine you wish to drink, as long as I can purchase it, I will surely bring it to you. Good, continue your reclamation. From now on, all the work here is yours. It's time for me to enjoy some leisure. Having said this, Elder Dan stood up stretched and went inside to find a place to sleep. Chen Changsheng nodded. Very well, I'll take over all your tasks from now on. But what exactly needs to be done? Elder Dan took a gulp of wine before replying. Nothing much, really. Just sorting the various pills into categories and throwing many of the waste materials into the earth fire for incineration. Chen Changsheng understood. Essentially, he needed to dispose of the waste pills properly, ensuring the pill toxicity did not escape to harm others, and that would suffice. As Elder Dan retired to sleep, Chen Changsheng swallowed all the chi-gathering pills. He then cultivated while simultaneously reclaiming waste pills. Soon a whole night had passed. Chen Changsheng had reclaimed a considerable number of pills, and his cultivation base steadily increased. The stages of cultivation are Qi initiation, Qi refinement, foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit, severing, void, refining, body, integration, great ascension, and tribulation, transcendence. Despite not sleeping the entire night, Chen Changsheng felt not the slightest fatigue, but was instead brimming with energy. In a single night, he had reclaimed over 100 pills, all of which now belonged to him. Unlike before, when no matter how many pills he refined, he had to hand them all over. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng had also conveniently refined quite a few poison pills. According to Elder Dan, these poison pills could even be sold outside, as many cultivators, especially those of the demonic sects, favored using them. In the span of a single day, he had fallen from the mortal world into hell, only to climb back from hell to heaven. The realm of immortal cultivation was indeed never lacking in miracles. The waste pill chamber, which others would avoid at all costs, had now become his blessed land. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Chen Changsheng stretched lazily and rose to his feet, then pulled open the door of the waste pill room. Outside, the sunlight was bright and cheerful birds chirped softly, and his mood lifted considerably. Just then a chubby, tigerish little boy peeked in hesitantly and asked, with a touch of shyness, "Are you senior brother Chen Changsheng?" Yes, I am. And you are? Chen Changsheng studied the little fatty, noting his fair, plump face, his tiger-like demeanor, and his exceptionally clear eyes. He was rather endearing. The young boy rubbed the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. My name is Zhang Dahe from the neighboring Spirit Beast Garden. I heard about what happened to you, and thought it was a pity, so I brought you some food. With that he pulled a roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves from his bosom, and handed it over. Here. Thank you so much. Senior brother Zhang, won't you come in and sit for a while? Chen Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the little fatty. It seemed there were truly many good people in this world. Zhang Dahe waved his hand. No, I still have to go clean the spirit beast's stables. It'll be off now. Zhang Dahe took a couple of steps, then turned back. Be careful of that Li Huan. He has a pretty bad reputation. Chen Changsheng nodded. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Enjoy your meal. I'll bring you more food when I have time. The little fatty said this, and then toddled off. Chen Changsheng did not eat the roasted chicken. Instead, he gave it to Dan Lao, who was sleeping in the depths of the waste pill room. Dan Lao's eyes narrowed into slits at the sight of the chicken. Roasted chicken is wonderful. Roasted chicken paired with fine wine, one of life's great pleasures. He then began to eat and drink heartily. Elder, please take your time. I'll get to my work now. Just then someone delivered a cart of waste pills. It was Chong Long. Chong Long seemed to want to say something but ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. Chen Changsheng did not greet him either. This Chong Long, like himself, was a colleague in the pill room. They had once been on good terms, but when trouble struck, Chong Long hadn't spoken a single word in his defense. That was hard to overlook. Beneath the pile of waste pills were 200 low-grade spirit stones and some fasting pills. Chen Changsheng collected both the stones and the pills. It seemed Chong Long was still somewhat decent, not entirely devoid of humanity. At that moment 3 men swaggered in. It was Li Huan and his 2 lackeys. Chen Changsheng's gaze turned icy at the sight of him.
Li Huailan, you still dare to come? Li Huailan's eyes swept the room and landed on the spirit stones and fasting pills that had not yet been put away. His eyes lit up. Chen Changsheng, I heard you beat up Wang Hu. I came today intending to give you a good thrashing, but if you hand over those spirit stones and pills, they'll spare you. That's right, Chen Changsheng. You're a waste hiding in the waste pill room for life. What use do you have for so many spirit stones when you can't even cultivate? Better to offer them to us as tribute. Yes, Chan Long must have given you these things. Well, just take them off your hands. The group then advanced toward the spirit stones. Li Huailan was at the peak of the qi refining stage, and his two companions were also in the late qi refining stage. In an unknown fight, it seemed Chen Changsheng had little chance of victory. However, Chen Changsheng flicked his finger, and a poison pill suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of black smoke. If he could avoid a fight and just give Li Huailan a nasty surprise, that would be good enough. Ah! Poison. Damn it, I've been poisoned. Li Huailan and his men scrambled frantically to expel the toxin, finding that their spiritual energy had begun to flow sluggishly. Chen Changsheng punched Li Huailan to the ground, then planted a foot on his chest. Li Huailan, it's all your fault that I've fallen to this state. And you still dare to come looking for trouble. You wretched cur, you dare strike me. You are as good as dead. Not even a celestial deity could save you now. Li Huailan trampled beneath Chen Changsheng, a man deemed utterly worthless, burned with indignant fury, hurling venomous curses from his lips. Slap. 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 Chen Changsheng raised his hand and delivered a dozen stinging backhands. Li Huailan, I struck you deliberately. This ruined alchemy chamber is my domain, and should you ever dare set foot here again, I shall strike you down once more. This man had not only slandered his honor, but also poisoned his Dantian, leaving him crippled. Today at last he had avenged that long-simmering outrage. Two of Li Huailan's lackeys lunged forward, only to collapse mid-stride, their bodies ravaged by toxin. Not a trace of spiritual energy could be summoned, they lay limp as sodden clay. Stop! I swear, I'll never set foot in your ruined alchemy chamber again. Li Huailan's face was swollen and bruised. Pragmatism overrode pride. He would yield now, bide his time, and reclaim his dignity later. Humph, still calling yourself old man? With a sharp crack, Chen Changsheng landed another 7 or 8 thunderous slaps. Li Huailan's nose twisted sideways, his eyes askew, pitiful beyond measure. I dare not. I truly dare not. Just release me, as if I were nothing more than a passing puff of wind. Li Huailan trembled, genuinely terrified. How could this man, whose Dantian had been shattered, still wield such terrifying ferocity? Chen Changsheng sneered coldly. Still coveting my spirit stones? Li Huailan grinned crookedly. Why not? Seeing murder flicker in Chen Changsheng's gaze, Li Huailan clenched his bowels tight. Ah, wait! I meant, I dare not! With a brutal kick, Chen Changsheng sent him sprawling. Begone! Next time you come, you'll be beaten again, without mercy. Yes, yes, we're gone, we're gone. The three scrambled away on hands and knees. Wait! Li Huailan froze, wrenching his battered body around with visible effort. Ah! What now? Chen Changsheng demanded. Leave your spatial ring behind. That is your recompense for harming me. Chen Changsheng himself possessed no spatial ring, yet Li Huailan did. With it, carrying supplies would become infinitely easier. Li Huailan's face paled. Wait, not so fast. You've already beaten me senseless. Surely that settles the score. Settles the score. You flatter yourself. Hand over the ring, or remain here forever. I shall seal you within the earth-fire crucible, where you'll endure its searing torment day after day. I don't believe you dare kill me. Don't believe me. Who would know, should I erase you utterly? I grant you one breath to decide. A flash of lethal intent gleamed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Li Huailan's blood ran cold. Yes, it was possible. If they perished here, no one would suspect Chen Changsheng. May I at least retrieve the items inside the ring? No. Hurry, I grow impatient. Chen Changsheng produced another toxin pill, fingers poised to crush it. Li Huailan gritted his teeth and surrendered the ring. Another detonation would surely kill them, the poison already churned restlessly within their veins, threatening imminent collapse. Chen Changsheng weighed the spatial ring in his palm and nodded in quiet satisfaction.
Li Huailan, you make an excellent fortune-bearing boy. Do visit again, often.
Inside lay pills, and crucially several rare spirit-forging materials evidently intended for crafting a flying sword. Even more astonishing, a purple celestial thunder talisman. With these resources, he could forge a flying sword, granting him at last a sliver of self-defense. The three fled in utter disgrace, cursing fate for having granted them too few legs to outrun their shame. Dan Lao emerged, wine jug in hand.
You've released a tiger back into the mountains. Your troubles have only just begun.
Chen Changsheng gave a wry smile.
You've seen it too. If I don't teach these people a lesson, life will be impossible from now on.
Old Dan took a gulp of wine, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes.
What I mean is, if it were me, I'd have left them all here. Remember, you must pull out the weeds by the roots, or they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Oh!
Chen Changsheng glanced at old Dan in surprise. In that moment, the old man resembled a sword about to be drawn from its sheath. Once unleashed, it would surely rend the very heavens. Chen Changsheng handed the spirit stones to old Dan.
Senior, take these to buy some wine. Oh! You're giving me all your money for wine.
Now it was old Don's turn to be astonished. After all, 200 spirit stones were no small fortune for Chen Changsheng, yet he was being so generous. Chen Changsheng nodded.
Of course. If it weren't for the fine wine you gave me, Senior, my physical body wouldn't have awakened so quickly.
Next, Chen Changsheng refined Li Huailan's storage ring. He then poured out its contents in a heap. Aside from some refining materials, there were only a few ordinary pills and a handful of spirit stones. In truth, the most precious item was the purple thunder divine talisman. Just earlier, Li Huailan's true chi had been in disarray, preventing him from activating it, all to Chen Changsheng's advantage. Chen Changsheng sighed.
These should be materials for forging a flying sword, but unfortunately I don't know the art of smithing.
Old Dan casually tossed him a jade slip.
I have the secret technique for forging flying swords here. You can give it a try. But I don't have a furnace.
Chen Changsheng was only at the chi refining stage. If he reached the core formation stage, he would generate Dan fire within his body, and then he wouldn't need a furnace for forging at all.
Follow me.
Old Dan led Chen Changsheng deep into the waste pill room and pulled out a furnace from a pile of rubble. Chen Changsheng was overjoyed.
There really is a furnace.
Now, with a furnace, earthly fire, and refining materials, all the conditions for forging a flying sword were met. Chen Changsheng was eager to try. Chen Changsheng pressed the jade slip old Dan had given him against his forehead. Instantly, a stream of information surged into his sea of consciousness, and the words,
"Compendium of Artifact Refining,"
slowly emerged.
This is quite profound.
Chen Changsheng could tell at a glance that this tome was no ordinary work. He was utterly perplexed. Had he not been a transmigrator with a solid literary foundation from childhood, he would have understood nothing. Fortunately, in his past life, Chen Changsheng had graduated from university with a degree in Chinese language and literature. It took him only a few hours to grasp the general knowledge of forging flying swords. Of course, the Compendium of Artifact Refining contained far more profound mysteries, but forging a flying sword was relatively simple in comparison. Luckily, there was nothing to do in the waste pill room. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. In his previous days, at the main pill room, he was swamped with work and had no time to study such things. Thus, being in the waste pill room was truly a blessing. At least, he could cultivate and study in peace, an advantage found nowhere else.
You comprehended it so quickly. Don't need me to explain it to you.
Old Dan was lying on a pile of trash drinking wine, and was startled to see Chen Changsheng preparing to forge.
The materials for forging a flying sword aren't cheap. If you ruin it, you won't have money to buy more.
Chen Changsheng nodded.
I know. I think I'm just about ready.
Old Dan twitched his beard.
Is that so? Let me test you on the knowledge of forging flying swords from the Compendium of Artifact Refining and see how much you grasped.
Chen Changsheng grinned.
Please go ahead and test me.
After a round of questioning, old Dan was utterly stunned because Chen Changsheng answered everything correctly. Old Dan was speechless. No way. It took me nearly half a month to fully digest this knowledge back in the day. Are you even human? Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. Born with natural beauty, what can I do? Dan Lao curled his lip and said, You brat, the more I praise you, the more you puff up. Your cultivation level is too low right now. I advise you to raise it a bit before you start forging flying swords. That way your chances of success will be greater. That makes sense. I'll work on improving my cultivation first. For the next 7 or 8 days, Chen Changsheng was occupied with recycling waste pills and enhancing his cultivation. He recycled pills while practicing managing both without delay, reclaiming over 100 pills each day. If the alchemy hall staff found out, they would surely be terrified, as even a whole team couldn't produce that many pills in a single day. Most of the pills Chen Changsheng recycled were stored away, while a small portion he consumed, treating pills as food daily. As a result, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds with a solid foundation. Moreover, there were no bottlenecks. In the qi refining stage, there were hardly any barriers. It was merely a process of accumulating spiritual energy, as long as the supply of pills was abundant. Other outer disciples received fewer than 10 pills a month, while Chen Changsheng ate over a dozen a day. It was no wonder his cultivation skyrocketed. Chen Changsheng was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, a blessing in disguise. During these days, Li Huaiyan hadn't come to cause trouble for some unknown reason, or perhaps he had been scared off. On the contrary, Zhang Dahu frequently brought Chen Changsheng food, and their bond grew closer. Chen Changsheng occasionally visited the spirit beast garden where Zhang Dahu worked, and the two became good friends. One day Zhang Dahu came again. Zhang Dahu handed Chen Changsheng a cooked item resembling a bear's paw, glanced around and said, Here, this is delicious. It's the paw of a star leopard beast infused with spiritual energy. It might benefit your dantian. Zhang Dahu had secretly taken out the star leopard beast's paw, unable to bear eating it himself. Senior brother Zhang, you don't need to bring me food anymore. For a waste like me, such good things are a waste. Chen Changsheng was deeply moved. The star leopard beast was a peak first-tier spirit beast known for its speed, and he wondered where Zhang Dahu had obtained it. Zhang Dahu waved his hand. Brother, don't give up on yourself. The world of cultivation is full of wonders, and miracles happen every day. Maybe your dantian will be restored one day. With that, Zhang Dahu smiled. Eat up, it's delicious. Unable to refuse such kindness, Chen Changsheng ate the star leopard beast's paw. Immediately he felt a surge of pure energy flowing through his limbs and bones, especially his hands and feet, which seemed to grow stronger. Zhang Dahu stared at Chen Changsheng's face. How is it? Do you feel anything? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I told you, giving something so good to a waste like me is a complete loss. Keep it for yourself next time. Zhang Dahu grinned innocently. Even if it doesn't work, it'll at least make you stronger. Otherwise you won't last long in the waste pill room. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. But you really don't need to bring food anymore. I can find fasting pills in there. Chen Changsheng was genuinely grateful. Zhang Dahu treated him well without expecting anything in return, a rarity in the Xianhuang continent where such people had nearly vanished. Zhang Dahu thought Chen Changsheng was just comforting himself, so he nodded. All right. If you ever crave meat, just tell me, and I'll find a way to get it for you. After Zhang Dahu left, Chen Changsheng continued recycling pills. Soon a rich aroma of alchemy wafted out. Overjoyed, he reclaimed another batch of qi-gathering pills, 12 in total, and one of them bore 3 pill patterns. A superior grade pill had appeared. The more pill patterns, the better the quality. Just then someone knocked on the door. Chen Changsheng quickly hid the alchemy furnace and opened the door. Standing there was a bright-eyed, fair-skinned young woman. You are? Xia Yudi, the steward of the herb garden. You must be Chen Changsheng. Were you just practicing alchemy? I can smell the fragrance of pills. Chen Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? Ah, senior sister Xia, you jest. I am but a cripple. How could I possibly refine pills? You must be mistaken. Chen Changsheng knew that aside from Elder Dan, no one could ever learn of his ability to reclaim waste pills, otherwise it would spell doom,
and he would surely be taken as a lab rat for research.
Oh, then perhaps I was mistaken. Chen Changsheng, I have heard your story, truly tragic. But a man need not worry about finding a wife.
By the way, if you ever face difficulties, you can seek me out at the herb garden not far from your waste pill chamber.
Xia Yudi blinked at Chen Changsheng, offering a hint of goodwill.
Chen Changsheng clasped his fists.
Thank you, senior sister Xia. I am deeply grateful. Please take care.
After Xia Yudi left, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he must be even more cautious and preferably reclaim pills only at night. Meanwhile, at a sacred cultivation site of the Wanxian sect, a woman descended on her flying sword and landed at the entrance. She was Gu Qingying's younger sister, Gu Qingcheng. She refining disciples could also fly on swords, but only over short distances. This was Gu Qingying's master's abode, a place of breathtaking beauty where immortal cranes danced, deer grazed leisurely, and the ground was carpeted with exotic flowers and rare herbs. Petals drifted in a fragrant breeze, celestial mists swirled, and a rainbow arched over a bridge. Such a sacred cultivation ground stood in stark contrast to Chen Changsheng's dilapidated waste pill chamber. The mountain guard, recognizing Gu Qingcheng, quickly let her in. Passing through the mountain gate, an even more enchanting vista unfolded: pavilions and towers adorned with blossoms in a riot of colors, and in the distance a waterfall cascaded like a silver river from the mountainside. Immortal birds roamed everywhere, auspicious koi swam, and lotuses bloomed as heavenly flowers rained down.
Sister, that waste Chen Changsheng dares to boast that he will personally come to break off the engagement in 3 months. Who does he think he is?
Gu Qingcheng stormed in to find her sister Gu Qingying sitting cross-legged in a pavilion.
He must be angry,
Gu Qingying said, looking up with a sigh.
Am I being too harsh by kicking him when he's down?
Gu Qingying raised her head, her features delicate, arched brows, bright eyes, cherry lips, and pearly teeth. The two sisters together were a dazzling sight, their beauty outshining even the most exquisite flowers. The Gu sisters were indeed stunning, like two thorny roses of the Wanxian sect coveted by countless male disciples. Gu Qingcheng plopped down unceremoniously, pouting.
What's so harsh about it? Sister, you're too kind. I would have dumped him long ago. Now is the perfect time to break off the engagement.
Gu Qingying shot her sister a glance.
Now that you've started cultivating, can't you learn some dignity and restraint? Enough, I'll handle this later.
The two sisters were a study in contrast. Gu Qingying was composed and steady, while Gu Qingcheng was lively, unconventional, and a bit mischievous. With that, Gu Qingying looked at her sister.
Don't mention him anymore. Focus on your training and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible.
Gu Qingcheng stuck out her tongue.
Oh, I know. Sister, you're about to break through to foundation establishment, aren't you?
Gu Qingying nodded.
Yes, I'm preparing for it these days. Don't disturb me during this time. Ah. Sister, you're amazing. I'm only at the 7th level of qi refining.
Gu Qingcheng looked a bit disheartened. Just then Hao Jian approached and said softly,
Junior sister Qingcheng has arrived.
Hao Jian, clad in white robes, with a Longshan sword strapped to his back, had long hair veiling his brows. His garments fluttered in the breeze, exuding an air of carefree elegance, like an immortal. Gu Qingcheng's face lit up at the sight of Hao Jian. She quickly stood up.
Senior brother Hao, you're here. You look so handsome today.
Hao Jian nodded, and approached Gu Qingying, a trace of infatuation flickering in his eyes. He said gently,
Junior sister, the master summons you to discuss matters regarding foundation establishment. Follow me.
Gu Qingying rose, and casually brushed the hair from her forehead.
Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Sister, you may head back first, or wait here if you wish. Just remember not to wander off.
On the other side, Xia Yudai had just departed not long ago. Unexpectedly, Li Huaiyan and his two companions returned once more. This time, they came thoroughly prepared, having specially acquired poison-repelling talismans, and borrowed a spiritual artifact along with 2 magical instruments. The reason Li Huaiyan had been absent these past few days was that he was expelling poison and acquiring magical treasures. During this period, Li Huaiyan had become the laughingstock of almost everyone. After all, as a legitimate outer disciple, being so thoroughly humiliated by that waste, Chen Changsheng left him with no face to show. Thus, he had been hiding in the shadows, licking his wounds, and preparing to strike back with a vengeance. With such thorough preparations this time, if he didn't beat the crap out of Chen Changsheng, his name wasn't Li Huayan.
Kid, those fools are back again. I see they're well prepared this time, so you'd best be careful.
Chen Changsheng was tidying up the alchemy chamber when Dan Lao's voice drifted over slowly, offering a kind reminder.
Oh, Li Huayan is it? That fellow dares to show his face again.
With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Changsheng saw clearly Li Huayan, and his two cronies were charging in aggressively. This time they were certainly well prepared, at least his poison pills would likely be useless against them. Chen Changsheng was now at the 9th layer of qi refining, and dealing with these three would be a trivial matter. However, he wasn't ready to reveal his true strength just yet.
You don't want to expose your power, do you? Over the years, I've crafted a set of illusory maze array out of boredom. I'll surely leave those fellows utterly disoriented.
Dan Lao tossed over a jade slip.
This controls the formation. Just activate it with your spiritual sense. Oh!
Chen Changsheng knew that Dan Lao was no ordinary person, an old monster who had lived for centuries. It was understandable that he possessed such tricks. The moment Li Huayan and his two companions barged into the abandoned alchemy room, they stumbled headlong into the grand formation. All around them was a vast expanse of white with no sense of direction.
Senior, this formation.
Chen Changsheng saw clearly that the grand array was crafted entirely from discarded items, abandoned sword blanks, waste stones, broken weapons, and spoiled pills. Dan Lao chuckled slyly.
In previous years, the leftover slag from Wanxian sect's artifact forging was also dumped here. Out of boredom, I used these scraps to build this formation for fun. If only the waste hadn't stopped being dumped here, I might have scavenged some treasures.
Chen Changsheng gave a thumbs up.
Even waste can forge a formation. Truly impressive.
At this moment, Li Huayan and his companions were completely trapped within the formation, unable to find their way out. With a bang, a poison pill exploded, filling the air with toxic smoke.
Careful. Cover your mouths and noses.
Li Huayan's face changed, still haunted by the last encounter.
Brotherly, don't we have the poison-repelling talismans? What's there to fear? Exactly, let's hurry and find Chen Changsheng to kill him. Right, with my poison-repelling talisman, what do I have to fear? Once I find Chen Changsheng, I'll torture him to death. A waste like him, even if killed, the sect won't bother.
Li Huayan said with a venomous look. However, none of the three realized that their poison-repelling talismans would only last for 1 hour before completely losing their effect.
How is this possible? How could a waste like Chen Changsheng set up such a powerful formation?
As time ticked by, Li Huayan and his companions were still wandering in circles, and he suddenly recalled that the talismans had a time limit.
Chen Changsheng, if you've got the guts, come out. Come out! What kind of skill is it to hide and skulk?
Bang! Bang! Just then 2 more poison beads exploded, and thick black smoke nearly engulfed the trio. Their poison-repelling talismans had lost their power, and their true qi was being corroded by the toxins. Chen Changsheng stepped out from the black smoke.
I heard you were looking for me. You? Don't come any closer.
Li Huayan shuddered at the sight of Chen Changsheng's smiling face, feeling a sharp sting of pain on his cheeks. The last time Chen Changsheng struck him, his face had swollen for days. Chen Changsheng smirked.
What's wrong? You were just calling me out, and now you want me to stay back. What exactly do you mean? Brothers, let's fight him.
Li Huayan gritted his teeth, and the 3 of them charged at Chen Changsheng together.
It seems the poison hasn't taken hold deeply enough.
Chen Changsheng flickered and vanished once more. Now that he controlled the formation, he could hide it while moving through it like a fish in water. Bang! At that moment, another poison pill exploded before Li Huayan. This time, he was completely enveloped in toxic fumes, his face turning black and blue. Their antidote talismans had failed entirely, and each of them had absorbed a considerable amount of poison. They quickly sat cross-legged to expel the toxins. Chen Changsheng emerged with a grin.
Are you going to behave now?
He walked up to Li Huayan and took the seal-shaped treasure from his hands, examining it with satisfaction.
Not bad, not bad. This seal is actually a spirit artifact. Thank you for the gift. You'll take it without hesitation. And you too will gladly accept those 2 magical artifacts as well. Alright, since you've brought me such treasures, I'll spare you. Now get lost.
Chen Changsheng rejoiced at obtaining 3 treasures at once. At last, he was no longer unarmed. This Li Huan was nothing short of a gift-bearing child. A truly generous soul. Last time he delivered a storage ring and materials for forging a flying sword. Today, he brought a spirit artifact and 2 magical artifacts. With a sudden shift, the 3 were hurled out of the waste pill chamber by a tremendous force, landing battered and bruised. Li Huan wailed.
Chen Changsheng, I curse your ancestors' 8 generations.
This time the treasures were ones he had obtained through immense effort, yet they had once again fallen into the hands of that waste Chen Changsheng. Even now he couldn't figure out where things went wrong. Chen Changsheng clearly had no cultivation base at all, yet he always managed to make them suffer.
Why does this keep happening? Why are we so unlucky?
The other 2 exchanged glances.
Brotherly, this waste pill chamber is probably haunted. Let's not go in there again. Well, just wait outside. There's no way Chen Changsheng won't come out. Exactly. As soon as Chen Changsheng dares to show his face, he's done for.
Li Huan's eyes lit up.
Right. There's something off about that waste pill chamber. From now on we won't go in. Starting today, the 2 of you will take turns guarding the waste pill chamber. The moment that little beast Chen Changsheng comes out, notify me immediately. The priority now is to expel the poison.
Chen Changsheng paid no attention to Li Huan and his cronies outside. He was currently refining the spirit artifact and the 2 magical artifacts. In the cultivation world, magical artifacts were the lowest grade of treasures capable of channeling spiritual energy to emit sword gleams or blade radiances. Spirit artifacts, however, were far more formidable. They could change size and possess numerous transformations. This seal, called the Earth-Covering Seal, could be summoned to attack enemies. As for the 2 magical artifacts, one was a blade and the other a sword. Now with these 3 treasures, Chen Changsheng finally had weapons at his disposal.
Alright, now it's time to forge the flying sword.
Chen Changsheng locked the waste pill chamber, activated the formation set by Elder Dan, and began preparing to forge the flying sword. Once the flying sword was complete, he could venture out and see the world beyond. Chen Changsheng pointed with his finger, and Dan Lao's cauldron soared forth, expanding to human height before settling upon the heart of the earthly flame. At present, Chen Changsheng's cultivation realm remains too low. He must rely on an external cauldron to forge artifacts. Once his realm ascends, he will be able to use his own body as the cauldron, forging without any external aid. Cultivators who reach the golden core realm can ignite their own core flame for artifact forging, rendering earthly flame entirely unnecessary. Chen Changsheng cast each of the artifact forging materials he had acquired from Li Huan into the cauldron, where they melted one by one. With a single exhalation of chaotic qi into the earthly flame, a thunderous roar erupted, as if a bucket of oil had been poured onto blazing fire, the flame surging upward to human height. After 1 hour, nearly all materials had liquefied into a searing crimson molten pool. Another hour passed, and every impurity had been refined away. Once all impurities were purged, the shaping phase commenced. Guided solely by his divine sense, Chen Changsheng swiftly molded the molten essence into the form of a flying sword. The blade measured exactly 3 qi and 3 cun in length, 2 fingers in width, slender, elegant, embodying Chen Changsheng's lifelong ideal of the perfect flying sword. Yet shaping the blade was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in inscribing formation arrays within it. The greater the number and complexity of formations inscribed, the more formidable the artifact becomes. Such inscription must occur swiftly and precisely while the artifact remains molten, before it cools and solidifies. Among flying swords, 2 formations are most commonly employed: the wind spirit formation, governing velocity. Without it, aerial flight would be impossible. The second is the metal spirit formation, dedicated to assassination. Its synergy with the wind spirit formation enables the blade to sever heads across 1,000 li. Naturally, incorporating additional formations not only amplifies power, but also expands functionality, such as thunder spirit, fire spirit, or water spirit formations.
Over these past days, Chen Changsheng mastered only the wind spirit and metal spirit formations, not due to lack of ambition, but because his current strength permits no more than 2 complete arrays before exhaustion overtakes him. This limitation persists despite his unique chaos core physique, a rare constitution embodying all cultivation attributes, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. Thus, forging a flying sword typically demands collaborative effort among several cultivators, each attuned to a distinct elemental affinity. Moreover, the sword's base material determines how many formations it can sustain. Superior materials permit denser, more intricate arrays. Inferior ones risk mutual interference among formations, causing erratic or failed activation. In extreme cases, such interference may even trigger catastrophic structural collapse of the blade itself. The artificer projects his divine sense deep into the nascent artifact, constructing its microstructure at the fundamental level, while simultaneously guiding his true energy along precise formation pathways, etching impossibly fine channels of condensed spiritual force. Though this sounds simple, its execution is extraordinarily demanding. The slightest misstep renders all prior effort void. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Changsheng attempted to inscribe both formations, each attempt ending in failure. Yet these repeated failures inadvertently honed his divine sense, refining its subtlety, precision, and flawless control. A low resonant hum vibrated through the air. And on this day, Chen Changsheng finally succeeded in inscribing both the wind spirit and metal spirit formations into the blade. Instantly, golden radiance blazed forth. The sword spiraled gracefully in the wind, then shot forward at Chen Changsheng's command, spitting once before cleaving a stone cleanly in 2 as effortlessly as slicing tofu. With a subtle shift in incantation, Chen Changsheng leapt onto the blade and soared through the abandoned pill refining chamber. From now on you shall be called Jinghong. Let us take you outside, for your first true flight. Taking advantage of the night, Chen Changsheng, seeing no one around, left the sect, descended the mountain, leaped onto his flying sword, and with a mere thought, he soared into the sky with a whoosh. He tested it, and found that both its speed and attack power were immense, seemingly far greater than those of ordinary flying swords. He surmised that this must be related to his own chaotic chi. Typically, true sword flight is only possible at the foundation establishment stage, as chi refining cultivators possess too little spiritual energy for anything beyond short-distance flight. Now this flying sword lacked only the final step, awakening, to stir a faint spark of sentience. This step required infusing it with the essence of a demon beast or a celestial spirit to serve as its artifact spirit. A sword with an artifact spirit was considered a truly complete flying sword. Lost in thought, Chen Changsheng failed to notice a patch of red cloud about an acre in size stealthily approaching him. Not good! By the time Chen Changsheng reacted, it was too late. The acre of red cloud suddenly surged forward, engulfing him, as if the heavens and earth were overturned. He was surrounded on all sides by a sea of blood red filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of demons. A red-haired old man materialized, cackling eerily. Hee, this old ancestor is truly fortunate. I step out to relieve myself, and prey delivers itself to my doorstep. Excellent, excellent. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted. He quickly leaped off his flying sword onto a hilltop, staring warily ahead. The red-haired old man hidden within the crimson mist spoke with a wavering voice, and cackled like a fiend from hell. Around him were dozens of blood-red banner flags, their surfaces occasionally revealing ghostly faces, each with green faces and fangs hideous and terrifying, as if they would leap out and tear Chen Changsheng to shreds, yet they were bound by the flags, unable to escape. His flying sword swirling before him, Chen Changsheng snorted coldly. Who are you? How dare you trespass? This is the territory of our Wanxian sect. Are you courting death? The red-haired old man exuded a sinister aura. He was clearly a heretic cultivator. After all, each ghostly face on those banners represented a wronged soul. Boy, the Wanxian sect may be formidable, but our blood-fiend sect is no less. You shall become the 9,999th soul on my blood soul banner. Once I claim you, my banner will be complete. Who are you? How dare you be so reckless? This is the rear mountain of our Wanxian sect. Soon enforcement disciples will arrive and scatter your soul to the winds.
Surrounded by the blood soul banner, everything was a uniform blood red obscuring all else. When Chen Changsheng extended his divine sense, it sank into an abyss without a trace. He realized that this red-haired Taoist was formidable, possessing great supernatural power. Truly his luck had turned sour. Merely testing his flying sword had led him to a heretic cultivator. The Xinhuang continent was indeed perilous beyond measure.
Hee boy, I am the Red Cloud Ancestor. I delight in capturing so-called righteous cultivators like you to refine my banner. You are the last one I need for my blood soul banner to reach perfection.
Chen Changsheng snorted coldly.
A mere chi refining cultivator dares to call himself an ancestor. How utterly reckless.
What Chen Changsheng did not know was that this Red Cloud Ancestor was a figure of great origin, renowned since ancient times, an old monster who had lived for untold millennia. During the Great War of Antiquity, he had been reduced to a single wisp of true spirit, slumbering for tens of thousands of years before only recently awakening. He had anchored his true spirit onto the primordial spirit of a blood fiend sect disciple, thus achieving rebirth. He currently had no physical body, existing only as a wisp of primordial spirit. However, the Red Cloud Ancestor had originally attained enlightenment from a drop of filthy blood, so the absence of a body did not greatly hinder him. Red Cloud Ancestor's expression darkened.
An ignorant brat who doesn't know his place. When I was born, your ancestors hadn't even entered this world.
Chen Changsheng curled his lips.
Is that so? Then why are you still only at the chi refining stage? Your talent must be utterly dreadful.
As an ancient great power who had existed since time immemorial, being mocked by a mere adolescent, infuriated Red Cloud Ancestor.
Boy, enough of this useless chatter. I'll rip your soul from your body, refine it into my banner, and have it serve me for 10,000 years.
With those words, he stirred his mind, and the blood-red banners rustled violently. They rolled toward Chen Changsheng in a sweeping motion, the malevolent ghosts on the banners becoming even more ferocious, some extending crimson tongues, others brandishing 3-foot-long claws, all intent on tearing Chen Changsheng to shreds. Red Cloud Ancestor was an utterly sinister being. In his idle moments, he would torment these souls to breed resentment within them. The greater their resentment, the more formidable the blood soul banner became. Yet even Red Cloud Ancestor felt a hint of helplessness. For all his status as an ancient great power, he was reduced to wielding such a lowly artifact as the blood soul banner, a necessity born of circumstance. Enclosed within the blood soul grand array, the malevolent aura of the vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts nearly solidified into a tangible force, assaulting Chen Changsheng's primordial spirit and plunging him into a dazed stupor. Just then a surge of cooling energy emanated from Chen Changsheng's dantian, snapping him back to his senses. With a thought, his flying sword danced and whirled, striking at the vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts. Chen Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. This grand array was formidable indeed. If an ordinary chi refining cultivator were caught in it, the overwhelming malevolent aura would likely shatter their mind in an instant, leaving them helpless prey. However, the flying sword inflicted little damage on these vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts, for they were but ethereal entities. Had the sword been inscribed with a lightning spirit array, it could have countered them. Instead, the crimson mist surged into the sword, corrupting it and hindering its movement.
Boy, your flying sword is not bad, but it's utterly useless. Surrender and offer yourself as a sacrifice to my banner.
As Red Cloud Ancestor finished speaking, he chanted loudly.
Heaven overturns earth, spin, stars shift.
In an instant, Chen Changsheng felt the world spin, the celestial river reversing, and he was teleported to an unknown location. It turned out that Red Cloud Ancestor had sensed someone approaching, and used the blood soul grand array to whisk Chen Changsheng away. Yet this departure suited Chen Changsheng perfectly. He had been hesitant to use Sangdabao's earth-subduing seal on the back mountain of Wanxian sect, fearing the commotion would be detected. Now he directly summoned it. As the earth-subduing seal appeared, it radiated golden light, growing with the wind until it was the size of several houses. Resonating with Buddhist chants, it slammed violently down upon the vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts. The earth-subduing seal was a pure yang artifact, albeit a mere imitation, yet it still held a restraining power over these spirits and ghostly entities. In an instant, the ferocious specters dared not approach.
Boy, I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure. But this is merely a dying struggle. Let's see how much spiritual energy you have to sustain it.
Red Cloud Ancestor felt a pang of frustration. For all his ancient might, killing a mere chi-refining youth had proven unexpectedly difficult. Maintaining the continuous operation of a spiritual artifact required a constant influx of spiritual energy. Chen Changsheng at the peak of chi refining could not sustain it for long. In contrast, the Blood Soul Grand Array was a self-contained formation controlled solely by mental will, and could endure for a full day and night without issue. Chen Changsheng, however, was secretly lamenting. Just as Red Cloud Ancestor had said, the earth-subduing seal was like a voracious beast greedily devouring the chaotic chi within his body. The top priority was to locate and kill Red Cloud Ancestor, then the grand formation would collapse on its own. Unfortunately, this Red Cloud Ancestor was exceedingly cunning, hiding deep within the formation and refusing to show himself. What could be done? Chen Changsheng said nothing as he manipulated the earth-covering seal to smash down at those soul banners. Even if he couldn't kill Red Cloud Ancestor, destroying one or two Blood Soul banners would create a gap in the formation, giving him a chance to escape. However, the Blood Soul banners kept leaping and shifting positions hidden within the red mist, making it far from easy to strike their true forms. Red Cloud Ancestor was a 10,000-year-old demon, cunning beyond measure. How could he make such a low-level mistake?
Red Cloud Ancestor, if you have the courage, come out and face me in battle. Hiding in the shadows like a coward. What kind of skill is that?
Chen Changsheng held the earth-covering seal above his head, his eyes warily scanning his surroundings, ready to strike the moment Red Cloud Ancestor appeared. He had already realized that this Red Cloud Ancestor was a being of pure elemental spirit, likely unable to withstand the impact of the earth-covering seal.
Boy, don't try that trick on me. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think I'd fall for it?
Red Cloud Ancestor's voice came from all directions, drifting unpredictably, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Chen Changsheng shrank the earth-covering seal to the size of a house, using it to shield his physical body, buying himself more time to hold out. He felt frustrated. His own magical treasure had just reached perfection, and dealing with an ordinary chi-refining cultivator would have been effortless. Yet he never expected to encounter a 10,000-year-old demon like Red Cloud Ancestor. Now unable to break the formation once the chaotic energy within him was depleted, and the earth-covering seal could no longer be manifested, it would surely spell his doom. Soon the earth-covering seal grew smaller and smaller, until it was only 1 square meter in size, its golden light dimming considerably, a clear sign that the spiritual energy within his body could no longer sustain it. The Blood Soul Grand Formation seized the opportunity to shrink, compressing Chen Changsheng's space. As time passed, the earth-covering seal finally turned into a streak of golden light with a whoosh and retracted into Chen Changsheng's body. Amidst cackling laughter, Red Cloud Ancestor finally revealed himself.
Boy, your flame is burned out, hasn't it? Come on, be a good lad and offer yourself as a sacrifice to my banner.
Now, Chen Changsheng flicked his sleeve, and a flash of violet light descended, like a canopy, over Red Cloud Ancestor. Instantly a burst of purple radiance mingled with rolling thunder. Lightning bolts as thick as a thumb and blackening thunderclaps the size of fists exploded overhead. This was precisely the purple firmament divine thunder talisman that Chen Changsheng had obtained from Sangdebu. He had been reluctant to use it, but now it was clear he had no choice.
Damn it! How do you have that thing?
Red Cloud Ancestor's face changed drastically. As a being of elemental spirit, he was most vulnerable to thunder-type attacks. A single strike could reduce him to ashes and scatter his soul. In desperation, Red Cloud Ancestor formed a hand seal, causing the Blood Soul banners to suddenly collapse inward, coalescing into a blood-red suit of armor that clad his body. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent explosions, Red Cloud Ancestor reappeared looking disheveled. The armor formed by the Blood Soul banners was tattered and torn, his hair singed. His entire form had become considerably more ethereal, all traces of his former arrogance gone. His Blood Soul banners were shattered, most of the souls within them either dead or fled. Seeing that even the purple firmament divine thunder talisman had failed to kill Red Cloud Ancestor, Chen Changsheng's expression darkened.
This 1,000-year-old demon was truly tenacious. You brat, you court death. It seems the only course left is to inhabit this very body of yours. No sooner had Hongyan old ancestor's words fallen than he shifted, becoming a streak of crimson light. In the span of 1,000th of a second, he had already appeared within Chen Changsheng's spirit sea. He had intended to refine Chen Changsheng into the blood-soul banner, but to his dismay the banner had been blown to pieces by the Zishi divine thunder talismans. Even if he refined Chen Changsheng now, it would be for naught. Chen Changsheng could only gape as Hongyan old ancestor invaded his spirit sea, utterly powerless and struck with horror. The spirit sea is the most sacred place, the dwelling of the soul. If the soul is extinguished, the person is as good as dead.
You? How did you get in?
Chen Changsheng's soul was panic-stricken. Hongyan old ancestor's primordial spirit was far stronger than his radiating malignant qi and a chilling sinister wind. He. Boy, the old ancestor has many stratagems. I never expected this body to be so powerful. My luck truly favors me. Hongyan old ancestor laughed in a ghastly tone. His primordial spirit suddenly swelled into a 100-jawn colossus, opening a mouth the size of a house and lunging to engulf Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was aghast to find his soul utterly immobile. Not only could he not resist, he could not even move an inch, and he immediately understood how formidable this old fiend was. Although Hongyan old ancestor's cultivation lay only at the qi refinement stage, his primordial spirit was incomparably powerful, rivaling a late Foundation establishment expert. Had he not only now awakened, who knew to what heights he might have ascended? Just as Chen Changsheng was about to be swallowed by the gaping maw, the little ding drifting in the depths of the spirit sea trembled. A blade of green light shot forth from within and struck Hongyan old ancestor. That little ding had been taken from Li Huayan's storage ring, once thought to be junk. It proved unexpectedly useful at the crucial moment.
Ah! What devilry is this?
Struck by the green light, Hongyan old ancestor screamed. His form deflated like a punctured balloon and shrank back to human size. At once his presence thinned considerably, becoming nearly translucent, as if his soul might disperse into nothing at any second. Hongyan old ancestor had been grievously wounded. The green light had struck at his root power. Now he stood dazed and stupefied, utterly vacant.
An opening.
Chen Changsheng had no time to ponder the ding's marvel. With his spiritual sense, he enwrapped Hongyan old ancestor's dazed primordial spirit, and following the method in the Lianqi Zongdong compendium of qi refinement, forcibly sealed the old ancestor's spirit into the flying sword. The flying sword only lacked the final step of soul awakening. He had meant to use the spirit of a beast or an essence, but never expected Hongyan old ancestor to present himself. One should not let such a gift go to waste. No matter how excellent a beast's essence, nothing equals the utility of a human soul. Chen Changsheng's hands moved in a blur, inscribing talismans to bind Hongyan old ancestor, so he could not wrench himself free from the sword embryo. It was thanks to that mysterious little ding, which had grievously injured the old ancestor's primordial spirit, and left him stupefied, that Chen Changsheng found his opening. After casting a full 81 incantations, Chen Changsheng was drenched in sweat. Only when he fiercely impressed the final manji character shaped from his refined blood upon Hongyan old ancestor's brow did he cease. Though Hongyan old ancestor was sly and cunning, now sealed within the sword embryo, as a sword spirit escape would not be so simple. Having finished, Chen Changsheng allowed himself a slight breath. No wonder flying swords cost so much. Refining one is truly arduous.
You brat, you intend to make me a sword spirit? Preposterous.
Only then did Hongyan old ancestor grasp his situation. Furious beyond measure, he, a venerable figure from the ancient age, had been sealed inside a sword, as an artifact spirit, by a mere qi refinement stage youth. Having finally awakened his true spirit, he ended up in such a miserable state. How could one word wretched suffice? Ancestor Hongyan felt nothing but stifled fury, yearning to kill. Chen Changsheng communicated with him through his divine sense. Ancestor Hongyan, you should know that a mighty tiger in a lowly plain is bullied by dogs. All of this is but fate and circumstance. You plotted against me, and now you are sealed by me. The cycle of heavenly retribution. Everything has its destined course. Heavenly retribution, my ass. Kid, I advise you to release me at once, or else I'll blow up your flying sword. Ancestor Hongyan roared madly, wishing he could charge out and perish together with Chen Changsheng. Then go ahead and blow it up. At worst, I lose a flying sword, but you would be utterly annihilated body and soul. I'd like to see if you have that kind of nerve." Chen Changsheng sneered, completely unmoved. If he released this old demon, the first thing he would do is come after him. Ancestor Hanyun's eyes darted around his thoughts unknown. Chen Changsheng was right, he was now nothing but a primordial spirit, and that small cauldron had damaged his very essence. Even if he could destroy the flying sword and escape, the outcome would likely be his soul scattering into nothingness. He had endured for tens of thousands of years seeking to restore his cultivation only to fall into the hands of a mere chi-refining cultivator. "Ancestor Honyun, I promise you this: if you cooperate with me from now on and assist in my cultivation once I achieve the Tao of immortality, I will set you free and forge you a physical body. I can see that you are in dire need of a powerful vessel." Chen Changsheng began to paint a grand picture. With such a millennial demon cooperating, the power of his flying sword would surely surpass the ordinary. But if he refused to cooperate and caused trouble at a critical moment, that would be a problem. Moreover, the old demon's vast experience could surely yield a wealth of knowledge about cultivation. This was a veritable treasure trove. His experience was far more valuable than his role as a sword spirit. 1,000 thoughts raced through Chen Changsheng's mind in an instant. With Ancestor Hanyun's guidance, he would undoubtedly avoid many detours. One could only imagine how many techniques and divine abilities such an old fiend possessed. "You insignificant ant. Who knows how many eons it will take for you to reach immortal Tao? You'll probably be killed off halfway. You think I would assist you? Forget it. Release me now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise it's a fight to the death." Ancestor Hanyun was utterly disdainful. Chen Changsheng was merely at the chi-refining stage, which he looked down upon. In his heyday, he could have blown away countless such cultivators with a single breath. He was nothing but an ant, hardly worth a glance. "That's none of your concern. The point is, if you want to get out, you must help me. Otherwise prepare to stay in there forever." Finishing his words, Chen Changsheng formed a hand seal, and the flying sword descended. He leaped onto it, and flew towards the cultivation market. The cultivation market was not far from the Wanxian sect, essentially a market that existed under the sect's shadow, where all cultivators came to trade. Now that Chen Changsheng had some means of self-protection, he went to the market to purchase some items. He had quite a few pills on him, which he could trade for spirit stones or other cultivation resources. Ancestor Honyun remained silent, evidently lost in thought. When he was still some distance from the cultivation market, Chen Changsheng put away his flying sword and swaggered in. Chen Changsheng now possessed a flying sword and spiritual artifacts, and was at the peak of chi refining, a level of cultivation that granted him some ability to protect himself. Though it was night, the cultivation market was a sea of bustling figures with crowds jostling and surging. Beyond the grand taverns, spirit herb pavilions, weapon halls, and elixir shops, many cultivators simply found a spot by the street, spread a cloth, and laid out various cultivation items for trade. Everyone came here hoping to purchase something or barter for the cultivation resources they needed. Chen Changsheng, visiting for the first time, was dazzled by the array of goods, magical artifacts, pills, divine abilities, spells, flying swords, storage rings, almost everything imaginable. Unfortunately, the prices were exorbitant. Chen Changsheng only had a few thousand chi-gathering pills, which converted to mere tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It seemed like a lot, but many artifacts cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of stones each. A storage ring, for instance, was worth tens of thousands. Unaffordable. Truly unaffordable. It was only here that Chen Changsheng realized how poor he was, having toiled so long in the waste pill room to amass this meager fortune. He could only afford the most essential items. "Esteemed Taoist, how much is this cauldron?" Chen Changsheng passed by a stall, crouched down, and picked up a cauldron for a closer look. His old broken cauldron had been too dilapidated and had become useless after a few uses. The cauldron was engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish, along with many tadpole-like runes. He wanted to buy a cauldron to refine pills in his spare time. "Taoist, you're looking for a cauldron. Excellent choice. This one I brought out from a small secret realm. It's of high grade, and can improve pill refining success rates.
5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The cultivator was a plain-looking middle-aged man who didn't use his divine sense to probe Chen Changsheng's appearance, as that was a grave taboo. Chen Changsheng set the cauldron down and turned to leave. This cauldron was similar to the one Dawei had given him, a basic model. Though newer, it was worth at most 1,000 or so low-grade spirit stones. This fellow truly thought he didn't know the market. Seeing that Chen Changsheng wasn't easily fooled, the man quickly stopped him. Daoists don't rush off. We can negotiate the price. Why don't you make an offer? His cauldron had been on display for many days, with no takers, as alchemists were rare on the continent. Most were affiliated with sects, and wouldn't deign to look at such inferior wares. Cultivators, like Chen Changsheng, who followed an unorthodox path, were few. Chen Changsheng raised one finger. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The man's face showed reluctance. 1,000 is too low. Give me 3,000 and we can be friends. Chen Changsheng thought for a moment. 1,200 and I'll take it. 2,000, not a stone less. 1,500. If not, I'm leaving. Chen Changsheng made to depart, though he was eager to buy the cauldron. He showed no hurry. The man gritted his teeth. All right, give me 1,800, and I'll throw in a recipe for fasting pills as a bonus. Since he couldn't refine pills anyway, the recipe was useless to him. Chen Changsheng pondered with some hesitation. He already had recipes, so it wasn't particularly valuable, but since it was free, why not take it? Fasting pills, though similar in value to chi-gathering pills, could still be quite useful at times. Eating wasted time for cultivators and introduced toxins into the body, so most cultivators abstained from food. Of course, some still indulged in culinary pleasures. Can I trade with low-grade chi-gathering pills? Chi-gathering pills and spirit stones were hard currency across the Xianwang continent, usable for direct purchases. As for high-grade chi-gathering pills, Chen Changsheng kept those for himself. Treating oneself well was paramount. The cultivator's face lit up with joy. If it's chi-gathering pills, just give me 170. Not only could the chi-gathering pill be used directly for cultivation, but it could also restore the 5 elemental spiritual energy within the body, making it sometimes more effective than spirit stones. Chen Changsheng took out the chi-gathering pills and counted out 170 of them. The cultivator placed them beneath his nose, sniffed them, and nodded with satisfaction. Although the pills Chen Changsheng offered were of inferior grade, their quality was still of the highest standard. Chen Changsheng took the alchemy furnace and the pill recipe, sweeping his divine sense over them, before putting them away with great satisfaction. Both the chi-gathering pill and the anemia pill recipes were the most common ones, easily obtainable by anyone with even a slight connection. Acquiring them was relatively simple, but obtaining other recipes would likely prove to be extremely difficult. Chen Changsheng even saw someone selling foundation establishment pills, causing his breath to quicken. He would soon need to establish his foundation, and if he could acquire a foundation establishment pill, his chances of success would increase dramatically. He was currently at the chi refining stage, only able to refine or recycle first-grade pills. However, the foundation establishment pill was a second-grade pill beyond his current cultivation ability to refine, and the materials were also difficult to find. But the moment Chen Changsheng saw the price, he deflated like a punctured leather ball. A single foundation establishment pill actually cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, truly terrifying to behold. He hadn't expected the price of foundation establishment pills to be so high. If he could refine them himself, wouldn't he become incredibly wealthy? Generally, pills capable of breaking through major realms were extremely expensive. Since the foundation establishment pill was a second-grade pill, its price was naturally exorbitant. Another type of pill that could break through bottlenecks was also priced very high. There were even flying swords for sale. The more Chen Changsheng browsed, the more his eyes burned with desire, yet the prices were equally outrageous. Even the most ordinary flying sword cost 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This meant that all his hard work in the waste pill room might not even be enough to afford a single flying sword. After wandering through the cultivator's market, Chen Changsheng felt like the poorest of paupers, unable to afford anything, let alone the high-end goods at the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. He didn't even dare to step inside. Such was the plight of an ordinary handyman disciple. Most were destitute, and as for wanting flying swords or magical treasures, there was simply no way. It was already good enough if they could sustain their daily cultivation. Face veil, oh face veil unseen, even by nascent soul old monsters, only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Can this face veil of yours truly not be seen through by nascent soul cultivators? Chen Changsheng approached the stall of a middle-aged cultivator, picked up a black cloth, and asked with curiosity. He couldn't afford to be exposed now, and it would be best if he could conceal his identity. Seeing a customer approach, the stall owner immediately broke into a smile. Of course, fellow Taoist. This face veil is a treasure. It can block divine sins, and even nascent soul cultivators can't see through it. If you don't believe me, let me put it on and show you. Chen Changsheng nodded. Indeed, I can't see through it. But then again, am not a nascent soul cultivator. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I always deal fairly with everyone, young and old alike. When I say it can't be seen through, it can't be seen through. How about this 500 spirit stones? With 500 you won't suffer a loss, nor will you be cheated. All right, I'll buy it for 300. Chen Changsheng took out 30 chi-gathering pills. Very well, fellow Taoist. You're young, but I never expected you to be such a skilled negotiator. For 300 I'll befriend you. Chen Changsheng handed over the pills, found a secluded spot, changed his clothes, and put on the face veil. He then moved to another location, retrieved a piece of cloth from his storage ring. On it he laid out numerous chi-gathering pills, anemia pills, and even quite a few poison pills. Then Chen Changsheng began to hawk his wares. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Selling chi-gathering pills, anemia pills, and poison pills. Fair prices for all. First come, first served. Hurry while stocks last. Chen Changsheng had to exchange some of his pills for spirit stones to support his cultivation. Spirit stones were especially crucial for foundation establishment in the future. Chen Changsheng looked around. Very few stalls in the cultivation market sold these pills. After all, cultivators barely had enough for themselves, so why would they sell them? Both chi-gathering pills and fasting pills were the most common elixirs, and poison pills were also quite popular. Soon Chen Changsheng's pills caught the attention of others. Fellow Taoist, how many pills do you have? I'll take them all, a veiled man suddenly said as he approached Chen Changsheng's stall. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. Oh, you'll take them all. The veiled man nodded. Of course, but I don't have enough spirit stones on me. You'll need to come with me to collect them. Chen Changsheng thought it over and agreed. All right, but where do you live? Is it far? If it's too far, forget it. It's not far, just over 10 li from the cultivation market. I live in Panlong town. At our speed, it's about a dozen minutes journey. Fine, lead the way, fellow Taoist, Chen Changsheng said as he packed up his stall. Then follow me, the veiled man replied and started walking ahead. The two walked one after the other, soon leaving the cultivation market. Chen Changsheng concealed his cultivation at the early chi condensation stage and followed unhurriedly behind the man. When they passed a secluded grove, the veiled man suddenly stopped as if searching for something. Chen Changsheng looked puzzled. Fellow Taoist, what are you looking for? The veiled man said coldly. I'm finding a burial ground for you. Does this grove suit your taste? Chen Changsheng's expression shifted. What are you talking about? The veiled man burst into laughter. Still don't get it. I'm going to kill you and take your pills. Chen Changsheng's face paled as he slowly backed away. No way. Is this straightforward? The veiled man chuckled darkly. I could tell you were a rookie cultivator. Don't you know the rule of not flaunting your wealth? What a pity, young as you are, you'll never see tomorrow's sun. The veiled man felt smug. This young man was such a greenhorn. He hadn't even seen through such a simple trick. With brains like that, how could he ever cultivate immortality? Chen Changsheng kept retreating. Don't come any closer. I have an 80-year-old mother, a nursing infant, and a nagging wife at home. I die. The veiled man let out a sinister laugh, a curved blade appearing in his hand, as he slashed viciously at Chen Changsheng's neck. Thud. A head flew into the air, its eyes still filled with disbelief. But the head soaring wasn't Chen Changsheng's, it was the veiled man's. The moment he struck, a flying sword shot out like lightning, spitting once to sever his head cleanly. Chen Changsheng removed the storage ring from the veiled man's hand and said calmly, "Your deception was far too crude. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? What a conceited fool." The man thought he had hidden his intentions well, but little did he know Chen Changsheng concealed even more. Chen Changsheng probed with his divine sense and found 20,000 spirit stones inside along with a few pills. Indeed, robbery was always the most lucrative trade. Leaving the place, Chen Changsheng returned to the cultivation market, buying several large jars of fine wine and some appetizers for Elder Dan. After Chen Changsheng returned to the discarded alchemy room, he surprisingly found that Elder Dan was nowhere to be seen. He searched everywhere, but found nothing, only to later discover a note that read, "Chen Changsheng, I am leaving for a while. Our paths have crossed, by fate we shall meet again." Elder Dan had actually left. Why? Loneliness, emptiness, and a sense of abandonment instantly enveloped Chen Changsheng, making him feel as though everyone had forsaken him. Half a month later, Chen Changsheng reclaimed a large batch of pills, primarily chi-gathering pills, fasting pills, and spirit restoration pills. These were all first-grade pills. Unfortunately, he was still unable to reclaim second-grade pills, or else he would have struck it rich. During this period, Chen Changsheng spent his time refining pills, while studying the general principles of artifact refining, gaining new insights and understanding. He had originally planned to reforge the earth-covering seal, but his cultivation level was too low to accomplish it. Red Cloud Ancestor, you are an ancient great power. Surely you have some spells and divine abilities to teach me. Chen Changsheng secretly communicated with the Red Cloud Ancestor. This fellow was a 10,000-year-old demon, practically a moving treasure trove. However, the old fiend still seemed to harbor some resentment toward him, and rarely imparted any knowledge. "It's not that I'm unwilling to teach you divine abilities, but your cultivation is truly too low. Wait until you have reached foundation establishment," the Red Cloud Ancestor said indifferently, showing little interest. "Red Cloud Ancestor, I know you hold a grudge against me, but we are now bound together like grasshoppers on a string. If I die, I will detonate the flying sword before my last breath, and we will descend into hell together." Humph. The Red Cloud Ancestor snorted coldly, utterly exasperated. What sin had he committed to be entangled with this little devil? After a moment of thought, the Red Cloud Ancestor said, "Although I have no divine abilities to pass on to you, I can teach you a disguise technique that will prevent even golden core cultivators from seeing your true face." Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry." His greatest concern now was the exposure of his true strength. With a powerful disguise technique, he would no longer fear being recognized when venturing out. As the words fell, the Red Cloud Ancestor flicked his finger, shooting a golden light toward Chen Changsheng's forehead. Chen Changsheng accepted it without fear of treachery, reasoning that if the old fiend had intended harm, he would have acted long ago. A stream of information entered Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness, a divine ability called the Green Emperor's Disguise Art. The Red Cloud Ancestor muttered reluctantly, "This Green Emperor's Disguise Art is a supreme technique. When your cultivation is high enough, your appearance can change in countless ways. You're getting quite a bargain, boy." Back in the ancient war, the Red Cloud Ancestor had survived largely because his ever-changing appearance made him nearly impossible to deal with. 2 hours later, Chen Changsheng transformed into a blooming young maiden. He picked up a bronze mirror, and his expression shifted dramatically. How did I become a woman?" In the mirror, his face was as beautiful as a flower, and he had become a delicate fairy, even his voice soft and sweet. "How should I know? It must be because your cultivation is too low." The Red Cloud Ancestor secretly chuckled, having tampered with the Green Emperor's disguise art to ensure Chen Changsheng could only transform into a woman. This won't do. Chen Changsheng examined himself, noticing even his chest had changed, and felt utterly mortified. Was he supposed to wander around with these two melons bouncing about? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Truly, the Green Emperor's disguise art was thorough in its transformation. No matter how he tried, he could only take on this single form, leaving him speechless and rolling his eyes. This old fiend must have secretly rigged it. The Red Cloud Ancestor laughed heartily. "Boy, what's so bad about becoming a beauty? Why not experience what it's like to be a woman? This way, no matter what you do, no one will ever suspect you. As Chen Changsheng opened the door to the discarded pill chamber, he found a graceful young woman standing at the entrance, none other than Xia Yudi. A look of surprise crossed his face as he exclaimed,
"Senior Sister Xia, it's you. What brings you here?"
Xia Yudi twitched her delicate nose, a hint of uncertainty in her voice.
"I think I caught the scent of medicinal pills again. Are you concocting pills?"
Chen Changsheng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained composed.
"Senior Sister Xia must be joking. There's nothing but wasted pills here. Where would the fragrance of fresh pills come from? You must be mistaken."
Xia Yudi studied him thoughtfully.
"That's true, I must have been mistaken. By the way, where are you off to so late?" I just wanted to take a stroll. It's too stifling staying here."
Chen Changsheng made up a flimsy excuse. Though Xia Yudi was strikingly beautiful and exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, he remained wary of women.
"Is that so? I was thinking of going for a walk too. How about we go together?"
Xia Yudi found being around Chen Changsheng oddly comforting, like a gentle spring breeze. She had felt it before, but now it was even more pronounced. This puzzled her deeply.
There's no need for that. You're a prodigy senior sister while I'm just a cripple. People would gossip if we were seen together. Besides, shouldn't you be tending to your herb garden?"
All Chen Changsheng wanted was to get away from this woman. He couldn't fathom why Xia Yudi took any interest in him. Could it be because he was too handsome? His features were utterly plain, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd.
"Who would dare gossip? And my garden has someone watching it. Come, I'll give you a ride."
With a wave of her hand, Xia Yudi summoned a flying sword. Her sleeve gently wrapped around Chen Changsheng, lifting him onto the blade. She formed a hand seal, and they soared into the sky. Chen Changsheng felt a powerful force envelop him, startling him inwardly. So this was the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. They stood on the sword within a thin barrier of spiritual energy, feeling no wind at all. This was different from his own flying experience. When he flew, he couldn't wrap himself in spiritual energy, and the wind was fierce. Such was the gap between chi refining and foundation establishment. Chen Changsheng quietly took note of the differences. Indeed, a chi refining cultivator merely cultivated a wisp of chi within their body. But at foundation establishment, it was compressed into liquid spiritual energy, vastly superior in both quantity and quality. At the golden core stage, the energy would condense into a core, and at the nascent soul stage, the core would shatter to birth an infant soul, an entirely new realm. A flicker of enlightenment stirred in Chen Changsheng's mind.
"What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll kick you off this sword."
Xia Yudi shot him a glare, catching his gaze lingering on her graceful figure. Men were all the same, she thought, all after her beauty.
I want look."
Chen Changsheng feigned panic, though he had actually been lost in contemplation, his mind far from Xia Yudi. The woman was flattering herself.
"Fine, I'll let you off this once. But if your eyes wander again, I'll gouge them out."
Xia Yudi cast a warning glance at him. She couldn't help but feel pity. His dantian was destroyed, his fiancée had abandoned him, and it was a wonder he hadn't taken his own life.
"Understood, Senior Sister Xia."
Chen Changsheng played the part of the obedient junior, deliberately averting his eyes.
"If you ever need anything, come find me at the Spirit Herb Garden. I'll help if I can."
Feeling she had been too harsh, Xia Yudi quickly added a comforting remark.
"Thank you, Senior Sister. You're as kind as you are beautiful."
A warmth spread through Chen Changsheng's heart. This woman had a good heart. She hadn't scorned him, and was even willing to help a cripple like him.
"Didn't know you had such a sweet tongue."
Xia Yudi focused on steering the flying sword, noticing that Chen Changsheng had indeed behaved himself, not sneaking glances at her. But Chen Changsheng's mind was occupied with how to make an excuse to leave. He had no interest in her. He was now extremely cautious around women, especially beautiful ones.
"Senior Sister Xia, please let me down here. I want to visit the market."
He had accumulated enough pills lately, and wanted to buy some forging materials. Xia Yudi looked at him with surprise.
"Really? You must be a mind reader. I was just thinking of going to the market myself."
Chen Changsheng fell silent.
He had no choice but to go along. Soon they arrived at the market. Xia Yudi put away her flying sword and turned her starry eyes toward him.
Will you stick with me or explore on your own?
She seemed to see through his intentions. He probably wanted to peddle some medicinal dregs for money. But she didn't call him out.
I'll just wander around. Thank you for the ride, senior sister. Please do as you wish.
Chen Changsheng clasped his hands in gratitude. Xia Yudi thought for a moment, then handed him a sound transmission talisman.
It's chaotic here. If you run into trouble, use this to reach me.
Chen Changsheng took the talisman.
Many thanks, senior sister. Take care.
With that he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Xia Yudi watched him go.
An interesting little fellow. What a pity.
She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about him, though she couldn't put her finger on it.
Finally rid of her.
Chen Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a secluded spot, he transformed into a mature woman in a black dress. The word mature was an understatement. Her chest was impossibly prominent with a cleavage deep enough to be deadly. Chen Changsheng gave a wry smile.
From now on my alter ego will be Black Widow.
He covered his face with a translucent black veil, adding an air of mystery. As he walked through the streets, he noticed many lecherous gazes roaming over his voluptuous figure, especially fixated on that ample bosom. A shiver ran down his spine. He silently cursed old ancestor Redclaw's ancestors for 18 generations. The old coot had definitely set him up. Quickening his pace, Chen Changsheng stepped into the spirit herb pavilion. He wanted to reforge the earth-covering seal, but was still missing a few materials.
Fair immortal, what can I do for you?
The attendant, a middle-aged male cultivator at Foundation establishment, let his gaze linger on the deep valley of Chen Changsheng's chest. Chen Changsheng nearly vomited his last meal.
Do you accept pills here?
Chen Changsheng awkwardly tidied his hair, holding only first-grade pills, uncertain if the spirit herb pavilion would take them. Yet his hair-tucking gesture captivated many. A nearby manager quickly approached, clasping his fists.
So the fairy is an alchemist. We do accept pills here. Please follow me to the private room on the 2nd floor.
The manager instinctively glanced at the deep cleavage on Chen Changsheng's chest, swallowing hard.
Damn, this valley could crush a man.
Sensing the manager's lecherous gaze, Chen Changsheng shuddered, silently cursing Red Cloud Patriarch's ancestors for the umpteenth time. As the man led the way, he asked,
May I ask the fairy's name? Imhugua, manager of the Spirit Herb Pavilion.
Chen Changsheng casually replied.
They call me the Black Widow in the Jianghu.
Hu Guess eyes lit up.
A widow is good, a widow is fine, a widow's skills are divine.
Chen Changsheng nearly spat blood, turning back to glare.
Find me a female steward. I don't like dealing with men.
Hu Guess' smile faded.
Very well.
He led Chen Changsheng to a private room on the 2nd floor, served tea, and soon a graceful young woman entered. She appeared barely 16, dressed in a goose-yellow palace gown with brows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, and skin like congealed fat. Every smile and frown was enchanting. In beauty she rivaled or even surpassed Gu Qingying. Chen Changsheng discreetly assessed her cultivation and tensed. This young woman was a golden core powerhouse. As expected of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, casually producing a golden core expert. In the Wanxian sect, such cultivators were typically elders. Could she see through his disguise? Chen Changsheng quickly rose and bowed.
Greetings, senior. I am Black Widow, wishing to sell some low-grade pills. I didn't mean to trouble you.
The girl in yellow smiled warmly.
You're too kind, fairy. At the Spirit Herb Pavilion we have few rules. They call me Fei Hong Fairy, the steward here. Please sit and have tea.
Fei Hong Fairy moved with grace, each gesture like a celestial dancing on waves, flowers blooming at her steps. The allure in her brows seemed ready to overflow. Chen Changsheng found himself irresistibly drawn, sinking into her tender trap, as if wanting to drown forever. Fortunately, a faint coolness from the small cauldron in his dantian jolted him awake, and he dared not look again. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realized how deadly this woman was, naturally bewitching. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, producing a yellow gourd containing 3 main types of pills: chi-gathering pills, fasting pills, and rejuvenation pills. There were over 5,000 in total. He pushed the gourd forward. "Senior, please appraise these pills. What are they worth?" Fei Hong Fairy extended a sliver of divine sense, then raised an eyebrow. "These pills were freshly refined. Are you a first-grade alchemist, Fairy?" Chen Changsheng remained composed. "Not exactly. I have someone in the alchemy chamber. These. You understand. I understand. I've counted 5,378 pills. It'll offer you 54,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think?"
Fei Hong Fairy smiled faintly, stating the price.
Chen Changsheng nodded. "Agreed as you say."
Though over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was a fortune, it still couldn't buy a single Foundation establishment pill, highlighting its rarity. After all, only Foundation establishment cultivators were true chi refiners, hence the exorbitant price of such pills. Fei Hong Fairy nodded, producing a Qianquan pouch.
"Take this pouch as a bonus. From now on, regardless of quantity or grade, the Spirit Herb Pavilion will accept all your pills."
Rumor had it that a new beast tide was approaching and everyone was stockpiling pills. The pavilion stock had grown tight. Chen Changsheng nodded, scanned the pouch with divine sense, and confirmed the spirit stone count.
"Thank you, Senior. I'll take my leave."
He took a few steps, then turned back.
"That Hugu is a lecher. I hope you'll keep him in check."
Fei Hong Fairy chuckled.
"Who can blame him when you're so voluptuous? Men are all the same. Only when nailed to the wall will they stop being lechers."
Chen Changsheng smiled wryly and left. Fei Hong Fairy gazed after him, her eyes shimmering with starlight, lost in thought.
"Steward, do you have these materials in your artifact refining pavilion?"
Chen Changsheng arrived and handed over a list of forging materials. The list included red silver sand, deep sea gold, and extreme in black water. He planned to reforge the earth-covering seal to boost his strength, as it was taken from Chen Ke and too risky to use openly. His recent insights into the
general outline of artifact refining,
coupled with Red Cloud Patriarch's guidance, would allow him to reforge the seal into a new trump card.
"Yes, Fairy, please wait."
Meanwhile, Xia Yudi wandered through the market, buying a few items and enjoying a breath of fresh air. Xia Yudi was haggling with an old man at a stall. In a nearby pavilion, several venomous eyes fixed on her, led by none other than Li Huayan. Li Huayan had nearly been flayed alive after Xia Yudi caught him and brought him to the enforcement hall, fueling his deep grudge. Li Huayan picked his teeth with a toothpick.
"See that woman? She's Xia Yudi, guarding the spirit herb garden of the Wangxian sect. She carries many spiritual herbs. Ambush and kill her, take all her treasures." "Yes, envoy."
The speakers were several men in black robes and skull masks exuding eerie ghostly energy. Their leader was a Foundation establishment expert. Strangely, they treated Li Huayan, a mere 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, with great deference, addressing him as envoy. They were from the Ghost Gate sect, where Li Huayan held a high rank. His presence in the Wangxian sect was merely a clone. Nowadays, every major sect had infiltrators. The Wangxian sect was no exception, hosting many spies from rival factions.
"And there's one named Chen Changsheng. I'll personally send him on his way."
Li Huayan's eyes turned sinister. His hatred for Chen Changsheng ran even deeper than for Xia Yudi.
"Alas, still penniless."
Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly as he stepped out of the artifact refining pavilion, his spirit stones dwindling to mere scraps. Once again, he was utterly destitute. Cultivating immortality, in truth, was cultivating wealth. Without resources, what cultivation could one possibly pursue? And this was still his situation. Someone who could extract residual essence from failed pills. Most other chi refinement cultivators would be even poorer. To escape this predicament, he had to recover Foundation establishment pills, and to recover such pills, he first needed to achieve Foundation establishment himself. He could have lingered in obscurity within the failed pill workshop, but the 3-month pact with Gu Qingying left no room for delay. As Chen Changsheng walked down the street deep in calculation, a figure suddenly emerged from the side and blocked his path. "Hugu!" Chen Changsheng's brows knotted at the sight.
"You? What do you want?"
Hu Ji's gaze lingered pointedly on the hollow between Chen Changsheng's robes before replying.
"Nothing much. just wishing to make friends with this immortal maiden. With that he produced a spirit talisman. Let's exchange spiritual messages. Easier to chat when long nights grow lonely. Such spiritual messages were in fact communication talismans, functionally akin to mundane world instant messaging tools. Chen Changsheng nearly retched. His face hardened into icy refusal. I'm not interested. Step aside, or I'll inform Fairy Fei Hong. He strode off without waiting for a reply, cursing Hongyun Patriarch's ancestors, 18 generations deep, in his mind. Hu Gu called after him helplessly. Hey, immortal maiden, just exchange contact details. More friends, more paths. Get lost. Chen Changsheng quickened his pace and vanished into the distance. Hongyun Patriarch cackled. Brat, impressive isn't it? This Azure Emperor disguise art. That fellow was clearly lusting after your body. Why not just yield to him, and savor for once what it means to be a woman? Go away, Hongyun Patriarch, you disgrace your years. Finding an empty corner, Chen Changsheng hastily reverted to his true form. Frustration churned within him. Being a woman proved unexpectedly burdensome, swarmed constantly by buzzing flies. As dusk deepened, Chen Changsheng hurried back under cover of solitude, resolved to reforge the earth-subduing seal, and then accept outer sect missions for trial and cultivation. He dared not ride his flying sword. His cultivation was too shallow, and having just left the market, discretion remained paramount. Flying sword travel drew far too much attention. The Xianwang continent teemed with peril. Near the sect's domain, safety held sway, but beyond its borders danger multiplied tenfold. Fortunately, Wanxian sect lay only dozens of li away, well within his swift stride. A black blur flickered, then dissolved seamlessly into the night's embrace. Hongyun Patriarch nodded approvingly. Brat, you show surprising aptitude. You've already attained minor mastery of night fusion art after barely beginning its practice. Though initially reluctant to impart techniques, Hongyun Patriarch feared his own fate entangled with Chen Changsheng's survival, and thus taught him night fusion art and the Wither and Thrive Chi concealment method. Neither art bore offensive power, yet both possessed profound utility in subtle pivotal moments. Chen Changsheng smirked with quiet pride. Naturally. How do you find my Wither and Thrive Chi concealment method? Hongyun Patriarch was in essence a living compendium, his arsenal of arts and divine abilities boundless. To decline learning would be sheer folly. At Chen Changsheng's words, his entire presence withdrew inward, like a desiccated log utterly devoid of vitality. Even someone passing beside him would sense no living soul nearby. Your Wither and Thrive Chi concealment method is also well practiced. Indeed, you were born for cultivation. Hongyun Patriarch murmured in genuine admiration. Though resentment had once burned within him, he now recognized only if Chen Changsheng thrived could he ever break free. Suddenly Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon. Clashing energies surged from afar. No doubt fierce combat raged ahead. Without hesitation he veered sharply off course, fleeing as far and fast as possible. To rush headlong into injustice. Only a fool would act so recklessly. In truth, the battle belonged to Xia Yudi, ambushed by members of the Ghost Gate sect. Xia Yudi stood encircled by over a dozen figures draped in ghostly black robes, their faces masked by grinning skulls. They had laid a celestial net, waiting patiently along her inevitable path. After fierce exchange, Xia Yudi had fallen utterly on the defensive, parrying desperately, unable to counterattack. Gripping twin-bladed flying swords, she whirled them in shimmering arcs around her lithe form. Her voice rang clear and sharp. Who are you? Daring enough to trespass here? This is Wanxian sect's sovereign territory. Do you truly wish to die? She feared none among them, except their leader, a Foundation establishment cultivator of the third tier, one rank above her own. Worse, they had arrayed the Ghost Gate formation, and severed every route of escape. Their leader Gui Gu shook his skull-head staff and cackled. Wanxian sect may be mighty, but so too is our ghost sect. Who fears whom? This young maiden is exquisite. To let her perish unplayed, what a waste! Gui Gu extended a crimson tongue to moisten his lips, his eyes gleaming with lecherous hunger. The other ghost sect cultivators joined his cackle, gazes roaming shamelessly over Xia Yudi's graceful, supple form. Dare to die! Xia Yudi's palm flipped open. A stack of explosive talismans erupted skyward in a thunderous blast. Fire roared upward, the ghost gate formation shattered, torn open by a jagged breach. Xia Yudi shot forth like a streak of light, aiming straight for the gap. Simultaneously she flung a yellow talisman into the air. It ignited instantly, and her lips moved in rapid incantatory chant. "No! She's sending a distress signal. Finish her now." Gui Gu spat a mouthful of refined blood onto his skull staff. It swelled grotesquely, blocking Xia Yudi's flight, and vomited forth a torrent of pitch-black flame. Xia Yudi's delicate features paled, the last avenue of escape severed once more. Chen Changsheng, hastening forward, felt his waist-hanging jade talisman tremble. He snatched it up, the voice within crackled urgently. "Disciples of Wanxian sect, come swiftly to aid!" Xia Yudi's talisman was the cheapest grade. Its range barely stretched dozens of li, hoping only that a nearby disciple might hear and answer. "Xia Yudi is in peril. Was that clash earlier caused by her?" Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, weighing whether to intervene. Returning for reinforcements might take too long, and revealing his strength remained undesirable. "Enough. I'll go and see." Remembering Xia Yudi's past kindness, he pivoted sharply toward the battlefield. If aid was possible, he would offer it; if not, retreat remained effortless. Soon Chen Changsheng approached the vicinity of the battle. Yet he did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he pushed the withered Wuqi concealing art and night fusion technique to their utmost limits, melting into a shadow as he stealthily drew near the fray. The sight before him startled Chen Changsheng, an eerie ghost-haunted landscape swept by chilling gales, pierced by wails, like those of specters and starving wolves, as if he had stumbled into the gates of hell itself. Amidst the gloom, only one radiant brilliance blazed fiercely. At the center, the black-robed cultivator's artifacts either emitted flickering spectral flames or churned with roiling tendrils of dark chi. Phantom shadows multiplied endlessly, terrifying beyond measure. Are these beings human, or phantoms? Chen Changsheng crouched behind a massive boulder, holding his breath and focusing his senses. Among the skull-masked figures, only their leader had reached foundation establishment. The rest hovered at chi refinement stages 8 or 9, with 2 or 3 perilously close to breaking through. Moreover, the formation they deployed was profoundly intricate. Swirling black chi coalesced into a faint ethereal dome. Each of Xia Yudi's attacks striking it vanished without trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Under such circumstances, rushing in would hardly shatter the formation, and might well cost him his life. He observed silently for a time, refusing to act rashly. He had no intention of playing the foolhardy hero. Beauty may be alluring, but his own life weighed far heavier. Huh? What is he doing here? At that moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly spotted 3 figures not far away. The central one none other than Li Huan himself, flanked by 2 skull-masked men clad in black robes. Could it be? Li Huan is allied with these skull-masked cultivators. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. He was deeply unsettled. Yet he could not fathom why the 2 skull-masked men, clearly superior in cultivation, nonetheless deferred to Li Huan as their de facto leader. One skull-masked man remarked, "Honorable envoy, we did not expect this woman to hold out so long." Another added, "She is quite fair. Would it not be a pity to slay her so hastily?" Li Huan replied coolly, "All women are but painted skulls. Once you perceive their true nature, desire fades." The 2 bowed slightly. "Your insight is profound, honorable envoy." Li Huan nodded. "Indeed? Join the assault, end her swiftly. This is the domain of the Wanxian sect, we must not linger." "Yes, honorable envoy." With that, the 2 skull-masked men blurred into motion and surged into the battlefield. 2 more foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted subtly. Xia Yudi now stood on the precipice of doom. He could not be blamed for offering no aid. Truly, he possessed no means to intervene. Chen Changsheng resolved to flee, when suddenly a streak of light sped toward them, its voice arriving even before the light. "Senior Sister Xia, I am here to aid you." In the blink of an eye the streak descended. A youth stood upon a broad flying sword, his crimson aura flooding the night like daybreak. Li Huan's face paled. "No, Lei Tianxing. That element star has arrived. This is grave trouble. The moment Lei Tianxing landed, a violet thunder orb the size of a human head appeared in his palm, and he hurled it mercilessly into the heart of the battle. A deafening boom shook the heavens. The black dome shattered instantly, and several unestablished skull-masked cultivators were flung backward, blood erupting from their mouths. Lei Tianxing alighted beside Xia Yudai, his expression tender with concern. "Senior sister, are you unharmed? I rushed here the instant your transmission talisman reached me." "Senior brother, thank goodness you arrived in time, else I would have fallen beneath the blades of the Guimin sect." Xia Yudai exhaled in relief, her tone lightly reproachful. She looked disheveled, her robe soaked with sweat clinging to her form and revealing every graceful contour. Lei Tianxing's countenance darkened and softened with quiet tenderness as he glanced at her. "Fear not, senior sister. The Guimin sect has grown reckless. Let me settle this score for you." Attack! The Guimin sect's foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances. 3 launched simultaneous assaults. Though Wanxian sect's reinforcement had arrived, Xia Yudai was spent, nearly bereft of combat strength. Instantly a dazzling array of techniques descended upon Lei Tianxing. His face hardened. "Fools who court death, witness the fury of my Kuei-Shui-Yin thunder." As he spoke, he formed a mystic seal. His robes billowed as if stirred by unseen winds, and black thunder orbs materialized one by one in the void. At their appearance, the sky plunged into absolute darkness. Even the faintest ambient light vanished. A suffocating pressure descended, weighing upon chests like granite. It felt as though a boulder pressed upon the heart, crushing all joy. The Kuei-Shui-Yin thunder was a rare heavenly lightning born from the fusion of water element malevolence and Yin water essence. Gui Gu's expression twisted in alarm. "No! Kuei-Shui-Yin thunder, it pierces defensive chi like parchment." With that he pointed sharply. Half a weathered tombstone erupted from the void behind him, swelling rapidly until it loomed larger than a house, enveloping the 3 within its grim shelter. Boom! 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 Scarcely had they assumed their stance when the Kuei-Shui-Yin thunder struck. Explosions detonated violently. Those Guimin disciples outside the tombstone's protection were torn apart, their bodies shredded by savage lightning. Gui Gu had not neglected them. He simply lacked time to shield them all. Survival demanded sacrifice. By the heavens, this Kuei-Shui-Yin thunder is fearsome. Chen Changsheng narrowly avoided the blast. His swift retreat spared him certain ruin. When the storm subsided, even Gui Gu's fractured tombstone lay in ruins, finally exploding into splinters. The 3 inside fared little better, though sheltered. Their robes hung in tatters, their hair charred to ash, and their skull masks blasted clean off, revealing pallid paper-white faces beneath. "Let us fight him to the death." Enraged by the annihilation of their subordinates, the 3 Guimin sect cultivators seized their artifacts and charged once more at Lei Tianxing. "Retreat now." At that very moment, several streaks of light shot toward them. Gui Gu and his companions turned ashen, reversing course in an instant. "You think to flee? Then stay." By then Chen Changsheng had already vanished into the night, swift, silent, and utterly beyond the battlefield's reach. He had come seeking opportunity, but this outcome was already favorable. Nor was he wholly empty-handed. He now knew Li Huayan belonged to the Guimin sect. Outside the sect's outer gate, he meticulously inspected his entire body before stepping inward. Back in the discarded pill workshop, he finally exhaled. Here at last was safety. Beyond its walls lay only peril. After reinforcing the workshop's formation arrays, Chen Changsheng began the ritual forging of the Futi seal. In these chaotic times, Chen Changsheng had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, his strength pitifully weak. Thus he resolved to refine the earth-covering seal anew to gain an extra measure of self-protection. Ordinarily, he would have needed to break through to foundation establishment to reforge the earth-covering seal, but the Red Cloud ancestor had promised to lend him a hand. Moreover, his recent deep study of the Compendium of Artifact Refining had granted him considerable new insights into the art of smithing, lending him a modicum of confidence. Huff! Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and spat out a stream of chaotic energy, causing the earth fire to surge to a height of 10 feet. It was only thanks to the earth fire in the waste pill room that refining artifacts was even possible for him. It took a full 3 hours before the earth-covering seal began to show signs of melting, a testament to its nature as a spiritual artifact. Of course, if Chen Changsheng could cultivate the Samadhi true fire within his body, in the future artifact refining would become far simpler.
So slow.
Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly exhausted, feeling as though his body had been drained dry. Even with his robust inner chi, an ordinary person would have long since collapsed. Another hour passed, and the earth-covering seal had completely melted into a pool of liquid. Chen Changsheng then cast the materials he had purchased into the furnace one by one, letting them slowly dissolve. After shaping it successfully, he began to engrave the arrays. This process was much like forging flying swords, a task for which he already had some experience. With the aid of the red cloud ancestor, one array after another was successfully inscribed. Buzz. As the final array was etched in place, the earth-covering seal shuddered violently, then emitted streaks of black light, a stark contrast to its former golden radiance. Chen Changsheng cast the seal forth, and it grew with the wind, swelling to the size of a house. Its surface was covered with ferocious, grimacing faces, howling like ghosts and wailing like wolves.
Chen Changsheng winced. What the hell? How did it turn out like this? How am I supposed to use it now? Red Cloud Ancestor, what kind of trickery is this?
The Red Cloud Ancestor cackled maniacally.
This is called the Ghost King Seal. Its power is in no way inferior to the earth-covering seal, and it even has some special abilities. You'll learn of its might in time.
Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. This Red Cloud Ancestor was indeed a heretic cultivator, creating nothing but wicked and devious tools. Yet he could hardly be blamed. A figure of his ilk could hardly practice righteous arts openly. It seemed he would have to rely on himself in the future. Stowing away the Ghost King's seal, Chen Changsheng swallowed several rejuvenation pills, and immediately sat in meditation to restore his chaotic chi. The next day, a ray of golden sunlight streamed through the window, and fell upon Chen Changsheng's face. He slowly opened his eyes. His chaotic chi had been fully restored thanks to the rejuvenation pills. Over the following days, Chen Changsheng reclaimed the first-grade pills from the waste pill room, once more netting another 1,000 pills. By this time, however, the first-grade waste pills in the room were nearly exhausted. There was little point in staying any longer. He had to find a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage, as the second-grade waste pills remained tantalizingly out of reach. The best course of action now was to take on some missions within the sect. Not only would it provide experience, but it would also earn him merit points, a valuable resource that could be exchanged for many good things. And aside from taking missions, he had no other way to leave. The sect had strict rules. Disciples were not permitted to descend the mountain at will. Apart from trips to the market, all departures required reporting to the sect. After some thought, Chen Changsheng stored all the second-grade and higher waste pills from the waste pill room into his storage treasure. These would all be reclaimable in the future, a veritable mountain of gold and silver. Should he need to flee, they would serve as a considerable fortune. Leaving the waste pill room, Chen Changsheng found Hidawei and gave him over a dozen rejuvenation pills, explaining that he was going to take on a mission, and asked Hidawei to oversee the waste pill room in his absence. Hidawei readily agreed. The waste pill room required little effort on his part. He could simply assign a subordinate to keep an eye on it. The mission hall was a vital organ of the Wangxian sect. Countless disciples came here daily to accept tasks, as it offered the perfect combination of self-tempering and earning merit points, a win-win situation. Moreover, it allowed everyone to see the world beyond.
Isn't that Chen Changsheng, the #1 waste of our Wangxian sect? What is he doing at the mission hall? Could he be here to accept a mission? His Dantian is ruined. What mission could he possibly take? He must be here to make a fool of himself. Don't be so harsh. I've heard he's a body cultivator. He has some strength. Body cultivation is only good for bullying ordinary people. It can never lead to the great Tao.
Many disciples pointed and whispered as they saw Chen Changsheng. His reputation as the sect's foremost waste was well known. Chen Changsheng heard these words and merely smiled faintly. They were nothing but fools not worth his attention.
Junior sister, look. Isn't that Chen Changsheng? He's probably here to take a mission too.
That must be the funniest joke I've heard all year.
Just then a group emerged from the mission hall led by Gu Qingqing, who had just accepted a mission. Gu Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Chen Changsheng. She snapped,
Chen Changsheng, what are you doing here? Why aren't you staying in the waste pill room?
Chen Changsheng was the greatest stain on the Gu family's honor. Whenever she saw him, she was reminded of how he had ruined her sisters and the family's reputation. Thus, every time Gu Qingqing encountered Chen Changsheng, she was filled with hostility. Chen Changsheng stumbled slightly at the sight of her. Truly, he had not checked the almanac before leaving. Why did he have to run into this arrogant woman everywhere? He had no desire to engage with her, so he turned to leave.
Stop! Did I say you could go?
Gu Qingqing, enraged by his blatant disregard in front of so many people, was livid. How dare he?
Chen Changsheng, are you deaf? My junior sister told you to stop. The #1 waste of Wanxian sect sure has a big attitude.
Gu Qingqing's sycophantic followers immediately leaped in front of Chen Changsheng, blocking his path. They cracked their knuckles, ready to throw a punch at the slightest provocation. Chen Changsheng gazed at them coolly.
Are you talking to me? Who else would we be talking to? Kneel. Apologize to Qingqing, or we'll show you what we're made of. We heard your dantian is ruined. We wouldn't mind crippling your limbs as well.
Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to teach these men a lesson without revealing his true strength. Just then a familiar voice rang out.
What are you doing? Is bullying the weak amusing? If you have any real courage, go slay some heretics outside.
Chen Changsheng looked over and saw Xia Yudi dressed in a black gown, her figure graceful. She too was flanked by a group of admirers. Gu Qingqing's demeanor softened at the sight of Xia Yudi.
Sister Xia, we were just joking around with Chen Changsheng.
It was said that Xia Yudi's father was an elder, and she herself was a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Qingqing naturally felt somewhat intimidated in her presence. Xia Yudi raised her willow leaf brows slightly.
So it was just a game. Then it's nothing.
Her beautiful eyes then turned to Chen Changsheng.
Junior brother, are you here to take a mission? With your low cultivation, it's too dangerous. How about joining our group?
She raised an eyebrow at Chen Changsheng.
Don't worry, senior sister will look out for you.
At these words, the few junior disciples besides Xia Yudi immediately grew displeased and voiced their objections.
Senior sister, you can't be serious. Taking this dead weight along will ruin the mission. Yes, senior sister, I think it's best to forget it. Anyone who gets involved with this guy will have bad luck.
The disciples' malicious gazes swept over Chen Changsheng, silently warning him not to be ungrateful.
Am willing. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister.
Chen Changsheng hadn't wanted to go, but now that these people were so adamant about keeping him away, he was determined to go. Xia Yudi finally revealed a sweet smile.
All right, it's settled then. If the mission succeeds, it'll reward everyone according to their contributions.
Seeing that the matter was already decided, Xia Yudi's fellow disciples could only hold their tongues, though their eyes were far from friendly.
I really don't know what's so good about that waste. Why does senior sister Xia take such good care of him? Yet this guy has neither looks nor cultivation, yet he's won senior sister Xia's favor. It's really strange. Exactly. Someone as handsome and elegant as me, senior sister Xia doesn't even give me a second glance.
Gu Qingqing shot a fierce glare at the few who were speaking sourly.
If you want to rise above others, and win a bow tie's favor, you need to cultivate diligently. What junior sister says is right.
The few chuckled sheepishly. On the other side, Chen Changsheng followed Xia Yudi and her group out of the mountain gate. From what he gathered, he learned that their mission was to go to the Demon Abyss Valley to collect a material called Blazing Heaven Blood Crystal. The Blazing Heaven Blood Crystal was extremely precious, serving as the main ingredient for the third-grade pill, the core formation pill. However, the Demon Abyss Valley was perilous, and such missions were generally avoided. The core formation pill was an extraordinary elixir, even more valuable than the foundation establishment pill, as it was almost essential for cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment to break through to the golden core stage. Its value was evident; a single pill could fetch an astronomical price. However, the Demon Abyss Valley lay within the demonic sect's territory, and was inherently dangerous. Thus Xia Yudi's decision to bring Chen Changsheng along caused great dissatisfaction among the group. But out of respect for Xia Yudi's authority, no one dared to voice further complaints. Besides Xia Yudi, the team also included another foundation establishment cultivator named Ye Feng. His strength surpassed Xia Yudi's, and he was one of her suitors. The remaining 5 disciples were at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refining. With 2 foundation establishment cultivators, 5 qi refining disciples, and Chen Changsheng the waste, the team seemed rather peculiar. Chen Changsheng could tell that most of these disciples were enamored with Xia Yudi. Their gazes at her were fervent, and even Ye Feng was no exception. Chen Changsheng shook his head inwardly. These were all creatures driven by their lower instincts. They would never achieve great things. Ye Feng's sharp gaze swept over Chen Changsheng.
Do you have a flying sword?
Chen Changsheng shook his head. A flicker of contempt passed through Ye Feng's eyes.
Then how will you travel? I suggest you go back. There's really no way to take you.
Xia Yudi said.
Senior brother Nye, how about you give him a ride?
Ye Feng shook his head.
Not possible.
He then turned to the other qi refining disciples.
Any of you willing to take him?
They all shook their heads vigorously.
Senior brother, we're only at qi refining. Our internal qi is limited, and flying on our own is already exhausting. How could we possibly carry him?
Who would want to carry that waste, Chen Changsheng? Xia Yudi snorted.
You're all just lazy. If none of you will do it, I will.
She summoned her flying sword and gestured for Chen Changsheng to step on. Ye Feng's expression shifted.
Such manual labor shouldn't be for junior sister. I'll take him.
He summoned his own flying sword and glanced impatiently at Chen Changsheng.
Get on.
Chen Changsheng, however, shook his head.
I'd rather ride with senior sister Xia. I don't like men.
Ye Feng's hostility was obvious to anyone. What if he dropped him from the sky to his death?
You?
Xia Yudi chuckled.
Chen Changsheng, come on up then. Same as last time, behave yourself.
Ye Feng's brow furrowed.
Last time.
When had this guy ever shared a flying sword with Xia Yudi? He himself had never had such treatment. How did a waste like him deserve it? Under the murderous glares of the others, Chen Changsheng jumped onto Xia Yudi's flying sword. He couldn't help but sniff and compliment.
Senior sister Xia's body smells so good. Truly fragrant.
Ye Feng. The others. If looks could kill, Chen Changsheng would already be riddled with holes.
Stand still, you little pervert.
Xia Yudi giggled and guided the flying sword into the air. She didn't know why she felt fond of this waste. Chen Changsheng, she only found his aura strangely comforting. Ye Feng snorted and chased after them on his flying sword. No sooner had they left than Gu Qingcheng also flew off on her sword with a group of people. She had also accepted a mission. Seeing that her sister had already achieved foundation establishment, she couldn't afford to let her down. She had to work hard too. As they departed, Li Huan not far away released a paper crane.
Xia Yudi, Chen Changsheng, this time you want to escape. If my main body weren't occupied with important matters, I would have dealt with you myself. Senior sister Xia, what do you think of Li Huan?
Chen Changsheng made small talk while standing on the flying sword. Xia Yudi probably didn't know who had orchestrated the ambush against him last time.
Li Huan, I heard he's caused you trouble several times. He's a scumbag. If he didn't have backing, he'd have been killed long ago.
Xia Yudi said disdainfully.
And them anyway, senior sister Xia should be careful of him in the future.
Chen Changsheng didn't want to say too much, as knowing too much would easily arouse suspicion.
Let's not talk about him. Chen Changsheng, have you ever thought about repairing your dantian?
Xia Yudi's dress fluttered in the wind, and her words were soft. She genuinely sympathized with his plight. Chen Changsheng smiled bitterly.
It's not that easy. I need a 5th-grade nirvana pill. Even if I were killed and sold for meat 100 times, I couldn't afford it.
Xia Yudi let out a laugh.
True, your meat isn't worth much. Probably not even as expensive as pork.
Chen Changsheng. The two chatted idly. From a distance, Ye Feng saw Xia Yudi's smile, and felt a surge of jealousy, wishing he could tear Chen Changsheng apart. Feeling the prickling stares on his back, Chen Changsheng frowned.
He would have to find a chance to slip away alone, or else he might be in trouble. Chen Changsheng was not fond of moving in groups, but he also knew that with his meager strength venturing out alone was quite uncertain. Thus he agreed to accompany Xiao Yudi and the others, only to find that apart from Xiao Yudi, everyone else was eyeing him with hostility. He pondered finding a place to act alone later, so as not to expose his true strength.
Chen Changsheng, you don't need to be so self-destructive. Women are like clothing, they are not essential to your life. Xiao Yudi thought Chen Changsheng was feeling down, so she tried to comfort him.
Thank you, senior sister Xiao. I didn't expect you to have such profound insights.
Chen Changsheng was surprised that Xiao Yudi, despite her young age, could utter such philosophical words. Initially, he was indeed somewhat disheartened by Gu Qingying's broken engagement, but reflecting on it now, it was better to see human nature clearly beforehand than to be stabbed in the back at a critical moment. Once we reach the Demon Abyss Valley, you must stay close by and not wander off. I hope to bring you back safely.
Xiao Yudi's expression seemed somewhat heavy. Chen Changsheng sensed something unusual and quickly asked,
Senior Sister Xiao, what exactly is the Demon Abyss Valley? Is it very dangerous?
Xiao Yudi replied, The Demon Abyss Valley is certainly dangerous. It is said that even nascent soul ancestors do not dare to venture deep inside, but we will only be operating in the periphery this time. Remember, do not venture deep.
Chen Changsheng's heart sank. Due to a few Qi refining period novices in the group, their sword flight could not last long, or else their vital energy would be depleted.
Thus everyone moved slowly. Along the way, Chen Changsheng saw numerous streaks of light darting like meteors. Some hurried along, some fought against each other, and some villages were attacked by beasts, leaving entire villages slaughtered, a sight too horrific to behold. This allowed Chen Changsheng to witness firsthand just how chaotic the Xianwang continent was. Humans, monsters, and demons were incompatible, akin to fire and water, and there were constant conflicts among people as well. This was a time of great turmoil with no rules. The only rule was strength. However, the scenery in this world was truly beautiful. By dusk, as the sun set, colorful clouds appeared in the sky, as if freshly pulled from a dye vat. The distant mountains stood vertical like blades, and swords thrust into the ground, with some towering peaks piercing the clouds. Xiao Yudi was the first to land on a low hill. She took out a map and glanced at it.
This place is called the Chaos Peak Forest. There are terrifying beasts inside, and they are more active at night, making it unsuitable for travel. We will rest here tonight, and continue our journey tomorrow. Everyone naturally had no objections. The few Qi refining period disciples were exhausted, and quickly sat down cross-legged to recover their energy. Even Xiao Yudi and Yefeng began to meditate and rest. They had to stay in optimal condition at all times to respond to any crisis that might arise. Yefeng glanced at Chen Changsheng and said noncommittally, We need to rest, so you don't need to tonight. Just keep watch around us.
All right.
Chen Changsheng did not refuse, as he indeed had not contributed much along the way. Xiao Yudi said,
Chen Changsheng has no cultivation. What use is he for keeping watch?
After saying this, she glanced at Chen Changsheng.
You should rest well.
Yefeng's face darkened, as he saw Xiao Yudi constantly supporting Chen Changsheng.
But he can't do nothing right.
Chen Changsheng said,
Senior Sister Xiao, don't worry. I may not have other skills, but I can keep watch. Besides, I should contribute as well.
Seeing Chen Changsheng say this, Yefeng and the others' expressions softened. Xiao Yudi waved her jade hand, and hundreds of star beams appeared, forming a circle around everyone on the ground before vanishing. This is a Qi 3 talents formation. It has no offensive power, but it is somewhat useful if someone approaches.
Xiao Yudi's father was an elder, and he had provided her with plenty of defensive items for this trip. Yefeng smiled and said,
With Junior Sister's formation, we can rest easy now.
Chen Changsheng clearly saw a semi-transparent barrier forming around everyone. This barrier not only served as a warning, but also kept out mosquitoes and other venomous insects, truly an essential item for home and travel. It seemed to be not much inferior to the formation he obtained from Dan Lao, though Dan Lao used a formation made from scrap materials. However, Chen Changsheng could tell that this formation required drawing upon Xiao Yudi's vital energy.
Senior Sister Xiao here.
Chen Changsheng quietly handed over a small vial. Xia Yudi took the vial, and upon seeing it contained dozens of recovery pills, she couldn't help but look at him in surprise.
How do you have so many?
With the recovery pills, she wouldn't need to worry about exhausting her energy maintaining the formation, and she would quickly replenish the energy consumed while flying. Recovery pills were truly valuable items during battles. Vital energy consumption was severe, and recovery pills could rapidly restore vital energy. Xia Yudi only had a little over 100 herself, but she didn't expect Chen Changsheng to produce so many at once, leaving her somewhat bewildered about him.
I obtained them accidentally.
In fact, Chen Changsheng had considered for a long time before deciding to give her the pills, as Xia Yudi had taken great care of him, and he might need to rely on her in the future. Although his actions were somewhat risky, he had to show a bit of his own value. Xia Yudi looked deeply at Chen Changsheng and transmitted,
So you really know how to refine pills?
But don't worry, everyone has their little secrets. I will keep yours a secret. I won't even tell my father.
Xia Yudi had caught the scent of pill fragrance emanating from the alchemy room several times. She had previously suspected it was Chen Changsheng refining pills, and now she could almost confirm it.
Xia Yudi's heart surged with waves. Chen Changsheng was indeed remarkable, having lost all his cultivation, and yet he could still refine pills in such a place as the alchemy room. He might truly be a rare genius. However, everyone has their own little secrets, and she wouldn't pry further. She would also try her best to protect such a genius in secret. As the two conversed through thought transmission, no one else could hear. Seeing Xia Yudi's clear gaze, and secretly rejoicing for himself, Chen Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was betting on Xia Yudi's character. Nie Feng, seeing Xia Yudi and Chen Changsheng exchanging glances, immediately turned a dark shade of expression. He walked over and directly sat down between the two. Xia Yudi glared at him.
Nie Feng, what are you doing?
Nie Feng chuckled.
Junior sister, hurry up and meditate. Don't waste time on meaningless people. Chen Changsheng stood up and found a corner to sit cross-legged.
You all rest. I'll keep watch tonight.
Chen Changsheng quietly released a trace of his divine sense, and with a thought, he began practicing the pulling technique, lifting a withered leaf.
Nie Feng coldly sneered in his heart. A waste is still a waste. Even dogs don't practice the pulling technique. The levitation technique was merely the most common of minor spells. Any cultivator could perform it. It was a supplementary art utterly devoid of offensive power, and thus few bothered to study it in depth. Yet Chen Changsheng held a different view. He believed that any spell, when cultivated to a profound level, possessed hidden depths.
No wonder he's known as the foremost waste of the Wanxian sect. He can only toy with a levitation technique.
Not only Nie Feng, but even the other Qi refining disciples curled their lips in disdain. They cast but a fleeting glance at Chen Changsheng before losing all interest. Night descended, and the sky was strewn with countless stars casting down patches of silvery light. From deep within the distant mountains, the chilling roars of demonic beasts echoed incessantly. On a nameless hilltop, Xia Yudi and her companions sat in meditation to regulate their breathing, while Chen Changsheng silently practiced the levitation technique. The levitation technique required the coordination of spiritual energy and mental power to move objects from a distance. For now, Chen Changsheng could only levitate light items such as leaves, book pages, or writing brushes. Chen Changsheng believed that once he reached a higher level of mastery, he could move anything, even a massive boulder or an entire mountain. As his cultivation advanced, both his spiritual energy and mental power would increase. What the others failed to notice was that a dense cluster of leaves, hundreds in number, floated silently around Chen Changsheng. With a mere thought, the hundreds of leaves coalesced into the shape of a sword and struck at a small sapling.
My levitation technique has finally evolved.
A surge of joy filled Chen Changsheng's heart. He then attempted to levitate stones. Soon fist-sized rocks hovered in the air. This time, he could only maintain the feat for 10 seconds before feeling immense strain, especially as his mental energy was severely depleted.
Let me try moving just one stone.
Chen Changsheng focused his mind once more, and a stone the size of a human head rose into the air under his control. This time the stone fell after only a second, yet this small success filled him with ecstatic joy. Truly, even a minor spell like the levitation technique could yield great results when cultivated properly. At the same time, Chen Changsheng sensed a noticeable growth in his mental strength. It appeared that the levitation technique could also temper the mind and reverse a discovery that delighted him. After all, spiritual energy was easier to cultivate, but mental power was far more difficult. At present, Chen Changsheng's mental power was likely comparable to that of a cultivator at the 4th or 5th layer of foundation establishment. His mental strength had already outpaced his cultivation level. This revelation only strengthened his resolve to continue practicing the levitation technique.
Everyone be careful. It seems someone is approaching.
While meditating, Chen Changsheng suddenly felt a jolt of alertness and quickly warned the others. Niefeng opened his eyes, closed them to sense the surroundings, and then curled his lip.
Where? I don't sense anyone. Did you notice anything, junior sister?
Xia Yudi shook her head, clearly having detected nothing. Chen Changsheng was dumbfounded. Really? It was so obvious, and they hadn't noticed. Their divine sense was far too weak. Niefeng glared at Chen Changsheng.
If you're on watch, don't spout nonsense and disturb our rest. If you keep crying wolf, he'll toss you out.
Chen Changsheng shrugged. Since they refused to believe him, so be it. He was already on high alert, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Just then Niefeng's expression suddenly changed. He sprang to his feet.
It seems someone is approaching, and quite a few of them. Everyone be careful.
The group rose, scanning their surroundings warily. Niefeng looked at Chen Changsheng in disbelief.
Chen Changsheng, how did you detect them?
Chen Changsheng replied.
I sensed it. Have you ever heard that a blind person's intuition is sharper than an ordinary person's?
No one had time to ponder how Chen Changsheng had detected the enemy in advance, for they could already see dark figures surrounding them from all directions. Xia Yudi waved her hand, withdrawing the formation, and her expression turned grave.
I have a feeling they mean us harm. Everyone stay alert.
Over a dozen cultivators clad in green Taoist robes and elegant dresses encircled them. The group included both men and women, the women beautiful, the men handsome. The male disciples fixed their gazes on Xia Yudi, while the sole woman among the newcomers let her eyes linger on the male disciples. Niefeng and Xia Yudi summoned their flying swords, enveloping the disciples in a protective barrier.
Who are you? I am Niefeng of the Wanxian sect. May I ask the purpose of your late-night visit?
The leader was an effeminate young man who gave a sly and sincere smile.
Disciples of the Wanxian sect. We are from the Huan sect. Passing through this area, we thought we might engage in some in-depth exchange with your sect's disciples.
Chen Changsheng subtly probed the young man, with his divine sense astonished to find that he could not discern whether the person was male or female. Niefeng and Xia Yudi exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing. It was rumored that the Huan sect practiced the joyful Zen, absorbing others' cultivation to enhance their own, earning them a notorious reputation across the Xianhuang continent. They had been unlucky to encounter members of the Huan sect so soon after leaving the sect. Xia Yudi's brow furrowed as the male disciples of the Huan sect leered at her, their gazes stripping her bare.
Huan sect scum, I advise you to leave immediately, or you may provoke a war between our sects. You will bear the blame. Ha ha ha. The lady exaggerates. We are all insignificant figures within our sects. Even if we all die, it won't draw much attention. You are as beautiful as a flower, and still a virgin. Why not join me in dual cultivation and create a beautiful tale? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
The man licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over Xia Yudi's figure.
By the way, my name is Lu Ruhua. May I ask the latest name?
Niefeng's face darkened.
How dare you be so insolent? My junior sister is pure and unsullied. How dare you defile her with your words? Take this.
With a gesture, Niefeng sent his flying sword streaking toward Lu Ruhua like a beam of light. But before the sword could reach Lu Ruhua, another flying sword intercepted it. A silvery bell-like laugh rang out.
Why are you in such a hurry, young master? Let your elder sister give you some tender, loving care.
The speaker was a woman in an emerald green palace dress, breathtakingly beautiful, her laughter causing her full bosom to tremble enticingly. Chen Changsheng was genuinely worried that her jade-like breasts might burst free from her gown. The woman in the palace dress was named Zhao Wushuang. As she spoke, she flicked a red ribbon,
and the air seemed to blossom with flowers, filling it with an intoxicating fragrance that invaded everyone's nostrils. The disciples of the Wanxian sect grew dazed, their eyes glazed over, expressions of bliss on their faces. Some of the weaker ones even drooled. She had just employed her charm technique. Before everyone's eyes, visions of women in sheer gauze appeared, posturing seductively and breathing heavily, bewitching more than half of their souls. Apart from Xia Yudi, Niefeng, and Chen Changsheng, the remaining disciples of the Wanxian sect wore foolish expressions, exhibiting various comical appearances. Although Chen Changsheng's cultivation was low, his strong mental power was not significantly affected. However, Chen Changsheng still pretended to have a dazed expression, not wanting to be the one to stick his neck out. Seeing her junior brothers acting foolishly, Xia Yudi let out a delicate snort.
Enchantress, is this the only underhanded trick you can use?
As her voice fell, a pipa appeared in her hands, her delicate fingers plucking it a few times. With a few clear sounds, Zhao Wushuang's charm technique was completely shattered. The disciples of Wanxian sect realized their previous ridiculous behavior, instantly filled with shame and anger, glaring at Zhao Wushuang. Seeing her charm technique broken, Zhao Wushuang was not angry. Instead, she chuckled, her voice like silver bells penetrating the heart.
Dear disciples of Wanxian sect, I didn't expect you to be so easily played with. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will feel as if you are floating among the immortals, lost in bliss.
A disciple of Wanxian sect brandished a wolf-toothed club towards Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang laughed.
Such a thick club, I can't handle it.
After saying that, she sent a flirtatious glance at that disciple, instantly rendering him foolish. Niefeng's expression changed.
Be careful.
Just as he was about to rush over to help, he was intercepted by a male disciple from the Huan sect.
Your opponent is me.
With that brief delay, Zhao Wushuang caught the disciple in her grasp, pressing her palm against his dantian, and in the blink of an eye his hair turned from black to white as his essence was drained. With a thud, his corpse fell to the ground like that of an aging tree. Everyone gasped, instinctively retreating, fearing to be targeted by this enchantress. Looking at the corpse, Zhao Wushuang felt a bit unsatisfied, saying,
Who told you not to cooperate? We could have had a better way to communicate. With such little cultivation, you wasted my time for nothing.
Xia Yudi, with a fierce glare, formed a sword formula, and her flying sword transformed into a spiritual serpent, slashing towards Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang smiled at Lu Ruhua.
Senior brother, this little lady is for you. The other men are mine, is that all right?
Lu Ruhua chuckled.
Sister, you are indeed greedy, let it be as you say.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruhua swayed his body, blocking Xia Yudi.
Barry, how about we have a deeper exchange?
Xia Yudi's face turned cold.
Pa, you lecture today. I must take revenge for my junior brother.
Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang entangled Niefeng, giggling.
This young master, your cultivation is acceptable. How about you become my partner, my bedmate?
Niefeng shivered, snorting.
Enchantress, stop your seductions. I don't want to be drained into a husk by you. Look at my sword.
He then revealed a wide sword, fiercely slashing towards Zhao Wushuang. If Niefeng had any fondness for her before, it was entirely absent now. This woman, though beautiful, was indeed a beautiful poison snake. Other qi refining practitioners from the Huan sect rushed towards the disciples of Wanxian sect. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. Clearly, the Huan sect had the advantage in numbers. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng did not attract much attention, as he appeared to have no cultivation, resembling an ordinary person. After observing for a while, Chen Changsheng secretly felt relieved. Although the number of people on the Wanxian sect side was small, each was formidable, worthy of being from a major sect. In terms of comparable levels, their strength actually held the upper hand. However, they were outnumbered, facing frequent unknown situations.
Chen Changsheng, why are you just standing there? Come help.
A disciple of Wanxian sect, surrounded and flustered, saw Chen Changsheng standing there with his arms crossed, watching, and rolled his eyes.
Oh!
Chen Changsheng forced a smile, touching his nose, as he slowly walked over. It seemed he couldn't avoid exposing some of his strength.
Kid, I was going to spare you. Since you insist on seeking death, he'll send you on your way.
A qi refining disciple from the Huan sect saw Chen Changsheng approach and couldn't help but sneer, slashing a knife at Chen Changsheng's neck. Chen Changsheng shook his head.
Too slow.
As his words fell, Chen Changsheng's body flickered, as if teleporting, grabbing the man's neck, twisting with force, and with a crack, he instantly broke it. What? Both Wanxian sect and Huan sect members were shocked at this scene. Wasn't Chen Changsheng the top waist of Wanxian sect? How did he become so powerful? It was said that although his Dantian was crippled, he was still a body refiner. Once a body refiner got close to a chi refiner, it became dangerous. No wonder senior sister Xia insisted on bringing Chen Changsheng along. It turned out this guy had some strength. Now everyone's eyes on Chen Changsheng changed, and for the first time, he earned respect. In fact, Chen Changsheng was reluctant to expose his strength, but sometimes it was unavoidable. Xia Yudi smiled. I knew this guy was not simple. I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply. Kill him! The chi-refining disciples of Huan sect were furious and charged at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's expression changed. Senior sister Xia, save me! Do not fear, senior brother Chen. We are here to help you. Other chi-refining disciples from Wanxian sect quickly surrounded Chen Changsheng to protect him, as a body refiner could play a decisive role in critical moments. With a wave of his large sleeve, Chen Changsheng deployed a formation, the same one he had learned from Sang Debu, which he brought out this time, for it was of little use at home. With this, Chen Changsheng enveloped all the Huan sect members within the great formation, including Zhao Wushuang and Lu Ruhua. Once the formation was established, mist surged, chilling winds howled, and the sounds of wailing spirits filled the air. Although this formation had no offensive power, it was just perfect for Chen Changsheng to fish in troubled waters. Everyone, do not be afraid. This is my illusion formation, which can trap them for a while. I will transmit the incantation to you, and you will not be deceived by the formation. In an instant, Chen Changsheng transmitted the incantation of the formation via sound. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was Chen Changsheng really a waste? Why do I feel like I am the real waste? With the array's aid, Chen Changsheng could now more freely take advantage of the chaos. The formation looked spectacular on the surface, but had little real lethality. Its true value lay in its power to deceive, which favored the Wanxian sect. After all, they possessed techniques to resist such illusions, whereas the Huan sect, once bewildered, found themselves at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, several Huan disciples were ambushed and slain. Damn! Lu Ruhua snorted as she heard her junior brother's agonized cries. She spat out a shuttle-shaped magic artifact and drove it into the array. With a ripping sound, the formation tore open. Nie Fong coordinated seamlessly, sweeping his great sleeve and unfolding a spiritual technique that drew all the Huan disciples into it. The two of them used a teleportation art to withdraw swiftly. Lu Ruhua's resentful voice floated from afar. This score is settled between us, just you wait. They had been thoroughly confident, yet unexpectedly, it was they who suffered the loss. Realizing that staying on would bring them no advantage, and might even invite disaster, they chose to retreat. Chen Changsheng inwardly marveled at how many artifacts the Huan sect possessed. That shuttle-shaped talisman in particular was excellent. If he could obtain it, his means of escape would increase yet again. They're leaving so soon! The Wanxian disciples looked at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. Had he not unleashed that grand formation, the loss would undoubtedly have been theirs. Nie Fong smiled at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, we misjudged you. We truly owe you our thanks this time. Indeed, senior brother Changsheng, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Yes, though your Dantian was ruined, your resolve is iron. I wouldn't even help my own mother if she fell. I admire you. The Wanxian disciples swarmed around Chen Changsheng, studying him, as if seeing him anew. Even Xia Yudi's beautiful eyes regarded him with curiosity. Where did you acquire that array? It saved us today. Chen Changsheng scratched his head bashfully. I happened upon it while taking contracts before my Dantian was damaged. He would not confess that it came from Sang Debu. I see. They murmured with sympathy regarding Chen Changsheng as a pitying yet admirable youth now unable to cultivate normally. Unintentionally, Chen Changsheng had won their respect. He sighed inwardly. He had promised himself to keep a low profile. Xia Yudi said, This place is no place to linger. We should leave sooner rather than later. Nie Fong nodded. My junior sister is right. Who knows if the Huan sect has reinforcements? They mounted their flying swords and left the area. Standing upon his sword, Chen Changsheng checked his array talisman. Earlier, Lu Ruhua's shuttle-shaped artifact had damaged one of his flags, and he tried to repair it. At daybreak the following morning, they spotted a city ahead. The group decided to rest here for a while and purchase supplies. Xia Yudi guided their flying swords down.
The Mayuan Valley is rife with venomous insects and miasma. We should buy antidote pills and miasma-warding talismans while we can.
Nie Feng had no objection.
As my junior sister suggests.
This was Haishi City, about 2,000 li from Wanxian sect. At the Qi refinement stage with limited true Qi flying speed, was slow, hence they had only covered 2,000 li so far. Had Xia Yudi and the others gone alone, they would have already been at least 5,000 li away. Rumor had it that another 2,000 li south of Haishi City lay Mayuan Valley. Haishi City was vast. Its walls were built from a black stone rising 2 or 3 dozen zhang. They were said to have been erected to withstand beastly onslaughts. Being not far from Wanshou Mountain, the city endured the annual maddening of the mountain beasts, who would sometimes rampage forth to devour people when seized by frenzy. Standing before those towering walls, Chen Changsheng felt like a speck beneath a summit, acutely aware of his own smallness. The great gates of Haishi City stood open, flanked by armored imposing guards. Arrayed densely along the ramparts were Zhuge divine crossbows crafted by the refining arts sect, and etched with formation runes. Even Qi refinement cultivators could fell a target with a single volley. Legend held that Haishi City had been founded as an outpost to fend off the beasts of Wanshou Mountain. They entered the city without hindrance. It was Chen Changsheng's first long journey, and everything intrigued him. Haishi City wore a rough exterior, but harbored a graceful inner order. White jade-paved roads, broad avenues, rows upon rows of shops and merchants hawking their wares, all signs of a prosperous city. They took rooms at an inn. Xia Yudi waved her delicate hand.
We rest today and depart tomorrow. Everyone is free to go about, but remember to buy miasma-warding talismans and antidote pills.
At her words, spirits lifted. Such rare leisure was relished. The city offered not only food and amusements, but even places like the pleasure courtyard. Chen Changsheng saw 3 disciples hasten toward that direction and shook his head quietly. It was understandable. Their cultivation was grueling, and they faced life-or-death trials. A bit of relaxation was well-deserved. Just as Chen Changsheng was slipping away, Xia Yudi called him.
Chen Changsheng, accompany me on a stroll through the market.
Sensing Nie Feng's cold gaze, Chen Changsheng clutched his belly and protested.
Ow, my stomach pains. I must visit the latrine. Sister Xia, go with senior brother Nie.
Nie Feng kindly explained.
Chen Changsheng is now immortal. Eating, drinking, and the rest are unavoidable. Let us go window shopping, shall we? Very well.
Elsewhere, the so-called Black Widow Chen Changsheng had already appeared on the street. He first went to the armory and sold some weapons obtained in that earlier skirmish. He then visited the herbal apothecary and sold remaining pills, purchasing a supply of miasma-warding talismans, antidote pills, and swift travel talismans.
Fair immortal, please wait.
As Chen Changsheng walked down a narrow alley, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned and nearly stumbled. The speaker was none other than Lu Ruhua. This world truly was small.
Anything you require.
Chen Changsheng frowned slightly, and regarded Lu Ruhua coolly, pretending not to know him. Lu Ruhua returned his gaze, eyes lingering on Chen Changsheng's tall chest, with a hint of covetousness. He had been tailing Chen Changsheng for some time. This mature, commanding woman had long inflamed him. Desire burned within. Lu Ruhua cupped his fist.
I am Lu Xiaohui. May I ask the name of this immortal maiden?
A smile curved Chen Changsheng's lips as she made a delicate gesture.
A girl who wanders the Jiang, who forgets her given name. Outsiders call me Black Widow.
A poisonous scheme began forming in Chen Changsheng's mind. Lu Ruhua's eyes narrowed into slits as he quickly clapped his hands.
What a splendid name! I have a fondness for widows, especially Black Widows.
Chen Changsheng cast a glance at Lu Ruhua, his expression brimming with coquettish charm.
How annoying!
That single glance had already stolen half of Lu Ruhua's soul.
Ah, I feel an instant kinship with you, immortal maiden. Why not join me for a cup of wine at the drunken immortal pavilion? Chen Changsheng's face showed a hint of hesitation, a trace of worry in his voice.
This doesn't seem quite right. What if you turn out to be a villain?
Seeing Chen Changsheng's wavering resolve, Lu Ruhua quickly pressed on, with a smile.
Rest assured, immortal maiden, it's merely a drink to get acquainted. As they say, more friends mean more paths.
He believed his charm would surely entice this black widow into his bed. Chen Changsheng's cheeks flushed slightly, his voice coy.
Is it truly just a drink? You must promise not to bully this humble one. Of course not. Of course not.
With that, he took Chen Changsheng's hand and led him toward the drunken immortal pavilion. Lu Ruhua secretly gloated, never imagining this little beauty would be so easily seduced. This damn charm was simply irresistible. Little did he know, he was venturing further down the path of self-destruction. Chen Changsheng, suppressing his revulsion, followed Lu Ruhua to the drunken immortal pavilion. Upon arriving at the drunken immortal pavilion, Lu Ruhua requested a private room and pulled Chen Changsheng inside. His impatient demeanor suggested he could hardly wait to force himself upon her. After finding a seat, Lu Ruhua formed a hand seal and conjured a soundproof barrier. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted.
What are you doing with that?
Lu Ruhua chuckled lecherously.
Naturally, to prevent others from hearing sounds unsuitable for young ears.
By now this black widow would become a puppet to be manipulated at will, assuming any pose he desired. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes.
Don't be rash. We agreed it was only for drinking, nothing else.
Lu Ruhua grinned lasciviously.
I believe besides drinking the immortal maiden, and I can engage in a deeper exchange. You?
Chen Changsheng's face reddened, obvious alarm spreading across his features, as he silently communicated with the Red Cloud Ancestor.
When will you cast the spell?
The Red Cloud Ancestor chuckled slyly.
Boy, do you want to experience what it feels like to be a woman. The sensation is quite different from a man's.
Chen Changsheng nearly vomited.
Get lost.
The Red Cloud Ancestor ceased his jesting and abruptly launched a mental assault at Lu Ruhua.
Die.
Seizing the moment of Lu Ruhua's daze, Chen Changsheng produced a short blade and plunged it fiercely into Lu Ruhua's dantian. The violent, chaotic true chi surged in, instantly tearing a gaping hole in his dantian.
You?
Lu Ruhua saw a black hole the size of a human head burst open in his lower abdomen. His eyes blazed with fury as he realized he had been ambushed.
You? Who are you?
Chen Changsheng spun around, reverting to his original form with a chuckle.
Take a good look. Where is there any black widow? I'll fuck your grandmother.
Lu Ruhua coughed up a mouthful of blood, in rage rolled his eyes, and died on the spot. Chen Changsheng reached out and gently closed his eyelids.
Rest in peace. Not everyone gets to die at the hands of the Chaos Dan body.
From the corpse, he retrieved a gourd-shaped treasure. Probing it with his divine sense, he was overjoyed. Lu Ruhua's gourd was filled with riches, including thousands of chi-gathering pills and rejuvenation pills.
Is this a foundation establishment pill?
Chen Changsheng opened a box to reveal a smooth emerald green pill emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. He recognized this pill immediately. It was indeed a foundation establishment pill, and judging by its quality, at least of the middle grade.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent.
Chen Changsheng was elated. He had originally devised this assassination plot to obtain Lu Ruhua's shuttle-shaped treasure, but unexpectedly, he had also gained a foundation establishment pill. This was a delightful surprise. He hadn't realized the people of the Joyous Union sect were so wealthy. The Red Cloud Ancestor curled his lip in disdain.
Look at you getting so thrilled over a single foundation establishment pill. You've clearly never seen the world.
Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the Red Cloud Ancestor's taunts. The Ancestor was like a well-fed man who couldn't fathom the hunger of the starving. Next, Chen Changsheng began sorting through the spoils. Aside from the treasure, he found several black orbs within which faint traces of lightning flickered. He recognized these. Thunderburst orbs, disposable treasures formed by a lightning-attributed cultivator's condensed blood essence.
What a fine treasure!
Chen Changsheng gleefully stored them away. With these, his chances of survival increased significantly. He then discovered 2 purple firmament divine thunder talismans, which he cherished as if they were priceless gems.
If Lu Ruhua had used these talismans during the earlier skirmish with the disciples of Wanxian sect, it would have been Chen Changsheng and his companions who met their doom. But at that time Lu Ruhua was too fixated on coveting Xia Yudi's body to use them lightly. He was seeking romance, not riches. This Lu Ruhua was truly a gift-bearing child. Had Chen Changsheng faced him in a direct confrontation, he would surely have lost. He hadn't realized that his female guise could prove so convenient at times. Finally, Chen Changsheng took the shuttle-shaped treasure in hand and studied it closely. It turned out to be called the 5 Elements Thunderbolt Shuttle, capable of penetrating arrays and tearing through restrictions, an essential tool for travel and escape. Seeing Chen Changsheng's excitement over what he deemed a remarkable artifact, the Red Cloud ancestor snorted dismissively.
"Look at you so thrilled over this! The 5 Elements Thunderbolt Shuttle is merely a replica. The true one can traverse countless realms, granting access to anywhere in the universe."
Chen Changsheng, irritated by the Red Cloud ancestor's condescension, retorted.
"TCH Red Cloud ancestor, since you're so impressive, why don't you show me a truly powerful treasure?" "You?"
The Red Cloud ancestor was left speechless with anger and could only fall silent in embarrassment. After refining the 5 Elements Thunderbolt Shuttle, dissolving Lu Ruhua's corpse, and thoroughly cleaning the room to ensure nothing was left behind, Chen Changsheng finally emerged from the drunken immortal pavilion.
"Young master, come play with us. Young master, the girls at our Ihong pavilion are all stunningly beautiful, skilled in music, song, and dance. Each one has a unique talent."
As he passed the entrance of Ihong pavilion, several women standing at the door winked at Chen Changsheng, and some even reached out to tug at him.
"Damn! How did I end up on this street?"
Chen Changsheng fled in panic. He truly hadn't come this way intentionally. It was pure coincidence.
"Chen Changsheng, you're finally back. Confess honestly, where did you go just now?"
As soon as he returned to the inn, Xia Yudi fixed him with a piercing stare and began her interrogation, her eyes tinged with menace.
Did she find out?"
Chen Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Had his Black Widow identity been exposed?
Where did I go? I went to buy antidote pills."
Xia Yudi planted her hands on her slender waist.
"I clearly saw you coming from the direction of Ihong Pavilion. Confess, did you go whoring?"
Just now Xia Yudi sensed that Chen Changsheng hadn't returned yet. She discreetly extended her divine sense and discovered him emerging from the direction of the House of Joy, instantly feeling disgusted. TCH. Men. They were all just creatures driven by their lower instincts.
"No."
Chen Changsheng shook his head. He had indeed gone seeking pleasure, but it was to meet Willow Ruhua, if that even counted. Xia Yudi's cheeks puffed up with anger.
"Still lying through your teeth. I clearly saw you coming out of the House of Joy just now."
With that she glared and snapped.
"You two get out here right now."
As her voice fell, 2 junior disciples of the Qi refining stage emerged from the room, heads bowed like guilty children. It turned out Xia Yudi had dragged them out of the courtesan's chambers in the House of Joy. Chen Changsheng wore a pained expression.
"Senior Sister Xia, I didn't go inside. I just passed by the entrance." "Why would you pass by the entrance?" "That proves you've already harbored improper thoughts."
Chen Changsheng. Xia Yudi, hands on her slender waist, launched into a tirade at the few junior disciples.
"You must cast aside all distractions and pursue the great path of longevity. Stop behaving like you're still in the mortal world. Enough. You two go face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Chen Changsheng, follow me."
Chen Changsheng followed Xia Yudi into her room. She produced a few detoxification pills and miasma talismans and handed them to him.
"I know you're broke. Take these. Once we enter the Demon Abyss Valley, you must stay close to me and not fall behind." "Senior Sister Xia, I already have all this. You should keep them for yourself. Just take them. You'll understand their value when the time comes."
Xia Yudi's tone softened.
"Junior brother, the path of a body refiner is hundreds of times more arduous than that of a Qi refiner. But it is still a cultivation path. Work hard."
Chen Changsheng accepted the pill's warmth, filling his heart.
"I understand. I will always remember your teaching, Senior Sister. You are as beautiful as you are kind."
This woman, though a bit nagging, had a truly good heart, far better than that ungrateful wretch Gu Qingying. Xia Yudi smiled sweetly at his words, and tilted her head.
Is that so? Who is more beautiful, me or Gu Qingying? Senior sister, of course. Because your beauty radiates from within.
Chen Changsheng finished speaking, and turned to leave. Xia Yudi stroked her chin and suddenly blushed.
Beauty from within, huh? That sly little devil.
The moment Chen Changsheng stepped out, he froze. He saw familiar faces, the Gu sisters Hao Jian, and 5 or 6 Qi refining disciples from the Wanxian sect entering from outside. As they entered, Gu Qingying looked up and caught sight of Chen Changsheng emerging from the room. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly composed herself, pretending nothing was amiss. Chen Changsheng was only briefly surprised. He lowered his head, feigning ignorance, and prepared to leave. Seeing Gu Qingying now stirred no emotion within him. But though he wished to be invisible, others would not let him off so easily. A Qi refining disciple sneered.
Oh, look who it is, our Wanxian sect's #1 genius. Aren't you supposed to be holed up in the waste pill room cleaning up dregs? What brings you here?
These men were all sycophants of the Gu sisters, eager to curry favor before their mistresses. Chen Changsheng had no intention of entertaining such bootlickers. He turned and walked away. Just then Gu Qinsheng stepped forward.
Stop! Did we give you permission to leave?
She approached Chen Changsheng, looking him up and down with feigned realization.
Oh! I get it now. You must have heard that my sister was coming out for training and decided to wait here in advance. How thoughtful.
Gu Qinsheng felt that her sister's former engagement to this useless man was a stain on their family's honor.
Ignorant.
Chen Changsheng looked at the woman before him, nearly collapsing. He had seen narcissism before, but never to this degree. Chen Changsheng turned to leave again. Gu Qinsheng blocked his path.
Who are you calling ignorant? Say that again if you dare.
Chen Changsheng met her gaze and enunciated each word.
You are not only ignorant but also brainless.
Gu Qinsheng stamped her foot in fury.
You? What are you all standing there for? Teach him a lesson. You're asking for it.
Enraged, the several Qi refining cultivators lunged at him. One of them snorted and pounced, swinging a heavy slap toward Chen Changsheng's face. Slap. Instead of hitting Chen Changsheng, the man received a slap himself. He was sent flying backward, spitting out a few bloody teeth, his face swollen like a pig's head.
This.
The others stared at Chen Changsheng in shock. Wasn't this guy the #1 waste of the Wanxian sect? How had he become so formidable? It defied all logic. The Gu sisters were the most stunned, their mouths forming perfect OS. The one who had just struck was a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Chen Changsheng had wanted to live quietly in the waste pill room, but since people wouldn't leave him alone, he had no choice but to reveal a fraction of his true strength. Hao Jian, aware of Chen Changsheng's background, was not particularly surprised. He remarked coolly,
This guy's Dantian is crippled, but he got lucky and became a body refiner. Don't engage him in close combat.
So that was it. Gu Qingying breathed a slight sigh of relief. A body refiner, still a waste.
Beat him.
Hao Jian's Qi refining subordinates snapped to attention and moved to attack Chen Changsheng, intent on teaching him a harsh lesson.
Stop! What do you think you're doing?
Just then Xia Yudi approached with a cold face, standing beside Chen Changsheng. Gu Qingying quickly called out,
Senior Sister Xia.
And even Hao Jian mumbled,
Junior Sister Xia.
Xia Yudi wielded considerable influence within the Wanxian sect. She snorted,
Chen Changsheng is under my protection from now on. Messing with him means messing with me. Besides, he's already pitiful enough. Are you even human if you still won't let him be?
Chen Changsheng felt a lump in his throat. Senior Sister Xia always stood up for him. Hao Jian clasped his hands apologetically.
All a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding.
With that, the group headed upstairs. The incident soon blew over. Chen Changsheng hadn't expected the Gu sisters to be staying in the room next to his. Truly a karmic entanglement. But now seeing Gu Qingying stirred nothing in him. That night, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate. Words were useless. One day, he would make the Gu sisters kneel before him and sing. Well, sing Conquest.
Sister, I think that Chen Changsheng still has designs on you. He even got a room right next to ours. Watch out he doesn't spy on you.
In the adjacent room, Gu Qingcheng was irritated just knowing Chen Changsheng was next door. Gu Qingying gave her sister a mild glare and said helplessly,
"Why must you always bicker with him? Focus on your cultivation. I brought you along this time hoping you would succeed in foundation establishment."
Gu Qingcheng stuck out her tongue and made a funny face.
"Sister, foundation establishment isn't that easy. I'm not like you."
Gu Qingying first cast a soundproof barrier, then tapped her sister's forehead.
"You have good talent, but you're too lazy. Since we've embarked on the path of cultivation, we must be diligent. The family relies on us sisters." "I know, sister. I'll work hard on my cultivation."
Leaving her sister's room, Gu Qingcheng walked to the end of the corridor and knocked on a door.
"Come in,"
came Hao Jian's deep voice from inside. Gu Qingcheng glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pushed the door open and entered, closing it behind her. Hao Jian sat cross-legged on the bed, seemingly in meditation. Seeing Gu Qingcheng enter, he stopped and looked at her with a smile.
"Junior sister Qingcheng, what brings you here? Is something the matter?"
The room was filled with a fragrant, intoxicating mist. Gu Qingcheng sniffed the air, her expression one of bliss.
"Senior brother, what incense is this? It smells wonderful." "Oh, it's sandalwood for calming the mind,"
Hao Jian replied, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He patted the spot beside him.
"Come sit. The inn is too humble, and I'm afraid it's a bit of a discomfort for you, junior sister."
Gu Qingcheng shook her head.
"It's no discomfort at all. As long as I'm with senior brother, any environment is fine."
She obediently sat down cross-legged beside him, stealing a glance at his expression, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Hao Jian studied her for a moment.
"Junior sister, you must have come for a reason, right?"
Gu Qingcheng nodded.
"I came to ask you, senior brother, how we can get rid of that annoying Chen Changsheng. He still has his heart set on my sister, and even dared to say had personally come to break off the engagement in 2 months. Who does he think he is?"
The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Hao Jian waved dismissively.
"He's nothing but an ant. If he were hiding within the sect, I might not be able to do anything. But since he's left the sect and crossed my path, I'll make sure he never returns."
Gu Qingcheng's eyes lit up.
"So senior brother already has a plan?"
Hao Jian nodded.
"And I've already contacted my men. They'll kill him at the first opportunity. Rest assured, junior sister, he won't be causing trouble for much longer. But it's best if your sister doesn't find out about this. With you handling it, senior brother, dealing with him is as easy as crushing an ant. I heard you're a prince of the Chu kingdom of noble birth, and you have many powerful subordinates."
Gu Qingcheng turned her head to gaze at Hao Jian's chiseled profile and the occasional bob of his Adam's apple. Her cheeks flushed, and she found herself lost in the sight. Unknowingly, her breathing grew heavy. She felt a burning heat all over her body, and had an overwhelming urge to shed all her clothes. Observing Gu Qingcheng's reaction with his spiritual sense, Hao Jian smirked inwardly. The returning spring rosemary incense from the imperial palace was working its magic as effectively as ever. Against a qi condensation stage cultivator like Gu Qingcheng, its effects were exceptionally potent. He had long decided to first take Gu Qingcheng, then Gu Qingying. Having both sisters serve him would be a truly delightful prospect. At this thought, the smile on Hao Jian's face was as irrepressible as an AK-47's recoil.
"Senior brother, I'm so hot."
By now, Gu Qingcheng's body was reacting. Her mouth was dry, her body burned, and her gaze grew hazy and unfocused. Hao Jian took the opportunity to pull her delicate body toward him.
"Come here, junior sister. Let me take a look."
Gu Qingcheng fell into his embrace, her hands grasping wildly, her lips slightly parted. A profound emptiness consumed her, and she desperately sought a warm refuge. Even the battle-hardened Hao Jian found this alluring scene irresistible. With a flick of his hand, he set up a defensive formation and a soundproof barrier. Having done this, he gently cupped Gu Qingcheng's face and pressed his lips fiercely against hers. With a soft moan, she responded with equal passion, now completely consumed by desire. Chen Changsheng was unaware of Gu Qingcheng's scheming. At that moment, he was receiving guidance on his cultivation from ancestor Hongyun.
"Kid, that Song Long art you're practicing now is utter garbage, completely unworthy of your chaos pill body. I have a supreme cultivation method here. Do you want to learn it?
Ancestor Hongyun held the Wanxian sect's Songlong art in utter contempt. In truth, the Wanxian sect's Lihua divine art was a formidable technique, but it was only taught to inner disciples. The techniques available to ordinary outer disciples were quite mediocre.
What? The Lihua divine art? That's a trash technique. It wasn't even worth mentioning in the ancient era. Only your Wanxian sect would hoard it like a treasure. It's laughable.
Ancestor Hongyun retorted with a dismissive snort, shaking his head like a rattle drum. In the ancient era, there were many earth-shattering cultivation methods, but after that great war most were lost, vanishing into the river of history.
Oh! What powerful technique does the ancestor have? Teach it to me quickly.
Chen Changsheng's eyes gleamed and his breath quickened. In the path of cultivation, the most important element was the cultivation method itself. Dharma treasures and divine abilities were merely supplementary. Only with a powerful method could a cultivator's strength fundamentally improve. Ancestor Hongyun snorted.
I can teach you, but you must agree to one condition. Otherwise I'd rather this knowledge rot inside me. Name it.
Ancestor Hongyun said.
When your cultivation reaches the Mahayana stage, you must not only set me free, but also help me condense a Dao body. Agree to this, and it'll teach you the supreme method.
Chen Changsheng nodded.
I agree.
Ancestor Hongyun curled his lip.
You're a sly one, kid. You must swear a heavenly Dao oath before I can trust you.
Chen Changsheng replied.
I can swear a heavenly Dao oath, but you must do the same. The technique you teach me must be the unaltered original. Don't pull any tricks like with the Green Emperor's disguise art. Otherwise I'd rather not have it.
Chen Changsheng knew this old ghost had treasures. What he needed most now was a powerful cultivation method, otherwise it would be difficult to improve his strength. Relying solely on treasures and divine abilities would never truly make one a powerhouse.
Fine, I agree.
The two then proceeded to swear the heavenly Dao oath. Such oaths might be meaningless to ordinary people, but for cultivators they were inviolable. Breaking one could lead to the backlash of the heavenly Dao, causing a regression in cultivation at best, or the utter destruction of the soul at worst.
Kid, receive it well.
Ancestor Hongyun reached out and tapped, and a beam of golden light expanded rapidly within Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. The 5 characters,
chaotic true demon art,
appeared in Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. At that moment, the voice of the elder Hongyun echoed in Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness.
Kid, I see you have cultivated chaotic true chi within your body, and your physical form is exceptionally strong. This chaotic true demon art is most suitable for you.
The
chaotic true demon art
is a technique that allows the conversion between chi refining and body refining. In battle, it can disperse true essence throughout the physical body, which can then be emitted back into the Danshan's chi si. The greatest advantage of this technique is its ability to interchange the two forms and merge them into one, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. However, this technique has stringent requirements. Generally, the elemental energies cultivated by ordinary people are too weak to integrate into the physical body. Only those who have cultivated chaotic true chi have a greater chance of success. Thus, it seems, this technique was almost tailor-made for Chen Changsheng. After some contemplation, Chen Changsheng gasped in awe. It appeared that the genius who created this technique had indeed taken a unique approach, merging immortal and martial practices.
Elder Hongyun, where did you obtain this technique? Has anyone in history succeeded in cultivating it?
Chen Changsheng seriously suspected that this old fellow was trying to deceive him. How could someone so formidable be so generous as to pass this technique to him? Elder Hongyun awkwardly cleared his throat.
Ahem, this technique was created by a very powerful figure during ancient times. However, that individual had already reached a high level of cultivation back then, so naturally they could not change their path midway.
Chen Changsheng. Ultimately, this was an unproven technique. Was this old fellow making him a guinea pig?
However, there were attempts to cultivate it before, but they were unsuccessful because those individuals only cultivated elemental energies. I believe that since you are cultivating chaotic true chi, it might be worth a try. Should I cultivate it or not? If I do, I might face irreversible consequences, but if I don't, it would be a pity,
as it is said to be a sacred level or even immortal level technique. Techniques are categorized as ordinary yellow rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, heaven rank, sacred rank, and immortal rank. For instance, the Zhenzong treasure of the Wanxian sect, the Lihua divine art, is merely an advanced earth rank technique. After contemplating for a long time, Chen Changsheng decided to give it a try. He gritted his teeth and committed.
Elder Hongyun, if you dare to deceive me, I will drag you down with me before I die.
Elder Hongyun snorted coldly.
If you succeed, remember to give me a good physical body in the future.
In the time that followed, Chen Changsheng began to cultivate the chaotic true demon art. After an entire hour, the true chi finally circulated through his body once around. Boom! A sound like the collapse of heaven and earth erupted from within Chen Changsheng, shaking the entire Blackstone city, and startling him into quickly setting up a soundproof barrier.
What is going on?
Especially the shook the most, causing everyone inside to rush out to check. Hao Jian and Gu Qingqing, who were originally in a compromising position, were startled, causing them to lose control of their yang essence. He had been secretly absorbing Gu Qingqing's essence, and this sudden shock nearly caused him to go mad. In fact, Hao Jian was not merely attracted to the beauty of the Gu sisters, he primarily valued them as legendary pure yin bodies. Cultivating with them would greatly benefit his cultivation. As a prince and a genius, Hao Jian was never short of beautiful women around him. How could it be just a matter of lust? The benefits were what he valued the most. At this moment, inside Chen Changsheng, the sounds of thousands of galloping horses, mighty rivers, and waves crashing against rocks accompanied by thunder were incredibly terrifying. Chen Changsheng was startled. The noise was too overwhelming. Fortunately, that sound was only frightening at first, gradually calming down. At this point, Chen Changsheng felt as if his meridians had been unblocked, and he was entirely clear-headed and exceptionally comfortable. He realized that he had made the right gamble. This technique was indeed tailor-made for him. However, this was merely the first step of a long journey. The next crucial task was to integrate the chaotic true chi from the dantian into the physical body, or to gather the essence from the physical body into the dantian. Only when these two aspects fully converge and can switch freely will it be considered a success. Chen Changsheng followed the technique's operation route, attempting to disperse a wisp of chaotic true chi into his legs. To his surprise, the pain was excruciating, tearing at his very soul. Chen Changsheng barely managed to suppress a scream of agony. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Gaining power is not so easy. However, Chen Changsheng did not give up. He gradually attempted to channel chaotic true chi into his legs. After all, when fighting with others, if he were to be outmatched, he would rely solely on his legs to escape. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his face contorted in agony, and his clothes became soaked in sweat without him realizing it. Chen Changsheng let out a loud roar.
Come on, what is this pain? Let the storm come even more fiercely.
Compared to Gu Qingqing's kicking him while he was down, the psychological torment was the true pain that penetrated to the bone. Crack. As the chaotic true chi advanced an inch, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if beans were frying, as though his meridians were being shredded and his muscles were collapsing. In fact, his meridians were indeed torn and blood vessels burst, as if they could not withstand such violent chaotic true chi. However, after being torn, those meridians quickly healed under the nurturing of the chaotic chi and became even more robust while his muscles strengthened. This is also why those who cultivate elemental true chi cannot practice this technique, as their meridians cannot repair themselves as quickly as they are torn. Chen Changsheng understood that through the nurturing of chaotic true chi, his physical form became significantly stronger. Previously, true essence was true essence, and the physical body was the physical body, but now the physical body could also benefit from the nourishment of true essence. Only now did he understand how intelligent the creator of this technique was. It was no exaggeration to call them a genius. With the benefits in sight, Chen Changsheng felt even more motivated. Although the process was incredibly painful, akin to enduring torture, the benefits reaped were indeed substantial. The entire night Chen Changsheng endured this torture. After a whole night, he finally channeled chaotic true chi into his legs. However, the amount of chaotic true chi in his body was just enough for his legs. Any more would be insufficient. Yet Chen Changsheng felt that his leg strength was now several times greater than before.
He could now move as fast as early Foundation establishment cultivators. This increased his chances of escaping. When he gathered the chaotic true chi in his body back into the Dantian, he suddenly felt his legs go weak, as if his yang essence was leaking out. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to condense the essence of his physical body into the Dantian, Xia Yudi knocked on the door.
Chen Changsheng, are you up yet? The sun is shining on your backside. Our time flies too fast.
Chen Changsheng lamented with lingering regret. His cultivation had barely reached its midpoint before being rudely interrupted, leaving him thoroughly displeased.
Senior sister, wait a moment. I need to bathe and change clothes.
Moments later, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Chen Changsheng scanned the group and noticed that besides Xia Yudi and her companions, Gu Qingying and her sister were also present. This furrowed Chen Changsheng's brow. He lowered his voice and asked Xia Yudi,
Senior sister Xia, what's going on? Are they joining us?
Xia Yudi nodded.
We discussed it last night. This time we have to pass through the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, an extremely perilous place. Traveling together is safer.
Chen Changsheng grinned wryly.
Why wasn't I included in your discussion?
He had no desire to travel with these people, especially Gu Qingqing, whose presence grated on his nerves. Xia Yudi shot him a glare.
Why should we consult you? This was a decision among us Foundation establishment cultivators. Besides, it's only a temporary alliance. We'll part ways after crossing the mountain.
Having said that, Xia Yudi winked at Chen Changsheng, a sly glint in her eyes.
What's the matter? Still harboring lingering feelings for your little fiancée? Can't quite let go?
Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes.
That joke isn't funny at all.
With that, he turned and sauntered away.
I'm such a petty heart.
Gu Qingqing, noticing Chen Changsheng's dawdling arrival, snorted in dissatisfaction.
With your meager strength, you sure put on airs, making so many of us wait for you alone.
Chen Changsheng replied indifferently.
I never asked you to wait for me. You?
Gu Qingqing stomped her foot in anger, then snorted again.
I'm in a good mood today, so I won't stoop to your level.
Throughout the exchange, Gu Qingying never once glanced at Chen Changsheng. Her gaze remained fixed on her younger sister, sensing something amiss about Gu Qingqing today, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. Gu Qingqing felt her sister's eyes scrutinizing her, and grew nervous, lowering her head. She stole a glance at Hao Jian, wondering if he had discovered that she had lost her virginity the previous night. Hao Jian covertly shot Gu Qingqing a reassuring look, signaling her not to panic. After their passionate night together, Hao Jian had given her a bottle of preservation pills to throw off suspicion. Taking one pill monthly could conceal a woman's loss of virginity. It was said that aside from nascent soul cultivators, ordinary people couldn't detect it at all.
This woman has lost her chastity.
Chen Changsheng looked at Gu Qingqing, a peculiar expression crossing his face. As someone who had crossed over from Earth, he was quite experienced in such matters. One could tell if a woman had lost her virginity by her gait. Typically, a virgin's legs tend to angle inward when walking, while one who has lost her chastity, especially recently, walks with a slight outward turn. This was a trivial trick he had picked up over years of observing women as a transmigrated nobody, more accurate than hospital equipment, perhaps unrefined but remarkably effective at times. Coupled with the flirtatious glances exchanged between her and Hao Jian, the barely concealed springtime ardor in her eyes, it was all but confirmed. Those two had certainly been up to no good last night. It seemed Gu Qingying was still unaware of this. Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. This Hao Jian was truly shameless, making a move on the elder sister while first conquering the younger, aiming for a double catch and embracing both.
Good heavens, what an insatiable appetite. All right, let me brief you. This time we must traverse the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Even taking the passageway is fraught with danger, so we must be cautious.
As the highest-ranked cultivator in the group and a prince of the mortal realm, Hao Jian was accustomed to giving orders. He therefore gave a simple pep talk to showcase his leadership. Finally, he waved his hand grandly.
Let's move out.
The group of over a dozen people began leaving the city, strolling at a leisurely pace with light chatter still relatively relaxed. Chen Changsheng, however, dared not let his guard down. Concealed within his sleeves, his hands secretly gripped several talismans, spoils he had taken from Lu Ruwa. On the other hand, Chen Changsheng multitasked, secretly cultivating the chaos true demon art while traveling. Chen Changsheng discovered that, after the previous night's experience, channeling the chaotic true qi from his dantian into his legs had become much simpler, now just a matter of a single thought. Though still somewhat clumsy at first, repeated practice brought familiarity. After a dozen tries, he could now complete the conversion almost instantly. Now he attempted to infuse the chaotic true qi into his arms. Despite the lessons learned the night before, the pain still made him grimace. This agony was 10 or even 100 times more intense than childbirth, contorting his features. Chen Changsheng deliberately lingered at the back of the group to avoid drawing attention to his distress. Drawing on last night's experience, today went much smoother. After a few hours, Chen Changsheng had nearly completed the infusion through both arms.
Just walking a few steps leaves you drenched in sweat. What a waste of space.
Gu Qingcheng had long noticed Chen Changsheng's odd behavior. She too had fallen behind, deliberately seeking a weakness to exploit. Indeed, it's always your enemies who remember you. Chen Changsheng shot her a glare and retorted.
Stay away from me. If you keep causing trouble for no reason, it'll reveal the truth about your lost chastity.
Gu Qingcheng trembled at his words.
You? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand.
Chen Changsheng flashed a sinister smile.
You may not understand, but I'm sure your sister will. Don't think your deeds are hidden from everyone. What do you think your sister would say if she found out about your entanglement with Hao Jian? Shut up. Just shut up.
Gu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming no one else had noticed. She gritted her teeth.
Fine, I won't bother you anymore. But you better keep your mouth shut. Deal?
Chen Changsheng also relaxed, finally silencing that annoying fly. From now on his ears could enjoy some peace. Gu Qingcheng shot Chen Changsheng a vicious glare before catching up with the main group. Chen Changsheng resumed his cultivation. Half an hour later, he had fully opened the channels in both arms. He swung his arms a few times, feeling his strength had multiplied several-fold. Chen Changsheng looked up sharply and realized they had arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Before them stood towering peaks, and not far away a pitch-black cave entrance. Hao Jian raised a hand.
We're about to enter the passageway. Everyone be careful. There might be scattered demon beasts inside.
Because the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was so vast, this passageway had been blasted through by powerful cultivators of the Blazing Sun sect using great divine abilities to facilitate travel. It was said that the 10,000 Beasts mountain stretched for over 10,000 li, lying across the land like a colossal dragon. Taking a detour would be a tremendous waste of time, while flying directly overhead was even more unwise. If it attracted the attention of high-tier demon beasts, one would be devoured as a mere snack. Thus, several great cultivators from the Blazing Sun sect had used their immense power to bore a passage through the mountain said to be thousands of li in depth. Chen Changsheng gazed at the towering pitch-black passage, and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He found it impossible to fathom the level of strength required to carve out a tunnel thousands of li long. Even with the advanced technology of Earth, such an engineering feat would be nearly impossible. Soon the group arrived before the passage. Chen Changsheng then realized how immense it was, 10 zhang in height, and about 10 zhang in width. Ripples of spiritual energy shimmered above the entrance, undoubtedly reinforced by Vidra talismans to prevent collapse. Once again, he marveled at the magnificent undertaking of those great cultivators. The number of Vidra talismans needed for a tunnel spanning thousands of li was simply astronomical. Apart from Chen Changsheng and his companions, many other cultivators were present. After passing the inspection at the entrance, they swiftly plunged into the passage, vanishing into the darkness. Hao Jian signaled for everyone to stop. He produced a document and said,
According to the records, this passage is infested with hidden demon beasts, such as shadow beasts, reedy bats, and even some malevolent spirits and ghosts. Many creatures lurk here, ambushing and devouring passing human cultivators. Besides, these other cultivators are the greatest danger. Fortunately, this passage only permits chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators to pass. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above are prohibited from traveling here, as their battles could easily cause the tunnel to collapse.
However, the toll here is 100 low-grade spirit stones, and everyone must pay on their own. Any issues?
Hao Jian finished speaking and deliberately fixed his gaze on Chen Changsheng, as if to ask,
Can you afford the toll?
Not only him, but almost everyone's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Chen Changsheng. None of them believed he had any money. Gu Qingying's expression carried a hint of coldness, while Gu Qingcheng curled her lips, slightly eager to see Chen Changsheng make a fool of himself. Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to everyone's stares, keeping his eyes downcast, and his mind composed, as if he wasn't worried about the toll at all. Xia Yudi secretly transmitted a message to him.
Chen Changsheng, I didn't know there was a fee before. If you don't have any spirit stones, I can lend you some. No need, senior sister Xia. I have spirit stones.
Chen Changsheng shot her a grateful smile. She was willing to lend him money, even knowing he might never be able to repay it. Her heart was truly kind. Could it be that she was attracted to his good looks and coveting his body?
All right, to save time, everyone hand over your spirit stones to me, and I'll pay them all at once.
Hao Jian seemed intent on embarrassing Chen Changsheng, a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Everyone took out 100 spirit stones from their storage pouches and handed them to Hao Jian. Soon it was Chen Changsheng's turn. Except for Xia Yudi's worried gaze, the others wore faint mocking smiles, eager to see how he would handle it. Hao Jian's lips twisted into a cruel grin as he sneered.
Chen Changsheng, if you don't have the money, I can lend it to you, but the interest will be steep. Or how about barking 3 times like a dog, and it'll let you off the hook?
He intended to humiliate Chen Changsheng deliberately. 100 spirit stones were nothing but a drop in the bucket to him. At his words, everyone burst into laughter, and the Gu sisters showed disdain in their eyes. Only Xia Yudi snorted.
Hao Jian, you've gone too far. We're all fellow disciples. Why be so harsh?
Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly.
Hao Jian, it's just 100 spirit stones. I can afford it. If you can't, I can lend them to you, but you'll have to kowtow 3 times to me.
With that, he flipped his palm, revealing a large handful of low-grade spirit stones.
Hey, race 101. The extra one is a tip for you.
Chen Changsheng had wanted to keep a low profile, but these people kept picking fights. Though he disliked trouble, he wasn't afraid of it. Hao Jian's eyes turned icy.
I think you're asking for death.
As he spoke, he unleashed his fierce aura, stirring up a whirlwind that lifted fallen leaves from the ground.
Hao Jian, what are you doing?
Xia Yudi stepped forward to shield Chen Changsheng.
Hao Jian, is it amusing for a Foundation establishment cultivator to humiliate a chi refining junior brother?
Humph. Hao Jian flicked his sleeve, casting a venomous glare at Chen Changsheng, and a murderous intent took root in his heart. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. This guy had developed a killing intent toward him. He was certainly no match for Hao Jian now, but with a bit more cultivation, he wouldn't fear him. After all, once his chaotic true demon art fully connected his entire body, his strength would leap to a new level. Besides, with Xia Yudi looking out for him, Hao Jian probably wouldn't act openly, but he might resort to underhanded tricks. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Chen Changsheng's mind as he weighed the pros and cons, growing more vigilant. The others looked at Chen Changsheng with complex expressions, some admiring, some sympathetic. The guy had plenty of nerve, but by offending Hao Jian so thoroughly, he probably didn't have many days left to live. Gu Qingcheng shot Chen Changsheng a fierce glare, but quickly looked away, afraid he might expose the sordid dealings between her and Hao Jian. After all, she had to maintain her pure maiden image in front of her sycophants to reap more benefits. Once those bootlickers learned that Hao Jian had already defiled her, the flawless persona she had cultivated for so long would crumble instantly. At the entrance of the passage, several cultivators from the Blazing Sun sect stood guard. These were actually Golden Core level experts. Chen Changsheng couldn't discern the cultivation of the leader, but Red Cloud Ancestor told him it was a nascent soul-old monster. This was the first time Chen Changsheng had encountered a powerhouse of such caliber, and a chill ran through him. The man narrowed his eyes and cast a brief glance at him, making Chen Changsheng feel as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Even the small cauldron in his dantian sank into the deepest recesses, hiding away. Chen Changsheng felt that a being of this level could crush him with a flick of a finger. The gap was simply too vast. Let alone the nascent soul stage, even those at the golden core level could easily annihilate him. Chen Changsheng clenched his fists tightly. He still needed to intensify his cultivation. He was far too weak. A golden core cultivator counted the spirit stones and nodded.
Go on in. Killing among cultivators is forbidden inside.
Hao Jian respectfully cupped his hands toward them.
Yes, senior.
With that the group flickered and entered the passage. After they had gone far, the leading nascent soul cultivator from the Blazing Sun sect chuckled.
These little disciples from the Wanxian sect have decent talent. Those two sisters in particular possess rare purine physiques. Unfortunately, one has already lost her purity, so her future achievements will be limited.
After walking for several minutes, the passage was entirely dark with only the faint shimmering radiance of the night pearls overhead casting a soft glow. Though not particularly bright, it was just enough for a cultivator's vision to barely discern the surroundings. Initially, Chen Changsheng thought the Blazing Sun sect's fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones was somewhat steep, but now it seemed far from excessive. The value of those night pearls alone was incalculable. Moreover, the diamond talismans placed every few zhang apart must have cost an astronomical sum of wealth. Cultivators passed through here in waves great in number, all hurrying on their way. Some, as they brushed by, covertly extended their divine sense to probe. After traveling several kilometers, the space grew more expansive, stretching dozens of zhang wide and feeling quite vast. Yet the deeper they went, the dimmer the light became as the night pearls grew sparser. Just then, piercing screams and violent sounds of combat echoed from ahead, clearly indicating a clash between human cultivators and some creature. Hao Jian produced a massive battle axe and summoned his flying sword to hover above his head.
Everyone stay alert. Those dark creatures could strike at any moment. Especially some useless wastes. If a monster devours them, don't expect me to lend a hand.
Hao Jian's veiled insults were clearly aimed at Chen Changsheng, implying that if he were in danger no one should help him. The others nodded tacitly. Who would risk offending Hao Jian for a useless fool? Only Xia Yudi waved at Chen Changsheng.
Chen Changsheng, come here to your sister. This senior sister will protect you.
Nie Feng shot a cold glance at Chen Changsheng, a flicker of icy light in his eyes. He couldn't understand what was so special about Chen Changsheng that Xia Yudi always favored him. The group looked at Chen Changsheng with disdain. This fellow was nothing but a freeloader bringing shame to all men.
Oh!
Faced with Xia Yudi's kindness, Chen Changsheng could only scratch his head and move to her side. In truth, he preferred to act alone, free to unleash his full strength. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, and the energy grew heavier, chilling to the bone and raising goosebumps. Everyone felt a suffocating oppression, as if they could barely breathe. Chen Changsheng gripped a short blade in one hand and held several explosive flame talismans in the other, while quietly extending his powerful spiritual sense. From time to time, they heard various blood-curdling screams and bursts of fierce combat. Many traveled in groups for mutual support. Of course, there were also some powerful and confident lone cultivators who traversed the passage alone. Though dangerous here, it was far safer than flying directly over the 10,000 Beasts mountain. Suddenly a piercing shriek tore through the air, striking deep into the soul, followed by a dense mist rapidly spreading toward the group. Hao Jian at the front changed expression.
Damn! It's a ghost-wailing beast, extremely troublesome. Just our luck to run into such a creature.
As Hao Jian's words faded, intermittent sounds of a woman weeping drifted from the mist, mournful and plaintive, as if bearing endless grievances. The voice was erratic, now near, now far, making it impossible to pinpoint its hiding place. The ghost-wailing beast was a sinister creature, its body existing between substance and illusion. It mimicked human women's cries, attacked the mind-induced hallucinations, and was exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, they always appeared in packs, catching people off guard. Hao Jian called out,
"Everyone gather together to avoid being picked off one by one."
At his command, they quickly closed ranks, forming a defensive formation with the Foundation establishment cultivators on the outside, and the Qi refining disciples in the center. Hao Jian, Gu Qingying, Nie Feng, and Xia Yudi all summoned their magical artifacts and flying swords. Others with flying swords did the same, hovering them overhead to guard against the ghost-wailing beast's attacks.
Chen Changsheng was the most pitiable sight, unable to display a flying sword. Fortunately, Xia Yudi enveloped him within her protective range. Soon the thick mist became almost viscous, so dense that one could barely see their hand before them. The weeping grew more intense, stirring restlessness and a maddening agitation. Chen Changsheng quietly extended his spiritual sense and activated his true vision, eye-revealing formless masses shrouded in darkness, each containing a hideous human-like visage. An ordinary person would likely be scared to death. Fortunately, his true vision eye had reached the level of microscopic detail, or he wouldn't have seen them clearly. With an even more piercing cry, the ghost-wailing beasts launched their attack. Invisible ripples spread toward the group, formless yet striking directly at the soul. This was the sole attack of the ghost-wailing beasts. Instantly muffled groans arose from the group. The chi-refining disciples wore pained expressions, their faces twisted in agony. Chen Changsheng was among them, though he feigned it deliberately. The attacks upon entering his sea of consciousness were absorbed by the mysterious small tripod. However, Hao Jian and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were barely affected. A lightning divine talisman hovered above Gu Qingying's head, its threads of electric light flickering, dissolving any approaching attacks without a trace. At the same time, she shielded her sister within her protection, leaving her completely unharmed.
This talisman is formidable.
It was Chen Changsheng's first time seeing Gu Qingying in action. Her talisman seemed different from ordinary ones, radiating an intense pressure. Red Cloud Ancestor, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with envy and gravity.
This is the one chi purification talisman. I never expected this young girl to obtain it. Her fate is extraordinary. So this is your enemy, boy? You're in trouble. What is the one chi purification talisman?
Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss. The old man was always arrogant, and anything he deemed valuable was surely no ordinary treasure. Red Cloud Ancestor explained.
The one chi purification talisman was once a Dao artifact, but it was destroyed in a great battle. This version of hers is likely just a remnant.
What?
A Dao artifact.
Chen Changsheng gasped, instantly feeling disheartened. How could he compete? He might as well give up.
Look at you, such a coward. Though the one chi purification talisman is powerful, it's now incomplete and lacks an artifact spirit, so it can't unleash even a billionth of its might. Don't be discouraged. I'm telling you, this girl has great fortune and is no ordinary figure. Don't underestimate her.
Yet Gu Qingying, despite wielding a Dao artifact, only cared for her own sister, ignoring everyone else. Truly, she was a cold and heartless person. Chen Changsheng was deeply shocked, never expecting that Gu Qingying was also a person of great fortune. This put even more pressure on him. With a Dao artifact for protection, she was undoubtedly not easy to deal with. No wonder she was the designated candidate for the Holy Maiden. It seemed that the higher-ups in the sect must have known her true capabilities. In an instant, Chen Changsheng entertained many thoughts. It was no wonder Gu Qingying looked down on him. How could someone wielding a Dao artifact ever take a liking to a waste like him? Perhaps anyone else would do the same. Thinking of this, he found that he didn't resent her as much anymore. What is wrong with me? Am I actually starting to understand her? Have I forgotten the pain she brought me? Chen Changsheng shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. Regardless of her possessing a flawed Dao artifact, even if she were an immortal, she should not be so ungrateful. Otherwise, what would it matter even if she became an immortal? At that moment, Chen Changsheng felt a cool sensation above his head. It turned out that Xia Yudi had raised a colorful umbrella above her head at some unknown time, showering a luminous aura that protected several disciples of the chi refining stage she had brought with her. It seems having an elder as a father is advantageous. He had provided her with plenty of protective treasures for this outing.
Thank you,
he said, revealing a grateful smile to Xia Yudi. This beautiful and charismatic little heiress was truly impressive. He couldn't help but wish for her sponsorship. At that moment, the voice of Hongyun, old ancestor, came through.
Kid, that ghost howler beast is a good thing. Find a way to summon the Ghost King Seal and absorb it into the treasure, which can increase the power of the Ghost King Seal.
Got it, Chen Changsheng replied, while secretly looking for an opportunity, pondering how to summon the Ghost King Seal without being detected. Just then Hao Jian snorted coldly, raising a hand to summon a grinding disc-shaped treasure,
which he smashed fiercely into the black mist. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly the ground shook violently, causing the entire passage to tremble. No wonder, he was a prince, he had plenty of treasures.
Good opportunity.
Seizing the moment, Chen Changsheng quickly performed a hand seal, and a black light quietly merged into the black mist. The Ghost King seal entered the black mist, instantly thriving, like a fish in water, ravenously devouring the ghost howler beasts. Those ghost howler beasts seemed to have met their nemesis, offering no resistance whatsoever, and becoming the nourishment for the Ghost King seal. It truly was a case of one thing overcoming another. Hong Yun, old ancestor, expressed some pride.
Kid, you are indeed lucky you encountered the ghost howler beasts so soon after setting out. Once you absorb enough, these ghost howler beasts can be released to harm your enemies in battle. Just imagine unleashing thousands of ghost howler beasts on your foes. That would be quite a blow to them. The Ghost King seal is also incredibly magical. Once those ghost howler beasts enter, they are transformed by a mysterious power and become part of it.
Seemingly sensing Chen Changsheng's confusion, Hong Yun, old ancestor, explained.
The soul-binding formation I had you inscribe within the Ghost King seal serves this very purpose.
This Hong Yun, old ancestor, had been a sinister cultivator of the demonic sect for countless millennia, possessing knowledge of many strange and bizarre methods. Almost all ghostly entities and evil spirits are suppressed by the Ghost King seal. Chen Changsheng felt fortunate to have this old fellow Hong Yun, old ancestor. His reservoir of knowledge was practically a mobile treasure trove, far exceeding the utility he had as a sword spirit. At this moment, Gu Qingying also made her move. She performed a hand seal, and the Qi transformation talisman flew out, expanding into a radius of several dozen feet, nearly filling the passage. The seven-colored divine light illuminated the passage like daylight, and as it descended upon the dense fog, in an instant more than half of the ghost howler beasts were annihilated, as if melting away like snow. This made Chen Changsheng's heart tighten. The Qi transformation talisman was indeed formidable. With this talisman, this woman was practically invincible. What pained Chen Changsheng even more was that he had not absorbed many of those ghost howler beasts yet, and she had eliminated them all with just a few moves. This woman's talisman is so powerful. Could it be an ancient treasure? It definitely can't be an ancient treasure. It seems likely to be a spiritual treasure.
What? A spiritual treasure?
Gu Qingying immediately attracted the attention of many people. As everyone saw the Qi transformation talisman, they felt it was extraordinary, and their breaths quickened.
Then what are we waiting for? That's a spiritual treasure. With it we could walk with confidence. Let's snatch it from her. Only those destined for it shall possess it.
In an instant, countless figures rushed towards Gu Qingying, intending to seize her Qi transformation talisman, all drawn in by its allure. Chen Changsheng sneered inwardly. Gu Qingying was too arrogant, openly displaying a Dao artifact without any attempt to hide her strength.
The treasure is mine. Whoever tries to take it from me will face my wrath. Do you think you can intimidate me? The treasure is mine. I am the destined one. All of you step aside.
As they got closer, the crowd finally saw the mysterious radiance swirling around the Qi transformation talisman, with seven-colored glimmers, and within it phantoms of dragons and phoenixes danced, emitting a powerful pressure that nearly immobilized their true essence. Only then did they realize how formidable this treasure was. It likely surpassed the category of spiritual treasures, and its exact level was beyond their comprehension.
Attack! Kill that woman, and the treasure will be ours.
These people had lost their minds over the treasure, charging fiercely at Gu Qingying, believing that this treasure was under her control. Hao Jian's face changed, looking grim.
You all are bold.
After speaking, he controlled the grinding disc treasure and smashed it down towards those attackers.
Dare to block our path to wealth. Die!
Instantly, all attacks were launched indiscriminately at them. Xia Yudi and Ye Feng exchanged glances, and also joined the fray. After all, they were on the same side.
Good opportunity.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Changsheng swiftly concealed himself into the black mist, continuously controlling the Ghost King seal to hasten the absorption of the ghost howler beasts. In this situation, he would absorb as much as he could. As for Gu Qingying's safety, that was not his concern. His only worry was for Xia Yudi. However, in a battle of this level,
He could not intervene. Enhancing his strength was the most important thing. Slurp. Slurp. The Ghost Howler beast showed no resistance whatsoever upon contact with the Ghost King seal swiftly being absorbed. Chen Changsheng hid within the black mist, controlling the Ghost King seal to rapidly devour the Ghost Howler beasts. Meanwhile, the fierce battle had already begun, with thousands of lights exploding, and the violent sounds of explosions causing the entire passage to shake. Puff. Hao Jian and the others could not withstand the onslaught of so many people spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gu Qingying snorted, her expression darkening. "You are all seeking death." As her words faded, she spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the chi purifying talisman. Immediately the talisman surged outward, expanding to cover an area the size of an acre, and enveloping most of the attackers within its radiant dome. Their faces paled in terror, their bodies had frozen utterly immobile, as serpentine bolts of lightning descended upon them with merciless precision. Crackling thunder filled the air. In an instant the corridor transformed into a hellish thunder prison. The violent lightning reduced those cultivators to ash, and the stench of charred flesh saturated the passage. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted sharply. So this is a Dao artifact. Even in its shattered, diminished state, retaining but a sliver of its former power, it remained utterly beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. He was fortunate to have leapt clear in time, otherwise he himself would have borne the brunt of its fury. Gu Qingying's face drained of color, and her body swayed faintly. Clearly her current cultivation level was insufficient to command the chi purifying talisman. The forced activation had already inflicted severe backlash upon her. The surviving cultivators exchanged shaken glances, each certain this was no mere treasure, but a supreme peerless artifact. "She's spent. She can't wield it anymore." Charge. N. Exactly. Kill her, and the artifact shall be ours. Greed had fully consumed their hearts. Eyes blazing crimson, they roared and charged once more toward Gu Qingying. Hao Jian's expression hardened. He raised his grinding disc artifact again, hurling it toward the mob. While simultaneously sealing a hand seal, a spirit talisman flared into existence, swelling rapidly in midair until it opened a deep, enigmatic spatial passage. This was a spatial transmission talisman, a single-use consumable worth 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Only a prince could so readily expend such a treasure. Hao Jian knew they stood no chance against such numbers. Not even prolonged attrition could save them. Worse still, had the commotion already alerted the gatekeepers of the Liang sect. Moreover, the chi purifying talisman could not be activated again by Gu Qingying. As a prince raised within the imperial court, Hao Jian possessed both meticulous foresight and decisive resolve. Having completed his preparations, he bellowed, "Into the passage, now!" Once all had vanished inside, he sealed another hand seal. The passage rippled like still water, then dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind a stunned, bewildered crowd, abandoning even the grinding disc artifact without hesitation. "That artifact is mine. No one dares contest it." "Humph. I bore the greatest burden, thus the artifact rightfully belongs to me. I am of the Blood Soul sect. Dare any oppose me?" Realizing the chi purifying talisman was irretrievable, they turned their covetous gaze upon the grinding disc artifact. A fine spirit artifact undoubtedly, whose acquisition would yield immense wealth. After all, spirit artifacts were ideally suited for chi refinement or foundation establishment level cultivators. Instantly they erupted into fierce combat over the prize. Chen Changsheng had now witnessed the true visage of cultivators and the lawless chaos of this world, reinforcing his conviction that wealth must never be displayed openly. Hao Jian's omission of him suited his wishes perfectly. Solitude granted him freedom. His sole regret was that the ghost-wailing beasts had fled in terror, leaving him with only 100 or 200 absorbed, far short of satiation. "Young master, high-level cultivators approach. Hide at once." At that moment Elder Hong Yun urgently warned him, his voice taut with gravity. Chen Changsheng instantly retracted the Ghost King's seal and concealed himself within swirling black mist, activating the withered with chi concealment art. In moments every trace of his presence vanished, leaving him indistinguishable from a lifeless, desiccated log. No sooner had he completed this than an overwhelming aura of dread descended. A figure materialized slowly, the Liang sect's gatekeeper chief, the nascent soul-level elder Qi Yang Daoist. Upon appearing, Qiyang Daoist's gaze swept upward to the heavily damaged golden bedraw talismans overhead, and his countenance darkened.
I forbade mortal cultivators from slaughtering one another within this passage. It seems my warning fell upon deaf ears. Elder Wei.
In recognizing Qiyang Daoist, the cultivators fell silent, trembling in abject fear.
Die.
Without another word, Qiyang Daoist raised his hand, and a colossal palm of condensed spiritual energy an acre wide manifested in midair before clenching, violently seizing every last cultivator within its grasp. Amid shrieks and desperate pleas, the great hand tightened inexorably. Within its searing flames erupted, consuming each cultivator until naught remained but drifting ash. Throughout the slaughter, Qiyang Daoist's face remained impassive, his eyes devoid of mercy, as if crushing a cluster of ants. His ruthlessness was chillingly absolute. Chen Changsheng watched, paralyzed by terror. Whether Foundation establishment or Qi refinement level, none possessed the slightest resistance against a nascent soul elder. It was simpler than crushing insects. This spectacle laid bare the brutal, merciless reality of the cultivation world. Reason and justice held no weight, only strength commanded truth. Having incinerated them, Qiyang Daoist stripped their storage artifacts without hesitation. Then, carefully sensing residual traces in the air, his brows lifted in astonishment.
This aura, could it truly be a Dao artifact?
Even the normally unflappable Qiyang Daoist's breath faltered. A Dao artifact, if acquired by the Qiyang sect, would grant them dominion across the Xianwang continent. Dao artifacts were exceedingly rare on the Xianwang continent, possessed solely by the most elite sects. Though powerful, the Qiyang sect ranked far below them.
They employed a 10,000-ly transmission talisman, a staggering extravagance.
He inwardly lamented. Such talismans triggered random teleportation, beyond even his ability to track. Had he known a Dao artifact was among them, he would have slaughtered every soul to claim it, even at the cost of all lives. He had just missed an incalculable fortune. Shaking his head, Qiyang Daoist wove intricate hand seals, then embedded fresh golden bedraw talismans into the passage ceiling. With a deep sigh, his form gradually dissolved into thin air. Meanwhile, on a desolate wasteland far away, a shimmering fi-colored spatial tunnel abruptly appeared, and from it emerged Hao Jian and his companions.
Sister, never again display the Qi purifying talisman so recklessly. Possession invites calamity,
Hao Jian remarked. He had lost a spirit artifact and expended a transmission talisman, an irreplaceable loss. Only the highest elders of the Wanxian sect knew Gu Qingying possessed a Dao artifact. Even Hao Jian remained ignorant of the Qi purifying talisman's true nature.
Understood, senior brother.
Gu Qingying admitted her grave error. Had Hao Jian lacked the transmission talisman, disaster would have been inevitable. Just then Xia Yudai cried out in alarm.
Chen Changsheng is gone. Senior brother Hao Jian, did you forget to bring him along?
Hao Jian scoffed.
How convenient, one less burden.
He hadn't merely lacked time. He would never have taken Chen Changsheng even if he could.
Indeed, senior sister Xia, what use is a crippled cultivator? Let him perish. Precisely. Under such peril, senior brother Hao's feat in saving us all was extraordinary. How could he possibly spare a thought for Chen Changsheng? Yes, his very existence mocks our sect.
Hao Jian's junior brothers were all chiming in from the sidelines. Surprisingly, the Gu sisters did not add insult to injury this time, probably believing that Chen Changsheng was already doomed beyond redemption. After all, the dead deserve respect. Xia Yudi trembled with rage, her delicate frame shaking.
You're utterly unreasonable.
She turned to Nie Feng.
Let's go.
Hao Jian clasped his hands in a salute.
Indeed, it's time we part ways. I wish junior sister Xia and her team a smooth journey and a successful mission.
Originally, they had planned to travel together until they left the 10,000 Beasts mountain, but an unexpected incident occurred midway. Chen Changsheng was left behind in the passage, and Nie Feng, feeling greatly pleased, also clasped his hands.
Take care, everyone. We'll meet again back at the sect.
Everyone felt that Chen Changsheng's chances of survival were slim. Even Nie Feng, let alone a cripple like him, was not confident he could safely emerge from the passage. After all, aside from the dark creatures within the passage, the most dangerous element was still the other cultivators. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Hao Jian quietly took out a communication jade slip and inscribed a message with his divine sense target is still inside the passage. Kill without mercy. Soon he received a reply, mission will be accomplished. The two teams parted ways. Xia Yudi was downcast the entire journey, feeling somewhat guilty toward Chen Changsheng. She had brought him out, but could not bring him back safely. How pitiful Chen Changsheng was, his cultivation crippled, abandoned by his fiancée, and despised within the sect. However, she soon dismissed the thought. On the path of cultivation, each person has their own destiny, and must follow their own opportunities and fate. After some inquiries, Xia Yudi and her group realized they had already passed the Demon Abyss Valley, and had to turn back. Immediately they began flying on their swords toward the Demon Abyss Valley. As for Chen Changsheng, after Qi Yongzi left, he did not rush out. He hid in a corner as steady as an old dog. Red Cloud Ancestor told him that the nascent soul-old monster had not gone far. Sure enough, after a moment, Qi Yongzi returned to check for any oversights. Fortunately, the withered wood Qi concealment art taught by Red Cloud Ancestor was advanced enough to help him escape detection. After a short while, Qi Yongzi left again.
All right, that fellow is truly gone now.
Chen Changsheng emerged from the corner and let out a long breath. The pressure of a nascent soul-old monster was truly overwhelming. Without the withered wood Qi concealment art, he would have been discovered long ago. This place was not safe to linger. Chen Changsheng flickered and quickly disappeared into the passage. Half an hour later, he had advanced several hundred li, encountering several groups of hurried cultivators along the way, none of whom paid him much attention. However, a few did cast curious glances at Chen Changsheng. They had seen lone travelers before, but those were usually at the foundation establishment stage. A Qi refining stage cultivator traveling alone like Chen Changsheng was quite rare. Yet no one found it too strange. Some people like to conceal their cultivation, and perhaps this fellow was hiding his true level. Chen Changsheng tried to avoid all of them as much as possible. Compared to the dark creatures, the most dangerous thing was always humanity itself. Chen Changsheng fully activated his night fusion art, allowing him to navigate such an environment with ease. Even some dark creatures failed to detect him. However, after traveling another several hundred li, his luck seemed to run out. Suddenly a piercing shriek that tore at the soul echoed from afar. Immediately a vast expanse of gray mist surged rapidly toward Chen Changsheng. He could see clearly that within the gray mist were countless ferocious ghostly faces howling and gnashing their teeth, incredibly malevolent. The scene was terrifying. It turned out to be a swarm of spirits. These spirits were the souls of those who had fallen in the passage, usually dying unjustly, and trapped here without release, sometimes emerging to harm others. Even though Chen Changsheng was not easily frightened, his scalp tingled. As the spirits drew near, he swiftly summoned the Ghost King seal. According to Red Cloud Ancestor, this seal was the bane of all Yin souls and ghostly entities. Indeed, just like the Ghost Cry beasts, the spirits were instantly absorbed into the Ghost King seal as soon as they approached. With this discovery, Chen Changsheng felt completely at ease. With the Ghost King seal, what did he have to fear from dark creatures? These were practically nourishment for him. After the gray mist spirits were fully absorbed, Chen Changsheng found that the Ghost King seal now contained several hundred more souls. He understood now that this seal functioned much like a 10,000 soul banner capable of absorbing living souls. That old ghost Red Cloud Ancestor was indeed only skilled in these crooked arts. What had he done to the good earth covering seal? It had become a monstrosity neither here nor there. Nevertheless, the Ghost King seal did prove to be of great help on many occasions. Next, Chen Changsheng continued forward, absorbing Yin souls and ghostly beings as he went. After a while, he encountered another wave of ghost cry beasts, which filled him with great joy. It seemed even the heavens were aiding him. This time he absorbed several hundred more ghost cry beasts. The Ghost King seal grew even darker, the entire seal as black as ink, emitting waves of chilling Yin energy that made Chen Changsheng shiver. He quickly put it away. Soon half a day passed. Chen Changsheng had traveled several hundred li, absorbing thousands of souls and nearly 1,000 ghost cry beasts. He wished he could stay longer in this place. Finding a secluded corner, He sat cross-legged to rest, ensuring he always remained at peak condition. He swallowed a rejuvenation pill, fully replenishing his expended true essence. Just then Chen Changsheng's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several auras quietly locking onto him.
Been targeted.
In this place, the most dangerous were the traveling cultivators. Soon 6 black-clad figures appeared before Chen Changsheng. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, their movements uniform, and they emanated a strong blood aura, a thick scent of blood reaching him from afar. Clearly these men were well trained, and had seen real blood.
Are you Chen Changsheng?
The leading black-clad man locked onto Chen Changsheng with his divine sense, his tone icy. The other black-clad figures silently took positions around Chen Changsheng, encircling him tightly. The leader was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, while the others were at the 7th or 8th layer.
You know me?
Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to be recognized here. Without needing to ask, someone was after him.
Since it's you, then act. Kill him.
The leader waved his hand, and the others moved to strike him down.
Hold on. At least tell me who sent you to kill me.
Chen Changsheng had 2 guesses, either Hao Jian or that bastard Sangdebu, but he wasn't sure.
So he's just a useless waste. Sending so many of us for him, His Highness is overkill.
A black-clad man, seeing Chen Changsheng's lack of cultivation, sneered contemptuously. He flickered and charged forward, his chilling blade tracing a frigid, deadly arc. Chen Changsheng stood frozen as if struck dumb. The black-clad man sneered with contempt. Trash was trash. Sending so many people here was simply a waste of resources. He could easily kill this wretch alone. Be careful, he's a body refiner. The leader hastily warned, but it was too late. At such close-range defense was futile, as Chen Changsheng's palm wrapped in Buddhist light had already landed on the black-clad man's forehead. Buddhist technique, Vajra palm. Bang! The black-clad man's head burst like a rotten watermelon, splattering red and white matter. His soul attempting to flee as a faint shadow melted like snow under the Buddhist light. Qi refining cultivators, unlike nascent soul cultivators, hadn't formed an infant soul. Their souls were pitifully weak. The Vajra palm, besides its immense power, was especially effective against souls. As the saying goes, 1 strike for life, a second for soul destruction. Although Crimson Cloud Ancestor was a demon cultivator, he knew many ancient cultivation methods, and casually taught Chen Changsheng a few that were more than enough. Courting death? Don't approach him, use long-range attacks. The leader of the black-clad men roared. Pinching a sword seal, his flying sword shot from behind his head, carrying a blue light as it viciously slashed at Chen Changsheng. The others also leaped back several steps, their long swords unleashing white streaks that rained down upon Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng wanted to test the power of the Ghost King seal. He chanted go, and a small black seal flew from his body, expanding with the wind until it was the size of a house. Wailing cries echoed, accompanied by thick gray mist. Vicious ghost faces flickered in and out of sight. A chilling wind arose, ghostly howls filled the air, and an eerie aura pervaded the passage, as if hell had descended upon the mortal world. Especially the ghostly cries, as they opened their mouths, and shrieked in unison, forming a terrifying soundwave attack. Ah! What is this? The black-clad men turned pale, feeling as if their souls were being torn apart, their minds going blank in an instant. Fall! As their minds went blank, Chen Changsheng commanded the Ghost King seal to crash down heavily. Boom! The ground shook, dust billowed, and all were crushed into pulp. Withdraw? Chen Changsheng quickly retracted the Ghost King seal, and with a sweep of his sleeve gathered all the weapons and storage rings. Then, transforming into a streak of light, he swiftly left the area. Who knew if that nascent soul-old monster would return? The commotion from the Ghost King seal had been somewhat loud. However, Chen Changsheng was overthinking. Ordinary fights would hardly alarm a nascent soul elder. He had only come earlier because he sensed the fluctuation of a Dao artifact. After dashing for half an hour without stopping, Chen Changsheng finally halted. 3 days later his vision brightened as he exited the passage. Breathing the fresh air and basking in the warm sunlight, he felt as if an age had passed. Fellow cultivators, could you tell me the direction to the Demon Abyss Valley? After walking a bit, Chen Changsheng inquired from several cultivators resting by the roadside. According to Crimson Cloud Ancestor, the blazing heaven blood crystal was a valuable treasure that would also aid his cultivation. His current cultivation had not yet reached the great perfection, so he couldn't attempt foundation establishment. He had to succeed in foundation establishment within 2 months to stand a chance against Gu Qingying. Gu Qingying possessed a Dao artifact which put immense pressure on him. Esteemed friend, so you're also heading to the Demon Abyss Valley. We are too. How about we travel together? The leader was a cultivator, with a clean-shaven face and narrow eyes. Upon hearing this, he cupped his hands towards Chen Changsheng with an unassuming air. Yes, why not join us? They say the Demon Abyss Valley is extremely dangerous. More friends mean more mutual support. We've also just formed a temporary group. We're from different sects. These young cultivators all extended an invitation to Chen Changsheng. They saw his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refining as a good addition to their strength. Well, Chen Changsheng carefully appraised them. The leading man was a cultivator at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, while the other 3 were at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refining. Chen Changsheng cupped his hands. To be honest, I'm going to the Demon Abyss Valley to find something. Since you kindly invite me, I won't decline. Chen Changsheng agreed after some thought. He knew nothing about the Demon Abyss Valley's conditions. Traveling with others would help share the risks and provide mutual support. Seeing Chen Changsheng agree, the others exchanged glances, a flicker of joy crossing their faces. The leader said joyfully, "That's excellent. Our group grows stronger. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Sheng, and they are Hu Guang Wang Chao and Ma Yin. I am Sangdebu, an outer disciple of the Wanxian sect." Chen Changsheng grinned. These people's names were too casual, clearly fake. Who couldn't make up a pseudonym? But traveling abroad, everyone had secrets. Being too ostentatious was akin to seeking death. After some understanding, he learned that Chen Sheng was from the Daqian sect, while Hu Guang Wang Chao and Ma Yin were from the Blood Fiend sect. After a brief rest, Chen Sheng stood up. Let's hurry and get moving. We need to reach the Demon Abyss Valley before dark. Fellow Dao is saying, do you have a flying sword? Chen Changsheng nodded. Yes. There was no need to hide it from outsiders. Showing a bit of strength was necessary. Good, then let's each take our flying swords and set off. Subsequently, they all rode their flying swords. Chen Changsheng stood on his Jinghong flying sword, following the others at a steady pace. This was his first time using this reforged sword for travel. Standing above the clouds, watching them roll and unfurl as mountains and rivers receded, Chen Changsheng felt the unbridled spirit of a bird soaring in the sky. But Crimson Cloud Ancestor, being stepped on by Chen Changsheng, was displeased. How could he, an ancient great power, be content being trampled by a Qi refining cultivator? Kid, let's make a deal. How about releasing me, and I'll find you a better artifact spirit? Rolling his eyes, Crimson Cloud Ancestor tried to negotiate. Chen Changsheng said firmly, Crimson Cloud Ancestor, you're dreaming. Our agreement is set, and neither of us can back out. If this old fellow were released, he'd be the first to cause trouble. Crimson Cloud Ancestor knew Chen Changsheng wouldn't agree, and could only sigh. In the following time, Chen Changsheng, while flying, sorted through the spoils from the slain black-clad men. These men indeed carried considerable treasures, not only many pills, but also numerous spirit stones. To his delight, there was also a bottle of nether-filth blood. During his time in the passage, Chen Changsheng cultivated the chaotic true demon art, successfully opening up all the channels in his hands and feet, and achieving a state of unity between mind and body. With a mere thought, he could rapidly channel the chaotic primordial energy within his body to his limbs. Only his torso and head remained unopened. Of course, completing the opening of the head and torso was not the end. The entire cultivation process would only be finished when he could freely convert the essence of his physical body into his dantian. What Chen Changsheng lacked most now was time. We've reached the Demon Abyss Valley. Chen Sheng's voice came from afar. He stood on his flying sword, gazing into the distance. Chen Changsheng looked ahead and saw a towering, majestic mountain spanning the horizon, only half of its body visible, the rest shrouded in gray mist. It inspired a sense of awe, and the rolling clouds and mist were filled with an air of mystery. Chen Sheng waited for the others to catch up before guiding his flying sword down. Everyone, the demon abyss valley is filled with miasma poisonous insects and many unknown demonic beasts. We must be cautious and cooperate with each other.
After speaking, Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Changsheng and said,
Fellow Taoist Sang, I believe you are also here for the burning sky blood crystal. To be honest, with your cultivation level, obtaining it is nearly impossible. Therefore, you must cooperate with me. When we get the burning sky blood crystal, I will share it with you.
Wang Qiao cupped his hands and said,
Don't worry, we will cooperate fully. Of course we will.
Chen Changsheng sneered inwardly. This guy probably wanted him to be cannon fodder. Chen Sheng was at the second layer of Foundation establishment, and the three from the Blood Fiend sect were also formidable as a unit. He alone seemed isolated and weak. He was perfect cannon fodder. It seemed these people had invited him with that intention. Sure enough, Chen Sheng's gaze fell on Chen Changsheng.
Fellow Taoist Sang, with your cultivation, you are suitable to scout ahead. Don't worry, I will reward you according to your contributions when we obtain the burning sky blood crystal.
As he finished speaking, the other three also turned their eyes to Chen Changsheng, their expressions leaving no room for refusal. Chen Changsheng's face twitched, and he nodded slightly.
All right, I hope you will share some of the burning sky blood crystal with me when we get it.
It seemed that if he refused, these people would turn hostile immediately. Chen Changsheng sneered inwardly. These scoundrels had surely planned this all along. What a clever scheme. He would play along and see who ended up outsmarting whom. Chen Sheng gave Chen Changsheng a reassuring look.
Don't worry, we will distribute the burning sky blood crystal based on merit. Lead the way, fellow Taoist Sang. Rest assured, I will help you if danger arises. All right.
Chen Changsheng agreed. Chen Sheng and Wang Qiao exchanged glances, a sly smile of success in their eyes. They had brought Chen Changsheng along precisely to have him scout ahead and act as a sacrificial lamb. The group began sprinting towards the Demon Abyss Valley. The mountain seemed close, but it took them an incense stick's worth of time to finally reach the foot. Upon arrival, parting the clouds, Chen Changsheng saw clearly that the great mountain before him appeared to have been split in two by some force. The valley was filled with swirling mist, its depth unfathomable. The gray mist erupted from the valley, carrying wisps of hot air. Even from a distance one could feel the wave of heat. No wonder the burning sky blood crystal was produced here, it made sense.
Ahead is the entrance to the Demon Abyss Valley. Everyone put on your miasma-repelling talismans and take any detoxification pills you have.
Chen Sheng said, slapping a talisman on his chest and swallowing a detox pill. The others followed suit, putting on their talismans and taking their pills. Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Sheng.
Oh, what should I do? I didn't prepare any of these.
Since they wanted him to lead the way, it would be a waste not to squeeze some benefits out of him. Although he had his own talismans, and pills, having extra was never a bad thing. Besides, since these people wanted to use him, they wouldn't turn against him for now. Chen Sheng's face twitched.
You didn't prepare any.
Chen Changsheng scratched his head.
I didn't think I'd need these things.
Chen Sheng gritted his teeth, and with a look of disdain flicked a miasma-repelling talisman and 2 detox pills over. The talisman and pills were not cheap. A single talisman cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, and it pained him greatly. Chen Changsheng took the talisman and pills, examined them carefully, then swallowed the pills. He looked expectantly at the other three.
What about yours?
The others were taken aback.
What?
Chen Changsheng said.
Miasma-repelling talismans and detox pills. Don't tell me you don't have any.
Ma Yin grinned.
Don't you already have some?
Chen Changsheng replied.
One is not enough. What if its effect wears off?
Once activated, the talisman's effect only lasted a few hours, which was why he wanted to extort more. Seeing their grim expressions, Chen Changsheng added,
If I die, who will scout for you? Besides, the front is definitely more dangerous.
Chen Changsheng's words were not untrue. There were unknown dangers ahead and hostile people behind.
This,
Chen Sheng said.
Each of you give him some.
He signaled to the three. Hu Guang snorted and reluctantly handed over a talisman and a detox pill.
Here.
The other two also each gave a talisman and a pill. Chen Changsheng took them with satisfaction and slapped all 3 talismans on himself, one on his chest, one on his back, one on his forehead, and one on his left arm.
You? Chen Changsheng and the others turned livid. This guy was too afraid of death. They exchanged glances, a cold, murderous intent flickering in their eyes. Let this fellow live a little longer. After a thorough check, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. All right, this miasma shouldn't harm me now. Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. Fellow Dao is saying, can you lead the way now? Chen Changsheng nodded. All right, let's go. With that, he shook his body and plunged into the gray mist. Chen Changsheng exchanged glances with the others and sent a telepathic message. Hurry up and follow. Don't let this kid slip away. Wang Chao snorted coldly. He won't escape. I placed our blood fiend sect's unique secret technique on the miasma talisman. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I can track him. Moreover, there's a lure powder on it. The poisonous creatures will focus on him. Daring to ask us for things he clearly doesn't know that the blood fiend sect is not to be trifled with. After their exchange, they quickly followed Chen Changsheng. As soon as Chen Changsheng entered the gray mist, he was hit by a pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a rotting stench. The place was lifeless, with plants, rocks, and soil all a dull gray-black, devoid of any vitality. The world before him was deathly still, the ground pockmarked with craters, from some of which white bubbles gurgled and popped like boiling water. When those white bubbles burst, they transformed into wisps of gray mist emitting a pungent, nauseating odor. So this was the origin of the gray mist. No wonder the entire valley, and even the whole mountain, were shrouded in black fog. Chen Changsheng pulled a piece of dried meat from his storage space and tossed it out. The gray mist seemed drawn to the meat, converging upon it, instantly producing a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, the meat was corroded black. Impressive. Chen Changsheng was startled, not expecting the gray mist to possess such potent corrosive power. This was no mere miasma. The gray mist was not only toxic, but also corrosive. Chen Changsheng quickly checked his clothes. Fortunately, the miasma-repelling talismans emitted a mysterious force, silently warding off the gray mist. Chen Changsheng and his companions, well aware of the gray mist's danger, quickly slapped on a few more miasma-repelling talismans, for this was not their first time here. Chen Changsheng spread his divine sense of a draw talisman clutched in each hand, while his Jing Hong flying sword circled protectively around him, as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. At the same time, he silently observed the others, wary of a surprise attack from behind. From the very beginning, their invitation had reeked of ulterior motives, and scheming. How could he not be on guard? The blazing heaven blood crystal was said to be the core crystallization of a flame rock beast, obtainable only by slaying the beast. It was rumored that the flame rock beasts lurked within the bubbles. Of course, not every bubble contained a flame rock beast, only a rare few did. These beasts lived year-round in the magma deep underground and seldom emerged, except for a fortunate few that were ejected by volcanic eruptions. Over the years, due to excessive hunting by human cultivators, the number of flame rock beasts had dwindled. This knowledge was secretly imparted to him by Xia Yudi. Speaking of Xia Yudi, he wondered where she and her companions were. Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly. Whoosh! At that moment, a fiery red light shot towards Chen Changsheng at the front of the group. It was a fire tribute demon beast, the red-tailed scorpion. Its speed was like lightning. Though the scorpion was fast, it was no match for Chen Changsheng's flying sword. The sword turned into a streak of light, and met at Hedon, severing the scorpion's venomous tail stinger. Chen Changsheng's powerful divine sense had already detected the red-tailed scorpion. Once its tail was cut off, the scorpion twitched a few times and lay still. Its tail was its vital weakness. The red-tailed scorpion was the size of a fist, its tail 20 centimeters long, with a long curved stinger glinting with a blue light, a clear sign of potent venom. Chen Changsheng swept his sleeve, collecting the scorpion's corpse. The body could be used for alchemy, and the tail stinger alone was worth at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. With Crimson Cloud Ancestor, this living encyclopedia, at his side, Chen Changsheng's knowledge had grown considerably. Chen Changsheng and the others exchanged glances but said nothing. In their eyes, Chen Changsheng was already their prey, and what was his would soon be theirs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Chen Changsheng could catch his breath, 2 more crimson streaks shot towards him. Chen Changsheng had already sensed their presence, so he dispatched them with ease. These red-tailed scorpions were roughly equivalent to cultivators at the first
or second layer of qi refining, and with his flying sword, he was undaunted. Soon Chen Changsheng had slain over a dozen red-tailed scorpions. Gradually he realized something was amiss. These venomous creatures were targeting only him. Something was definitely wrong.
That's it. The miasma-repelling talismans.
Chen Changsheng instantly identified the crux of the issue, a cold sneer forming in his heart. These people were indeed harboring sinister intentions, scheming against him at every turn.
Kid, hand over a few of those red-tailed scorpions to us. You can't hog all the spoils.
Wang Chao, seeing that Chen Changsheng had collected over a dozen scorpions worth more than 100 spirit stones in the blink of an eye, felt a surge of envy and imbalance. Such is human nature. No one likes to see others do well. Chen Changsheng forced a smile.
I killed these beasts with my own skill. Why should I share them with you? If you want some, kill them yourselves. You?
Chen Sheng raised a hand to stop him.
Enough. Fellow Daoist saying is right. Whoever kills the beast gets the spoils. Let each rely on their own fortune.
Then he secretly transmitted his voice to Wang Chao.
Don't be impatient. Bear with it for now. Don't jeopardize our main plan. Let the kid live a little longer. Once we've used him, let all his treasures be ours.
Chen Sheng and his group's primary objective this time was not the blazing heaven blood crystal, but a spiritual treasure, Earth's nectar. During their last visit, they had stumbled upon the Earth's nectar, but it was guarded by a crimson flame horned python that had swallowed one of their companions whole. It had also killed several others. This time, they had prepared a treasure to counter the python, determined to slay it and claim the Earth's nectar. However, they were not entirely confident. When they encountered Chen Changsheng asking for directions, they saw an opportunity and tricked him into joining them, intending to use him to lure the python away. This would increase their chances of success. They had Chen Changsheng lead the way, not just to use him as cannon fodder, but also to secretly test his strength. If he was too weak, he would be useless. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng had demonstrated considerable skill enough to keep the crimson flame-horned python occupied for a while. As they ventured deeper, the number of venomous creatures increased. Besides red-tailed scorpions, there were also ghost-faced spiders. These spiders were the size of a fist, with a face eerily resembling a human's, hence their name. Ghost-faced spiders were more formidable than the scorpions. Besides spewing venom, they could shoot webs of silk that entangled a cultivator's artifacts, making them extremely troublesome. Crimson Cloud Ancestor transmitted his voice.
These ghost-faced spiders are not bad. Try to catch a few alive. We can cultivate a spider army later, another excellent trump card. Crimson Cloud Ancestor, do you know the art of beast taming?
Chen Changsheng knew that some cultivators were skilled in the way of controlling beasts of very powerful discipline. Crimson Cloud Ancestor snorted.
Nonsense. Why would I tell you to catch them if I didn't? I know many things. Probably all crooked and unorthodox methods.
Chen Changsheng chuckled, thinking of how the Ancestor had refined the Earth's seal. Crimson Cloud Ancestor snorted again.
Whether it's a white cat or a black cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. What do you know, you brat?
Chen Changsheng smiled wryly, finding it difficult.
I'm afraid catching them alive won't be easy.
Killing them was simple, but capturing them alive was tough, as these venomous creatures were dangerous to touch. Crimson Cloud Ancestor chuckled.
Didn't you secretly buy some spring-reviving musk last time? That will work. Use it to knock them out.
Chen Changsheng looked embarrassed.
So you found out?
He had secretly bought the spring-reviving musk, planning to use it to prank Sangdebu later. The spring return rosemary was effective on cultivators, serving as both an aphrodisiac and a narcotic. It should also work on demonic beasts. This potent narcotic was quite expensive. Chen Changsheng found it useful, so he purchased some at the Spirit Herb Pavilion as a precaution. He never expected it would actually come in handy. Just then, dozens of ghost-faced spiders emerged from the crevices of the rock, scurrying rapidly toward the group. Whoosh! 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 The ghost-faced spiders opened their mouths and shot out webs. Initially the size of a bowl, the webs instantly expanded to the size of a fishing net, enveloping everyone. Among them, Chen Changsheng was still the primary target. Chen Sheng and the others who had originally intended to watch the spectacle could no longer stand idly by.
Each displayed their unique skills. Chen Changsheng flicked his finger, and a spark slowly grew in his hand, soon bursting into raging flames. The web sizzled upon contact with the flames and were quickly incinerated. They had visited the Demon Abyss Valley before, and were well acquainted with the toxic creatures there, so this time, they had brought many fire talismans. The other three followed suit using fire attacks. After this, Chen Changsheng and the others quickly looked toward Chen Changsheng, who was being besieged by the most ghost-faced spiders, worried he might be devoured. What they saw startled them. The dozen or so ghost-faced spiders surrounding Chen Changsheng were spinning in place as if drunk. Some even climbed onto the backs of others, performing bizarre movements.
Huh?
Their mouths twitched violently.
This.
A strange wind blew past. Gradually, Chen Changsheng and the others sensed something amiss. They suddenly felt parched, a strange heat surging in their lower abdomens, as if a dragon were struggling to break free from within their bodies.
Hiss!
Even circulating their energy had no effect. Slowly, Chen Changsheng and the other three began to see their companions in a different light. Even the burly, bearded Wang Chao appeared handsome to them. Rip! They frantically tore at their own clothes, revealing thick chest hair.
Fellow cultivators, what are you doing? What indeed?
Chen Changsheng waved his hand and set up a protective array. After Chen Changsheng had collected all the ghost-faced spiders, he turned to look and nearly dropped his jaw. The scene was an eyesore, utterly unbearable. How could they lay hands on that bearded man? It nearly made him vomit his last meal. He hadn't expected the spring return rosemary to be so potent. Fortunately, he had sealed his sixth senses when using it. Whoever invented this aphrodisiac was truly formidable. He would have to make Sang Debu experience it someday. Those fellows were far too careless. As the four of them explored the Tao of dual cultivation, Chen Changsheng took the opportunity to collect the ghost-faced spiders, gathering hundreds over the course of an hour. For some reason, it seemed he had collected every last ghost-faced spider from this nest, leaving not a single one. Chen Changsheng glanced at the four who were engaged in their sordid activities, and quickly left. This was the perfect chance to distance himself from them.
Croak! Croak!
After venturing several thousand meters deeper alone, Chen Changsheng suddenly heard a frog-like sound. A fiery red frog-like venomous creature appeared. The creature was entirely crimson, flames constantly erupting from its body, as if it had just been pulled from molten lava. Wherever it went, everything caught fire. Even the stones were scorched red.
A flame rock beast! What luck!
Overjoyed, Chen Changsheng manipulated his flying sword to strike fiercely at the beast. The flame rock beast opened its mouth and shot a blazing tongue of flame at Chen Changsheng. The air itself seemed to ignite, and the terrifying heat threatened to set his clothes ablaze even from a distance.
Formidable.
It was truly a spirit born from magma. Clang, clang. The flying sword struck the beast dozens of times, producing the sound of metal on metal, yet leaving it completely unscathed. Old Ancestor Red Cloud said impatiently,
Boy, the flame rock beast is impervious to ordinary physical attacks. Your method is too inefficient. Try using a true water talisman.
Chen Changsheng nodded and slapped a true water talisman onto the flame rock beast. Sizzle. The talisman struck the beast, which hissed and steamed. In moments, the flames on its body were extinguished, and it lay still. Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. This was truly a case of one thing subduing another. Unfortunately, he hadn't prepared many true water talismans. He punched the flame rock beast, shattering its body. A rhomboid Jujuzai's fiery red crystal fell out. It was the heaven-incinerating blood crystal. This small piece was worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones.
Boy, that flame rock beast is ours. Hand over the heaven-incinerating blood crystal.
Just as Chen Changsheng was examining the heaven-incinerating blood crystal in his hand, a sharp grating voice came from behind him. It sounded neither male nor female, like the screech of a blade on glass, extremely unpleasant. Chen Changsheng was startled. He hadn't noticed anyone lurking in the shadows. If they had attacked him by surprise, it would have been dangerous. Soon 5 gray figures emerged from the mist. They wore gray Taoist robes and hats and donned ferocious green-faced fawn-bearing ghost masks, blending almost seamlessly with the gray fog. No wonder Chen Changsheng hadn't noticed them. Such attire was excellent camouflage. Chen Changsheng flipped his hand and stored the heaven-incinerating blood crystal away, saying coolly, "Ridiculous. The flame rock beast is a spirit beast born from underground magma. When did it become yours? And what are you?" These individuals were at the 7th to 9th layers of Qi refining, with only the leader at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Even if Chen Changsheng couldn't defeat them, he could still escape, so he wasn't afraid. The leading ghost-masked man's eyes shot out a cold glare. "Impudent brat, you're asking for death. Let me enlighten you before you die. We are from the Yellow Spring sect. This demon abyss valley has been claimed by us. Anyone who wants to search for heaven-incinerating blood crystals here must hand over 70%. This man, known as Nether Ghost King, was brutally ruthless. Yellow Spring sect. Chen Changsheng's heart tightened. He had heard of demonic sects near the Demon Abyss Valley, but he hadn't expected it to be the Yellow Spring sect. It was said to be an extremely evil and brutal sect, killing without mercy, refining souls, and turning corpses into puppets. Moreover, the Yellow Spring sect was no less powerful than the Wanxian sect, a formidable force in its own right. Ridiculous. If this valley belonged to your sect, why aren't there any of your people guarding the entrance? Chen Changsheng sneered inwardly. These people were far too greedy, demanding a 70% tribute. The Nether Ghost King snorted. What do you know? If we didn't let you in, how would you willingly search for heaven-incinerating blood crystals for us? Boy, hand over the crystal and your magic treasure, and it'll spare your wretched life. When he arrived, Xia Yudi had not mentioned that the Demon Abyss Valley had already been occupied by the Yellow Spring sect. Their words were certainly embellished, for the Demon Abyss Valley stretched for tens of thousands of miles, teeming with formidable demonic beasts and underground fiends, with countless factions casting covetous eyes upon it, a tangled web of intrigue. Though the Yellow Spring sect was mighty, it might not be able to swallow such a prize. Clearly, these men believed they had Chen Changsheng cornered, intending to rob him in a classic case of the strong preying on the weak. They demanded he hand over the blazing heaven blood crystal and his magical treasures, making it plain they sought his utter destruction. These 5 disciples of the Yellow Spring sect encircled Chen Changsheng from 5 directions, poised to strike him down at the slightest provocation. Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh. You want my treasures? Let's see if you have the lives to take them. Come, I shall sample the skills of the Yellow Spring sect. The Nether Ghost King cackled grimly. Interesting, lad. Which sect do you hail from? I am Sangdebu of the Wanxian sect, and I never change my name. The Nether Ghost King roared with laughter. Your surname foretells your doom. Attack. Kill him and refine his soul. With those words, the Yellow Spring sect disciples struck in unison, some brandishing bone soul banners, others wielding skull staves. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, an eerie wind howled, and ghostly wails filled the air. One disciple shook his bone soul banner, unleashing a torrent of ghostly faces that lunged at Chen Changsheng with claws bared. The skull staffs were no different, spewing forth skeletons, whose eye sockets flickered with soul flames. The Yellow Spring sect relished in killing and refining souls, favoring such weapons for their bloody work. An ordinary man would have been terrified witless by such a sight, but Chen Changsheng showed no fear. He formed a hand seal, and a black seal swelled with the wind, growing to the size of a house in the blink of an eye. The seal's surface was pitch black and profound, like a bottomless abyss that seemed to devour everything. Whizzing through the air, the ghostly apparitions from the bone soul banners and skull staffs were sucked into the Ghost King's seal before they could draw near, vanishing like stones dropped into the sea. These men belonged to the demonic path, but Chen Changsheng was a demon among demons. With a master like Red Cloud Ancestor, it was all but impossible for him to avoid the path of darkness. Under Red Cloud Ancestor's guidance, Chen Changsheng had inscribed a dark absorption array onto the Ghost King's seal. This array possessed a devouring power, and was especially effective against ghostly entities. Only cultivators with a dark attribute could inscribe such an array. Chen Changsheng possessed the Return to Ruins Dao Body Chaos Den Body, a full attribute constitution. In theory, as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could master any attribute's divine abilities. Yet cultivators with a dark attribute were exceedingly rare, fewer than 1 in 10,000. This was precisely the formidable aspect of the Return to Ruins Dao Boda's full attribute nature. The Yellow Spring sect, for instance, had only one ancient elder with the dark attribute, who rarely emerged even over millennia, leaving them no time to forge devouring treasures. Thus, devouring treasures naturally countered these demonic artifacts. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal was a spiritual artifact, while their treasures were mere magical implements, a disparity in rank. Additionally, the chaotic true demon art Chen Changsheng cultivated was a demonic sect technique which greatly amplified the power of his Ghost King seal. When the Yellow Spring sect disciples saw the souls they had painstakingly refined vanish in an instant into Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal, they exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in shock.
What treasure is that brat wielding? How can it be so powerful? Brat, I never expected you to possess a spiritual artifact. Hand it over and we'll grant you a swift death.
Snapping out of their daze, their gazes fixed on the Ghost King seal, their breaths quickened with greed. Even the Nether Ghost King was no exception. A spiritual artifact was something even he lacked. Moreover, such a potent demonic artifact was precisely what they needed most. With a collective shout, they charged at Chen Changsheng. Whoosh! The Nether Ghost King moved as well, drawing a bone club from his back and swinging it fiercely at Chen Changsheng. A streak of pitch-black light flashed and was upon him in an instant. The Nether Ghost King's nether bone club was forged from the leg bone of an underground fiend infused with nether cold iron and Yellow Spring holy water, extreme substances, allowing it to unleash a blast of pure energy. Once this energy entered a body, it would cling like a parasitic worm, merging with the internal true essence. At best, it would obstruct the flow of true essence. At worst, it could induce chi deviation, causing the body to explode, a most insidious and deadly technique. The Nether Ghost King had used this property to slay many experts of equal rank.
Suppress!
Chen Changsheng formed a hand seal, and the Ghost King seal spun, with a hum radiating a blaze of black light. Boundless dark mist erupted, enveloping the group, accompanied by the deafening roars of ghostly beasts. The chi-refining disciples of the Yellow Spring sect felt as if their souls were being torn apart, disoriented and lost. With a resounding boom, the Ghost King seal slammed down, crushing them into a bloody pulp. Before Chen Changsheng could savor his victory, a chilling energy surged down from above his head. The Nether Ghost King's extreme energy had struck him. The Nether Ghost King stepped out from the gray mist, cackling.
Ha ha ha, boy, you're done. For once you've been hit by my extreme energy.
He cared nothing for his fallen comrades. Their deaths only meant fewer rivals for the Ghost King seal. With them dead, all the treasures would be his alone. Wasn't that ideal? Those of the demonic path were, after all, selfish and ruthless. Suddenly Chen Changsheng's expression twisted, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, his face deathly pale.
Boy, the pain of extreme energy is excruciating. Let me end your suffering now.
The Nether Ghost King approached Chen Changsheng, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. To him, Chen Changsheng was as good as dead. Even Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't withstand extreme energy, let alone a chi-refining brat. As he spoke, the Nether Ghost King drew near, raising his nether bone club to smash Chen Changsheng's skull. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Chen Changsheng, who had been writhing on the ground, sprang up with explosive force, driving his fist straight toward the Nether Ghost King's head. The Nether Ghost King's pupils contracted as he saw a fist rapidly enlarging before his eyes, reaching his crown in an instant. With a sickening crunch, his head shattered like a rotten watermelon. In a contest of magical power, Chen Changsheng was no match for the Nether Ghost King, but once in close quarters, the Nether Ghost King's frail body stood no chance. The extreme energy that entered Chen Changsheng's body was not as invincible as expected, for within him flowed not the five-elemental true chi, but chaotic true chi. Though formidable, the extreme energy was quickly routed by the chaotic true chi and expelled from his body in the blink of an eye. His earlier feigned weakness was a deliberate ploy to lull the Nether Ghost King into complacency. When it came to cunning and scheming, few could match Chen Changsheng, a seasoned veteran who had traversed from Earth. Having slain the men of the Yellow Spring sect, Chen Changsheng swept his sleeve and collected all the treasures and weapons. He paid particular attention to the storage artifacts, ensuring not a single one was left behind. After finishing, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered, and he swiftly vanished from the spot. The recent skirmish had surely alerted many treasure seekers in the vicinity. Some individuals made a living solely by robbing others for wealth gained through diligence could never match the speed of opportunistic plunder. Indeed, no sooner had Chen Changsheng departed than 7 or 8 figures approached. They inspected the scene meticulously only to find nothing but corpses, not a single item left. Their faces turned ashen with fury.
Damn it! We're too late. All the treasures have been snatched. After him.
Chen Changsheng ran for the duration of an instant stick before spotting a cave and diving into it.
Roar!
A beast resembling a boar within the cave was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Chen Changsheng. Ignoring the foul stench inside, Chen Changsheng hastened to organize his spoils. To his surprise, these men possessed an abundance of treasures, especially the leader of Foundation Establishment expert, whose collection, though not mountainous, was nearly so. Pills, spirit stones, talismans, magical artifacts, materials, a dazzling array beyond count. Chen Changsheng wondered,
are the people of the Yellow Spring sect so wealthy?
He was unaware that the Nether Ghost King and his men had long survived by robbing treasure seekers here, with countless souls lost to their hands. Of course, the Nether Ghost King was as cunning as a demon lurking in the shadows, and targeting only the weak. Without 90% certainty of success, they would never strike. Over a decade of plunder had filled their coffers. They thought dealing with a chi refining novice like Chen Changsheng would be effortless, but he proved to be an anomaly. All the wealth amassed from years of robbery now fell to Chen Changsheng, costing them their very lives. Thus the cycle of karma brought its due retribution.
What's this?
As Chen Changsheng finished sorting, he discovered a statue-like object roughly 2 meters tall, bearing a striking resemblance to a human figure. Its skin was pitch black, and its body was covered in scale-like protrusions.
This is an earth demon corpse puppet.
The voice of Red Cloud Ancestor rang out. The old fellow, likely bored within the flying sword, could only exchange a few words with Chen Changsheng to stave off madness.
An earth demon corpse puppet. What's that?
After Red Cloud Ancestor's explanation, Chen Changsheng realized it was a puppet forged from the corpse of an underground demon using a special ritual. In this world, besides human demons, there were heavenly demons and earth demons. Human demons referred to those who practiced demonic arts, while heavenly demons hailed from beyond the realm, and earth demons were subterranean beings. Neither heavenly nor earth demons were human, they were enemies of mankind. Earth demons dwelled in the depths or abysses, emerging to devour humans whenever the chance arose. A single earth demon could massacre an entire village, leaving fields strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. An earth demon corpse puppet was created by capturing an earth demon, erasing its consciousness, and refining it through special methods. It served as a formidable ally in battle. The Yellow Spring sect, a demonic sect, possessed numerous techniques for crafting corpse puppets. They sometimes even refine humans into puppets for their bidding. This was Chen Changsheng's first encounter with an underground demon. Though a puppet, it exuded a malevolent aura, as if ready to pounce at any moment. One could imagine how fearsome it must have been alive. Unfortunately, this earth demon corpse puppet's strength was merely at the peak of chi refining. Red Cloud Ancestor scoffed.
The Yellow Spring sect's crafting techniques are mediocre. They've wasted a fine earth demon. Boy, I'll teach you a method to enhance its power.
Chen Changsheng's heart leaped with joy.
Really? Then what are we waiting for?
His cultivation had stagnated, and Gu Qingying's strength weighed heavily on his mind. A powerful corpse puppet would grant him another trump card, a lifeline in critical moments. Without further ado, Red Cloud Ancestor imparted the
100 Poisons corpse refining art
to Chen Changsheng. Through study, Chen Changsheng learned it involved refining the puppet into a venomous construct capable of injuring even Foundation Establishment cultivators. He grinned.
And this is what you meant by rivaling Foundation Establishment?
Red Cloud Ancestor replied.
In demonic cultivation, we value results over methods. As long as the goal is achieved, it suffices.
Chen Changsheng nodded.
Good. I've obtained quite a few ghost-faced spiders and red-tailed scorpion carcasses. Refining them afresh will bolster its strength.
Without delay, Chen Changsheng pointed a finger, and a massive cauldron appeared suitable for both alchemy and refining. Now that he used his body as a furnace, the cauldron lay idle. You should gather more venomous creatures in the future. These two types are scarce, but they're better than nothing, and will enhance the Earth Demon Corpse puppet's power.
2 hours later, the Earth Demon Corpse puppet had been thoroughly soaked in venom, absorbing the toxins of the red-tailed scorpions and ghost-faced spiders. Once pure black, the puppet now shimmered with a blue hue, an ominous sight. Chen Changsheng clapped his hands in satisfaction.
Done!
Red Cloud Ancestor shook his head.
One last step. Capture a ghost-faced spider, and it'll teach you to extract its soul, implant it into the puppet, granting it autonomy for self-initiated attacks.
That's possible. Chen Changsheng was astonished. This old demon was indeed a master of the demonic arts, possessing profound knowledge. Following Red Cloud Ancestor's guidance, Chen Changsheng captured a robust ghost-faced spider, extracted its soul, and infused it into the Earth Demon Corpse puppet. True enough, the puppet's previously shut eyes snapped open, flashing with crimson light. The underground demon's red eyes were ghastly, like a ferocious fiend.
It worked!
Chen Changsheng sensed an intricate connection with the puppet. With a mere thought, whoosh! The Earth Demon puppet shot forward, pulverizing a rock with a single punch. Formidable. Truly, the Earth Demon's innate physical prowess was remarkable. Chen Changsheng instantly gauged that the puppet's physical body surpassed even his own. Red Cloud Ancestor sneered.
What's so impressive? The corpse puppets I crafted in my prime could even cultivate autonomously with intellect rivaling humans.
Just then, Chen Changsheng sprang to his feet.
Someone's coming! Chen Changsheng, I know you're in there. Get the hell out. Get out here!
The speakers were none other than Chen Sheng, Hu Guang, Wang Chao, and Ma Yin. After being hit by the returning spring elixir, the four lost control and ended up in a debauched state. Convinced that Chen Changsheng was behind it all, they came seeking revenge. Yet the four limped as they walked, a clear sign that the previous battle had been too intense, leaving them battered and sore. Chen Changsheng emerged from the cave and nearly burst out laughing at their wretched appearance. To be honest, he had only used the returning spring elixir to catch the ghost-faced spider, not to target them. Could it be that the four had already taken a liking to each other and merely used this opportunity to formalize their bond?
Fellow cultivators, I never knew you had such tastes. Truly peculiar.
They had used a tracking technique on the barrier talisman, so finding him wasn't difficult. Chen Changsheng wasn't afraid of them tracking him down. They were using him, but wasn't he also using them?
You're asking for death.
The four surrounded him in a flash. Chen Sheng said,
We came here to kill you, but I'll give you a chance to live. If you agree, I'll spare you.
Chen Sheng laid his cards on the table. Chen Changsheng was like a fish on the chopping block, either agree or die. Feigning fear, Chen Changsheng asked,
What do you want? The returning spring elixir was meant for the ghost-faced spider. I didn't intend it for you.
He wanted to see their true purpose in recruiting him. Chen Sheng snorted coldly.
Enough talk. We're not here for the burning heaven blood crystal, but for the earth's milk. Help us get it, and we'll let you go.
Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow.
Earth's milk? What's that?
Red Cloud Ancestor said.
You're in for a stroke of luck. Earth's milk is a treasure. A drop can restore spent mana and strengthen the organs and mind. What? So powerful.
Chen Changsheng licked his lips, intrigued. He had to get it. Ma Yin snorted.
You don't need to know more. Just help us obtain it.
Chen Changsheng asked.
And what's in it for me?
Hu Guang glared at him.
A reward. Not killing you is reward enough.
They had already plotted in secret. Feeding the crimson flame horned python would surely mean death. Even if he escaped the serpent, they wouldn't spare him. Thus Chen Changsheng was doomed either way. They drew their weapons.
Let's go! Don't think of running. Any one of us can crush you, let alone a Foundation establishment expert.
Chen Changsheng had no choice but to lead the way. As they walked, Chen Sheng and the others studied a map fending off poisonous creatures that ambushed them. Since Chen Changsheng was useful as bait, he was safe for now. After about an hour, they reached a remote mountain stream. Chen Sheng produced a small yellow flag, chanted a spell, and pointed. The flag flew into the gray fog. A tearing sound echoed as the fog parted, revealing a 2-meter wide path. Chen Changsheng exchanged glances with the others and stepped in first. Wang Chao pushed Chen Changsheng.
Get in.
The scenery shifted utterly different from the outside. Before them lay a small waterfall feeding a deep emerald pool surrounded by colorful wildflowers. In the distance, lush bamboo groves and faint mountain streams stretched out. A gentle breeze swayed the grass as if welcoming them. Everywhere brimmed with life, a stark contrast to the lifeless exterior. It felt like an entirely different world. This stream had been concealed by a formation that recently weakened, giving Chen Changsheng and his group the chance to discover it. Before leaving last time, Chen Changsheng had hastily covered it with his own formation, fearing someone else might take the earth's milk. Their efforts were meticulous. Unbeknownst to them, a wisp of gray-black mist had slipped in behind them. Chen Changsheng followed them to the waterfall, where the roar was deafening, and mist filled the air. The cascade plunged from the heights, like a river of stars. Chen Changsheng pointed and commanded,
"Go behind the waterfall and lure out the great python. Succeed, and we'll share some earth's milk with you."
Now everything was laid bare. If Chen Changsheng resisted, he would be killed on the spot. Chen Changsheng grimaced.
"What if the python eats me?"
Hu Guang sneered.
"That's your fate. Maybe it won't be a match for you."
Wang Chao added.
"Refuse and you die now. Choose and you might live. Any sane person would pick the latter."
The others glared at him, ready to strike. Chen Changsheng feigned panic.
"You? Despicable. You only recruited me to be cannon fodder."
Wang Chao laughed triumphantly.
"We knew you were a rookie. Who else would make a better pawn?"
Chen Changsheng snapped.
"Hurry up. Just lure the python out and you're done."
Chen Changsheng sighed helplessly.
"So I really have to go?" "Enough talk. Move."
Their true ugly faces were fully revealed. Chen Changsheng looked crestfallen.
"Fine. I'll lure the snake away. Remember to save me some earth's milk."
Chen Changsheng nodded.
"Agreed. Now go."
Reluctantly, Chen Changsheng trudged toward the waterfall. Chen Changsheng sent a telepathic message.
"The crimson flame horned python is cunning. That fool alone might not lure it. When he engages it, use the true Yan lock to bind it, and it'll take the earth's milk."
They finalized the plan. Hu Guang and the others crept behind Chen Changsheng, with Wang Chao holding a rope-like artifact. This time Chen Changsheng and the others came well prepared, borrowing a pure Yan treasure, the true Yan lock from their sect. This true Yan lock was crafted from Realgar fire nitrate, red sun essence stone, and golden crow fire crystal, all of which are materials of utmost rigidity and Yan energy. Notably, it was infused with the blood and souls of 999 roosters born at the exact moment of the positive Yan harvested in their prime. It possesses a strong restraining effect on Yin entities apart from snakes, centipedes, and scorpions. It even effectively counters Yin souls, ghosts, night demons, and evil spirits. Even if Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal faced it, it would likely be suppressed. They had previously refrained from using it against the poisonous creatures they encountered, clearly saving it specifically for the red flame horned python. As he got closer to the waterfall, Chen Changsheng felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, making him uncomfortable, as if a formidable beast was watching him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. With various thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Changsheng feigned weakness, naturally intending to acquire the earth's milk. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Now he intended to turn the tables on Chen Changsheng and his group. While various plans brewed in his mind, he was unaware that a pair of blood-red eyes were intensely staring at him from behind the waterfall. Soon Chen Changsheng arrived in front of the waterfall. He leaped, covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters, before plunging into the curtain of water. How can this kid jump so far in one go? The few behind Chen Changsheng, including Wang Chao, exchanged glances filled with astonishment, as they could barely manage a jump of over 10 meters. Such a wide waterfall would require the aid of a flying sword to cross. Let's not worry about that for now. Once the kid engages the red flame horned python, we'll go in. In the current situation, they could not afford to think too much. The earth's milk was the priority. They had already invested so much, and failure this time would mean their demise. Chen Changsheng plunged into the waterfall, landing inside a cave that was remarkably dry and spacious, devoid of any moisture. Inside the cave was dark, and its exit unknown.
At that moment Chen Changsheng felt the hair on his body stand on end, a sense of life and death crisis enveloping him. Swish! He instinctively recoiled. Boom! The stone slab about the size of a tea table beneath him was shattered by some unseen force. Chen Changsheng then saw a blood-red python standing tall, flicking its tongue, its almond-shaped yellow eyes coldly fixed on him. Hiss! Chen Changsheng gasped, observing the massive serpent coiled within the cave, its girth comparable to that of a large water tank adorned with palm's eyes, red scales, its head resembling a drum exuding a powerful aura. Judging by the intensity of this aura, its strength was likely comparable to that of a fifth-level Foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even stronger. Even Hao Jian would not necessarily be a match for this giant python here. This is bad. I underestimated it. Chen Changsheng had initially thought it was just a small serpent, at most at the early stage of Foundation establishment, but he never expected it to be so powerful. The giant python's position effectively cut off his escape route now. Whether he could defeat it, or even escape, was uncertain. Run! Without a second thought, Chen Changsheng's body swayed, fleeing deeper into the cave. With no way out, he could only run inside, hoping to find some earth's milk. Just as Chen Changsheng made his escape, the giant serpent struck its tail as thick as a water tank, sweeping violently towards him, moving with lightning speed, even faster than Chen Changsheng. Feeling the foul wind rushing from behind, Chen Changsheng hurriedly darted to the side, trying to evade, but he was still a step too slow, and the serpent's tail struck him. Bang! His body was violently slammed against the cave wall, feeling as though a locomotive had collided with him, with his bones seemingly shattered and his organs twisted together. Chen Changsheng involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, he practiced both immortal and martial arts. Had he been a cultivator of the same level, in the chi refinement stage, his physical body would have collapsed under such an impact. Without time to think, the giant python began its assault again, its massive tail sweeping towards Chen Changsheng once more, causing a whirlwind within the cave, rocks crumbling. Boom! He infused his chaotic true energy into his arms, and clashed hard against the giant python, but his body was once again flung away, his arms dislocated from the tremendous force, and his palms cracked. What a powerful beast! Chen Changsheng twisted his arms, and the dislocated bones snapped back into place thanks to the infusion of chaotic true energy, otherwise his arms would have been ruined by now. The giant python, not having incapacitated Chen Changsheng, paused slightly, perceiving him as insignificantly weak, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Whoosh! The giant python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames from its mouth, shooting long streams of red fire towards Chen Changsheng. This beast can breathe fire. Chen Changsheng felt the temperature in the cave soar dramatically, realizing he could not afford to be touched by those flames. Indeed, the flames scorched the ground, turning the stones red. Incredible! Chen Changsheng infused chaotic true energy into his legs, significantly boosting his power and speed, allowing him to barely escape the giant python's deadly grasp. However, if this continued for too long, he might not be able to manage. He wouldn't truly engage the python, lest those others would reap the benefits. If you don't help me soon, I'll be eaten by the snake. Chen Changsheng shouted urgently, knowing full well that these guys were just watching from the sidelines. Bang! Ah! He screamed in agony, seeing that the others remained motionless. He had to put on a show himself. As his voice fell, 3 beams of sword light shot in from outside, revealing Hu Guang, Wang Chao, and Ma Yin. The 3 were secretly shocked, never expecting Chen Changsheng to endure for so long, indicating he was hiding his true strength. Upon entering, they found Chen Changsheng lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and could not help but grunt, "What a useless fellow." It seemed Chen Changsheng could no longer be relied upon, but their objective had already been achieved. The giant python had been successfully drawn away, giving Changsheng the chance to seize the earth's milk. Seeing Hu Guang and the others, the giant python hissed a few times, seemingly recognizing them, and immediately unleashed a stream of flames from its mouth, while its massive tail swung towards the trio. Hu Guang shouted, "You two launch a fierce attack on it first, while I take the opportunity to use the True Yang Lock to bind its 7 inches. Since this True Yang Lock was merely a magical artifact, it might not be easy to subdue the giant python at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only by binding its 7 inches could they hope to succeed. Let's attack."
Wang Chao and Ma Yin formed their sword seals, and their two flying swords transformed into streaks of meteor-like light slicing towards the giant python, creating sparks against its scales. Such attacks were merely tickling the crimson flame horned python. They naturally knew this, but their goal was to enrage the python, driving it into a frenzy, so it would reveal its weaknesses. As expected, the crimson flame horned python was provoked. Its body shot upright. Even a beast had its pride. How could it tolerate being repeatedly taunted by mere ants? Boom! Boom! The thick serpentine tail swept out, violently compressing the air and producing a sonic boom. Before Wang Chao and Ma Yin could react, they were struck, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. Those two had never fought the crimson flame horned python before, and had no idea of its ferocity. It was a pity they lost their lives without even catching a glimpse of the earth's nectar. "Seize it!" Hu Guang, disregarding the death of his companions, furiously unleashed a rope-like artifact from his hand. The true sunlock shimmered with golden light, transforming into a swimming dragon that surged toward the crimson flame horned python. On the other side, Chen Changsheng had already seized the opportunity to lurk near the earth's nectar. The earth's nectar dripped from a small hole in the cave, collecting in a stone trough filled with a milky white liquid. It seemed sparse, only a few hundred drops in total. The earth's nectar was an essence nurtured deep within the earth, producing only a single drop each day. The crimson flame horned python, once extremely weak, had grown to the foundation establishment stage in a short time merely by drinking it. The crimson flame horned python had hoarded the nectar for so long without consuming it, originally intending to use it for a breakthrough in cultivation. As Chen Changsheng approached the earth's nectar, his spirit surged, his mind cleared, and he felt an overwhelming urge to break through his current realm and attain enlightenment. Chen Changsheng rejoiced. "What a treasure! It was worth all this trouble." He took out a gourd, intending to scoop up all the earth's nectar. At that moment, a sudden chill ran down Chen Changsheng's spine, a life-threatening crisis enveloping him. The flying sword hovering above his head struck backward with a sharp clang. Chen Changsheng immediately retreated a dozen paces. What was that? His shock was immense. He hadn't expected a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Someone had crept up on him without his notice. Hee hee hee! A spine-chilling cackle emerged from a patch of gray-black mist. Chen Changsheng peered into the haze, where a shadowy figure let out a sinister laugh. "Are you human or ghost?" Chen Changsheng braced himself, one hand gripping his sword, the other clutching a stack of talismans, his eyes fixed warily on the mist. Soon the gray-black mist dissipated, revealing an old crone. She was withered, her face like bark, most of her teeth missing, and wrinkles deep enough to crush a cockroach. She was hideous as a demon. If seen at night, she could scare the soul right out of a person. "Little one, this old woman has been waiting here for days. Thanks to you dealing with that beast, he'll take the earth's nectar and then kill you as a token of gratitude. How about that?" The crone cackled, sending chills down the spine. Chen Changsheng's face darkened. "We've prepared so long, and you old hag think you can swoop in and reap the rewards. Dream on." He wouldn't even share with Hu Guang and the others. Once he obtained the earth's nectar, he planned to silence them all. "Then he'll kill you first and take the earth's nectar later." The crone sneered, shaking her staff, which once again conjured a cloud of gray-black mist. "All smoke and mirrors." Chen Changsheng snorted, commanding his flying sword to slash into the mist. The two immediately erupted into battle. Meanwhile, Hu Guang finally managed to bind the crimson flame horned python with the true sun lock, though it seemed slightly off target. The giant serpent thrashed wildly, its tail lashing out, stirring up fierce winds. Its slit pupils locked onto the culprit, Hu Guang charging after him. However, with the true sun lock restraining it, its ferocity was greatly diminished. Hu Guang suddenly tore a talisman from his abdomen, releasing a powerful aura belonging to the Foundation establishment stage. He had been hiding his strength, with a concealment talisman playing the fool. "Red Cloud Ancestor, will your diversion technique really work?" On the other side, Chen Changsheng had already left the ravine, and was sprinting through the valley, clutching a gourd filled with earth's nectar. While the crone and Chen Changsheng were locked in battle, Chen Changsheng had long since crept nearby, quietly scooping up every last drop of the earth's nectar, leaving not a single molecule behind. This was thanks to the diversion technique passed down by Red Cloud Ancestor, not a divine power, but merely an illusion. Though the crone and Chen Changsheng were fighting, their spiritual senses were firmly fixed on the stone trough of Earth's nectar. Without this illusion, he would have been discovered instantly. Red Cloud Ancestor said with some pride, "This illusion will only last as long as it takes to brew a cup of tea before fading completely. Use this time to get as far away as possible." Chen Changsheng nodded. Reaching out, he formed a spiritual energy hand to grab a red-tailed scorpion, affixing the miasma talisman they had given him onto it before departing. The miasma talisman carried a tracking mark. He wondered what expressions they would have when they caught up and found only a red-tailed scorpion. After a fierce struggle, both the crimson flame horn python and Hu Guang were exhausted, staring each other down. The python's magical power was sealed by the true sun lock, reducing its strength by more than half. Just then a furious roar from Chen Changsheng rang out.
"Damn it! Who stole the Earth's nectar? It must be you, old hag."
The crone's face also darkened.
"Humph, I think you're the one trying to cover up. You must have stolen the Earth's nectar yourself. Stop putting on an act."
Both were stricken with anguish, then resumed their fight. Chen Changsheng cared little for their feelings. At that moment, he was hidden in a cave cultivating.
"So this is the Earth's nectar. A single drop can restore one's full cultivation."
Chen Changsheng uncorked the gourd and took a gentle sip, immediately feeling refreshed, all fatigue vanishing. He knew this was a true treasure. He then poured out a single drop and swallowed it. As it entered his stomach, a surge of primal energy rushed through him, instantly replenishing all the spiritual power he had expended. The wounds inflicted by the crimson flame horn python also began to heal slowly. Chen Changsheng swallowed another drop, feeling his internal organs churn, with a gurgling sound growing tougher.
"Truly a marvelous treasure,"
Chen Changsheng rejoiced. For cultivators, tempering the physical body was the easiest, but strengthening the internal organs and the brain was the hardest. Originally cultivating the chaotic true demon art made it no easy task to refine his organs and mind. But with the Earth's nectar it became far simpler. After nearly half a day, Chen Changsheng finally succeeded in channeling the chaotic true qi through his entire torso. Only the vital organs and the brain remained, the two most delicate parts. They required extreme caution, so he decided to wait until he returned to the sect to continue his cultivation. Now that he possessed the Earth's nectar, he no longer had to worry about exhausting his energy. Chen Changsheng reviewed the treasures he had obtained, including the nether bone staff, which he had also refined. The true yang lock in Hu Guang's possession tempted Chen Changsheng, but he had not anticipated that this man was also a foundation establishment cultivator, not an easy opponent to deal with. Though Chen Changsheng had slain foundation establishment cultivators before, he had done so by ambushing them with his physical strength. In a direct confrontation, he would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. At that moment, 100 li away, Xia Yudi found herself in trouble. More precisely, she and Ye Feng were being besieged by a group of black-clad assailants. Before them lay several corpses, the disciples of the Wanxian sect who had been at the qi refining stage. Now, apart from the two of them holding on, with great difficulty, all the others had been slain. The trouble began when they hunted a batch of crimson rock beasts and caught the attention of the Yellow Spring sect.
"Do you truly intend to wage war against our Wanxian sect?"
Ye Feng glared at the Yellow Spring sect disciples, before him, his eyes bloodshot and his body drenched in blood. He was gravely wounded, and his spiritual energy had long been depleted. Moreover, the enemy numbered over 20, including 3 foundation establishment cultivators. What made their situation even more hopeless was that the enemy had arranged the Yellow Spring sect's absolute in grand array, sealing off their escape route. Breaking through was simply impossible.
"I told you earlier, hand over all your treasures and leave that fairy behind, and I'd spare your life. But now it's too late. I'll refine you into corpse puppets to serve me for 10,000 years.
The leader, a middle-aged man at the third layer of foundation establishment named Zhang, he licked his lips with excitement. From the very beginning, they had never intended to let their prey escape. Murder, plunder treasures, and refine corpses. That was their all-in-one service. The Yellow Spring sect was notorious in this region for preying on treasure seekers, earning the hatred of all other sects. Zhang, he pointed at Xia Yudi and licked his lips again.
As for you, it'll refine you into a corpse prostitute for our endless pleasure, hee.
The Yellow Spring sect possessed a sinister technique killing a woman's body, while sealing her soul inside, forcing her to endure endless violation. Those women could only watch helplessly, as their own flesh was brutally defiled, powerless to resist, a torment worse than death itself. Hearing this, Xia Yudi's face turned pale, and her delicate frame trembled with rage.
You lecher! You pervert! Even if I die today, I won't let you have your way!
She had heard of the Yellow Spring sect's depravity, but witnessing it firsthand sent chills down her spine.
Life and death are no longer in your hands. Attack!
Instantly everyone sprang into action. Zhang He's subordinates began activating the Absolute in Grand Array. Once activated, the array would channel an endless stream of extreme Yin energy to the three cultivators at its core, greatly enhancing their strength. After all, the Yellow Spring sect practiced demonic arts that thrived on extreme Yin energy. Here they were like fish in water. Suddenly the pressure on the two cultivators intensified. Gritting his teeth, Nie Feng sent a telepathic message to Xia Yudi.
Junior sister, it seems we won't make it out today. You still have that teleportation talisman, don't you? It'll self-destruct my body to buy you a chance to escape.
Xia Yudi's eyes reddened instantly.
No. Senior brother, if we die together. I won't live on alone.
Nie Feng smiled bitterly.
Junior sister, you still have a bright future ahead. You know what it means to be turned into a corpse prostitute. My mind is made up. I'm starting now.
With that, a look of determination flashed in Nie Feng's eyes. He gazed deeply at Xia Yudi, as if trying to imprint her face forever in his memory to carry it with him into the next world. Then his body began to swell violently. Xia Yudi screamed hoarsely.
No! Yudi, go quickly. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain.
Nie Feng gave her a faint smile before charging fiercely toward the three Foundation establishment cultivators of the Yellow Spring sect.
Senior brother.
Zhang He and his companion's expression shifted.
No! He's going to self-destruct.
Boom. A thunderous explosion.
What's happening?
Chen Changsheng, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. The massive tremor had shaken even the cave he was in. What kind of fierce battle could cause such a disturbance? He hurried outside to investigate. It was deep in the night, and a full moon hung in the sky like a jade disk. Its light tore through the gray mist, casting a silvery glow upon the land. Whoosh! Just then a streak of red energy descended from the horizon, hurtling rapidly toward Chen Changsheng.
Huh?
Chen Changsheng tensed and alert. As it drew closer, he could make out a pale blue figure enveloped within the red aura. Somehow it looked familiar. Activating his true vision pupil to its fullest, he exclaimed,
It really is Xia Yudi.
He reached out to catch her, and was startled to see her robe soaked in blood. She seemed to be severely injured.
Chen Changsheng. It's... you?
Xia Yudi managed to open her eyes a slit before closing them again, falling into unconsciousness. She had already sustained considerable injuries earlier, and the shockwave from Nie Feng's self-destruction had only worsened her condition.
Ah. Lucky for you, you ran into me, otherwise you'd be in grave danger.
If Xia Yudi had fallen anywhere else, even the poisonous insects alone would have devoured her. Xia Yudi had been kind to Chen Changsheng before. The good karma she had sown was now bearing fruit, unlike Nie Feng and his companions, whom he wouldn't bother to save. He carried the beautiful woman into the cave, set up an array to conceal the entrance, and then began examining her injuries. First, he parted her lips and fed her a drop of earth's nectar. Soon her complexion regained a rosy hue, no longer deathly pale. Indeed, earth's nectar not only restored internal energy, but also proved remarkably effective for healing, truly a precious treasure. As Chen Changsheng continued to assess her wounds, he found himself in an awkward position. Besides the injury on her shoulder, there were wounds on her chest, and even one on her inner thigh. He was at a loss.
This is a bit hard to handle.
Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still inexperienced when it came to women. He had never truly seen a woman's body before, leaving him flustered. But seeing that her wounds were still bleeding, he steeled himself.
Senior Sister Xia, please don't blame me. I promise I won't look at anything I shouldn't.
He promised not to look too carefully. With a series of soft thuds, a dark shadow darted swiftly through the gray mist in the Demon Abyss Valley, under the clear moonlight, a black seal hovering above its head. The great seal was shrouded in roiling black chi covering half an acre. Any venomous creature, red-tailed scorpions, centipedes, or snakes, that touched the black mist instantly burst apart, becoming part of the dark aura. Their souls were absorbed, and the essence of their bodies was likewise devoured by the seal. This man was none other than Chen Changsheng. Now, with no outsiders around, he could fully unleash the Ghost King seal. In such a place of extreme need, the Ghost King seal thrived, like a fish in water, its power greatly enhanced. Originally a low-grade spirit artifact, after this period of absorption, it seemed on the verge of transformation, about to evolve into a mid-grade spirit artifact. Every magical treasure had its grade, and with each ascent in rank its power increased significantly. Now the Ghost King seal was quietly becoming Chen Changsheng's first great killing tool.
Old Ancestor Red Cloud, how much longer before the Ghost King seal evolves into a mid-grade spirit artifact?
Chen Changsheng asked, shattering and absorbing the approaching venomous creatures, while conversing with Old Ancestor Red Cloud.
Old Ancestor Red Cloud replied, "Yours has reached the critical point of transformation. Now it only needs to absorb one more powerful living being, such as killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator."
Chen Changsheng shook his head.
"Forget it. If I were to kill someone to refine my artifact, how would I be any different from a demon? The Wanxian sect would never tolerate me."
Though Chen Changsheng yearned for power, he still had his own bottom line, priding himself as a righteous cultivator.
Suit yourself."
Old Ancestor Red Cloud snorted, no longer willing to bother with Chen Changsheng. The fellow was simply too stubborn. Thus Chen Changsheng continued killing until midnight, then stopped to rest on a large boulder. Strangely, despite the commotion he had caused, no one else had been alerted. Gazing at the bright moon in the sky, Chen Changsheng's heart swelled with myriad emotions. Suddenly struck by a thought, he couldn't help reciting a poem.
"O moon so big, O moonlight so white. O peak so towering, O valley so deep and still."
Lost in his reverie, Chen Changsheng abruptly rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings warily.
"Who's there? Skulking about like a coward, afraid to show yourself?"
As his words fell, a harsh voice, like a night owl, cackled.
Hey, boy, you're quite alert."
The voice seemed ethereal, its origin impossible to pinpoint. With that, 5 or 6 black-clad figures emerged from the mist surrounding Chen Changsheng from all sides. They wore ghost masks and black Taoist robes, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes exuding an eerie spectral aura. The leader was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, though his aura seemed unstable, likely at the first layer.
"Are you people from the Ghost Gate sect? Did Sangdabu send you?"
Chen Changsheng recognized their attire. It was the same as those who had once ambushed Xia Yudi. Without a doubt, Sangdabu had dispatched them to deal with him. Chen Changsheng knew Sangdabu was a spy within the Wanxian sect, but had not exposed him, knowing his own words would carry little weight and likely go unbelieved. The members of the Ghost Gate sect were not ghosts themselves, but they practiced ghostly arts. Ghost Dao differed somewhat from demonic arts, being more eerie and cruel. Ghost Dao primarily involved refining souls and spirits, even dealing with actual ghosts, and connecting to the underworld, making it profoundly uncanny. Thus, sects like the Ghost Gate sect were shunned by righteous factions on the Xianhuang continent. Thousands of years ago, the Ghost Dao was purged by righteous cultivators and lay dormant for a time, but now it showed signs of resurgence. The cultivation realms of Ghost Dao differed from humans: Ghost Soldier, Ghost Hero, Ghost Envoy, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Ancestor, Ghost Emperor, Ghost Sovereign, and Ghost Immortal. These corresponded to human cultivators: Chi refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void refining, Body Integration, Great Vehicle, and Tribulation Transcendence. However, some practitioners of Ghost Dao were themselves ghosts. They cultivated like humans, and eventually condensed physical forms. It was said that the leader of the Ghost Gate sect was a true ghost who had attained the Dao. After listening to Old Ancestor Red Cloud's account, Chen Changsheng was startled. He had never imagined the Ghost Dao to be so wondrous. Humans, ghosts, demons, and monsters together formed such a magical world.
"Indeed, an ant like you dares to provoke our envoy. You clearly don't know how to spell death. Well, time for you to die." The leading Ghost Gate member was a ghost hero. With a wave of his sleeve, he commanded, "Attack! Slay this man and deliver his head to the ghost envoy, a great merit." At his command his subordinates cackled grimly, shook their robes, and with several shrill cries dozens of little ghosts emerged from their Taoist garments. Those little ghosts appeared as mere children of 5 or 6, but in an instant they transformed into ghastly demons with green faces and fangs, their fingernails half a foot long, clinking sharply, spewing white mist as they lunged at Chen Changsheng. A fierce, baleful aura surged toward him. Chen Changsheng's expression changed, and he erupted in fury. "Excellent! You use children to refine ghosts, utterly heartless. Today you'll make sure you all perish body and soul." Chen Changsheng understood at once what was happening. Old ancestor Red Cloud had often regaled him with tales of the cultivation world, and he recognized this as the art of ghost refinement. This method of using children to refine ghosts was the most cruel. First, they would find children born under the year month and hour, capture them, torture them day and night until they reached 5 or 6 years old, then kill them and refine their souls into ghostly beings. Such little ghosts were called ghost infants, brimming with resentment against heaven, earth, and all things. Uncontaminated by primordial chi, they were pure entities. They could pierce protective true chi with ease, catching one off guard. If a flying sword was tainted by them, it would instantly lose its spirit and power, then burrow into the victim's sea of consciousness, devouring their soul entirely. A fearsome adversary. Indeed, once released, those little ghosts rushed at Chen Changsheng like flies drawn to rotting meat, their eyes venomous and bloodshot, glaring at him as if he were their mortal enemy. Knowing the danger, Chen Changsheng dared not let them approach. He quickly summoned the Ghost King's seal for protection. The moment it appeared, it seemed more ghostly than the ghost cultivators themselves, with black chi billowing, spectral shadows darting, and a chilling aura. It was as if hell had descended upon the mortal world, startling even the Ghost Gate members. The ghost hero sneered, "Chen Changsheng, I didn't expect you to practice Ghost Dao too. What difference is there between you and us?" Chen Changsheng snorted coldly, "Nonsense, of course there's a difference. I cultivate without killing, while you refine souls using infants. You're no better than beasts. Enough, will slay you all and uphold justice." Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal inherently suppressed teen spirits and ghostly entities. The moment the infant ghosts were enveloped by the black light, they found themselves trapped in a quagmire, their movements slowing drastically, as if in slow motion. Not only them, but even the ghost hero and his ilk were restrained, their fearsome aura diminished by more than half, as the black chi around them was voraciously absorbed by the Ghost King's seal. "Ah! What kind of treasure is this?" The disciples of the Ghost Gate sect were startled, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, their faces etched with shock. Red Cloud ancestor, an ancient fiend who had lived for tens of thousands of years, possessed forging techniques far beyond the ordinary. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Changsheng infused his legs with chaotic true chi, his speed becoming ghostly. Before the few chi refining cultivators could react, their heads burst open like blooming flowers. Chen Changsheng cultivated both immortality and martial arts naturally faster than those of the same realm. Now, with a chaotic true demon art his body, and true chi merged, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. The ghost hero's subordinates were reaped before they could even scream. The infant ghosts, losing their master's control, paused in midair, bewildered. The ghost hero's expression shifted as 2 small flags, one black and one white, appeared in his hands. He bellowed, "Heaven and earth, and yon yellow springs, and 9 nether 10 kings of hell heed my command. Ghost Gate open. Heaven and earth summon." With that he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the flags, which swelled in the wind, flapping loudly. He was preparing to fight to the death, having realized that defeating Chen Changsheng, who wielded the Ghost King seal, was nearly impossible. He was utterly countered. The black and white flags emitted beams of light, one black and one white, which merged in an instant, spinning rapidly to form a taiji fish pattern. In the blink of an eye, the taiji fish transformed into a pitch-black passage from which black chi gushed forth in torrents, obscuring even the moon in the sky. The ink-cold aura within caused the temperature to plummet several degrees, and from the passage came wails and howls, as if some terrifying entity was about to emerge. Red Cloud Ancestor's expression changed. Quick! Stop him, or we'll be in big trouble. Chen Changsheng, sensing the danger, swiftly formed a hand seal, sending the Ghost King seal hurtling like a black light toward the dark passage. At that moment, a towering ghostly figure squeezed out of the passage. Standing 10 zhang tall, shrouded in black qi, it struggled to emerge. Though its face was indistinct, its mere aura was suffocating, an unknown abomination. Just then, the Ghost King seal slammed heavily onto the towering ghostly figure, forcing it back halfway into the passage. Strike while the iron is hot. This thing must not be allowed to escape. Chen Changsheng quickly controlled the Ghost King seal, pounding the towering ghostly figure again and again. Boom. 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 The ghostly entity was on the verge of being forced back entirely, and even the passage seemed on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the ghost hero quickly formed a hand seal and roared, "Infant ghosts, now is your time to shine. Go!" He pointed, and the infant ghosts immediately flew toward the Ghost King seal. With a thunderous explosion, the seal was sent flying high, its black qi scattering in all directions. Gritting his teeth, the ghost hero sliced off one of his fingers and tossed it into the passage, shouting, "Explode!" The finger burst, its essence absorbed by the ghostly figure. Absorbing the essence of one finger, the ghostly figure's qi surged. It strained to squeeze through, but it seemed still insufficient. The ghost hero with another grimace sliced off another finger to feed the ghostly figure. After absorbing the essence of 2 fingers, its qi swelled dramatically, and with a mighty heave its massive body emerged. The ghost hero was indeed a ruthless man, severing 2 fingers as casually as slicing noodles. He had no choice. Sang Debu himself had issued a death order: kill Chen Changsheng this time, or bring his own head. Chen Changsheng stared at the towering ghostly figure, his expression darkening. What in the world was this thing? 10 zhang tall, pitch black, exuding black qi incessantly. Its eyes, blood-red like lanterns, cast a crimson glow over the surrounding 100 zhang. Its ghostly aura was so dense it seemed almost tangible, terrifying even the venomous insects, which fled in panic. Not good! Chen Changsheng sensed the overwhelming ghostly qi, and knew he was facing a formidable foe, though he couldn't identify what the ghost hero had summoned. On high alert, Chen Changsheng prepared to flee at any moment. This entity's aura rivaled that of a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, far beyond his ability to contend with. Boy, don't run just yet. Isn't your Ghost King seal missing a powerful soul to evolve? Absorb this big fellow, and the seal will evolve. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to bolt, Red Cloud Ancestor's voice rang out. Chen Changsheng grimaced. Do you think I can take this thing on? You overestimate me. Red Cloud Ancestor said. This ghost seems to have impaired intelligence. You're not without a chance. Besides, the Ghost King seal suppresses it. At that moment, the towering ghostly figure spoke, its lantern-like eyes fixed on the ghost hero. Foolish human, is it you who summoned me? The ghost hero quickly clasped his hands. Yes, my lord, I summoned you. Please kill this human for me. 2 fingers are far from enough for this king to act. Hand him over. With those words, the towering ghostly figure reached out, grabbed the ghost hero, and tossed him into its mouth, chewing loudly. The crunching sound sent chills down Chen Changsheng's spine. From start to finish, the ghost hero offered no resistance. Red Cloud Ancestor grimaced. Damn. I misjudged. Boy, run. Such power was beyond Chen Changsheng's ability to overcome. Even before Red Cloud Ancestor spoke, Chen Changsheng had already fled. He knew better than to think he could defeat this behemoth. Hadn't he just seen it devour a Foundation establishment cultivator like candy? Human, where do you think you're going? I've caught the scent of your powerful blood, perfect for my meal. A thought transmitted into Chen Changsheng's mind, and in a single step the entity closed in on him. Such speed! Chen Changsheng's eyes barely registered the blur before the ghost was behind him, making the hairs on his back stand on end. Thunderburst pearl explode. Chen Changsheng produced a black pearl and hurled it at the ghostly figure. Boom! The entity was caught in the blast, its black qi shredded and thinned. Human, you seek death. Enraged, the ghostly figure brought down a hand the size of a house upon Chen Changsheng. This ghostly hand, entirely formed from black mist, was remarkably lifelike, even the pores on its skin visible with startling clarity. Explode for me. Chen Changsheng, seeing the massive hand about to seize him, hurled another thunderburst bead. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the bead detonated, sending bolts of electric serpents writhing chaotically. The violent blast force dispersed the black mist hand, while the lightning serpents shot up the arm toward the ghostly creature. A rare look of fear flickered across the creature's face, for ghosts dread the power of thunder and lightning. Seizing the moment, Chen Changsheng fled, channeling his chaos true chi into his legs. In the blink of an eye, he had covered over 100 meters.
Human, do you think you can escape?
The creature, merely singed by the lightning without harm to its core, shot flames a foot long from its lantern-sized eyes. With a single stride it crossed 100 meters.
Bloody hell!
Chen Changsheng was astounded. His legs were nearly smoking from the effort of covering 100 meters, yet this fiend matched it in one step. How could he possibly compete? Very well then. Since escape was futile, Chen Changsheng resolved to fight. He spun swiftly behind the giant creature and drove a fist into its calf. Simultaneously, the Ghost King seal, now the size of a house, crashed down upon the fiend. Thud. Chen Changsheng's fist struck the creature, but it felt like punching cotton, an unsettling sensation. The ghostly body existed between reality and illusion. Boom. The Ghost King seal slammed down, flattening the creature like a pancake. Before Chen Changsheng could rejoice, the creature's form reconstituted itself elsewhere. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the creature's lantern eyes reformed, they were met by Chen Changsheng's flying swords. A strike he had meticulously calculated. He pressed the attack relentlessly, denying the fiend any respite. If it regained its wits, he would surely be the one to suffer. The creature, newly arrived from another realm, seemed sluggish of mind, offering Chen Changsheng a precious advantage.
Roar!
This relentless assault finally wounded the fiend. The flying sword in particular struck its eyes, the very seat of its soul, inflicting severe damage.
Foolish, cunning human, you seek death.
Enraged by Chen Changsheng's deceit, the creature dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and plunged into his body, specifically into his sea of consciousness. With a ghastly visage of green face and fangs, the fiend stirred up tempests within Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Its terrifying energy whipped up gales, buffeting his soul wildly. Chen Changsheng felt like a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean, on the verge of being swallowed by the depths at any moment.
Human, this venerable one will devour you and claim your body. With a foothold here, I shall lead our Nether clan army to conquer this splendid land.
With that, the creature opened its cavernous blood-red maw, unleashing a violent suction that sought to draw Chen Changsheng's soul in. Chen Changsheng realized with horror that his body was utterly paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as he was pulled toward the gaping abyss. The creature's soul was far more formidable than his own, the gap even wider than in physical strength. It was an insurmountable chasm, leaving him powerless to resist. In that critical moment, the mysterious small cauldron dormant deep within Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness suddenly flew forth. It vibrated in the air, emitting a sound like a morning bell. To Chen Changsheng's mind, the sound was heavenly, evoking a sensation of imminent ascension and enlightenment. But to the creature it was poison. It let out a piercing scream, clutching its ears as if intoxicated. Even the black mist around it was dispersed, thinning considerably. Its fearsome aura diminished, and its body was forcibly expelled from Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness by a mysterious force.
Perfect. Ghost King seal absorbed.
Chen Changsheng formed a hand seal, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the Ghost King seal. Empowered by its master's blood, the seal doubled in size. A crack opened at its base, and with a mighty inhale it sucked the creature inside.
Despicable human! You dare try to refine me! I am Sherwap, the demon lord of the Nether realm, ruler of punishments. An ant like you dares to imprison and refine me. You court death.
Finding himself in a pitch-black space surrounded by surging earth, fire, water, and wind, all intent on refining him, the creature flew into a rage. In truth, this was merely a fraction of Sherwap's spirit. His true self was thousands of times more powerful.
Whatever monster you are once inside my treasure, you think you can still act tough. Impossible. Be refined.
Chen Changsheng manifested within the Ghost King seal as a spiritual imprint, a cold smile on his face. At his command, the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind surged toward Sherwapa, battering and refining him. But Sherwapa was clearly a master. After an hour of refining, he remained unmoved. He rose to his feet and threw a punch, causing the entire Ghost King seal to tremble. The sky and earth within the seal turned upside down, slaughtering countless spirits and ghost beasts, including the Ghost Cry beast. Even some of the internal formations were damaged, causing Chen Changsheng's expression to darken.
Foolish human and ant trying to refine me. Impossible. Unless you had nether filth blood. Very well, let me destroy this shoddy treasure of yours.
Sherwapa sneered coldly, preparing to shatter the Ghost King's seal.
Nether filth blood. Funny you should mention that. I actually have some. Thanks for the reminder.
Chen Changsheng then splashed a bottle of nether filth blood onto him.
Aw. Damn you. How do you possess such a thing? Damn it, damn it.
Sherwapa howled in unwillingness as his protective chi was corroded by the nether filth blood, sizzling and emitting green smoke. At that moment, Chen Changsheng bit his tongue again and traced a blood-red character for slave in the air, then slammed it onto Sherwapa's forehead. This was the blood life curse he had acquired from Red Cloud Ancestor. He had learned it in his spare time, never expecting it to prove so useful. Ordinarily, dealing with lesser ghosts wouldn't require such trouble, but Sherwapa was far too powerful to be easily refined. Left unchecked, he might very well destroy the Ghost King's seal. The moment the slave character was imprinted on Sherwapa's forehead, he instantly became docile and knelt down. Gazing at the devastation within the Ghost King's seal, Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly. Capturing Sherwapa had cost him his formations, which would need to be repaired. He then found a cave to begin mending the formations. The next day, at the break of dawn, Xia Yudi, who had been healing in the cave, slowly opened her eyes. Xia Yudi felt as though she had slept a profoundly comfortable sleep, the most restful she had ever experienced. Yet she had a strange dream in which a man climbed onto her bed and groped her body recklessly. She struggled desperately to wake up, but could not. Later, the man seemed to give her something to drink, after which she drifted into a blissful slumber. What a terrifying dream! Xia Yudi stretched and sat up from the ground, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. No, this isn't right. Wasn't I being pursued by the people of the Yellow Spring sect? How did I end up here? Ah, it must be that senior brother Niefeng self-destructed, and I used the teleportation talisman to escape, which brought me here. And did I see Chen Changsheng? Xia Yudi recalled the strange dream from the previous night, and quickly looked down at her body. She saw several bandaged spots, her shoulder, calf, chest, thigh. The wounds beneath the dressings had mostly healed, leaving only faint pink scars. Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Was Chen Changsheng the one dressing my wounds? Oh heavens! Has that fellow seen everything? At this thought, Xia Yudi's pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She could not help but wonder if Chen Changsheng had taken advantage of her. The more she thought about it, the more mortified she became, her cheeks burning. How was she supposed to face anyone after this? No man could resist temptation. Chen Changsheng must have done something. After a careful examination, she was relieved to find that aside from a slight itchiness at the wounds, there was no other discomfort. Just then, Xia Yudi noticed a jade slip on the ground. She picked it up and pressed it to her forehead, whereupon a few lines of text appeared. Senior Sister Xia, I have dressed your wounds and applied scar-removing medicine. There should be no scarring. I have also included a map to guide you back to the sect. P.S. I swear on my honor that I did not peek at any other places. Upon reading the last line, Xia Yudi's face reddened again. If Chen Changsheng had not explained, it might have been better, but his words felt like a guilty conscience. That bastard. Yet a sense of shame washed over her. Junior brother Chen had saved her life and thoughtfully bandaged her wounds, even using scar-removing medicine. He had shown her great kindness. How could she entertain such ungrateful thoughts? Was she not judging a gentleman's heart with her own petty mind? Xia Yudi stood up. No, I must find Chen Changsheng. His cultivation is too low, it is too dangerous for him here. I need to bring him back with me. This mission had proven disastrous, leaving only herself and Chen Changsheng alive. Elsewhere, Chen Changsheng hid in a cave, spending the entire night repairing the array within the Ghost King's seal.
Finally done. As soon as the array was restored, it hummed and vibrated, floating in midair. Hongyun Ancestor said the spiritual artifact is about to advance. Quickly infuse it with spirit stones, it needs energy. Right. Chen Changsheng snapped to attention and hastily poured in all the spirit stones he had recently acquired. This was his first time witnessing a spiritual artifact undergoing transformation. He infused several thousand low-grade spirit stones, their spiritual energy absorbed by the array. After a full hour, the Ghost King seal suddenly trembled violently, expanding several times in size, as a dazzling black light burst forth. Its aura surged dramatically. Chen Changsheng took the seal in his hands and examined it closely. It felt more solid, and the runes upon it appeared more profound. Previously, the Ghost King seal had felt somewhat loose, but now it was sturdier and significantly heavier. Regrettably, many of the souls within, such as the Ghost Cry Beast, had been slain by the wet nurse, which pained him. Still, its overall power had increased, granting him a measure of self-protection. Through the trials and battles of the past few days, Chen Changsheng felt his cultivation had become more solid, bringing him closer to foundation establishment. Yet he knew he had not yet reached that stage, and he was in no hurry. The more he accumulated now, the stronger his foundation, allowing him to go further in the future. The Qi refining and foundation establishment stages were periods of laying a foundation, much like building a skyscraper. The deeper the foundation, the taller and more resilient the structure. These were teachings from Hongyun Ancestor. Hongyun Ancestor, do you have any body tempering techniques? I feel my physical body has reached its limit. Chen Changsheng was not worried about his Qi cultivation, as he had the Chaos True Demon art, but he lacked a body tempering method. With a powerful one, he could truly cultivate both immortal and martial paths. Hongyun Ancestor, a 10,000-year-old demon lord, surely possessed a wealth of knowledge. It would be a waste not to extract everything from him. Hongyun Ancestor said, of course I have some. I plan to give them to you upon our return, but if you want them now, you may start training early. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. Really? Hurry and give them to me. Hongyun Ancestor snorted him. I have many body tempering techniques. Which one do you want? The more powerful the better. Chen Changsheng declared without hesitation. Powerful ones exist, but I fear you cannot master them. The more formidable the technique, the more time and effort it demands. Besides, what benefit is this to me? Hongyun Ancestor was reluctant to give Chen Changsheng the technique, hoping he would focus solely on the Chaos True Demon art to progress faster and free him sooner. Chen Changsheng asked, what benefit do you seek? If I can provide it, I will. Hongyun Ancestor grinned. Find me 10 beautiful women. I want to drain their primordial yin. I long for that taste. Chen Changsheng curled his lip. Get lost? Choose something else. Then find me 10 virgin boys and girls. Chen Changsheng glared. If you keep up these twisted ideas, I won't hesitate to destroy you in the name of justice. Hongyun Ancestor snorted again. I want blood demon pills. Get them for me. Chen Changsheng nodded. I can agree to that. Once I obtain them, I will give them to you. You'd better keep your word. With that, Hongyun Ancestor sent a surge of information into Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Soon Chen Changsheng absorbed a body tempering technique called the 9 Revolutions Golden Body. Kid, let me make this clear. This is a Buddhist body tempering technique, but I only have the first 5 volumes. The rest are lost, and you may never find them. The choice is yours. Chen Changsheng remained silent first, carefully studying the text before becoming exhilarated. This 9 turns golden body was established by a powerful figure of the Buddhist sect capable of reversing yin and yang with life and death, transforming through 9 cycles, each cycle bestowing immense strength and defense. Once perfected, the physical body becomes the strongest treasure, impervious to blades and fire, capable of shattering the void with a punch and splitting the earth with a kick. At profound levels of cultivation, one could manifest the heavens and earth, grow 3 heads and 6 arms, experience rebirth with short limbs, wield blood-based divine powers, become indestructible, be unafraid of causality, avoid reincarnation, and share longevity with the heavens. However, cultivating such arts requires immense willpower, such as refining the body with heavenly lightning or being burned by earth fire, which is not something an ordinary person could endure. This also aligns with the heavenly principles of cause and effect. To gain great rewards, one must endure great sacrifices. There is no such thing as a free lunch.
This is it.
Chen Changsheng licked his lips, having made a decision in his heart. Old ancestor Hongyun said,
Have you thought this through? This technique requires tremendous willpower. Once you embark on this path, there can be no turning back. Each cycle demands you to experience life and death. It is a difficult journey. Of course, as cultivators having set foot on the path of cultivation, it is inherently a road of no return. Countless bones lie along the path of cultivation, all in pursuit of but a thread of opportunity. If one fears hardship, then what's the point in seeking immortality?
Chen Changsheng spoke resolutely, his face full of determination.
Kid, I appreciate you a bit. You already possess a firm Dao heart, and among future powerhouses there will surely be a place for you.
Old ancestor Hongyun nodded in satisfaction. This was the first time he regarded Chen Changsheng with different eyes. Perhaps this kid could indeed attain the Dao in the future. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng devoted his time to comprehending the cultivation methods of the 9 turns golden body. The 9 turns golden body consists of 9 transformations: copper skin and iron bones, golden flesh and jade bones, blood and chi like a dragon, invulnerable to all laws, 3 heads and 6 arms, indestructible golden body, blood, rebirth, flesh body, becoming a saint, and sharing longevity with heaven and earth. In addition to coordinating with the breathing techniques of the method and circulating chi, one must also practice diligently. For example, the first transformation, copper skin and iron bones, primarily involves toughening the flesh to an unbreakable state. Chen Changsheng practiced the 9 turns golden body, circulating chi through his body, repeatedly cleansing his flesh, nourishing it with true chi to make it stronger. It is worth noting that the 9 turns golden body and his chaotic true demon art complement each other, making the operation of the chaotic true chi within him twice as effective.
Kid, I almost forgot that your cultivation of the chaotic true demon art helps you in practicing the 9 turns golden body. This means you will find it much easier to cultivate than an ordinary person.
Old ancestor Hongyun even felt a bit envious of Chen Changsheng's fortune, but then his tone shifted.
Yet this is not enough. You will need external aids. Otherwise, by the time you achieve copper skin and iron bones, who knows when that will be? Then how should I practice?
Chen Changsheng felt that this method of cultivation was too slow. He needed to successfully cultivate the first transformation of the 9 turns golden body before establishing his foundation.
Soak in a medicinal bath. I'll give you a list. Gather these materials, and then you can soak in the bath when you return.
Old ancestor Hongyun said, sending over a long list. Chen Changsheng glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. There were actually over 20 types of materials: burning heaven, blood crystal, red sun, gold essence, 9 yang grass, red-tailed scorpion, tail hook. Each of these materials was quite rare, causing him to gasp. To require so many rare materials just for the first transformation, what about the others? Fortunately, several of the materials could be found in the Demon Abyss Valley. However, gathering such a large number of materials might lead him to financial ruin. Old ancestor Hongyun teased.
Kid, how do you feel? This is just the first transformation. The materials needed later will be even more precious, far beyond what an ordinary person can afford. Even a ruler of a nation might not be able to sustain it.
Chen Changsheng displayed a determined expression.
So what? Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone succeed? Let's go find the materials.
Old ancestor Hongyun chuckled.
You are indeed quite the character.
After speaking, old ancestor Hongyun tossed a jade slip to Chen Changsheng, saying,
This is a record of rare materials. Take your time studying it. Don't ask me about everything. I need to rest now.
Once old ancestor Hongyun finished speaking, he fell silent. However, Chen Changsheng was overjoyed in his heart. With this book, he could indeed gain a lot of knowledge. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Changsheng searched for treasures in the Demon Abyss Valley, acquiring a few burning heaven blood crystals and finding several other medicinal materials. He encountered numerous dangers, all of which he managed to resolve. However, Chen Changsheng did not dare delve deeper. As the further one went into the Demon Abyss Valley, the more dangerous it became.
The outskirts were merely small fry. It was said that deeper within there were even nascent soul-level beasts and poisonous insects. During these few days, Chen Changsheng refined his cultivation, making it smoother and more solid.
It's time to return.
He thought that searching like this was less efficient than simply buying in the city.
Oh! What's that on the cliff? Isn't that the undying grass I need?
As Chen Changsheng passed beneath a cliff, he suddenly looked up and saw a small grass growing at the cliff's peak. This small grass was quite extraordinary. Its leaves grew and withered simultaneously. Often as one leaf would sprout, another would wither, reflecting a constant cycle of life and death. In his spare time, Chen Changsheng had been studying the record of rare materials, gaining a preliminary understanding of the world's treasures. Chen Changsheng quietly approached the cliff. He did not recklessly rush over, as every treasure would be guarded by spirit beings. Using his divine sense, Chen Changsheng carefully scanned the area and indeed discovered a gigantic creature lurking in a cave beneath the undying grass. A black-winged python, with emerald eyes roughly equivalent in strength to a latest-stage foundation establishment expert. Although its aura was deeply concealed, it was still detected by Chen Changsheng. Had he recklessly approached to pick the undying grass, he would have certainly ended up as a meal in the giant python's belly.
This is bad. This giant python is too strong for me to handle. Should I give up on the undying grass?
The undying grass was exceedingly rare, with each one worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Giving up would be too regrettable. Just as Chen Changsheng was at a loss, a beam of light shot swiftly towards his direction. He hurriedly hid behind a large rock and activated the withering wood concealment technique. Bang! A blue figure crashed down onto the ground not far from Chen Changsheng. Upon seeing who it was, Chen Changsheng almost jumped up. It was none other than Xia Yudi. Didn't he tell her to go back? He even gave her a map for the return. Could it be that she got lost? At this moment, Xia Yudi was covered in blood and seemed to have sustained serious injuries. There was no time to think further, as several more beams of light flew over. There were 3 people, and these 3 were members of the Huangquan sect, one of whom was Zhang He. All of Zhang He's subordinates were killed by Nie Feng's self-explosion, and then he found a few helpers to search for Xia Yudi, unexpectedly managing to locate her. Xia Yudi detonated a magical artifact, burning her blood energy to escape here, but she was still pursued. Xia Yudi's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, blood dripping from her arm onto the sword hilt. She stared fiercely at the few people, gritting her teeth and saying, "You traitors of the Huangquan sect, even if I die today, I will take one of you down with me." At this moment, she was already exhausted, having just burned her blood energy, yet she still could not escape. Each of these people was more powerful than her alone. She couldn't contend with any one of them, let alone all 3. Zhang He let out a sinister laugh, licking his crimson lips. "Little girl, stop struggling. You are destined to end up as a corpse prostitute, to be toyed with by us for a lifetime." Xia Yudi raised her sword. "Then try me. If it comes to it, I will self-destruct." Zhang He chuckled. "Oh really? Go ahead and self-destruct, but you have already been afflicted by our Huangquan sect's unique technique, Shura-san. Try to use your energy." Xia Yudi's expression suddenly changed. This. She had just tried, and indeed her internal spiritual power was no longer functioning. Despair filled her face. Was she really going to meet a tragic end? "Sister Xia, there is a late Foundation establishment black-winged python at the cliff in the 9 o'clock direction. Lead them there, and use the black-winged python to deal with them." Just as Xia Yudi was sinking into despair, Chen Changsheng's voice suddenly echoed in her sea of consciousness. Junior brother Chen." Xia Yudi's beautiful eyes brightened, hope reigniting in her heart as she unexpectedly encountered Chen Changsheng here. "Don't speak, just do as I say." Xia Yudi nodded slightly, and suddenly took out a few explosive fire talismans and threw them out. Boom! With a loud explosion, a gap appeared in the encirclement, and Xia Yudi rushed out towards the cliff. Chase. Sister Xia moved 10 meters to the left. Then 5 meters up. Follow my orders, and when I say to lie down, you must lie down immediately. Be quick. Chen Changsheng continuously directed Xia Yudi, and they quickly approached the vicinity of the black-winged python. Lie down. Xia Yudi reacted quickly, immediately lying down at the prompt. Swish.
Just then a massive head suddenly shot out from the cave, at the base of the cliff, opening its gaping mouth to bite at Zhang He. Zhang He's reaction was swift. He had sensed a hint of danger earlier, and was prepared. He pushed off the ground, and was about to jump away. However, just then it felt as if something had forcefully pulled at his body, slowing his movements. This slight delay allowed the black wind python to bite down on him. Ah! Senior brother, save me. Zhang He realized he was bitten by the black wind python, instantly terrified. In just a few bites, Zhang He was swallowed whole by the black wind python. Earlier, Chen Changsheng had secretly used a guiding technique to slow down Zhang He's body, otherwise he would have truly escaped. Who says the guiding technique is useless? It proved invaluable at this crucial moment. You beast, you're seeking death. This happened too quickly for the other two to provide aid, and they were instantly enraged. They unleashed their magical artifacts, fiercely striking at the black wind python. The cultivation levels of these two were even higher than Zhang He's. One wielded a meteor hammer and struck down hard, while the other produced a serrated magical artifact to saw at the black wind python. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Changsheng quickly pulled Xia Yudi behind a large rock. Junior brother Chen, it really is you. Xia Yudi was very happy to see Chen Changsheng, but then remembered something, and blushed slightly, not daring to look at him. Seeing Xia Yudi's complexion as pale as paper, Chen Changsheng hurriedly took out the earth milk. Xia Yudi frowned when she saw the milky liquid in Chen Changsheng's small bottle. What is this? It looks a bit disgusting. This is essence liquid. Open your mouth. Chen Changsheng suddenly smiled wickedly, pried open Xia Yudi's small mouth, and directly fed her a drop. Just as Xia Yudi was about to resist, she suddenly felt a surge of pure power entering her abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the abundant spiritual energy filled her withered dantian. Xia Yudi's face was filled with shock. What is this? How can it have such pure power? I feel like I have almost fully recovered. I told you, it's essence liquid. Chen Changsheng would not reveal that it was earth milk. What if she developed impure thoughts? Die. Xia Yudi thought of something, blushing fiercely, as she kicked Chen Changsheng hard, then gratefully said, "Thank you for bandaging my wound last time. Today, you saved me again." Chen Changsheng said seriously, "I swear I didn't see anything." He hadn't even said this when Xia Yudi's face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot. Who told you to say that? Only a fool would believe that. Perhaps he has already seen me undressed. Chen Changsheng quickly changed the subject. Don't speak. Wait for me here for a moment. After saying this, he concealed his aura, and quietly approached the immortal grass. The two guys from the Huangquan sect were currently in a fierce battle with the black wind python, making it the perfect time. Regardless of avenging Zhang He, the late Foundation establishment black wind python was filled with treasures. If he could take it back, it would be a significant fortune. Under the cover of Chen Changsheng's withered wood concealing technique, he successfully obtained the immortal grass, and returned to Xia Yudi's side. Chen Changsheng, what should we do next? Should we take the opportunity to leave? Xia Yudi asked in Chen Changsheng's ear. Not yet, let's wait until both sides are severely injured, then we can reap the benefits. But I see that those two are not the black wind python's opponents. They will probably be defeated soon. The black wind python was incredibly fierce, spewing toxic mist as its thick tail swept through, sending rocks flying, and forcing the two from the Huangquan sect to retreat step by step. Bang! One of them, caught off guard, was suddenly hit, and coughed up blood. Their attacks on the black wind python were like tickling it. They couldn't injure it at all, as its scales were simply too tough. The other one angrily said, "This beast is powerful. It looks like we can only use it now. Summon the demon blade." As the voice fell, a pitch-black demon blade appeared. This blade was as dark as ink, exuding a chilling aura. Its appearance immediately lowered the temperature by a degree or two. This is the Sound Domain Demon Blade. Chen Changsheng, if you obtain it, you will have one more trump card. The previously laid-back Hongyuan old ancestor suddenly became excited. Chen Changsheng licked his lips. What is the Sound Domain Demon Blade? The Sonic Blade is a special weapon of the demon sect, forged from celestial sand, subterranean flame crystals, and other rare materials, then steeped in the blood of a Kunping. It is refined by a nascent soul-level expert for 14 days, achieving the speed of sound. What? Speed of sound? That formidable?
Chen Changsheng was astonished. His own flying sword could not even reach the speed of sound, at most a third of it. This so-called sonic blade could actually reach the speed of sound. How outrageous. As he spoke, the man from the Yellow Spring sect had already unleashed the sonic blade. A flash of black light streaked across, striking the black wind python, shattering its scales and exposing its flesh. The sonic blade was not only swift, but also incredibly sharp. Previously their flying swords could not even pierce the python, yet now a single strike had wounded its skin and flesh. The Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Yellow Spring sect frowned, realizing that this strike had not achieved the desired effect. The black wind python's physical body was indeed formidable. If this was just a Foundation Establishment beast, what would a golden core one be like? The black wind python, enraged by the pain, reared its massive body upright like a towering tree. It coiled, and then sprang, shooting toward the two Yellow Spring sect cultivators like lightning. Simultaneously, the black wind python opened its gaping maw and spewed a vast cloud of black mist. Wherever the mist touched, trees and grass instantly withered. Boom, boom, boom. The serpent's tail smashed rocks and stones into the air. The two Yellow Spring sect cultivators were struck, coughing up blood violently. The speed was too great, they had no time to dodge. The black wind python's physical body was overwhelmingly powerful. If not for the sonic blade, they would have turned and fled immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The sonic blade, moving at sonic speed, slashed into the black wind python repeatedly. Soon the python bore hundreds of wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. Yet the two from the Yellow Spring sect were not faring well either. They were wounded time and again, with several ribs broken from the serpent's tail strikes. Already gravely injured, they could only hold on with sheer will. Having paid such a heavy price, they were determined to claim the black wind python's corpse. Otherwise the loss would be too great. Human greed was destined to seal their fate. One of the Yellow Spring sect disciples took out a porcelain bottle, his face twisted with reluctance.
To catch this beast, I've staked everything.
With that he flew his sword above the black wind python's head and crushed the bottle. Inside was the priceless heavenly human powder, a rare substance specifically used against demonic beasts, now a necessity. If they didn't use it, they would likely die before killing the python. The sonic blade, though powerful, would take at least an instant stick's time to slay the serpent, time enough for them to perish several times over. As expected, the black wind python absorbed the heavenly human powder, its movements slowing and its ferocity waning. After about a tea's time, the python's massive corpse crashed to the ground. The two from the Yellow Spring sect exchanged pale glances. The one controlling the sonic blade looked even more pallid, like a corpse having sustained severe injuries. Both were now grievously wounded, on the verge of exhaustion. They hastily swallowed some pills, just as they relaxed for a moment.
Not good.
A darkness blotted out all light, and then there was nothing. Boom. The Ghost King seal slammed down heavily, crushing the two into bloody pulp. Chen Changsheng had long been preparing this stealthy strike. In the instant their vigilance waned, within a thousandth of a breath, he crushed them both. Chen Changsheng's success was due to impeccable timing in his ambush, and crucially, because the two were already severely injured and depleted, their reactions a beat too slow. Having crushed two Foundation Establishment cultivators, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the Ghost King seal transformed into a black light, merging back into his body. Xia Yudi stepped out in disbelief.
Chen Changsheng, You?
She could hardly believe he had killed two Foundation Establishment cultivators in one blow. Was this still the same waste? Chen Changsheng felt helpless. He had not wanted to reveal his strength, but the allure of treasures was too great. The black wind python alone was worth a fortune. Chen Changsheng winked at Xia Yudi.
Senior Sister Xia, keep my secret, please.
He then waved his hand, using a pulling technique to seize the sonic blade. Xia Yudi had yet to recover from her shock. She took a deep breath.
Junior brother Chen, congratulations on acquiring a powerful spiritual artifact. But with your low cultivation, never reveal this treasure before your fellow disciples, or it could bring a deadly calamity. Thank you for the warning, Senior Sister Xia.
Chen Changsheng looked at Xia Yudi. Her eyes were clear as water, with no trace of greed. He nodded inwardly,
This woman was truly upright, not coveting a spiritual artifact. An ordinary person might have immediately killed him for the treasure. For some, even parents and siblings would be sacrificed for a spiritual artifact.
What a blade!
Bereft of its master's control, the sonic blade trembled and leaped in Chen Changsheng's hand, as if eager to escape. He marveled at its quality. The sonic blade was not a spiritual artifact, but a top-grade magical instrument designed solely for slaughter. In terms of offensive power, it was no less than a spiritual artifact. Chen Changsheng handed the sonic blade to Xia Yudi.
Senior Sister Xia, keep this blade for self-defense. How about giving me the python's corpse?
Xia Yudi took the blade surprised.
You'd give me such a formidable blade.
The moment she held it, she knew it was a deadly weapon. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. Chen Changsheng nodded.
I see you have many treasures, but lack offensive power. This blade suits you perfectly.
Xia Yudi tossed the sonic blade back to Chen Changsheng.
This blade carries too much demonic energy. It doesn't feel right in my hands. Keep it for your own protection. After all, I hardly contributed.
It was rare to see people fighting over a treasure, yet these two were deferring to each other. Chen Changsheng caught it.
All right, thank you, Senior Sister Xia. Let's clean up the battlefield quickly and split the spoils later.
They exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. In that moment, both had passed the test, deepening their bond. In truth, both wanted the blade, but each considered the other first. Such loyalty was rare in the cultivation world. After all, cultivators were often selfish, with many families turning on each other for treasures. Chen Changsheng stored the python's corpse, while Xia Yudi collected the storage rings from the fallen. Then, they swiftly departed from the scene. A week later, Chen Changsheng and Xia Yudi returned to Wangxian sect. The journey back was relatively smooth, devoid of any major peril. They split the spoils equally. Xia Yudi also obtained a considerable amount of wealth, for the accumulated resources of 3 foundation establishment cultivators were indeed substantial. However, the Sound Domain Demon Blade and the Black Wind Python Corpse belonged to Chen Changsheng. This mission had filled both their coffers to the brim. Chen Changsheng and Xia Yudi first returned to the sect to report and then proceeded to the mission hall to submit their tasks. Each of them handed over a single blazing heaven blood crystal. The steward of the mission hall was fairly impartial. He nodded with satisfaction and said,
Well done, Chen Changsheng. Submitting a blazing heaven blood crystal is no small feat. You shall receive 10 contribution points. I will report this to the Elder Hall to recommend your promotion to an outer disciple. This disciple thanks you.
Chen Changsheng had anticipated this. A single blazing heaven blood crystal was sufficient proof of his ability. Becoming an outer disciple was far better than remaining a menial laborer, granting access to many sect benefits. However, he foresaw potential trouble in advancing to an inner disciple later, as it might lead to his transfer away from the waste pill room, a prospect he did not desire. It seemed he would have to conceal his true strength for a while longer. Chen Changsheng mused silently. Just then, as the two emerged from the mission hall, they encountered several familiar faces. The Gu sisters, and Hao Jian's group had arrived to submit their missions. However, their numbers had dwindled, suggesting some had perished outside. It was an unavoidable reality in the chaotic Xianhuang continent. Once outside the sect, the probability of being killed was high. Conversely, staying within the sect was the safest course. Seeing Chen Changsheng alive, and well, Hao Jian's face darkened. It was clear that the assassins he had dispatched were all dead. It seemed he had underestimated Chen Changsheng. Gu Qingying remained expressionless, her face like a stiff mask. Only Gu Qingcheng's gaze roved over Chen Changsheng, her thoughts inscrutable. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingcheng had also succeeded in establishing her foundation in just a few days. Yet she now dared not provoke Chen Changsheng easily, fearing the revelation of her lost purity. Chen Changsheng glanced at Hao Jian and replied coolly,
Is that so? Since you're still alive, of course I am. By the way, next time don't send such incompetent fools. They're an embarrassment.
With that, he turned and walked away. Xia Yudi quickly followed. Hao Jian clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Xia Yudi caught up, her voice laced with worry.
Chen Changsheng, why must you provoke Hao Jian? Can't you just endure it? He's a prince of the great Chu kingdom, immensely powerful. You're putting yourself in danger.
Chen Changsheng stopped and looked at Xia Yudi with a wry smile.
Senior sister Xia, you saw it too. It's not that I seek trouble with him, he insists on crossing me. I'm quite helpless myself. Forget it. Be careful yourself. I need to go to the Elder Hall. He'll likely face some punishment this time.
Xia Yudi's team had suffered heavy losses, particularly the death of a Foundation establishment cultivator, which required a clear explanation to the higher-ups.
Chen Changsheng comforted her. You can't blame yourself for this. As they say, life and death are fated, wealth and honor depend on heaven. Cheer up, the elders won't hold it against you. Words are easy, but my heart still feels uneasy.
Ye Feng had even self-destructed to save her life, leaving her with a lingering guilt and deep remorse. Back in the waste pill room, Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Though dilapidated, it was safe. Chen Changsheng went to the herb garden and found Hidawei.
Steward, thank you for your help during this time.
He handed over a pouch of chi-gathering pills and spirit stones.
A small token of my appreciation for looking after the waste pill room. I managed to earn some spirit stones on this trip.
Hidawei swept his divine sense over the pouch and broke into a broad grin. Chen Changsheng was generous, offering dozens of pills and several hundred low-grade spirit stones.
Changsheng, you're too kind. I hardly did anything. If you need to go out again, just let me know. I'll make sure the waste pill room is managed impeccably.
Chen Changsheng said.
I'm afraid I won't be able to submit much this month. I'll have to trouble you to put in a good word for me.
Steward, he nodded.
Don't worry. The higher-ups tend to turn a blind eye. Everyone knows there's nothing of value in the waste pill room anyway. No one will care. Just go ahead and do what you need to do.
Chen Changsheng nodded. It was easier to deal with the high and mighty than with minor nuisances. One must always maintain good relations with those beneath. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Changsheng returned to the waste pill room. Recently, more waste pills had been delivered, and he collected them all without a second thought. These pills, deemed useless by others, could be turned into treasures in his hands.
All right, time to cultivate,
he murmured, sitting cross-legged on the bed. He hadn't been able to focus on cultivation while outside. In his mind, he replayed his recent experiences, especially the battles, like a movie, analyzing and summarizing his shortcomings. Cultivation required daily self-reflection, constant improvement, and a solid foundation. This trial had broadened his horizons, allowing him to witness the treacherousness of human hearts and the dangers of the outside world.
My cultivation base is more complete now, but it seems I haven't yet reached the state of perfect fullness. There's still room for improvement.
Chen Changsheng felt his cultivation had advanced somewhat, but it hadn't yet reached the point of overflowing. He possessed one Foundation establishment pill, but he felt it wasn't enough. He needed to acquire several more to be safe.
All right, I'll cultivate the chaotic true demon art, first aiming to unify my entire body within these few days. The internal organs are much more fragile than the physical body, so I must proceed with caution.
It took 2 days to finally connect his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. During those 2 days, Chen Changsheng felt as if he had walked through hell, nearly suffering from intestinal rupture several times. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end.
Today you'll target the brain.
Chen Changsheng was most worried about cultivating his brain, fearing he might turn himself into an idiot. A day passed and Chen Changsheng still hadn't succeeded. The brain was too fragile. After several attempts, he felt that forcibly pushing through could lead to major problems. Chen Changsheng stood up.
Forget it. I'll cultivate this after reaching Foundation establishment.
Chen Changsheng was promoted to an outer sect disciple, and soon received various items. Being an outer sect disciple was indeed different. Aside from the identity token and robes, there were also some talismans. For instance, water purification talismans, dust-repelling talismans, a silk dharma robe, and a demon-slaying blade. Each month, he could also receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, 3 chi-gathering pills, and 5 abstinence pills. The water purification talisman, when applied to the body, could instantly cleanse it, while the garment cleansing talisman could purify one's clothes immediately. This was also to save time for the sect's disciples, allowing them to focus on cultivation. After all, if a cultivator had to spend time washing clothes, cooking, and attending to daily necessities, where would they find the time to cultivate? The silk Dharma robe was a magical artifact impervious to water and fire, serving as excellent protective gear. Chen Changsheng had once owned one, but it was damaged later. It was said that becoming an inner sect disciple came with even better benefits. Chen Changsheng picked up the demon-slaying blade. With his enhanced insight, he could now perceive its uniqueness, a metal elemental formation embedded within the blade's body. The blade bore the 4 small characters: slay demons and vanquish evil. It was a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Changsheng's previous demon-slaying blade had been destroyed in battle, so this replacement came just in time. Chen Changsheng left the sect using the Green Emperor disguise technique to once again take on the appearance of the Black Widow. He first went to the Spirit Herb Pavilion to sell the Black Wind Python and some other spoils of war, earning a total of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. The inner core of the Black Wind Python alone sold for 100,000 spirit stones. Men without outside wealth cannot prosper, horses without night grass cannot grow fat. It seemed that plundering was the fastest way to wealth. Of course, one must have the strength to do so. Those who had gone on missions with him had even lost their lives. Where would they find riches? Flying Swan Fairy smiled charmingly. It seems you've made quite a haul this time. For someone of your strength to have so many spoils, you've been hiding your true abilities well. The Black Widow Chen Changsheng gave a faint smile. Sister, you flatter me. Everyone has their little secrets. Flying Swan Fairy giggled. Should I call you brother or sister? Brother Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's heart tightened and his expression changed. He hadn't expected to be recognized as Green Emperor disguise technique had been seen through. Flying Swan Fairy laughed. Don't be nervous. It's only because I've cultivated the 1,000-change demon eye that I could see through it. Rest assured, I mean no harm. On the contrary, I wish to befriend you. Since he had been exposed, Chen Changsheng had no choice but to revert to his original appearance. He smiled bitterly. Senior, you've caught me off guard. The Spirit Herb Pavilion was vast beyond measure, its influence spreading across the entire Xianwang continent. Though formidable, even the Wanxian sect might not match its reach. Don't call me senior. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Flying Swan. Flying Swan Fairy chuckled behind her hand, showing none of the aloofness of a golden core cultivator. Flying Swan Fairy's 1,000-change demon, I could not only see through Chen Changsheng's disguise, but also perceive that he was a person of great fortune, which is why she sought to build a rapport with him early on. Chen Changsheng nodded. All right, Sister Flying Swan. Flying Swan Fairy winked at him and giggled. Little brother, you've struck it rich this time. What would you like to buy? Our Spirit Herb Pavilion has everything. The moment Chen Changsheng met Flying Swan Fairy's beautiful eyes, he felt his heart stir, as if an electric shock had touched his soul. A small flame ignited in his lower abdomen, restless and yearning. Flying Swan Fairy's eyes were like stars, like the cosmos, holding infinite mysteries that invited exploration, making one wish to sink into them forever and never wake. Then, before Chen Changsheng's eyes, women in thin veils, with alluring figures, appeared dancing around him and posturing seductively. It was an illusion reborn. Just then, the small cauldron deep within Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, snapping him awake. The illusory scene before him rippled like water and vanished. How formidable! Chen Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. So this was the 1,000-change demon eye, truly powerful. He had nearly fallen into it and succumbed to inner demons. Flying Swan Fairy looked at Chen Changsheng with surprise. She hadn't expected this low-realm cultivator to recover from her demon eye so quickly. Her 1,000-change demon eye could even bewilder many golden core cultivators, turning them into her devoted followers, who would obey her every command. This Chen Changsheng was indeed extraordinary, a man of great fortune. Either his willpower was exceptionally strong, or he possessed a rare treasure. Sister Flying Swan's 1,000-change demon eye is truly formidable. I stand corrected. Flying Swan Fairy giggled. I was just teasing you. All right, what would you like to buy? I'll handle it for you. Chen Changsheng handed over a list he had prepared in advance. I need the items on this list. Does your Spirit Herb Pavilion have them? Also, I require 2 foundation establishment pills. Chen Changsheng felt that 1 foundation establishment pill wasn't enough for safety. He needed absolute certainty for his foundation establishment. Flying Swan Fairy took the list and glanced at it. These items are all of the purest yang nature. Are you preparing a medicinal bath? It seems you're also a body cultivator. Chen Changsheng frowned. Sister Flying Swan, this habit of prying into others' affairs is unseemly. Just tell me, do you have them or not? No one would feel at ease having their secrets seen through at a glance. Flying Swan Fairy giggled. All right, it's my fault. I want pry. Most of the items on your list are available here except for one, the Divine Spirit Blood, which we don't have. The Divine Spirit Blood that Flying Swan Fairy mentioned wasn't actual blood from a deity, but a miraculous liquid formed under special conditions underground as red as blood. It was exceedingly rare, hence its name. Oh! Even your Spirit Herb Pavilion doesn't have it. In truth, Chen Changsheng was already quite satisfied. Many of the items on his list were rare, yet the pavilion had them all, proving its extraordinary depth. Flying Swan Fairy said Divine Spirit Blood is extremely rare and requires luck to find. Our pavilion used to have it, but it's been sold out recently. Chen Changsheng frowned. How long until it's restocked? Without it, he couldn't cultivate the first stage of the 9 Revolutions golden body. Before succeeding in foundation establishment, he had to master this first stage. Flying Swan Fairy replied, I can't say for sure. Maybe a few months, maybe 10 years. Chen Changsheng asked, where is Divine Spirit Blood most commonly found? Since he couldn't buy it at the pavilion, he would have to seek it himself. Flying Swan Fairy said, I've heard it has appeared in the West Sea Desert. Chen Changsheng licked his lips. The West Sea Desert, huh? Alright, Sister Flying Swan, please give me the other spiritual items, and the foundation establishment pills, and let me know the total cost. Flying Swan Fairy nodded, and called for an attendant to fetch the items. After some calculation she smiled, Dear brother, your 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones might fall short. Chen Changsheng winced. No way is it that expensive. Flying Immortal Maiden said, 2 foundation establishment pills cost 200,000, and the materials listed here are extremely precious, worth 1,000,000. So you still owe 200,000. Chen Changsheng frowned. He had sold everything he could. Where could he find another 200,000? Unless he sold the Sound Domain Demon Blade, but that was impossible. Red Cloud Ancestor said, She's right. The price is fair and not exorbitant. Chen Changsheng scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Flying Immortal, could I possibly owe this 200,000 for now? I'll be sure to repay you as soon as I can. How about that? Flying Immortal Maiden winked at Chen Changsheng and smiled. Since you've called me sister, I have no choice but to agree. Chen Changsheng's heart leaped with joy. He quickly cupped his fists and said, Thank you so much, sister. Flying Immortal Maiden swayed her graceful figure as she walked over to Chen Changsheng, casting him a coquettish glance. Just remember your sister's kindness if you ever make it big, little brother. An intoxicating fragrance wafted into Chen Changsheng's nostrils, stirring his heart. He mused inwardly that this woman was truly a temptress. He quickly touched his nose in embarrassment. I dare not forget. I will always remember your trust, sister. After obtaining what he needed, Chen Changsheng fled in haste. This Flying Immortal Maiden was nothing short of a sorceress. Every smile and glance was captivating enough to corrupt his Dao heart. Fei Hong, you actually agreed to extend a 200,000 credit to a mere chi refining rookie. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that boy. No sooner had Chen Changsheng left than a man's voice suddenly echoed in the room. A young man materialized, gazing tenderly at Flying Immortal Maiden. This man was Ouyang Tian, an important figure at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, one of Flying Immortal Maiden's suitors, and also her rival. Flying Immortal Maiden showed no surprise at his arrival. She merely said calmly, This Chen Changsheng is no ordinary man. I've investigated him. A month ago, his Dantian was destroyed, and he was demoted to the waste pill room. Yet now, he has cultivated back to the peak of chi refining. He definitely harbors a great secret. Ouyang Tian said, So why don't you capture him and force the secret out of him? Flying Immortal Maiden turned around, her exquisite face turning cold.
Tian, I warn you, don't you dare act recklessly. I have my reasons for doing things my way, and I don't need anyone interfering.
Tian smiled bitterly.
But I'm not just anyone, Fei Hong. I'm doing this for your own good. You know how I feel about you. Enough. You may leave.
Flying Immortal Maiden finished speaking and prepared to leave.
Fei Hong, I came to tell you something. Your elder brother Shui Haotian may be plotting against you. I urge you to renounce your claim to the family inheritance, or you might be in danger. You can't defeat him.
A look of worry appeared on Tian's face. Flying Immortal Maiden spun around abruptly.
I will not give up. I will fight him. I must avenge my mother.
Meanwhile, back at the waste pill room, Chen Changsheng found Zhang Dahu and Xia Yudi waiting at the entrance.
Brother Changsheng, I heard you were back. I came twice, but you were in seclusion. I've been worried sick. Brother Dahu's senior sister Xia, what's the matter?
Zhang Dahu seemed to have recently encountered a lucky break, his cultivation reaching the peak of the 7th layer of qi refining, as if on the verge of a breakthrough.
Zhang Dahu said, Hey, raise the thing. Recently, a large number of sand bandits have appeared in the Western Sea Desert, killing people everywhere. The Great Chu dynasty has requested aid from our Wanxian sect. Many disciples are preparing to help the Great Chu eliminate the bandits. The sect has prepared generous rewards. Word has it that whoever kills a sand bandit chieftain will be rewarded with a Dharma treasure. What? A Dharma treasure as a reward?
Chen Changsheng was astonished. A Dharma treasure was far superior to a spirit tool. If he had one, he could challenge Foundation establishment cultivators across levels. Dharma treasures were artifacts forged by cultivators at the golden core level or above using their own mana. They possessed innate power, were immensely potent, and were extremely rare. Zhang Dahu licked his lips.
That's right. I heard how Jian has already returned to the Great Chu in advance. Many disciples are preparing and most are teaming up with close friends.
Zhang Dahu had a good relationship with Chen Changsheng and wanted him to join. He knew Chen Changsheng was hiding his true strength and was far from useless. Chen Changsheng looked at Xia Yudi.
Senior sister Xia, are you going too?
Xia Yudi nodded.
Of course. This is an excellent opportunity for training. Perhaps we'll get lucky and kill a sand bandit chieftain. Who wouldn't want a Dharma treasure? Chen Changsheng, I've also invited a Foundation establishment senior sister. We'll go together.
Chen Changsheng smiled wryly.
In that case, won't senior brother Dahu and I just be a burden to you all?
In truth, Chen Changsheng didn't really want to go. It would undoubtedly be perilous. Logically, he should lie low in the waste pill room and develop in the shadows. But this expedition was to the Western Sea Desert, the very place where the blood of a deity was located. This journey was unavoidable. The Great Chu was a vassal state of the Wanxian sect, which governed 3 countries, Great Chu, Great Han, and Great Yin. Although the Wanxian sect was a celestial sect, its annual consumption of resources was astronomical. It relied on tributes from these states to maintain its basic operations. Many of the Wanxian sect's spirit stone mines were located within these 3 countries. However, the sect also had to protect its vassal states. Moreover, new disciples were recruited primarily from these 3 kingdoms each year. Sect disciples frequently traveled to these kingdoms for training. In essence, the sect and the states were interdependent, sharing a common fate.
Xia Yudi said, Not really. The journey is long. Flying by sword alone won't be feasible. We'll have to rely on junior brother Dahu's flying spirit crane from the spirit beast garden.
The Great Chu was a remote kingdom 20,000 li away from the Wanxian sect. Traveling by flying sword would be too slow. By the time they arrived, the opportunity would be long gone. After all, Foundation establishment cultivators had limited true essence. They had to rest frequently during flight, unlike Golden Core cultivators, who could fly directly to their destination without pause. Zhang Dahu nodded.
Don't worry. Borrowing a flying spirit crane won't be a problem.
Chen Changsheng nodded.
All right, I'll go with you. When do we set out?
Xia Yudi said.
Let's each make our preparations and set off at dawn tomorrow.
Chen Changsheng returned to prepare, as well organizing his storage magic artifact. It contained a good number of talismans, pills, and other items, which he believed would be sufficient. Last time he had only sold off items he didn't need. He would never part with such life-saving essentials. Early the next morning, Chen Changsheng arrived at the meeting point. Zhang Dahu was already there, and beside him stood a tall spirit crane. This spirit crane was exceptionally tall, standing higher than a person, with a long neck held high and a haughty gaze fixed on Chen Changsheng.
Brother Dahu, this spirit crane of yours is actually at the foundation establishment stage. You're doing well for yourself.
Zhang Dahu must have a good relationship with the garden master to be able to borrow a foundation establishment stage spirit crane.
Zhang Dahu chuckled. Our garden master said this journey is long and a chi refining stage crane would be useless. It might even get killed. So he lent me a foundation establishment stage crane to bring glory to the spirit beast garden.
Chen Changsheng thought it made sense. A chi refining stage crane carrying 4 people over 20,000 li would be impossible, but a foundation establishment stage one would have no issue. Moreover, no one knew what dangers lay ahead. Chen Changsheng scanned the surroundings and saw many disciples of Wanxian sect gathered in small groups, discussing the upcoming bandit suppression mission. As far as his eyes could see, there were hundreds, even thousands of people, all at the foundation establishment and chi refining stages. He didn't see any golden core stage cultivators. Of course, golden core cultivators were considered highable, and even the Wanxian sect didn't have many. The majority here were chi refining stage disciples, abundant as grains of sand.
Look, isn't that Chen Changsheng the #1 genius of our Wanxian sect? Is he going to suppress the bandits too? Yeah, that guy is so overconfident. Had probably wet himself at the sight of the sand bandits. Don't say that. I heard that last time Chen Changsheng went on a mission, he earned a blazing heaven blood crystal. He's now an outer disciple, and they say he's a body refiner. I know that. I heard he's close with senior sister Xia. That blazing heaven blood crystal was probably given to him out of pity. Exactly, I think so too.
Many people pointed at Chen Changsheng, gossiping and belittling him to the extreme. Zhang Dahu fumed.
Damn it, those gossiping bastards. It'll tear their mouths apart.
Chen Changsheng shook his head.
Forget it. Their mouths are their own. Can we stop them from talking?
They were nothing but clowns unworthy of his attention. Zhang Dahu gritted his teeth and comforted.
Brother Changsheng, don't be angry. When you shine, they'll all shut up.
Just then the crowd stirred. 2 graceful figures, one in blue and one in green, swayed as they approached, causing a commotion among the onlookers. The newcomers were Xia Yudi, accompanied by a woman in a light green dress. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure and flowing green robes like a celestial maiden, a beauty matching Xia Yudi's allure. Zhang Dahu quickly waved.
Over here.
Xia Yudi and the woman walked over. She gestured to the beauty and introduced.
Let me introduce you. This is Senior Sister Mu Wanqing from the inner sect of Princess of the Great Han Kingdom. Senior Sister Mu, this is Zhang Dahu, and this is Chen Changsheng.
Zhang Dahu's eyes lit up at the sight of Mu Wanqing, feeling a soft spot in his heart, deeply touched. But he quickly composed himself and called out,
Hello, Senior Sister Mu.
Chen Changsheng also greeted,
Senior Sister Mu.
He remained calm, thinking that no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was merely a skeleton adorned with red powder. Mu Wanqing sized up Chen Changsheng, her brows slightly furrowed.
So you're Chen Changsheng, Gu Qingying's fiancée. You do seem rather ordinary.
Chen Changsheng smiled wryly and touched his nose. This woman was too blunt, which displeased him. Xia Yudi quickly smoothed things over.
Ahem, Senior Sister Mu, don't judge by appearances. Chen Changsheng may not look like much, but he's a good person.
Chen Changsheng, are you praising me or insulting me? Mu Wanqing smiled at Zhang Dahu.
Great, with your spirit crane our journey will be much easier. Zhang Dahu has a crane, what do you have, junior brother Chen?
Chen Changsheng touched his nose and said nothing. This woman seemed like she had some issues, haughty and dismissive of him. It was understandable. In this world, strength reigned supreme. A foundation establishment cultivator looking down on a chi refining one was natural, and as a princess her arrogance was expected. He couldn't be bothered with her. Xia Yudi urged.
Time short. Let's set off quickly or others will beat us to it.
Zhang Dao nodded.
Right. Please everyone get on the crane.
He took out a jade token, communicated with the crane using his divine sense, and the crane immediately crouched down. The crane's back was incredibly broad, as large as a bed plank. Xiao Yudi and Mu Wanqing quickly leaped onto the crane's back, finding a spot in the middle to sit cross-legged. Chen Changsheng sat at the rear while Zhang Dao sat at the front. The crane spread its enormous wings spanning several zhang, and with a powerful flap a fierce wind arose, carrying them high into the sky.
That Chen Changsheng is so lucky having two goddesses accompany him on a mission. Yeah, why don't I have such good fortune? Lucky. Mu Wanqing has many suitors. Getting tangled with her, I think Chen Changsheng is in for big trouble. Right, sooner or later her admirers will beat him to a pulp. Enough talk, we need to set off too, or they'll take all the rewards.
Chen Changsheng and the others were now soaring thousands of meters high. As expected of a Foundation establishment stage spirit crane, it automatically generated a protective barrier, shielding them from the wind.
Brother Daha, have the crane fly higher. At 10,000 meters the air currents will be much calmer.
Chen Changsheng suggested, recalling the stratosphere from Earth, though he wasn't sure if this world was the same. Mu Wanqing glanced at Chen Changsheng and sneered.
As if you've ever flown at 10,000 meters.
She looked down on him, thinking Xiao Yudi had brought a dead weight that would hold him back. But Zhang Dao trusted Chen Changsheng's words implicitly, and directed the crane to ascend. Xiao Yudi added,
Chen Changsheng is right. I've heard from elders that around 30,000 meters the air currents are indeed calm and stable.
After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the crane reached 30,000 meters, where the air currents were indeed much smoother. Zhang Dao exclaimed happily,
Brother Changsheng was right. The air is calm here. Maybe we can fly straight to the West Sea Desert in one go.
Chen Changsheng gazed at the rivers and mountains below, now as thin as a belt, and grinned. If he fell, he'd be bruised black and blue. He secretly clutched several talismans in his sleeve, and his sound domain demon blade was ready. Flying in the sky wasn't necessarily safe, many unknown dangers lurked. After about an hour, Chen Changsheng's brow twitched.
I sense a hint of danger. Everyone be careful.
Xiao Yudi and Mu Wanqing sat together, chatting and laughing, their camaraderie evident in their cheerful banter. Zhang Dao, with his shifty eyes, occasionally turned around to interject a few words, each time stealing a glance at Mu Wanqing. Clearly he had taken a fancy to this princess of the Great Han Kingdom. Yet Zhang Dao concealed his feelings, well knowing that his current strength and status were far beneath hers, so he could only bury his desires deep within his heart. However, Chen Changsheng had noticed this, and let out a silent sigh. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to resist the allure of beauty, a truth that held even in the world of cultivation. Especially among young cultivators, whose resolve often wavered easily, bewitched by physical charms. Chen Changsheng, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, sensing a dangerous aura swiftly approaching. Though the air currents were gentler at this altitude of 30,000 meters, many cultivators traveled at similar heights, some riding spirit beasts, others using flying artifacts, and the more powerful ones soaring on flying swords. In just 1 hour, Chen Changsheng had already spotted several groups of travelers. In truth, their conspicuous journey atop spirit cranes was far from safe, especially with two stunning beauties aboard, likely to attract depraved cultivators driven by lust. Thus Chen Changsheng dared not let his guard down.
Careful, someone's approaching,
he said, rising to his feet and spreading his divine sense, yet finding no trace of the intruder. Still the sense of danger grew ever stronger. Xiao Yudi and the others immediately extended their divine senses to scan the surroundings, but found nothing. Mu Wanqing snorted in displeasure.
Chen Changsheng, none of us sense any danger. What could a mere chi refining cultivator like you possibly know? So pretentious.
Xiao Yudi, aware of Chen Changsheng's true capabilities, quickly interjected.
Since Chen Changsheng has noticed something, it's unlikely to be baseless. Let's prepare for battle.
A laugh as grating as a nightjar echoed from all directions.
Not good. Dahu, quickly steer the spirit crane down,
Chen Changsheng shouted. Fighting at this altitude of tens of thousands of meters offered no advantage. A fall could mean certain death.
Only those who had reached the golden core stage could tread on air. Foundation establishment cultivators still relied on flying swords for flight. If their flying sword was destroyed or their spiritual energy depleted midair, they would plummet to their doom. The spirit crane, sensing the danger, folded its wings and dove downward with the speed of an arrow.
Fast runners, but where can you flee?
The voice followed them relentlessly, showing no intention of letting them go. The group's expressions shifted as the enemy remained hidden unseen. Yet the looming sense of crisis weighed heavily on their hearts. They had barely set out before encountering danger. Hearing the voice without seeing the figure only deepened their unease, for an unknown enemy was the most terrifying. The pursuer seemed unhurried, trailing the crane as it descended. Chen Changsheng activated his true sight pupils and infused his eyes with chaos spiritual energy, barely making out a figure cloaked in a faint blue mist that blended seamlessly with the sky, exceedingly difficult to detect. At 30,000 meters, the height was not insurmountable, and with the crane's full effort they soon landed on a mountain peak. The group quickly dismounted, and Zhang Dahu sent the spirit crane to take cover in the sky. The crane lacked combat ability, and would be of no use here. Mu Wanqing brandished her sword and cried out,
"Who's there skulking like a coward? Show yourself!"
Xia Yudi had already summoned her flying sword, which hovered above her head as she remained on high alert. The four gathered together, waiting for the enemy to appear. On solid ground they felt more secure and gained some confidence.
He!
Accompanied by a spine-chilling laugh, a figure emerged. It was an old man with sparse hair, triangular eyes, a bulbous nose, and skin like withered bark, hideously ugly. The old man's gaze roamed lasciviously over Xia Yudi, and Mu Wanqing's figure's a lecherous glint in his eyes.
Not bad, not bad. This old man is lucky today to encounter such beauties, and two at that. What a fortune!
Mu Wanqing felt uncomfortable under his lecherous stare, as if every inch of her was being seen through. She shouted angrily,
"Who are you? We are disciples of the Wanxian sect. What do you want?"
Mu Wanqing was inwardly shocked. This old man's cultivation far surpassed theirs. He was at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. A sense of gravity settled over her. On their side, Mu Wanqing was at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, Xia Yudi at the 2nd, Zhang Dahu at the 7th layer of Qi refining, and Chen Changsheng, rumored to be a body cultivator, was practically negligible in combat.
He Wanxian sect, eh? This old man has yet to taste the flavor of your female disciples. I imagine they're quite sweet. To tell you the truth, I am the true demon hermit. I delight in harvesting the essence of young maidens, especially those from major sects. Their essence is richer and sweeter, he.
Mu Wanqing's brow furrowed.
So it's you, that old madman. Our Wanxian sect has a bounty on your head. How dare you show your face? Today I'll take you in and claim the reward.
Zhang Dahu asked curiously,
Senior Sister Mu, who is this old fiend? Why is there a bounty on him from our sect?
Mu Wanqing explained.
This true demon hermit is a lecherous bandit who preys on young women. After draining their essence, he kills them and refines their souls, utterly vile. He's on our sect's kill list.
Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth, wishing she could slay the old demon on the spot. Xia Yudi frowned.
Ah. So it's that old fiend. I've heard of him too, sly and elusive, always escaping. Since he's delivered himself to us today, this is his death. Kill him. Avenge our fallen sisters.
The true demon hermit licked his cracked lips with a crimson tongue.
He, two sharp-tongued little girls. I've decided, after capturing you alive, it'll torment you daily. Let's see what your Wanxian sect can do about it.
Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi exchanged a glance and simultaneously cried out,
Attack!
Whoosh! Whoosh! A cyan and a crimson flying sword transformed into two streaks of light hurtling toward the true demon hermit. The cyan sword light belonged to Mu Wanqing faster by a margin. In the blink of an eye it reached the true demon hermit, aiming for his neck. Xia Yudi's flying sword was slightly slower, trailing behind, as it thrust fiercely toward the true demon hermit's dantian. From this, it was evident that Mu Wanqing's strength surpassed that of Xia Yudi. Of course, Mu Wanqing was also exceptionally gifted, having succeeded in Foundation establishment early on.
Xia Yudi's aptitude was not lacking either, but she had a father to rely on, making her less diligent in her cultivation. The true demon scatterer seemed stunned, as if too frightened to dodge, allowing the two flying swords to pierce his body, leaving the two women bewildered. Was this all the strength he possessed? Be careful. At that moment Chen Changsheng quickly warned his true sight, having already discerned that it was merely an incarnation of the true demon scatterer. Meanwhile the true form had stealthily approached Mu Wanqing.
Change reaching for the moon.
The true demon scatterer chuckled, lewdly spreading his 5 fingers, and viciously grabbing at Mu Wanqing's full prominent bosom, utterly lascivious.
You're asking for death.
Mu Wanqing, flushed with shame and anger, summoned a gleaming icy sword and fiercely slashed at the true demon scatterer's fingers, the chilling aura nearly freezing everything in its path. This Ice-Han sword was Mu Wanqing's trump card. With a splat, 2 of the true demon scatterer's fingers were severed.
Senior Sister Xia, be careful, he's behind you.
Chen Changsheng quickly alerted Xia Yudi. Startled, Mu Wanqing realized that what she had just struck was yet another illusion. The reason the true demon scatterer was so troublesome was his cultivation of the blood shadow incarnation, allowing him to conjure multiple indistinguishable phantoms. It was through this technique that he had repeatedly escaped the Wanxian sect's enforcement team. However, he never expected to be seen through time, and again, by Chen Changsheng, a mere chi-refining novice. With Xia Yudi on guard, the true demon scatterer failed once more.
Boy, you're dead.
The true demon scatterer's body flickered, and a blood light shot from his crown, hurtling toward Chen Changsheng and striking down at his head. It was a blood blade swift as lightning, reaching Chen Changsheng's crown in the blink of an eye. But swift as he was, Chen Changsheng was no slower. A black light shot from his crown, blocking the blow, with a clang sending the blood blade rebounding. The black light above Chen Changsheng's crown was the Ghost King's seal, which he naturally used to protect his physical body. Just then Xia Yudi and Mu Wanqing's attacks arrived.
Humph!
The true demon scatterer snorted coldly, his body flickering as 3 figures split from him, making it impossible to tell which was the incarnation and which was the true form. At that moment Mu Wanqing cried out,
"Great freedom, profound ice chi!"
As her voice fell, she traced circles with her palms, and 2 ice dragon phantoms appeared, shaking their heads and tails, lunging left and right at 2 of the figures. With a crackling sound, as the 2 ice dragons pounced, the very air seemed to freeze, and nearby trees instantly became encased in frost, taking on a crystalline hue. Chen Changsheng's eyes gleamed with envy. The great freedom, profound ice, she was one of the Wanxian sect's 10 great divine abilities, typically only cultivatable by disciples. He hadn't expected Mu Wanqing to possess such a rare ice-type spiritual root. As the ice dragons charged, 2 figures were instantly frozen solid, becoming human-shaped ice pillars. One was empty inside, while the other contained the true demon scatterer.
Got him!
Mu Wanqing's face lit up with surprise, though her complexion was somewhat pale, mainly because her cultivation was too low, making the exertion of the great freedom profound ice chi rather taxing. Once sealed by the great freedom profound ice chi, the true demon scatterer was as good as dead. With a clatter, his body indeed fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Such was the domineering nature of the great freedom profound ice chi, worthy of being one of the Wanxian sect's 10 great divine abilities. Be careful. At that moment Chen Changsheng raised his hand, and a black light shot out, blocking behind Mu Wanqing. This black light was his earth demon puppet. With a splat, the earth demon puppet was struck by a blade, leaving a half-foot-long wound. The true demon scatterer had just sneaked up behind Mu Wanqing, intending to deal a fatal blow. Mu Wanqing looked at the true demon scatterer behind her, then at the one frozen in ice, unable to believe her eyes. There were 2 identical true demon scatterers. Had it not been for Chen Changsheng's block, she would have been in grave danger. Mu Wanqing shot him a grateful smile. Now she understood why Xia Yudi had brought Chen Changsheng along. Though his cultivation was low, his divine sense was remarkably powerful. Xia Yudi exclaimed,
"Why are there 2 true demon scatterers?"
She sensed that both were real, not mere incarnations. The true demon scatterer chuckled smugly.
"Outsiders only know of the true demon scatterer, but they don't know we are twin brothers." Moreover, we cultivate the demon-quelling divine art. As long as one survives, the other can be revived.
Sure enough, as his words fell, the other true demon scatterer appeared nearby, glaring venomously at Mu Wanqing. In essence, she had already killed him.
Brother, I want that woman later. I'll torment her flesh for 100 years, and when I'm done, I'll hand her over to the beggars.
The other true demon scatterer nodded.
Of course.
Mu Wanqing trembled with rage upon hearing this.
True demon scatterer, this immortal can kill you once, and will kill you again.
The true demon scatterer snorted coldly.
With your cultivation, you're lucky to have used the great freedom profound ice chi once. Try using it again.
Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi exchanged a glance, their faces turning grim. Xia Yudi snorted.
You two are insolent. We are not far from the Wanxian sect. Aren't you afraid? We'll send word back to the sect.
The elder true demon scatterer laughed heartily.
I can only say you're too naive. While you were fighting, I secretly set up the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring grand array. Not even a mosquito can escape, let alone a message.
As his words fell, the surrounding space darkened. The original peaks and trees vanished, replaced by a vast gray expanse. Ghostly figures flickered everywhere, accompanied by piercing, blood-curdling screams. The group's expression soured. Mu Wanqing cried out,
Let's gather together to prevent these two despicable men from launching a sneak attack.
John Dahu said,
Brother Changsheng, let's stand back to back and try not to burden the two senior sisters. Huh? Brother Changsheng, where did you go?
Xia Yudi waved her hand, summoning an umbrella-shaped treasure that emitted a faint green glow, forming a protective shield over the three of them. As for Chen Changsheng, she wasn't worried at all. He was as cunning as a fox, and would surely be fine. Xia Yudi was right. Chen Changsheng had already used the Ghost King seal to envelop himself, hiding in the shadows, while secretly absorbing the Yin spirits and ghostly entities within the array. Due to its unique properties, the Ghost King seal not only counteracts these entities, but also possesses the ability to devour them, thereby augmenting its own power. Moreover, this environment was like a fish in water for Chen Changsheng, allowing him to exploit the chaos. It would be best if he could avoid revealing his true strength. On the other side, Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi were on high alert. Dealing with one true demon scatterer was already a challenge, now there were two. Their chances of victory were slim. Simply surviving would be a feat. Fortunately, Xia Yudi's umbrella-shaped treasure was a top-grade magical artifact, a specialized defensive tool. Its surface formed a protective barrier that securely enveloped the three of them. The attacks from the true demon scatterers struck the barrier, causing it to cave inward and form deep pits, yet it did not break. Mu Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly swallowed 2 pills to restore her true essence. The earlier use of the Great Freedom Profound Ice art had drained her significantly. Generally, the more powerful the divine ability, the greater the consumption of true essence, a principle of energy conservation. After taking the 2 pills, some color returned to Mu Wanqing's face.
Where is Chen Changsheng?
He had blocked a strike for her earlier, and she was indebted to him. It seemed she had underestimated him before. Xia Yudi's high regard for him was indeed warranted. Xia Yudi said,
I don't know where he's gone, but you don't need to worry about him. That boy is craftier than a fox, he rarely suffers losses.
Zhang Dahu added,
Brother Changsheng sent me a telepathic message earlier telling me not to worry. He should be fine.
Mu Wanqing raised an elegant eyebrow and said to Xia Yudi,
It seems you think highly of him. Never mind that, now we need to figure out how to turn this situation around.
Xia Yudi replied,
Senior Sister Mu, unless you can unleash the Great Freedom Profound Ice art again and seal both of them simultaneously, we have no way to deal with them.
Since the two were twin brothers and practiced a unique cultivation art, any attempt would be futile unless they were eliminated at the same time. Mu Wanqing smiled bitterly.
My true essence was nearly depleted after using the Great Freedom Profound Ice art. It will take at least 2 hours to recover, and they won't give us that time.
The 10 great divine abilities of Wanxian sect were typically taught only at the Golden Core stage. Mu Wanqing had obtained this privilege due to her special status. Her father had tributed a spiritual stone vein in exchange. Thus, cultivating a divine ability like the Great Freedom Profound Ice art at the Foundation establishment stage was premature. She could only manage a single strike before her true essence was exhausted. If Mu Wanqing were at the golden core stage, she could launch continuous attacks without worrying about depleting her true essence. Clearly, the true demon scatterers had no intention of granting them time. After a series of ineffective attacks, the twin brothers grew impatient. They exchanged glances, and the elder one produced a gourd-shaped treasure. The gourd looked as if it had just been plucked from a vine still tinged with green. Yet, as soon as it appeared, Xia Yudi's protective barrier began to waver as if in fear. Xia Yudi's pretty face changed. Not good. That gourd should be a Dharma treasure. What? A Dharma treasure? Mu Wanqing was also startled. Dharma treasures were artifacts refined by cultivators above the golden core stage imbued with their magical power. Generally, there were two types of Dharma treasures, one with limited uses called cumulative treasures, or pseudo-treasures, which became useless after their charges were depleted. The other type was a true Dharma treasure personally refined, and used by a golden core cultivator achieving unity between human and treasure with no usage limits. The true demon scatterer smirked triumphantly. Not bad, little girl, you have good eyes. This gourd is called the 7-kill gourd, a true Dharma treasure. If you're wise, lower your barrier now, and it'll spare your lives. Otherwise, once this gourd starts killing, even I find it hard to control. Mu Wanqing snorted. You two old demons falling into your hands would be worse than death. Would rather fight to the death. Even if we die, our fellow disciples will avenge us. Xia Yudi nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's fight them. Just then, Chen Changsheng's voice transmitted into Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi's minds. Senior sisters, open a gap in the formation. I have Earth's milk for senior sister Mu. Then senior sister can use the great freedom profound ice art to catch them off guard and kill both old demons at once. Chen Changsheng had devised a plan and quickly communicated it to them. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi felt a surge of joy, a lifeline in their dire straits. Xia Yudi quickly opened a gap in the formation, allowing a drop of milky white liquid to drift in and float before Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing wrinkled her delicate nose. What? This is Earth's milk. It smells a bit like soy milk. Never mind, I'll ingest it first. Without further thought, Mu Wanqing parted her lips and swallowed the Earth's milk. The moment it entered, its pure energy instantly filled her dantian, and qi revitalizing her spirit. Good heavens, this Chen Changsheng was hiding quite a lot. He even had a spiritual substance, like Earth's milk. If anyone called him useless again, she would argue with him. After all, attaining such a spiritual treasure, something even she, a commandery princess, did not possess, proved that Chen Changsheng was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. She had truly misjudged him. The twin true demon scatterers had not noticed the subtle movements, as the formation was filled with howling ghostly sounds drowning out any minor details. Go ahead and make your move. Would like to witness the power of a Dharma treasure. Mu Wanqing was inwardly prepared. Since you've chosen death, don't blame us for being ruthless. What a pity, such beauties. The true demon scatterer felt a pang of regret, then opened the gourd's lid with a pop. At that moment, a splash of dark purple blood struck the gourd's opening, causing black smoke to billow. Chen Changsheng had been hiding in the shadows, and struck at the perfect moment. Nether filth blood. Damn it! The true demon scatterer realized what had happened. Dharma treasures and other artifacts detested such filth. Only ancient treasures were immune to nether filth blood. Chen Changsheng had purchased a small vial at a high price from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, never expecting to use it so soon. Suddenly, the protective barrier around them vanished, and two azure ice dragons materialized, charging left and right toward the twin true demon scatterers. Crack! Crack! The brothers tried to flee, but the chilling aura slowed their movements several times, oversealing them into two ice statues. Mu Wanqing had chosen her moment perfectly, striking when the brothers' emotions were in turmoil, ensuring a hit. Boom! Boom! The two ice statues toppled over, shattering into fragments upon impact. The twin true demon scatterers, notorious flower thieves, met their end here. Chen Changsheng reached out and seized the 7-kill gourd. The small gourd, unexpectedly weighing 100 genes, surprised Chen Changsheng. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi hurried forward to examine the corpses of the true demon scatterer and his brother confirming they were indeed dead, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Wanqing looked at Chen Changsheng with an apologetic expression.
Junior brother Chen slaying the true demon scatterer this time was mostly thanks to you. My attitude earlier was poor. I apologize and hope you won't mind.
Chen Changsheng waved his hand.
It's nothing.
Next came the matter of dividing the spoils, a critical test for any team. Often when teams undertook missions together, many would turn on each other, fighting viciously over treasures, leading to mutual slaughter. After all, wealth stirs the heart and few can remain unmoved. Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment.
How about this? The 7-kill gourd goes to Chen Changsheng. The corpses of these 2 old demons belong to me, and we split their other possessions equally among us.
The credit for slaying the 2 demons indeed lay mostly with her and Chen Changsheng. The Wanxian sect had placed a bounty of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones on the true demon scatterer, along with many merit points, a considerable fortune.
It'll follow senior sister's arrangements.
Chen Changsheng glanced at Mu Wanqing in surprise, not expecting her to yield the 7-kill gourd, a magical artifact, to him. Her magnanimity and breadth of vision truly earned his admiration. Of course, Mu Wanqing had already discerned that this artifact was a pseudo-magical artifact, likely with only a few attacks left, otherwise she wouldn't have been so generous. Moreover, turning over the true demon scatterer's corpse to the sect would yield 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and merit points, a windfall she wouldn't lose out on. Zhang Dahu scratched his head.
I didn't contribute much, so I shouldn't take any spoils.
Mu Wanqing shook her head.
That won't do. Your spirit crane also played a part.
With their opinions unified, they proceeded to clean up the battlefield. When they sorted through the treasures within the true demon scatterer's spatial artifact, they were all taken aback. The wealth on these 2 demons was mountainous. How many had they killed? How many had they plundered to amass such riches? It took the 4 of them half a day to categorize the loot. What made the 2 women blush with shame and rage was the discovery of numerous women's undergarments among the belongings of those 2 perverted old fiends. Each piece of intimate apparel represented the youth and life of a young woman.
Damn true demon scatterer, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Indeed, letting them die like this was too merciful. They should have been ground to dust and cast into the 18th level of hell.
After dividing the spoils, they were all quite pleased, especially Zhang Dahu, who had never seen so many treasures before. Chen Changsheng had been utterly destitute, unable to scrape together a single coin, but now his wealth surpassed even before. No wonder so many enjoyed robbery. It brought riches far too quickly. Chen Changsheng had specifically taken the most spirit stones, as his ghost-faced spiders needed to consume them daily. After consuming spirit stones, these ghost-faced spiders grew rapidly. Originally the size of a fist, some had already grown to the size of a hen. Moreover, these spiders reproduced swiftly, now numbering in the thousands. However, they were voracious eaters, spending every moment either sleeping or eating, never idle. Currently they consume dozens of spirit stones from Chen Changsheng each day. According to Red Cloud Ancestor, once they evolved, they would require even more. This put immense pressure on Chen Changsheng, making him regret raising these gluttons. Without substantial wealth, he simply couldn't afford them. Fortunately, his share from the true demon scatterer amounted to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, enough to sustain them for a while. Aside from spirit stones, Chen Changsheng also obtained some talismans. He declined other items such as elixirs, as he had the earth's nectar and needed no other pills. This time Chen Changsheng also acquired the true demon scatterer's 10,000 ghost soul devouring array. Zhang Dahu, thoroughly satisfied, cast a spell onto his jade pendant. Soon a crane cry rang out, and the spirit crane descended from the sky. The group mounted the flying crane and continued their journey. This time they didn't ascend to 30,000 meters, but traveled at low altitude, ready to quickly descend to the ground if they encountered enemies. After this joint battle, Chen Changsheng and Mu Wanqing's relationship improved considerably, and Mu Wanqing no longer harbored the slightest hint of disdain. They chatted for a while before each sat cross-legged to cultivate all, feeling a sense of urgency. After all, every increment in strength increased their chances of survival. Though Mu Wanqing was quite covetous of Chen Changsheng's earth's nectar, she didn't press him for details, respecting it as his secret, and not brazen enough to beg for it. Chen Changsheng began studying the 7-kill gourd, discovering it was indeed a cumulative-type artifact. It contained 7 small compartments, each storing a single strike from a golden core cultivator. Now 6 of the compartments were empty, leaving only one filled with spiritual power. This artifact required no refinement to use it. One simply uncorked the gourd and activated it with internal spiritual energy to strike enemies. Originally, the 7-kill gourd had 2 attacks remaining, but Chen Changsheng's nether filth blood had destroyed one, which he somewhat regretted. Next, Chen Changsheng studied the 10,000 go soul devouring array, finding it mediocre, merely an ordinary formation. He ultimately fused and refined it into his Ghost King seal. Having done this, Chen Changsheng closed his eyes to cultivate, cycling his cultivation technique through his body in one revolution after another, feeling his cultivation base grow more complete. On this mission, he aimed to accomplish 2 goals. First, to successfully cultivate the first transformation of the 9 revolutions golden body art, and second, to achieve foundation establishment. With only a little over a month until the engagement, annulment time was extremely tight, and Chen Changsheng dared not waste a moment. In the days that followed, they rested by day and traveled by night. They encountered no dangers along the way, and by dusk 2 days later, they finally reached the West Sea Desert. From afar, Chen Changsheng saw an endless expanse of golden hue on the horizon. The setting sun hung at the sky's edge, casting golden afterglow. The group dismounted from the spirit crane, and Zhang Dahu set it off to find food on its own. They stepped onto the soft sand, which felt pleasantly warm and comfortable underfoot. Mu Wanqing said,
"This is the West Sea Desert. Let's rest here and prepare to face any crisis. It would be best to rendezvous with the Chu army."
This time it was said that the desert bandits had colluded with demon sect figures to wreak havoc along the border. The Wanxian sect had not only dispatched outer and inner disciples to suppress the bandits, but even core disciples had come. Core disciples were few in number, but each was a golden core stage expert. If inner disciples were the foundation of the sect, core disciples were its backbone. After a brief rest, without bothering to admire the desert's beauty, the group rose and made their way toward the heart of the West Sea Desert. The golden crow had set, and the jade rabbit had just risen, casting its silvery light upon the desert, turning the golden sands into a hue of silver gray. The 4 figures walked by, leaving behind a trail of footprints.
"Be careful. The West Sea Desert is fraught with danger, especially the countless venomous creatures. They are masters of camouflage and ambush striking without warning."
Mu Wanqing, having once trained here, knew well the perils that lurked. As she spoke, a venomous scorpion burst forth from the sand, its stinger aiming for Zhang Dahu's calf, only to be pinned to the ground by his blade. Before he could catch his breath, a triangular snake head shot up from the sand, with a hiss, lunging for Zhang Dahu's posterior.
"Damn! You beasts know to pick on the weakest, don't you?"
With a single stroke, he severed the snake's head, cursing under his breath. He had traded up, now armed with a top-grade magical weapon, a horse-slaying broadsword and a bow. His strength had surged, and the others, mindful of his lower cultivation, had granted him these formidable weapons. Yet the venomous beast seemed to sense Zhang Dahu's weakness, targeting him exclusively. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi remained untouched. These creatures, with their keen instincts, knew whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Xia Yudi asked,
"Senior Sister Mu, where exactly are these sand bandits? The West Sea Desert is vast. If we delay, others may claim all the merit."
Many disciples from Wanxian sect had come. If others reaped all the rewards, their journey would be in vain. Mu Wanqing replied,
"Let's fly on our swords. Walking is not only slow, but also leaves us vulnerable to these pests."
She turned to Chen Changsheng.
"Junior brother Chen, you don't have a flying sword yet. You can ride with me."
With that, Mu Wanqing summoned her flying sword, gesturing for Chen Changsheng to board. Zhang Dahu watched enviously.
"Senior Sister Mu, I don't have one either. I want a ride too."
Mu Wanqing shot him a glare.
"Don't lie to me. I heard you won a flying sword in the tournament. Stop pretending to be poor."
Zhang Dahu regretted it deeply. Had he known this day would come, he would have skipped the competition. What a missed opportunity. He looked pleadingly at Xia Yudi.
"Senior Sister Xia, could you take me? I fly slowly."
Xia Yudi rolled her eyes.
We don't need to fly fast." With that she leaped onto her sword and flew ahead. Chen Changsheng had intended to say he had his own flying sword, but thought it better to conceal his cultivation. He thanked Mu Wanqing and stood behind her. Mu Wanqing formed a hand seal, and the flying sword lifted them both into the air. Mu Wanqing was tall and slender, nearly matching Chen Changsheng's height. Her silky hair brushed against his neck, tickling him, while a captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him sigh in delight. He quickly composed himself, focusing his mind. All women. Trying to corrupt my Dao heart. Impossible. Mu Wanqing too observed Chen Changsheng discreetly. She raised an eyebrow at his restraint. Was she not alluring enough? So close, yet he showed no interest. Countless men pursued her, and the slightest hint of kindness would send them clinging like snakes. It was utterly tiresome. This Chen Changsheng was indeed different. They flew for hours, the desolate desert stretching endlessly before them with no sign of the sand bandits. They descended to rest as flying on swords consumed significant spiritual energy. Xia Yudi waved her hand, casting a set of formation flags that encircled them. It was a minor defensive array meant only to ward off venomous creatures. True enough, with the array in place, no more pests troubled them, bringing a measure of peace. Sometimes small things could make a big difference. They planned to rest here and resume at dawn. But barely an hour into their break, the sounds of shouting and horse hooves jolted them from their meditation. Something's happening. Chen Changsheng rose, licking his lips in anticipation. He was curious to see what the sand bandits were like. It was said the sand bandits of the West Sea Desert were savage beyond measure. They feasted on human flesh, drank blood, and fashioned weapons from their victims' bones. They would force captured women to eat the flesh of their own husbands or children. Women who fell into their hands suffered a fate worse than death. The mere mention of sand bandits made the common folk tremble in fear. In the Great Chu Kingdom, if a child cried, parents would only need to whisper, "The sand bandits are coming," and the child would fall silent instantly. In that brief moment of distraction, the ground trembled. The thunder of hooves and clouds of yellow sand heralded a horde that had closed from 100 meters away in mere breaths, their murderous aura piercing the heavens. They surrounded the group, hundreds of riders in total. Chen Changsheng observed that the horses were no ordinary steeds, but dragon-scale horses. Larger than common horses, their bodies were covered in scales, and two horn-like protrusions adorned their heads. These horses could travel 3,000 li a day, possessed several times the strength of normal horses, and their scales were nearly impenetrable. A specialty of the Holua Kingdom, each horse was worth a fortune in gold. A charge of hundreds of such riders could trample even a foundation establishment cultivator into pulp. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted to the bandits. They were bare-chested, their dark skin bulging with muscles that radiated explosive power. Their eyes were fierce like wolves, and their bodies exuded a bloody aura, clear signs of men who lived by the blade. The leader, towering and robust, stood out from the rest. His aura was restrained, but within him lurked a beast so ferocious it could frighten even a tiger into retreat. Chen Changsheng then noticed a figure beside the chieftain, a man in black robes seated on a dragon-scale horse wreathed in demonic energy, starkly out of place among the bandits. Without a doubt, this was an expert from the demon sect. His power was deeply concealed, and even Chen Changsheng could not gauge his depth. He frowned. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity of the situation mirrored in the other's eyes. As Chen Changsheng and his companions studied the bandits studied them in return. Malicious gazes swept over the group, lingering particularly on Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi. As for Chen Changsheng and Zhang Dahu, they were directly overlooked. After all, these two Qi refining novices were hardly worth considering. Just then the black-robed figure whispered something to the chieftain, who nodded and pointed his leather whip at the group, shouting, "Capture the women alive, slaughter the men like pigs!" As his words fell, the bandits moved in unison, their iron hooves slowly converging, stirring up a cloud of dust that shook the earth and sky. Chen Changsheng grinned at Zhang Dahu. "Brother Daha, are you afraid? How about we have a grand slaughter today?" Zhang Dahu, though initially trembling inside, was ignited by Chen Changsheng's fervor and nodded. "Fear nothing. I came here to kill these bandits. Charge!" With that he dashed forward, leaping high into the air, wielding a saber over a meter long, and cleaved off a bandit's head with a single stroke. Chen Changsheng was slightly surprised, not expecting Zhang Dahe to be so ferocious and bold. In truth, Zhang Dahe was terrified facing such a scene for the first time. If he hadn't struck first, he might have lost his nerve entirely. Sometimes courage must be self-bestowed. The hot blood splashed across Zhang Dahe's face, filling him not with fear, but with exhilaration. So this was the thrill of killing. The warrior instinct in his blood was now fully awakened. Chen Changsheng gave Zhang Dahe a thumbs up, then his body flickered, as if his feet were springs launching himself forward. With a flash of his demon-slaying blade, another bandit's head fell. Chen Changsheng laughed heartily.
Who says these bandits are fearsome? They're nothing but rotten cabbages. Let me lop off their dog heads one by one.
As he spoke, Chen Changsheng darted about, severing several heads in the blink of an eye. These bandits, relying on their dragon scale horse's charge, could handle ordinary soldiers, but against someone like Chen Changsheng who leaped to strike, they were helpless.
Courting death. Kill him. Whoever takes his head gets 10,000 gold and 3 beauties,
roared the bandit chieftain Prada, brandishing his curved blade. Under heavy reward, brave men emerged. Hearing the bounty, the bandits charged at Chen Changsheng like frenzied beasts, dozens strong. The dragon scale horses snorted, spraying white vapor from their nostrils, and reared up their massive hooves, larger than a man's head, stomping toward Chen Changsheng. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Each horse weighed thousands of jin. A stomp would leave him bruised and broken. So these dragon scale horses could also attack. The bandits were clever. Knowing Chen Changsheng leaped to kill, they used the horses to compress his jumping space. If he couldn't leap, they'd trample him to death.
Humph!
Chen Changsheng snorted, not leaping but charging straight at a horse's belly. With a heave he set both horse and rider flying. Men and horses tumbled in chaos.
What? Is he even human?
The bandits gasped, realizing Chen Changsheng used pure physical strength to hurl a horse weighing thousands of jin. Just as Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi were about to strike, Chen Changsheng's telepathic message reached them.
Senior sisters, hold back and let us have our fun.
They halted immediately. Xia Yudi knew Chen Changsheng's strength, but Mu Wanqing was astonished.
I heard junior brother Chen was a body cultivator, but I thought it was ordinary. I never expected such power.
Xia Yudi smiled.
Of course. He's full of surprises, senior sister. You'll see. Don't worry about him. Let's keep an eye on junior brother Zhang.
As they spoke, several dragon scale horses were sent flying by Chen Changsheng. He leaped onto a horse's back, spun his demon-slaying blade, and lopped off another bandit's head. Chen Changsheng used no spiritual power, relying solely on his physical strength. To break through to the first layer of the 9 revolutions golden body, he needed opportunity, and life-and-death combat honed his flesh. In an instant, several more bandit heads were severed by Chen Changsheng's blade. The demon-slaying knife, forged from unknown materials, was razor-sharp and inscribed with a rays, cutting through flesh like tofu. Zhang Dahe, having killed 3 bandits, was smug, until he saw Chen Changsheng's ferocity, grinning.
Good brother, truly formidable. I can't fall behind.
Chen Changsheng moved like the wind, leaping across horseback, slaying bandits. In moments, he had killed over 20 enraging chieftain Prada.
Use the Zhuge crossbows.
At his command, crossbows were set up. With the release of mechanisms, arrows flew at Chen Changsheng like rain.
Impressive. These Zhuge crossbows are deadly.
Chen Changsheng dared not meet them, hidden diving behind a dragon scale horse. Had he mastered the first layer of the golden body, he might withstand them, but now he was mere flesh and blood. The crossbows inscribed with arrays could pierce even foundation establishment cultivators. Only at the golden core stage with a protective aura could one ignore them. The poor dragon scale horse was riddled with bolts, blood gushing like a fountain. It seemed confused why its own masters would kill it, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing.
Sonic Demon Blade,
Chen Changsheng whispered, and a black light flew from behind his head, transforming into a deathly gleam. He could no longer conceal his cultivation. Killing was paramount. The cross-wielding bandits, before they understood, found bloody holes appearing in their bodies. The sonic demon blade moving at the speed of sound was impossible for them to defend against. Had they not used the crossbows, Chen Changsheng wouldn't have unleashed such a weapon.
Cultivators, squad advance. Shoot that man down.
Prada ordered, and a line of soldiers behind him drew their bows, firing another volley at Chen Changsheng. These were true cultivators, hidden until now. Their bows were magical artifacts powered by spiritual energy faster even than the Shuga crossbows. A dazzling rain of arrows infused with wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water tore through the air, illuminating the night sky.
Formidable.
Chen Changsheng was startled. Such a dense assault could even spell his doom. No wonder cultivators below the Golden Core realm are deemed low tier, lacking protective heavenly chi barriers. Even a mere dozen archers armed with spirit-infused arrows could slay a chi refinement or foundation establishment cultivator with ease. Low-tier cultivators may be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, but against a Golden Core cultivator no number of foes suffices. Their defenses remain impenetrable. Xia Yudai parted her barrier just wide enough and called out, "Brother Chen. Brother Zong. Hurry inside." Chen Changsheng, well aware of the peril, rolled swiftly and slipped into the protected dome. Mu Wanqing's delicate face suddenly paled. "Danger! Brother Zhang is in grave peril. Sister Xia, we must break through." At that moment Zhang De, who was encircled by over a dozen desert bandits, who had formed a towering wall of dragon-scale steeds around him. He dared not raise his head. Even a glimpse would invite instant death by arrow. Prada waved his hand. "Cut them off. Annihilate them separately." Instantly the bandits surged forward, blocking Mu Wanqing's path. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudai exchanged a swift, silent glance, then nodded and immediately summoned their flying swords, intent on rescuing Zhang De. Yet the moment their swords soared forth, Prada and the demon sect cultivator intercepted them with their own flying swords, sending both women's faces flushing with shock. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to charge forth once more, Zhang De let out a thunderous roar. "You think you can overwhelm me with numbers? Let me show you what true numerical supremacy looks like." His voice still echoing, Zhang De bit open his index finger and traced a blood sigil in midair while chanting an incantation. In moments a pitch-black spatial rift tore open before him. Roar! A jaded gold-purple beast leapt from the rift, followed swiftly by others, mighty demon apes, howling moon wolves, ghost-faced blood bats, and more. The beasts erupted forth like maddened tempests, hurling themselves at the bandits. What? The desert raiders recoiled in terror. What arcane art was this? To summon beasts at will, was he even human? Even Chen Changsheng and his companions were stunned. They had never imagined Zhang De possessed such power. "Xia Yudai," gasped Senior Sister Mu. "Do you know what this means? How can Brother Zhang summon beasts? I've never heard of such a thing." "Indeed?" Mu Wanqing, equally astonished yet radiant with delight, exclaimed, "Heaven truly favors our Wanxian sect. If my intuition serves me, Brother Zhang possesses the legendary 10,000 beast physique, a rarity unmatched in 10,000 years. Our sect has struck gold." "What? The 10,000 beast physique?" Chen Changsheng's heart swelled with genuine joy, for Zhang De was his sole most trusted brother. A voice resonated, the venerable Hongyan patriarch himself, impressive. "This youth truly bears the 10,000 beast physique. His future knows no bounds. Your Wanxian sect shall surely rise." Little did they know, not only did the sect harbor Chen Changsheng, the abyssal Dao body, but now also this peerless physique. Should both survive, their ascension is inevitable. The 10,000 beast physique appears but once in 10 millennia. Its bearer is born with an innate ability to summon beasts, though strictly limited to those of equal or lower cultivation rank. Zhang De, currently at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, could summon only level 1 beasts, slightly weaker than himself. Higher tiers were beyond his reach, and the number he could summon remained tightly bound to his current strength. Yet even this was extraordinary. Imagine one man stepping forth, not alone, but commanding an entire legion of demonic beasts. Who would dare oppose him? The moment the beasts appeared, the bandits' faces blanched. Their disciplined formation shattered instantly, especially the dragon-scale steeds, which reared and shrieked in panic, hooves stamping wildly, trembling with primal fear. Horses instinctively dread predators,
and with the beasts charging the ranks dissolved into chaos. With deafening roars the beasts scattered, tearing into bandits and their steeds alike. Within mere blinks of an eye many raiders lay shredded. Though merely level 1, these beasts possess far greater ferocity and combat prowess than human cultivators of equivalent rank. Furious Prada flicked his wrist. A torrent of obsidian light shot forth aimed straight at Zhang De, who closing the distance in a single heartbeat. To end the summons, Zhang De who had to die. Sound Realm Demon Blade. Chen Changsheng had anticipated this. His blade flashed forth, striking the obsidian light with crushing force. Clang! 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 Hundreds of impacts rang out in an instant, neither side gaining advantage. Only then did Chen Changsheng discern it, a whirling sickle-shaped artifact slicing the air with lethal precision. Damn it! Failing at first strike, Prada exploded with rage. Leaping from his mount, arms spread, like an eagle's wings, gliding effortlessly across dozens of Zhang, in a single bound landing before Zhang De who. He intended to strike personally. His physical body is astonishingly powerful. Chen Changsheng recoiled inwardly. Such unaided aerial mastery spanning dozens of Zhang surpassed even his own capabilities. Chen Changsheng, unaided by spiritual energy, could glide only 20 Zhang. Boy, you die now. A massive palm wreathed in condensed chi slammed toward Zhang De who. Zhang De who's expression twisted. He felt the tyrannical pressure of the bandit chief's aura constricting his breath, his feet sinking, as if into marshy mire, helpless, as the charged palm descended. Zhang De who had exhausted every ounce of his being to summon the Beast Legion, an act premature for his current cultivation level. He would fare far better post-foundation establishment. As death loomed, mere instants from his throat, the shadow of salvation flashed before him. At the critical moment, Chen Changsheng unleashed the Earth Demon Puppet. Boom! Prada's kind fused palm struck the puppet, releasing a plume of azure smoke. What devilry is this? An Earth Demon? Prada recoiled in shock. His palm sizzled and smoked, clearly poisoned by the obsidian figure's virulent essence. Had his golden body not been shielded by spiritual energy, his hand would have been ruined. Seeing the Earth Demon, Prada staggered, having witnessed these subterranean fiends before, savage, merciless. Yet here stood one real and terrifying. Wait, this is a puppet. At that instant, Chen Changsheng blurred forward, materializing before Zhang De who. Brother De who, are you unharmed? Cease the summoning now. Zhang De whose face was parchment white, his robes clung drenched as if drawn from deep water, clear evidence of catastrophic spiritual exhaustion. Brother Changsheng, the rest is yours, Zhang De who whispered, then collapsed sideways unconscious. The premature summoning had exacted its toll, violent backlash. This time he had summoned 23 beasts, the absolute limit of his capacity. Chen Changsheng nodded. Dahu, you rest now. Well, take it from here. He carried Zhang Dahu over towards Xia Yudi. Want to leave? Stay right here. Prada spread his hands and lunged at both Chen Changsheng and Zhang Dahu. Just then a shadow flickered, and the Earth Demon corpse puppet blocked the way. The wound it had suffered last time had long since healed. Seizing the moment, Chen Changsheng quickly placed Zhang Dahu inside Xia Yudi's protective barrier before turning back. He licked his lips. You must be the bandit leader. I wonder what level you are. If I take your head, I'll earn quite a reward. Chen Changsheng had never faced a true Foundation establishment expert in direct combat. He was eager to try. Prada snorted. Boy, I see you're a body cultivator. Let me enlighten you before you die. We've gathered hundreds of thousands of troops allied with the Dark Demon sect to attack Dinghai City. How dare an insignificant ant like you come seeking death? Chen Changsheng frowned. He hadn't expected the bandits to mobilize such a massive force and join hands with the Dark Demon sect, truly a heavy investment. The Dark Demon sect was one of the 8 demon sects, its strength no less than the Wanxian sect. The Xinhuang continent comprised 10 Taoist sects, 2 Buddhist sects, 8 demon sects, 3 ghost clans, and numerous smaller factions. The kingdoms below were vassals of these sects, their relationships intricate and tangled beyond unraveling. Sometimes the Taoist sects held the upper hand, sometimes the demonic ones. As the saying goes, the law is strong, but the demon is mightier. The 2 Buddhist sects and 3 ghost clans were of similar power. Tao and Buddhism represented the righteous, while demons and ghosts embodied evil. The Wanxian sect was among the 10 great sects, and the Dark Demon sect belonged to the 8 demon sects. These sects had long ago reached a truce between good and evil, enjoying 1,000 years of peace. Could a new war be brewing? Yet Chen Changsheng wasn't overly worried. When the sky falls, the tall ones bear it. As a mere chi-refining disciple, he only needed to look after himself.
Is that so? Whether and remains to be seen.
With that, Chen Changsheng dashed forward and threw a punch at Prada.
Overestimating yourself.
Prada sneered and met Chen Changsheng's fist with his own, both relying purely on physical strength. With a loud thud, Chen Changsheng was sent flying backward, while Prada staggered several steps. Clearly Chen Changsheng had come out worse. Many bandits were body cultivators, preferring to refine their flesh. Their robust bloodlines gave them a physical advantage over ordinary cultivators. Prada was surprised Chen Changsheng wasn't killed outright. If Chen Changsheng had mastered the first stage of the ninefold golden body, he wouldn't fear this opponent.
Boy, you've got some skill after all. But let's see how long you last.
Prada grinned viciously and charged again, his momentum overwhelming. He spun like a top, each punch creating sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of strikes, leaving Chen Changsheng barely able to parry. His arms numbed and shoulders nearly dislocated, he inwardly acknowledged his foe's prowess. Chen Changsheng couldn't be blamed, he was outmatched in both strength and experience. Prada had survived countless battles, emerging from piles of corpses, far beyond a novice like Chen Changsheng. Still, that Chen Changsheng could hold his own in physical combat so long amazed Mu Wanqing and the others, given the vast gap in their cultivation levels. Thus Chen Changsheng, aided by the Earth Demon Corpse puppet, managed to stall Prada. The puppet, poisonous and painless, proved a headache for Prada.
Useless.
The demon sect expert grew impatient, seeing Prada tied up by a small fry like Chen Changsheng. He flicked his black robe, casting a dark shroud over everyone. The one starry night turned pitch black, rolling black mist, devouring everything. Even divine sense was swallowed by the boundless darkness, allowing only a few feet of visibility.
What kind of technique is this? So powerful.
Chen Changsheng was startled. Darkness instilled fear even in him. Red Cloud Ancestor spoke up.
This is the Dark Demon Sect's dark, devouring art, capable of consuming all things, even light. Be careful. But you're an alchemist genius with dark affinity and chaotic true chi. Its effect on you should be limited.
Chen Changsheng activated his true vision pupils. Indeed, the darkness influence diminished. While not as clear as before, he could at least make out the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xia Yudi grew anxious.
Senior Sister Xia, the demon sect expert, has struck. This darkness devours even our divine sense. Hell surely ambush us.
Mu Wanqing, also blinded, felt a sense of crisis.
Let's recall our flying swords for defense. Xia, junior sister, how long can your barrier hold?
Xia Yudi replied.
About the time it takes to burn an incense stick. But my Silu umbrella is only a magical artifact. I doubt it can withstand the demon sect expert.
Though the demon sect expert had remained silent, they sensed a danger far greater than the bandit leaders.
Well, take it step by step. If I can spot him, he'll strike with my Great Freedom Profound Ice Chi.
The Great Freedom Profound Ice Chi was formidable, but each use drained her completely. If it failed to kill the enemy, she'd be the one to suffer. If only they had earth milk. But they couldn't even see Chen Changsheng's situation, only hearing fierce combat sounds. However, the demon sect's dark, devouring art actually favored Chen Changsheng. His Ghost King seal would prove useful now. Thinking this, Chen Changsheng summoned the Ghost King seal and hurled it at Prada. Had wanted a good brawl, but circumstances forced his hand. As expected, the seal erupted with dense black mist, nearly solid, its power amplified by a third, as it hammered Prada relentlessly. The Ghost King seal plummeted downward, swelling to the size of a house, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that blasted sand across the desert, aiming to utterly crush and subdue the bandit chieftain. The Ghost King seal descended with crushing force, thickening the very air beneath it, as if congealing into viscous syrup, slowing Prada's movements to a torturous crawl, as though time itself had warped around him. With no time to flee, Prada roared in fury, His muscles swelled like inflating bellows, and he thrust both arms upward, bracing against the colossal seal.
Seal!
Chen Changsheng intoned, sealing the incantation with a sharp hand gesture. The seal slammed down with a thunderous boom, driving Prada deep into the sea of sand. The sand where he had stood was compressed by sheer pressure into a single slab of stone-like solidity.
Was it truly over, just like that?
The seal hovered above Chen Changsheng's head as he gazed at the impact site. No trace of spiritual energy lingered there. It felt strangely hollow for a Foundation establishment cultivator to perish so effortlessly. Suddenly Chen Changsheng's ears twitched. He vaulted skyward just in time. A steel blade erupted from the sand where he'd stood, followed by a figure bursting forth, none other than Prada himself. Prada now looked ragged, hair wild and disheveled, robes torn and tattered, face smudged with dust and grime, resembling a beggar more than a cultivator. His divine sense locked unrelentingly onto Chen Changsheng as he gritted his teeth.
Brat, you've done well. You've truly enraged me. Soon I'll seize you, flay your skin, extract your tendons, and torment your soul for 10,000 years. That seal of yours, I claim it as mine.
He had never been driven to such desperation by a mere chi condensation cultivator. Word of this would strip him of all dignity. Moreover, the seal fascinated him. Its terrifying power, wielded even by such a minor cultivator, suggested its potential would be astronomical in his hands. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. His decisive strike had failed, and indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator was no easy prey. Especially one whose physique was nigh indestructible, like an unkillable cockroach. Clearly without Foundation establishment one remained but an ant beneath heaven's gaze.
Is that so? Then let us see whether you possess the strength to back such words.
A fierce surge of battle lust ignited within him. He sensed it keenly. Victory over this foe would propel him to the pinnacle of chi condensation cultivation. Without hesitation he blurred forward once more, closing the distance and launching a fist. What he lacked was not only raw power, but hard-won combat experience. Such a formidable sparring partner was rare indeed.
Foolish while courting death.
Prada snarled, meeting the blow with his own fist. Both men recoiled violently, sent hurtling backward by the shockwave. This reversal stemmed from Chen Changsheng's infusion of chaos chi into his arms, a surge that magnified his strength exponentially.
So you've resorted to forbidden arts. Let's see how long you can sustain it.
Prada redoubled his assault, and the two clashed in brutal flesh-and-bone combat. Meanwhile, the demon sect expert engaged Xia Yudai and Mu Wanqing in fierce battle. This demon sect expert was Li Wentian, a fifth-rank Foundation establishment cultivator whose demonic arts were peerless. Black flames roared around him as he brandished a 7-tiered pagoda, driving it downward with devastating force. Boom! At the first impact, the protective aura generated by Xia Yudai's treasure umbrella fractured with spiderweb cracks. Her delicate face paled. She swiftly channeled another stream of true chi into the umbrella. Should the barrier shatter, Zhang De, who, now unprotected, would be doomed. Zhang De, who possessed the legendary 10,000 Beast physique, an unparalleled prodigy whose fate was inextricably tied to the future of the Wanxian sect. His survival was non-negotiable. Mu Wanqing immediately pressed her palms against Xia Yudai's back, channeling a steady thread of true chi into her. Li Wentian sneered.
Let's see how many times you can endure this.
He then infused fresh spiritual energy into the pagoda. It spun wildly, swelling 100-fold in size, before crashing down upon Xia Yudai and her companions. Clearly this too was a spirit artifact, and judging by its overwhelming might it surpassed even Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal. Li Wentian's pagoda was the 7-jeweled glazed pagoda, not merely a spirit artifact, but a spirit treasure, though still incompletely refined, and thus unable to unleash its full power. Yet it was no ordinary spirit treasure, forged from earth demon crystals, black waters of the netherworld, and the blood of fallen deities that exuded torrents of black chi and profound demonic energy. Within each tier, grotesque ghost faces flickered ominously in the shadows. Boom! The impact shattered Xia Yudai's umbrella barrier entirely, exposing the three figures to the open desert. Zhang De, who lay unconscious. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudai exchanged a swift, resolute glance.
Now!
Simultaneously they summoned their flying swords to intercept the descending pagoda. Li Wentian licked his lips with a predatory grin.
Such exquisite beauties! I shall enshrine you both within my pagoda as my consorts. A most fitting fate.
At his command the seven-tiered pagoda descended once more, its base disgorging coils of black mist. Upon contact both women felt their limbs grow heavy and lethargy seep into their bones, their energy faltered sluggish and unresponsive.
Senior sisters, hold fast, I am coming.
With those words, Chen Changsheng's Ghost King seal shot forth, striking the pagoda with cataclysmic force, and sending it careening sideways. Mu Wanqing cried out sharply.
Heaven and earth, as furnace sword hard as charcoal dragon soaring through realms, freedom unbound.
Her hands traced twin circles in the air, conjuring two ice dragons, then snapped together, fusing them into a single 10-foot-long glacial dragon that lunged toward Li Wentian.
The great self-realization Ice Chi, you are disciples of the Wanxian sect.
Li Wentian's expression tightened. He recognized the peril, and dared not meet the attack heathen. Flipping his palm, he produced a talisman. The talisman glowed fiery crimson, bearing an exquisitely rendered phoenix poised mid-flight, as if ready to burst from the parchment and soar into the heavens.
Go!
With a flick of his finger the talisman activated, flaring into a blazing phoenix that shrieked triumphantly before surging toward the ice dragon. The dragon and phoenix collided midair, not with cataclysmic fury, but with eerie synchronicity, vanishing simultaneously, dissolved into nothingness. This was Li Wentian's Phoenix Nirvana talisman, worth hundreds of thousands, its elemental affinity perfectly counterbalancing the ice dragon's power, resulting in mutual annihilation. Mu Wanqing's face drained of color. She hadn't anticipated her ultimate technique being neutralized so effortlessly. Indeed, she had withheld the great self-realization Ice Chi until now for precisely this reason. For at her current level, this art could be invoked only once, unless sustained by Earth's nectar, a luxury impossible now given Chen Changsheng's own precarious struggle. They had never imagined their first encounter with desert bandits would plunge them into such utter despair. Li Wentian scoffed.
Ladies, unleash every last trick you possess. That great self-realization Ice Chi was clearly a one-time gambit. Submit gracefully, and become my consorts.
Let me speak plainly. I am Li Wentian, heir to the Dark Demon sect. To serve as my consorts is no dishonor, but privilege beyond measure. Generally orthodox immortal sects permit only one companion, but those from the demonic path act on whims, and often take many spouses. Some even boast hundreds or thousands of wives without a second thought. If one could claim the two fairy maidens of the Wanxian sect into his harem, the sense of achievement would be beyond words, and it would be a resounding slap to the sect's face. Why not seize such an opportunity? Thus, upon learning that the two women were disciples of the Wanxian sect, Li Wentian grew restless, determined to take them by any means. Li Wentian held a high position in the Dark Demon sect as the youngest son of its patriarch, and his journey to the Western Sea Desert was primarily for training. Xia Yudi snorted.
Silence. The righteous and demonic paths are as incompatible as fire and water. We are not of the same ilk. Do you think we would ever yield? Only over our dead bodies.
Li Wentian sneered.
That choice is not yours to make. I'll capture you, and make the matter irreversible, then see what you have to say. I had hoped to keep my strength hidden, but now it seems I have no choice.
With those words Li Wentian reached out and tore off a seal from the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda. As the seal was removed, a terrifying pressure emanated from the small pagoda, radiating brilliant light. Mu Wanqing's face paled.
What? Could this pagoda be an ancient relic?
Li Wentian smirked triumphantly.
Not bad, you have some discernment. This Seven Treasures glazed pagoda is indeed an ancient artifact. So what do you say? Submit and become my women while you still can, or it'll suppress you within the pagoda for eternity, never to rise again.
Once the seal on the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda was broken, the Ghost King's seal, as if meeting its nemesis, swiftly flew back into Chen Changsheng's body. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth.
Even if it were a Dao artifact, we sisters would never agree.
With that, both women attacked simultaneously, hoping to seize the initiative. Dozens of talismans were hurled forth, erupting with earth-shattering explosions, granting a slim chance if they could strike before Li Wentian activated his ancient relic. He who strikes first gains the advantage, he who hesitates suffers. Seeing the women not only refuse, but launch a preemptive assault, Li Wenqian's face darkened.
Let me show you the true power of an ancient relic.
With that, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda soared into the air, towering dozens of meters high, absorbing the shockwaves from the explosions without a trace, reaching Li Wenqian.
Enclose.
Losing patience, Li Wenqian formed a hand seal intending to imprison the 2 women. A powerful suction emerged from the pagoda's base. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi felt their bodies shrink rapidly as they were pulled toward it, their faces turning deathly pale.
Earth Demon Corpse Puppet.
In the nick of time, Chen Changsheng summoned the Earth Demon Corpse Puppet to block Prada's attack, then swiftly moved near Li Wenqian. He produced a gourd and hastily uncorked it. A black blade of light as wide as a door shot from the gourd, cleaving toward Li Wenqian. Though engaged with Prada, Chen Changsheng had been monitoring the other battle. Knowing that hesitation would be fatal, he acted. This gourd, a pseudo artifact obtained from the true demon hermit, held its final strike, one he had been reluctant to use. If it failed to kill Li Wenqian, all would be lost. Within it was sealed the power of a golden core cultivator. A single strike equaled the full force of a golden core expert.
Not good.
Li Wenqian, reveling in his triumph, suddenly sensed a life-threatening danger. His hair stood on end as he frantically tried to recall the 7 treasures glazed pagoda for protection. But it was too late. The blade of light, carrying overwhelming might, tore through space itself, leaving faint cracks. Escape was impossible, even moving a finger was a struggle. With a piercing scream, the black blade descended, vaporizing Li Wenqian's body without a trace. Who would have thought that Li Wenqian, wielding an ancient relic, would fall to a pseudo-artifact? It was largely due to Chen Changsheng's ambush, and the pagoda's delayed response, while capturing the women, leaving its master vulnerable. Chen Changsheng exploited this opening perfectly. With its master gone, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shrank and fell from the air. He reached out and caught it. An ancient relic. Chen Changsheng felt as if he were dreaming, for such artifacts surpassed even true treasures, a reality almost too incredible to grasp. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi, having narrowly escaped death, watched as Chen Changsheng slew Li Wenqian with the gourd artifact, their faces ashen.
Boom!
At that moment, the Earth Demon Corpse Puppet was sent flying by a punch from Prada.
Ah! You've killed Li Wenqian. He was one of the Dark Demon Sect's young masters. You're doomed. There's no escape anywhere in the world. You'll be hunted to the death.
Prada, filled with terror, let out a hysterical roar. Li Wenqian's death implicated him as well.
Humph. If I kill you, no one will know.
Chen Changsheng exchanged glances with the 2 women, then charged at Prada. By now the beasts and bandits were nearly wiped out, with only a few bandits remaining. The women, aware of the grave trouble, they were in move to eliminate Prada, to remove all traces.
Huh. I've grown up in the Western Sea Desert. Catching me is impossible.
With that, Prada slapped a talisman onto himself and vanished into the sandy ground. An earth escape talisman combined with the loose sand made him as elusive as a fish in water. His speed outpaced even spiritual sense, causing Chen Changsheng to frown.
Let's finish off the remaining bandits first.
He swooped down like an eagle on its prey to hunt the stragglers. Mu Wanqing and Xia Yudi exchanged glances and joined the slaughter. Within minutes, all bandits were annihilated. Mu Wanqing's expression grew heavy.
What do we do? Chen Changsheng killing Li Wenqian has landed us in immense trouble. The Dark Demon Sect rivals our Wanxian sect in power. This will surely bring disaster. Li Beishan, the sect's patriarch, practices the Dark Demon Curse and is renowned across the Xianwang continent.
Xia Yudi added.
Indeed, I've heard of his infamy. His strength ranks among the top in the entire Xianwang continent. If he demands retribution from our sect for his son's death, even our patriarch may struggle to resist.
Chen Changsheng produced the 7 treasures glazed pagoda.
This treasure is mine. The kill was mine alone. It has nothing to do with you.
It was not that Chen Changsheng wished to claim this treasure. Clearly, it was a hot potato, and anyone entangled in its karmic web would face great trouble. Even if he offered the pagoda to the 2 women, they might not be willing to accept it. Mu Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Junior brother Chen, that is not what we meant. I am merely stating the stakes. Regardless, we are a unit, and we will not let you bear this alone. Xia Yudi nodded. Yes, we killed him together. Junior brother Chen acted to save us. If trouble comes, we face it together. Chen Changsheng interrupted them. Say no more. I alone killed him. It has nothing to do with you two senior sisters. Do not take this upon yourselves. Let us first clean up the battlefield. They quickly tidied the battlefield. When Zhang Dahu awoke, he was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how so much had transpired while he slept. Zhang Dahu said boisterously, Brother Changsheng, count me in on the killing. We two men can take the blame. Why drag the girls into it? Chen Changsheng patted Zhang Dahu on the shoulder. Say no more. I killed him, and it has nothing to do with you. I must leave alone now. Take care of yourselves. Mu Wonking's expression grew complicated. Junior brother Chen, you want to leave us? There is no need for that. Xia Yudi felt a heavy stone pressing on her heart. Yes, we agreed to stay together. The Dark Demon sect may be formidable, but our Wanxian sect is not afraid of him. Yet fear nothing. Zhang Dahu roared. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Enough, say no more. My mind is made up. Separating will only benefit you. Do not worry about me. With that, he divided the earth's milk into 3 portions, roughly 10 drops each, placing them in 3 small bottles and handing them over. This contains earth's milk. Keep it for self-defense. Senior sister Mu, you need it most, so I have given you 2 extra drops. Take care, each of you. Chen Changsheng cast a deep glance at the 3, then, with a flicker of his body, he stepped onto his flying sword and vanished into the vast desert. This place is not safe for long. Return to the sect quickly. I suspect the West Sea Desert will soon become a land of strife. Chen Changsheng's voice echoed from afar. Junior brother Chen. Brother Changsheng. Junior brother. The 3 called out several times, but only their voices drifted across the boundless, endless sea of sand. Mu Wanqing sighed, with a complex expression. Junior brother Chen is truly a man of honor. Such people are rare these days. From initially looking down on Chen Changsheng, she now felt genuine admiration. He was only at the chi refining stage, yet he dared to bear such karma. From now on, the vast world might not have a place for him to call his own. After all, the pressure from the Dark Demon sect's leader was immense. Xia Yudi's eyes were red-rimmed. I wonder if Junior brother Chen will ever return. I am the one who dragged him into this. Her heart was the heaviest. She owed Chen Changsheng too much a debt she feared she could never repay in this lifetime. Zhang Dahu clenched his fists. Good brother, I swear if anything happens to you, I will avenge you. Mu Wanqing sighed. Let's go! We must live well to honor Junior brother Chen's intentions. We should return. Junior brother Zhang has the 10,000 beasts constitution. He must not come to harm. Junior brother Chen was right. This place will likely become dangerous from now on. But we must keep today's events a secret. The later this is exposed, the safer Junior brother Chen will be. Xia Yudi and Zhang Dahu naturally had no objections. They cast a final profound look in the direction Chen Changsheng had gone, then stepped onto their flying swords and flew back the way they came. Not long after they left, a figure suddenly emerged from the sand. It was Prada, his face twisted with venom as he gazed at the corpses. So this man is called Chen Changsheng of the Wanxian sect. I must quickly send word back to the Dark Demon sect to annihilate every disciple of Wanxian. With that, he summoned a flying sword and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing. Chen Changsheng flew 1,000 li in one breath. Before dawn, he found himself surrounded by endless gobi. He spotted a depression and plunged straight into the sand, drilling 100 meters deep before stopping. The Ghost King seal floated above his head, creating a space for him. He had never imagined that his first encounter with bandits would lead to killing the Dark Demon sect's youngest son, a stroke of terrible luck. Yet he felt no regret. Should he have let himself be killed instead? That was not Chen Changsheng's nature. Even if it were a deity's son, he would still slay them without hesitation. But from now on, trouble would likely be endless, and a mortal calamity might befall him. As Xia Yudi had said, if the Dark Demon sect's leader demanded his surrender from the Wanxian sect's leader, the latter might hand over this insignificant pawn to avoid a war between the two sects. As for leaving the sect, without its protection his path would be even more treacherous, and he would likely die even faster. For now, the only course was to reach Foundation establishment as quickly as possible and enter the inner sect so that Wang Xian would see his potential and strive to protect him. Chen Changsheng's thoughts raced as he weighed the pros and cons, knowing his next step. It was a pity. He had originally planned to hide in the waste pill room for life, but that now seemed nearly impossible. He sighed inwardly.
Forget it for now. Let's see what this treasure is like.
Chen Changsheng quickly took out the 7 treasures glass pagoda. Only by refining this small pagoda could he gain some means of self-protection. As expected of a sect leader's son, even at the Foundation establishment stage, he was given an ancient treasure for protection. A generous gesture, but it hadn't saved his son's life. The voice of the Red Cloud ancestor rang out.
Boy, this ancient treasure is quite impressive. It should be a top-grade one. You haven't lost out this time. What? Top-grade? But it didn't feel that powerful.
Chen Changsheng licked his lips, having assumed it was merely a low-grade artifact.
The power of an ancient treasure is certainly greater than this. It must be because Li Wenxin's cultivation was insufficient or his attribute was incompatible, so he couldn't fully refine it. In any case, be careful. There might be some hidden trap left by a formidable figure inside. And then never mind. I'll refine it first.
Chen Changsheng planned to refine the ancient treasure, then search for the divine blood to cultivate the first transformation of the 9 revolutions golden body, and finally achieve Foundation establishment. The 7 treasures glass pagoda had 7 levels appearing as plain stone. But when Chen Changsheng observed it with his true sight, he saw each level densely covered with countless talismanic scripts. Just a brief look left him dizzy. Chen Changsheng carefully separated a thread of his consciousness and sent it into the pagoda. 10,000 miles away from the Western Sea Desert lies a sprawling pitch-black mountain range spanning 10,000 miles, where every rock and stone appears as if soaked in ink, exuding an eerie darkness. The peaks here soar tens of thousands of feet high, piercing through the clouds, with a large portion of the mountain range hidden amidst the mist, exuding an air of profound mystery. Nestled in the central valley of this mountain range is a vast expanse of flat land upon which sits a colossal palace complex covering 1,000 miles. Unlike typical structures with red walls and yellow tiles, this entire complex is also clad in black. This is the sacred ground of the Dark Demon sect. Originally a forest of towering peaks, it was leveled by the great powers of the sect using their formidable abilities to establish their headquarters. The sect master of the Dark Demon sect practiced the Dark Demon curse, transforming the entire mountain range into a blackened realm. Within this palace complex dwell millions of demon sect disciples. The Dark Demon sect is one of the 8 great demon sects, ranking among the top few in power, matching the strength of the 10 major immortal sects of the righteous path. At this moment, in a secret base deep within the Dark Demon sect, a disciple guarding the soul tablets in the soul hall suddenly let out a shriek, shattering the tranquility.
What causes such panic and disorder? How unbecoming!
The stern voice of the soul hall elder rang out, scolding with clear displeasure.
Something terrible has happened, elder. The soul tablet of young master Li Wenxin has shattered.
The disciple knelt trembling as he spoke.
What did you say?
A shadow flickered, and a black-robed elder appeared, grabbing the disciple by the neck and lifting him.
Report, elder, the soul tablet of young master Li Wenxin has just shattered.
The disciple trembled all over, not daring to meet the elder's eyes, knowing full well that the elders here were ruthless, often killing and refining souls at will. The elder's pupils constricted as he looked at Li Wenxin's soul tablet, bellowing.
The tablet shattered a quarter of an hour ago. Why did you only report it now? Disciple was just making rounds and only discovered it now.
He was about to explain that with thousands of soul tablets, he couldn't notice immediately. But before he could finish, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The elder opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing in the disciple's soul.
This is your negligence. You have no one to blame but yourself. Next life, keep your eyes open.
Such was the Dark Demon sect. If an elder wished to kill, any excuse sufficed, and no dissent was tolerated. Soon a gathering of elders assembled in the meeting hall. members of the Elder Council, who managed the sect's daily affairs. The sect master of the Dark Demon sect usually devoted himself to cultivation, while the Supreme Elders and Deputy Sect Masters were often in seclusion, rarely involving themselves in mundane matters.
What? The young master is dead. Who dared do this? Indeed, who has the audacity to challenge our Dark Demon sect? Are they tired of living? The sect master is in seclusion. Let the Elder Council handle this matter.
Their sect master had hundreds of sons, so losing one or two wasn't crucial. Li Wentian was merely the least talented, but failing to punish the culprit would be a blow to their prestige. Seated at the head was a black-robed man, the Grand Elder Yazi. With a pale, beardless face, sword-like brows, and starry eyes, he resembled a harmless scholar. However, those who knew him understood his brutal nature, mercurial temper, and vengeful spirit, a true formidable figure. Yazi narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table.
What exactly happened? Didn't the young master go to the Western Sea Desert with those from the Hulua Kingdom for training? He had a spiritual treasure for protection. Who could kill him? Did a golden core cultivator intervene?
An elder spoke.
We don't know. The Hulua Kingdom requested our assistance in attacking the Chu Kingdom. The young master, upon learning this, insisted on gaining experience. None expected such an outcome.
Hulua Kingdom was a vassal state of the Dark Demon sect, so aiding them was only natural. Another elder added,
I've received news that the Chu royal family sought help from the Wanxian sect, who sent disciples to assist. It's likely the young master fell at the hands of a Wanxian sect disciple.
A third elder suggested,
Grand Elder, you wield the Yin Yang mirror on behalf of the sect master. You could ask Lord Yin Yang to deduce the scene of the young master's demise.
The Yin Yang mirror was the supreme treasure of the Dark Demon sect, a Dao artifact of unfathomable power and mystery. This was a complete and flawless Dao artifact, unlike the incomplete version Gu Qingying possessed. Yazi nodded, stood, and bowed deeply toward a certain void.
I humbly invite Lord Yin Yang to appear.
The others also rose and bowed respectfully. This Dao artifact had attained enlightenment. Even the sect master treated it with utmost reverence, venerating it as an ancestor. It was said that the Dark Demon sect's 1,000-year survival was due to this artifact's guardianship. After his invocation, Yazi and the other elders waited respectfully, showing no sign of impatience. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the meeting hall's wall, projecting a scene like a film. In the image, Li Wentian, brimming with confidence, used the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to capture Xia Yudi and Mu Wanqing. Suddenly a young man uncorked a gourd, and a black blade light struck down Li Wentian. The scene vanished, and on the wall appeared large characters.
Murderer Chen Changsheng, outer disciple of Wanxian sect, Peak Chi refining cultivation.
Soon, even these words disappeared.
Farewell, Lord Yin Yang.
The Dao artifact had not spoken a word, but had clearly displayed Chen Changsheng's name, cultivation level, and image. Such was a Dao artifact, capable of reversing yin and yang and deducing heavenly secrets with ease.
What? Chen Changsheng only at Qi refining? Impossible. Shu, speak cautiously. Could Lord Yin Yang's deduction be wrong? Of course, I'm not questioning Lord Yin Yang, but it's simply unbelievable. Indeed, if the young master had fallen to a golden core cultivator, that might be acceptable. But to die at the hands of a Qi refining cultivator.
After Lord Yin Yang departed, the meeting hall erupted into chaos. They could not accept that the young master had been killed by a Qi refining cultivator. This was utterly disgraceful. Yazi's face darkened.
Enough. Since Lord Yin Yang has spoken, it must be true. The treasure in Chen Changsheng's hand is a formidable artifact, and the young master was slain by a surprise attack. That despicable coward attacked from the shadows. Indeed, even more treacherous than our Dark Demon sect. How can they call themselves a righteous sect? Kill! We must capture this wretch, skin him alive, and refine his soul into a treasure to honor the young master's spirit.
The Dark Demon sect elders gnashed their teeth, yearning to personally seize Chen Changsheng. Yazi abruptly rose to his feet.
Issue my command, release the Death God Pursuit Order. Any inner or outer disciple who can kill or capture Chen Changsheng alive shall be rewarded with an ancient treasure.
For outer disciples an additional life-snatching jiazi pill shall be granted. He did not mention core disciples, for if a golden core cultivator were to act, even killing Chen Changsheng would be bullying the weak and shameful, utterly failing to restore their honor. Moreover, he stipulated an extra life-snatching jiazi pill for outer disciples, as only if a cultivator of the same rank slew Chen Changsheng would it truly redeem the dark demon sect's prestige. The life-snatching jiazi pill was extraordinarily refined over 14 days, using a demon king's inner core mixed with celestial treasures, like 10th Ascendier sea urchins, and millennium imperial essence capable of extending one's lifespan by 60 years. To snatch life was to contend with heaven, for human longevity is ordained by fate, each person's span finite. Yet the life-snatching jiazi pill defied destiny, granting an ordinary mortal an additional 60 years of life. Do not underestimate a mere jiazi of lifespan. Many cultivators, hindered by slow progress, exhaust their years before reaching profound heights. An extra jiazi of life meant boundless possibilities. Typically, chi refining cultivators lived only slightly longer than mortals, reaching about 120 years. Foundation establishment cultivators could live to 200, golden core cultivators around 500, and nascent soul cultivators roughly 1000 years. Thus, cultivation was not merely for power. The primary goal was to extend life, for upon achieving immortality one's lifespan became nearly infinite. Even low-level cultivators, let alone mid-level ones, like golden core and nascent soul, found the life-snatching jiazi pill immensely alluring. Therefore, as soon as the Death God Pursuit Order was issued, the entire dark demon sect erupted in fervor, especially when they learned the target was merely a chi refining cultivator. An unprecedented astonishment. The Death God Pursuit Order had been issued many times, but never had a chi refining cultivator made the list, nor had it ever offered an ancient treasure and a life-snatching jiazi pill. Once one's name appeared on the Death God Pursuit Order, it was as if they had checked in with the King of Hell, for the order would persist until the target was slain. Furthermore, the order stated it was not limited to the dark demon sect. Anyone from any sect who killed or captured Chen Changsheng could claim the reward. Who exactly is this Chen Changsheng? A mere chi refining disciple making it onto the Death God Pursuit Order. This is a first, like a bride stepping into the bridal sedan for the first time. I've heard that Chen Changsheng is an outer disciple of the Wanxian sect, and he killed the young sect master Li Wentian. Indeed, he deserves death. That ancient treasure and life-snatching jiazi pill are mine. On what grounds? Chen Changsheng will surely die by my hand. Why use a butcher's knife for a chicken? I only need to dispatch one avatar. A Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed disdainfully. Unaware of the impending doom, Chen Changsheng's spirit had already entered the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, seeking to refine this ancient treasure. Die! As Chen Changsheng entered, a figure wielding a door's-eyes blade charged at him. It was none other than Li Wentian. Huh? Chen Changsheng was startled. Hadn't Li Wentian died? Why was he still here? This is his spiritual imprint. He probably doesn't know he's dead yet. Those who die suddenly often don't realize it at first. It takes a while, explained Red Cloud Ancestor. So that was it. The newly deceased, especially those who died violently, were often unaware of their own death. Typically it took 7 days, which was why in the past the deceased were kept for that period. Only after they realized their death and gradually accepted the reality would their soul depart. Li Wentian was dead, and his spiritual imprint, without his Buddhist nourishment, was feeble despite its fierce appearance. Li Wentian, you're already dead, yet you still dare to act arrogantly. With a thought, Chen Changsheng summoned a great blade and charged at Li Wentian's spiritual imprint. Impossible. I'm alive, and well, how could I be dead? You must be a thief trying to steal my ancient treasure. No way. Die. Li Wentian's spiritual imprint refused to believe his own demise. What's there to doubt? Li Wentian's soul has been utterly destroyed without even a chance for reincarnation. If you don't believe me, try sensing it yourself. Chen Changsheng spoke thus, but his hand did not pause. He swung his blade to slay Li Wentian. His spiritual power was already formidable, and with Li Wentian dead, his spiritual imprint, bereft of its Buddhist support, was extremely weak. After only a few strikes, it was completely annihilated. No! Am not dead. Am not dead. Li Wentian roared in unwillingness, before finally dissipating into nothingness. From then on no trace of him remained in this world. After Li Wentian's spiritual imprint vanished, Chen Changsheng carefully examined the space within the pagoda. He was at its base, which at first glance seemed the size of a room. Upon closer inspection, in the distant depths mist swirled, suggesting further space containing what appeared to be grand arrays. The power of a treasure lay not only in its materials, but primarily in the arrays within. Red Cloud Ancestor's voice sounded.
I sense this treasure is no mere ancient artifact. From my experience, it should be a spiritual treasure, and an extraordinary one at that. You stumbled upon a gem, boy. What? A spiritual treasure? That can't be.
Chen Changsheng exclaimed in shock. The artifacts used by cultivators were classified as magical tools, spiritual tools, magical treasures, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, profound heaven spiritual treasures, Taoist artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Generally, items with the character treasure were precious, and those with spiritual were even more so, capable of myriad transformations. Innate spiritual treasures, born as spiritual beings and later refined into artifacts, were especially formidable. Chen Changsheng could hardly believe his ears. Red Cloud Ancestor had called this pagoda a spiritual treasure. Red Cloud Ancestor snorted.
Boy, are you questioning my ability to appraise treasures? I have seen immortal artifacts before. How could I mistake this? Look, those are all spiritual arrays within. What are spiritual arrays?
Chen Changsheng naturally knew that Red Cloud Ancestor was well-traveled and knowledgeable, so he likely wasn't mistaken. He had indeed found a treasure. Red Cloud Ancestor explained.
Spiritual arrays are superior to common arrays inscribed by cultivators, at least at the nascent soul stage. The arrays here seem extraordinary, possibly the work of a void refining or even a Dao fusion expert. This could very well be a top-grade spiritual treasure.
Chen Changsheng's heart raced, and he licked his lips.
So powerful. How does one refine it?
He knew that treasures could be refined through blood or spirit. The blood refinement art is simply the method of blood recognition, where one only needs to drip a drop of their own blood onto the artifact, and it will actively absorb it. This method is the simplest and most direct, yet it also has its drawbacks. It is unstable, and the treasure can be easily taken by others. The best way to refine a treasure is through spirit refinement, which involves imprinting one's own spiritual mark within the artifact. Unless one dies, it is not easily seized by others. For instance, Li Wentian has already perished, yet his spiritual imprint can still persist for a while. However, Chen Changsheng has never used this method before, as it is relatively complex and requires a specific refining technique. Red Cloud Patriarch said, You need to imprint your spiritual mark into the deepest core formation of the artifact. The reason this demon sect brat cannot unleash the full power of the spiritual treasure is partly due to his low cultivation, and partly because he hasn't truly refined it. Li Wentian had only refined the outer layer of the artifact with spirit refinement, leaving no mark at its core, so the treasure never displayed its true power in his hands. After Red Cloud Patriarch's explanation, Chen Changsheng understood, and slowly extended his spiritual power toward the core of the pagoda. Even Li Wentian, with his foundation establishment cultivation, had failed to fully refine it, suggesting that there must be some difficulty, or even danger involved. Chen Changsheng cautiously directed his spiritual power into the pagoda, discovering a multitude of spiritual arrays, within numbering as many as 99 different formations. Each spiritual array was profoundly arcane, incomparable to the formations he had inscribed when refining his flying sword. He could hardly comprehend any of them, realizing that he only knew a mere fraction. He was still far from proficient in artifact refining and formation crafting. Within there were arrays of metal with fire, water, earth, gravity, teleportation, devouring, and many more, leaving Chen Changsheng utterly astounded. Good heavens! Did these 99 arrays represent 99 different attack methods? Powerful. Truly overwhelmingly powerful. Boy, don't get too excited. With your current cultivation, you can barely activate a few of these arrays, and the more powerful ones consume vast amounts of spiritual energy and mental power. Red Cloud Patriarch gave Chen Changsheng a sobering blow. Soon Chen Changsheng spotted a central array, immensely powerful, spanning dozens of acres in size, pitch black,
with what seemed like a massive black hole within. With just a glance, Chen Changsheng's spiritual power was nearly sucked in, and scenes from the past, present, and future flashed through his mind like a film. Chen Changsheng marveled silently, finding it hard to believe that such an array could be inscribed by a human. How formidable must that person be? The more he observed, the more he felt his own insignificance. What kind of array is this? How can it be so powerful? He could roughly discern the types of other arrays, but this one remained utterly enigmatic to him. Red Cloud Patriarch smacked his lips, and said, "This is the time array." "What? The time array? What use does it have?" Chen Changsheng had never heard of it before, and had no idea of its principles. Though his compendium of artifact refining was profound, his cultivation time was too short, and he had only grasped a tiny portion, with progress barely reaching 1%. Moreover, much of it was beyond his comprehension. Such deep mysteries were not something he could understand at his current level. Red Cloud Patriarch said, "Time is naturally formidable. Some powerful experts can even freeze time with their abilities. Imagine if you could activate this array during a fight to halt time even for 1,000th of a second. You could accomplish a great deal." "I see." Chen Changsheng's voice turned dry. In this world, whether divine powers or Dao arts, time reigns supreme. If one could control time, they could control everything. If time could be frozen, your enemy would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Some great beings could even reverse time, reviving you even after death. There was also time acceleration, which could swiftly age a person from their prime to old age, or even drain their lifespan. The thought was terrifying. Excellent, excellent. This array is incredible. If only I could master it. Chen Changsheng yearned to control the time array immediately. Red Cloud Patriarch poured cold water on him again. "Stop dreaming. With your cultivation, forget controlling the array. Just imprinting your spiritual mark would be a success." Chen Changsheng thought it over and agreed. Even Li Wentian at Foundation establishment had failed, and though he was handsome, it would likely be difficult for him too. A day passed quickly, and Chen Changsheng had made no progress. The time array was profoundly arcane, constantly shifting through seasons, epochs, and timelines utterly inscrutable. He attempted to imprint his spiritual mark into it, but was nearly swept away into reincarnation. Forced to settle, he left his mark on the outer layer with no other option for now. It seemed this matter required careful planning and patience. However, he had obtained many treasures from Li Wentian, including a whole stack of Earth Escape talismans, which he had envied when he saw Prada using one earlier. What's so special about these Earth Escape talismans? They only let you burrow through the surface, and a skilled opponent can still drag you out. Besides, each one is costly. It'll teach you the Earth Emperor vacuum escape, which is truly formidable," Red Cloud Patriarch said disdainfully. "Earth Emperor vacuum escape. It sounds impressive. Can I learn it now?" Chen Changsheng licked his lips, filled with longing. Of course. The Earth Emperor is the sovereign of the Earth element, and the founder of Earth-based divine abilities with vast powers. However, your cultivation is too low now. You can only learn his techniques after forming your golden core, but I can teach you a minor escape art for now. As Red Cloud Patriarch finished speaking, a wisp of spiritual energy entered Chen Changsheng's sea of consciousness. He quickly began to comprehend it. Earth Escape allowed one to hide within the earth, becoming invisible as long as soil was present, or even directly burrow underground. With the Earth Emperor Vacuum Escape, one could vanish instantly upon touching the ground, reappearing either in the sky or underground, and even travel thousands of miles in an instant while within the earth. However, due to his low cultivation, Chen Changsheng could only use it to hide within the earth. Of course, using Earth Escape talismans would enhance the effect. At higher cultivation levels, one could even turn the earth into a vacuum, moving through it like a fish in water. But reaching that level would require at least the golden core stage. The bright moonlight bathed the desert, coating it in a layer of cold silver light. The dunes, each with its unique shape, resembled a tranquil silver ocean. As the wind caressed them, they seemed to dance light and graceful. Occasionally a spider or scorpion crawled across the wave-like dunes, adding a touch of life to the stillness. Just then a figure suddenly emerged from a dune, then vanished as eerily as a ghost, startling several venomous scorpions into fleeing into the distance. Moments later the figure shot into the sky, stepping onto a flying sword and vanishing into the distance. With another flash the figure landed on the sand and disappeared.
This Earth Emperor vacuum escape is indeed remarkable, but my cultivation is too low. Without an Earth escape talisman I can only descend a dozen meters or so, and that's only because the desert sand is loose.
By combining it with the Earth escape talisman, Chen Changsheng could dive to a depth of 50 meters, though his movement speed was limited. This was mainly due to his low cultivation, as performing the Earth escape technique required a constant flow of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this technique allowed him to harness the Earth's power, transforming into a yellow current that skimmed swiftly across the ground. In the desert he moved as naturally as a fish in water. As for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, he could only activate the 5 arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The others remained beyond his reach, yet this alone left him quite satisfied. However, when all 5 arrays were activated simultaneously, they generated a devouring force, forming the devouring grand array.
It's time to see the outside world. I should kill as many sand bandits as possible. If I can eliminate a few of their leaders, the sect will surely value me.
Having offended the behemoth that was the dark demon sect, Chen Changsheng felt immense pressure. If he could demonstrate sufficient potential within the sect, they would undoubtedly protect him. At the very least, they wouldn't hand him over to the dark demon sect. It seemed he had to change his strategy. The plan to spend his life in the waste pill room developing in obscurity was no longer feasible. Chen Changsheng stepped onto his flying sword and shot straight into the depths of the West Sea Desert.
There seems to be a fight ahead. Let's take a look.
After flying for only a short while, he spotted a brilliant glow and heard the clamor of fierce battle not far ahead. He immediately flew toward it. Chen Changsheng did not fly directly into the fray. When he was still a kilometer from the battlefield, he put away his sword, landed on the ground, and stealthily crept forward. The kilometer vanished in an instant. As he drew closer, he realized a brutal war was raging here, with thousands of people locked in combat.
How can there be so many people?
Chen Changsheng activated his true sight pupils to their fullest. Only then did he understand the soldiers of the Great Chu Kingdom were battling sand bandits. Many of these bandits were former soldiers of the Holua Kingdom with deep ties to its royal family. Their invasion of Great Chu was secretly orchestrated by Holua. The 2 kingdoms had been at war for years, each yearning to devour the other, yet neither possessed the strength. The West Sea Desert, for instance, was split between them. Legend had it that the city of Dinghai, built in the heart of the desert, was erected to resist the bandits and Holua soldiers. That was likely the epicenter of the conflict. Chen Changsheng had learned all this from Mu Wanqing. He intended to head to Dinghai City to search for the blood of the gods. After careful observation, Chen Changsheng noticed that, while the Great Chu soldiers were formidable, the sand bandits were fiercer, with stronger bodies. Riding their dragon-scale horses, and wielding long cavalry sabers, they charged like an unstoppable steel tide, shattering the Chu ranks. Heads rolled and blood flowed like a river, staining the desert red. It was a scene of utter carnage. Chen Changsheng's blood boiled. This was a true battlefield. Yet he also felt a pang of sorrow. Whose husbands, whose fathers, whose sons were these fallen soldiers? Did they know that their wives, children, and mothers were anxiously awaiting their return? They would never return to fulfill their filial duties. A yearning surged within Chen Changsheng's heart, a hope that this world would be free of war forever. The best way to achieve this was to end war with war, to become so powerful that one could impose peace. He had never craved power so intensely. He had to grow stronger and stand at the apex of the pyramid. The most intense fighting was between the leaders of both sides. All were Foundation establishment cultivators, locked in a fierce exchange of magical artifacts, talismans, and flying swords. Among them were demonic cultivators clad in black robes and wreathed in demonic energy.
There are even disciples of the Wanxian sect.
Chen Changsheng spotted 3 disciples in Wanxian sect attire aiding the Chu generals. One was an inner disciple at the Foundation establishment stage, the other 2 were outer disciples. Despite their presence, the situation remained dire. The Dark Demon sect's artifacts were insidious. Their leader wielded a flag with a shake, billowing black energy erupted, spawning countless ghostly skulls. The skulls
and ghostly faces let out piercing screams, flailing their claws as they charged everywhere. They burrowed into the soldiers' bodies, turning their eyes blood-red, and made them turn their weapons on their own comrades.
No! That's the Nether Bone Banner. Damn it, how did that evil artifact get here?
Wang Chu, the inner disciple of the Wangxian sect, paled. The Nether Bone Banner contained countless souls. If this continued, every soldier would be possessed, killing their own. How could they fight such a battle? Zhao Gang, the Chu commander, looked frantic.
Daoist Wang, what do we do? If we don't kill this fiend, the lives of my 10,000 soldiers are forfeit.
Wang Chu gritted his teeth.
Commander Zhao, do not worry. Allow me to slay this demon.
With that, he produced a purple short sword and bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto it. The short sword instantly grew to the size of a door. Lightning crackled across its surface, and a purple orb of lightning pulsed within. It then transformed into a beam of purple light flying toward the demonic cultivator. This was his purple thunder sword, a treasure he had stumbled upon, and his greatest trump card. He relied on it for this demon extermination mission. The demonic cultivator Yang Jian sneered, produced a small vial, and hurled it. With a shout of "Explode!" the vial flew toward the sword and detonated with a loud bang. The liquid from the vial splashed onto the purple thunder sword, which crackled and sizzled, emitting black smoke and a mournful cry before wobbling and falling from the sky. The vial contained nether filth blood, a substance specifically used to corrupt magical artifacts. Yang Jian snatched the sword from the air with a grin.
A fine blade. I'll gladly take it.
Wang Chu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. Just then, the heads of the two outer disciples of the Wangxian sect were cleaved off by the Sand Bandit leader Marco. Blood spurted a meter high from their severed necks. Marco burst into laughter. The disciples of the immortal watching sect are nothing but trash, utterly worthless, yet they dare to make a spectacle of themselves. Is this the so-called 10 celestial sects? Having spoken, he hung the two severed heads directly upon the great banner. Just as the two souls attempted to flee, Yang Jian's nether bone banner quivered and swept them inside, forever trapping their spirits as part of the banner, never to be reborn. Murder and soul refinement, whether the desert bandits or the dark demon sect, all were merciless, refusing to spare even the dead souls. You seek death. Wang Chu's eyes split with fury as he clenched his fists, the venomous rage surging within him until he spat a mouthful of blood. Marco laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, brother, slaughter them all. Slaughter them to Dinghai City. Kill, loot, and burn everything. I've heard the women of Great Chu are peerless beauties, their skin so tender it drips with water. They shall become our harem to be ravished by us. Splat. Before Marco could finish, a blade pierced through his body from below, creating a bloody hole that gushed like a fountain. Gurgling, Marco stared at his wound, his eyes bulging like brass bells, yet his throat could utter no sound. With a thud, his body crashed to the ground, lifeless. What? This sudden turn stunned everyone, especially the desert bandits, who looked around in alarm, each fearing for their own safety. Marco, the vice commander of the desert bandits, had been assassinated without anyone even glimpsing the killer. Yet Wang Chu and Zhao Gang exchanged glances, joy flickering on their faces. No doubt their reinforcements had arrived. Accusation, the bandit commander, swept his fierce gaze around. Who killed my deputy skulking in the shadows? If you have the guts, show yourself. Why should I not dare? A figure suddenly leaped from the desert sands. It was Chen Changsheng. Wang Chu squinted. You are Chen Changsheng. Disappointment filled his eyes, for he had hoped for a powerful ally only to find the lowest of the low. Everyone knew Chen Changsheng was the foremost waste of the immortal watching sect. Seeing Chen Changsheng as merely a chi refining cultivator, Accusation sneered. So it's just a little nobody like you. Who are you to dare ambush me? I'll capture you and flay your skin. Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. I am Chen Changsheng, an outer disciple of the immortal watching sect. Today I shall show you the might of our sect. From this day forth, he would no longer hide his abilities. Yang Jian's eyes lit up. What? You are Chen Changsheng. Truly fate delivers without effort. Chen Changsheng looked at Yang Jian with confusion. Do you know me? Know you? All our disciples know you, for you killed our young sect master. You probably don't realize our grand elder has issued the death god hunt order. Kill you for an ancient treasure, and a life-stealing Jiazi pill. A vast number of dark demon sect disciples are rushing here now. How foolish of you to wander about instead of hiding. You truly court death. Though the dark demon sect was far away, their long-range teleportation talismans had already notified those in this region. Yang Jian silently marveled at his fortune encountering Chen Changsheng so soon. It seemed wealth was inevitable. Wang Chu's face showed shock. What? Chen Changsheng killed the dark demon sect's young sect master. How is that possible? If he possessed such power, he wouldn't be the foremost waste of the immortal watching sect. Is that so? I didn't know I was worth so much. Chen Changsheng's heart tightened, realizing the dark demon sect had learned so quickly. He had heard of the Death God Hunt Order. Henceforth it would be a fight to the death. This was a grave predicament. Soon he would become a target for all. Chen Changsheng briefly considered fleeing, but where could he go? Even returning to the immortal watching sect offered no guarantee of protection. He must hasten to strengthen himself and achieve foundation establishment. Yang Jian licked his lips, eyeing Chen Changsheng as if beholding an ancient treasure. Boy, you cannot escape. Surrender willingly and perhaps you'll die a swift death. Is that so? Let's see who dies first. As Chen Changsheng's words fell, a black seal shot from atop his head, swelling with the wind until it covered an area of several acres, enveloping all the demon sect members and desert bandits, as if he intended to challenge them all alone. What? This brat is arrogant. Yang Jian and the others raged at Chen Changsheng's audacity. A mere chi refining cultivator dared to be so presumptuous. His arrogance knew no bounds. Wang Chu was the most stunned. Was this Chen Changsheng's true strength? The boy had hidden his abilities, deeply fooling everyone. If he succeeded in foundation establishment, what then? When had the immortal watching sect produced such a figure? Unfortunately, Chen Changsheng's luck was poor. Before he could grow, he had already made a mortal enemy of the dark demon sect. Otherwise, once he matured, he would surely bolster the immortal watching sect's strength. Though one of the 10 celestial sects, the sect had declined severely in recent years, barely clinging to the bottom ranks. What a pity. Daoist Wang, what shall we do now? Zhao Gang was also shaken. Chen Changsheng, a chi refining disciple, had ambushed and killed a bandit vice commander, now facing all alone. This youth was undoubtedly a ruthless one. Wang Chu thought for a moment. Let's surround the bandits and see what junior brother Chen is capable of. The Ghost King seal had engulfed everyone, including the Chu soldiers, leaving them unable to see clearly. They could only wait and observe. As the Ghost King seal emerged, it resembled a black cloud shrouding the entire desert, filled with chilling winds, ghostly wails, and eerie screams. Spectral figures darted about with ferocious faces, making it seem more demonic than the nether bone banner. Yang Jian immediately recognized the seal's power and hastily contracted the nether bone banner to the size of several rooms, shielding the demon sect members and bandit leaders. Yang Jian's mouth twitched. He felt Chen Changsheng was more demonic than any demon, making him seem like a mere apprentice. But as the banner contracted, the bandits suffered. Screams rang out as ghostly figures drilled into their bodies, draining them dry. In particular, the manifestation of the wet transformation hag 100 feet tall opened her gaping maw and sucked the bandits' souls from their bodies, drawing them into her vast mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng's sound domain demon blade turned into blurry afterimages, relentlessly reaping the bandits' lives. Accusation gritted his teeth and said,
"But Lord, this won't do. We must find a way to capture that brat."
Yang Jian nodded.
"I have already locked onto the brat's true form. I will trap him with the nether bone banner, and then we shall strike together to slay him." "Agreed."
With that, Yang Jian chanted a spell. The nether bone banner shrank once more into a mass of black mist, whisking the group in a flash to Chen Changsheng's side. Then the banner expanded outward, forming a cage the size of a house, trapping Chen Changsheng within. This was a new use he had devised for the spiritual artifact, demonstrating a mastery far beyond that of the novice Chen Changsheng.
"Boy, where do you think you can run now?"
Yang Jian was exceedingly smug, envisioning an ancient treasure beckoning to him. This brat, emboldened by possessing a single spiritual artifact, acted as if no one else had one. What a reckless fool. Did they really need to mobilize so many disciples for someone like him? He could handle this alone.
"Kill him! Strike!"
This is an ancient treasure we've struck gold. Better to take him alive. The soul-torturing arts of our dark demon sect will make him taste every torment under heaven. I'll slice his flesh piece by piece to sacrifice to my deputy."
Both the dark demon sect members and the bandit chieftain glared at Chen Changsheng with gnashing teeth, eager to slay him and claim their reward.
"Is that so, you fools?"
Chen Changsheng's voice suddenly rang out as a pagoda appeared above them, crashing down fiercely. Yang Jian's face changed dramatically.
"Ah, no! It's the young master's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. How could I have forgotten that?"
But his words came too late. At such close range, the pagoda emitted a tremendous suction force, pulling them in within the blink of an eye. Even the nether bone banner was drawn in. Chen Changsheng had deliberately used the Ghost King's seal partly to lull them into complacency, and partly to prevent Wang Chu and the others from seeing his spiritual treasure, lest they turn on him in greed. After all, this was a spiritual treasure. Even if he had ties with them, such a temptation would be irresistible. Now with this treasure, Chen Changsheng's strength had soared. Of course, possessing a spiritual treasure didn't mean he could disregard Foundation establishment cultivators. If they were on guard, it would be difficult to trap them in the artifact. With the leaders subdued, the remaining small fry were easy prey. In mere minutes, the bandits were devoured by the Sound Domain Demon Blade and the fiends within the Ghost King Seal. Soon the Ghost King Seal retracted, and the world cleared. Only the bewildered Chu soldiers and the dragon scale horses left aimless, without their masters, remained. Chen Changsheng did not slay the dragon scale horses. These steeds were invaluable, and could be used by Great Chu to cultivate an iron cavalry. Such was the benefit of possessing a magical artifact. If Chen Changsheng had to kill so many with his fists alone, even if they stood still, it would exhaust him to death. But with the artifact, he didn't have to toil so laboriously.
This.
Zhao Gang and Wang Chu could hardly believe their eyes at the sight of the bandits' corpses strewn everywhere, all slain by Chen Changsheng in such a short time. And the demon sect members had vanished entirely. Was Chen Changsheng already a golden core cultivator? Wang Chu was the most astonished, feeling as if he were dreaming. No wonder the dark demon sect's young master had died at his hands. This was nothing short of defying heaven. After a long pause, Zhao Gang came to his senses and hurriedly approached Chen Changsheng, speaking respectfully.
"Fellow Taoist Chen, I am Zhao Gang. I am truly grateful for your help this time. Rest assured, I will report this to His Majesty, who will surely send someone to the Wanxian sect to express gratitude."
Though Zhao Gang was at the Foundation establishment stage, he was deferential before Chen Changsheng, who was only a Qi refinement. Qi refinement? Impossible. This fellow must be concealing his cultivation, pretending to be weak. He refused to believe Chen Changsheng was merely a Qi refinement cultivator. He was likely a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. For one thing, slaying thousands of bandits would yield a substantial bounty of spoils, especially the dragon scale horses, enough to form an armored cavalry. Each dragon scale horse, if bought, would cost 1,000 gold pieces. Thousands of them would be an incalculable fortune, and they might not even be available for purchase. In short, he had rendered great service, all thanks to Chen Changsheng. Thus, he was deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart. Chen Changsheng waved his hand.
"No need. It was but a trifle. These bandits were utterly despicable. I could not let them off."
In truth, his swift victory was partly due to luck. Those trapped were still causing a ruckus within the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, and it would take a bit more effort to subdue them. Zhao Gang grinned wryly. A trifle for him was a height they could never reach even with their utmost effort. Wang Chu also clasped his fists.
"Senior brother Chen, I am Wang Chu. I never imagined you were so deep. You fooled us all."
He had now changed his address. Regardless, Chen Changsheng's strength seemed to surpass his own, so calling him senior brother was only fitting. Chen Changsheng returned the salute with a smile.
"Senior brother Wang is too kind. You may still call me junior brother. Well, since matters here are settled, I shall take my leave. We can catch up upon returning to the sect."
With that, a flying sword appeared beneath his feet, and he vanished in a streak of light. Zhao Gang watched Chen Changsheng's retreating figure inside.
"Fellow Taoist Wang, your senior brother truly comes and goes like a phantom so unrestrained, a model for us all.
Wang Chu clicked his tongue.
I just never expected him to be so well hidden. Elder Yin was blind.
Back then enforcement Elder Yin Bing had demoted Chen Changsheng to the waste pill room without a fair hearing. If he knew how much Chen Changsheng had achieved in such a short time, what expression would he wear? After all, sweeping a genius like that into the waste pill room would surely incur the higher-ups' wrath upon Yin Bing. But Zhao Gang had no time for such reflections. He waved his hand.
Quick, clean up the battlefield. We've struck it rich.
Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng flew hundreds of kilometers before descending to the ground. With a flicker, he dove into the desert, using an Earth Escape talisman to reach a depth of 50 meters before stopping. Within the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Yang Jian and the others were rampaging, threatening to overturn the tower. Chen Changsheng focused his mind and entered the pagoda in the flesh, not merely as a wisp of spiritual energy.
Chen Changsheng, release us at once, or we'll self-destruct and blast your precious artifact to pieces. Indeed, do you think trapping us with a mere treasure is possible? A fool's dream.
This was a spiritual treasure, allowing cultivators to enter it physically. Lower-grade artifacts, like magical tools and spiritual tools, only permitted mental entry and could not draw people inside. At this moment, although Yang Jian and the others were trapped inside the pagoda and unable to escape, they kept attacking it. Fortunately, the formations within were protected by Chen Changsheng. The base of the pagoda was a great hall, which shook precariously under their assaults, as if on the verge of collapse. Of course, they could not damage the pagoda's main structure, but they could destroy the formations. As Chen Changsheng entered, Yang Jian and the others issued vicious threats. Among them were 3 from the Dark Demon sect, along with the Sand Bandit leader Awaken, totaling 4 Foundation Establishment experts. Yang Jian was at the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment, while the others were at the 2nd and 1st layers.
Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? How ridiculous.
Chen Changsheng hovered in midair, coldly looking down at them. You read that right, hovering. This was within the treasure space's domain. Outside, one would need to be a golden core cultivator to hover midair. Without the treasure, Chen Changsheng would struggle to defeat even one of them outside, but here he had means to handle them all.
Chen Changsheng, you're just a mere chi refining cultivator relying on your treasure's power. If you have the guts, fight us unknown. Indeed, shameless and despicable, so-called righteous path, even more vile and cunning than our demon sect. Chen Changsheng, release us immediately, bind your own hands, and come to the Dark Demon sect to confess your sins. Perhaps you'll find a slim chance to live. Otherwise, no place under heaven or earth will shelter you.
The experts of the Dark Demon sect were extremely arrogant, showing no regard for Chen Changsheng. They were utterly unconvinced, believing his sneak attack and reliance on the treasure were undeserving of their respect. Such a chi refining disciple would normally not even earn a second glance from them. Chen Changsheng coldly watched them, licked his lips, and sneered.
It seems you still don't understand your situation. Very well, let me show you what you're up against.
With that, Chen Changsheng focused his mind and connected with a spiritual formation within the pagoda, the Fire Spirit Formation. So far, he had mastered only 5 of the pagoda's formations: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 formations represented the 5 elements, and were the most basic ones. Chen Changsheng had not yet fully mastered the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, only these fundamental spiritual formations. Chen Changsheng channeled his mind into the Fire Spirit Formation and activated it with his spiritual energy. Normally, a chi refining cultivator could not activate such a formation, but his body cultivated primordial chaos chi, which was far superior in quality. With a thunderous roar, the dormant Fire Spirit Formation stirred, like a quenched furnace reignited. As the formation rotated, tongues of flame shot down from above, directly engulfing the group. In an instant, the hall became a sea of fire, causing them to scream in agony. Foundation Establishment cultivators were actually quite fragile physically, not much stronger than ordinary people, except for body refiners like Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng had yet to fully master this spiritual treasure. Once he did, he could transform these flames into fire dragons, fire phoenixes, and more greatly increasing their power, and even deploying them outside the pagoda to attack enemies. For now, its greatest use was to trap enemies inside the pagoda and assail them with fire, water, and other means.
Ah! Chen Changsheng, you'll die a miserable death. Kill him!
The flames tormented them, severely burning away their clothes. They could only wrap their bodies in true qi to barely survive. The thin layer of true qi protecting a foundation establishment cultivator offered little defense. A golden core cultivator with their protective aura would be far more resilient, perhaps even impervious to fire. Moreover, the flames here were no ordinary fire, they were earth core flame, far more potent than common flames. The group launched attacks at Chen Changsheng, but they were blocked by a protective barrier utterly ineffective. This was his domain. How could they harm him? In truth, though, they appeared to be in the same room, they were in different spaces. How could their attacks reach him?
Ah!
Soon 2 members of the Dark Demon sect were burned alive, reduced to ashes. After a while, the Sand Bandit leader Alken was also consumed by the flames. Yang Jian quickly knelt and kowtowed.
Please withdraw your divine power and spare my worthless life.
Watching his comrades die in the flames, fear gripped him. After all, he had struggled to reach this level of cultivation. Who would want to die? Chen Changsheng pondered and said,
You and I are mortal enemies. Give me a reason not to kill you. What use are you wasting food?
Yang Jian kowtowed repeatedly.
No, I am useful. Think about it, the Dark Demon sect wants to hunt you, and I know everything about them. With me, you can identify your enemies. How could I be useless? As they say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Oh! Fine, I'll spare your wretched life for now. But if you try any tricks, your fate will be 100 times worse than theirs.
Chen Changsheng had intended to keep one member of the Dark Demon sect, as he knew nothing about them. Yang Jian quickly kowtowed.
I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not.
Chen Changsheng withdrew the fire spirit formation, and Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He was in a pitiful state, naked, his hair burned off, leaving him completely bald. If he had a few burned scars on his head and draped a kasaya, he would pass perfectly for an eminent Buddhist monk.
What is your name? Tell me about the Death Pursuit Order. My name is Yang Jian. The Death Pursuit Order is a high-level kill order in our Dark Demon sect, usually reserved for major enemies. This is the first time it's been used against a qi refining cultivator.
Yang Jian's eyes flickered, secretly wishing the sect would send someone to kill Chen Changsheng immediately.
So who will come after me? Will there be Golden Core cultivators?
If Golden Core or nascent soul experts came for him, Chen Changsheng might as well just clean his neck and wait for death. Yang Jian replied,
I've heard that this Death Pursuit Order targets outer and inner disciples only, so no Golden Core cultivators will come. But don't be complacent. There are many powerful inner disciples you cannot contend with yet. Even among outer disciples, there are those no weaker than you. Moreover, the Death Pursuit Order applies not only to the Dark Demon sect, but also to the 36 demon sects under our jurisdiction.
Yang Jian was not optimistic about Chen Changsheng's chances. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would have no hope of survival. With the Death Pursuit Order in effect, Chen Changsheng was as good as dead, merely a grasshopper on the last leg of autumn. Yang Jian sneered inwardly.